Battling Records of the Chosen One chapter 2932 to chapter 2985. In the sixth heaven, there are 36 divine continents, with hundreds of large and small immortal emperor clans. In addition to the immortal emperor clans, there are many academies, universities, sects, and other forces. And in these 3 days, almost all the immortal emperor clans and major forces in the sixth heaven were in a state of frequent shock. Almost every once in a while, they would be shocked by the urgent news. More and more news gathered in their hands. The whole world was shocked. 9 immortal emperor clans were destroyed in one breath. Moreover, the situation of the destruction of the major clans was almost exactly the same. The upper echelons were killed, the emperor realm was abolished, the power of order was taken away, and their lair was destroyed. All these means prove that it was done by one person. Who the hell is it? How can he be so tyrannical and terrifying? Countless people were inwardly shaken, and they cried out crazily. The person who did this was decisive and ruthless. It was simply horrifying. The answer is easy to know, because although the 9 immortal emperor clans were destroyed, their clansmen were not killed. As the news spread more and more, a name began to appear one after another. Lin Sun, the heaven-defying character regarded as the number 1 enemy of the 10-clan war alliance, appeared in the sixth heaven. At this time, even the stupidest person knows that something big has happened. An earth-shattering event. Lin Sun, the deputy pavilion master of the Yuan sect, the successor of Feng Xiyuan, once killed all the way from the Great Kiliacosm battle domain to the sixth heaven, and also joined the Yuan sect as the number 1. He once destroyed the top 4 Eastern Imperial clans of the 7th heaven, and killed the 10 immortal giants in the immortal Dao battle. Only such a terrifying existence could destroy 9 undying emperor clans in a short 3 days and be unstoppable. God, the 6th heaven is going to be in great turmoil because of this. Look at those immortal emperor clans that were destroyed. Which one didn't invade the territory and forces of the Ping family? If they hadn't fought against the Ping family, which was related to Lin Sun, in the name of serving the 10-clan war league, how could they have suffered such a catastrophe? In the past, the Yuan sect once announced that anyone who is an enemy of Lin Sun is a mortal enemy of the Yuan sect. However, the 9 immortal emperor clans probably didn't care about this at all, right? Countless discussions and uproars sounded in the major forces of the sixth heaven. Regardless of their cultivation level, they were all shocked. When people gradually calmed down from the shock, some major forces realized that Lin Sun's appearance this time would lead to a monstrous catastrophe. If Lin Sun keeps hiding in the Yuan sect, the 10-clan battle alliance won't be able to do anything to him for a while, but he has left the Yuan sect and appeared in the sixth heaven. This is undoubtedly putting himself in the most dangerous situation. Let's wait and see. As soon as the 10-clan war league gets the news, it will send its forces to give Lin the most fatal blow. As the deputy pavilion master of Yuan sect, Lin Sun can't be a stupid and reckless person. He appeared in the sixth heaven in such a high-profile manner this time. Does he have other intentions? Just as the sixth heaven was in an uproar, all the clansmen of the Ping family had been placed in a treasure and taken away from Tianyun's sacred mountain by Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist body. But Lin Sun himself stayed. He is waiting. All his enemies in the sixth heaven have been thoroughly avenged by him one by one. When the news spreads, the 10-clan war league will definitely send people to deal with him, and Tianyun's sacred mountain, where the Ping family is located, is undoubtedly an extremely suitable place for fighting. 2 days later, the return of Greenwood Taoist body also let Lin Sun understand what happened. The entire Ping family has been successfully sent to the Aurora world in the depths of the Aurora cave, one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Chaos Demon Sea. Greenwood Taoist body also met with Lu Boya and Luo Qingshuan, and handed over the matter of settling the entire Ping family to Luo Shao, the patriarch of the Luo family. The resolution of this matter made Lin Sun completely relaxed. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The night wind was blowing gently. On the top of a lonely peak in Tianyun's sacred mountain, Lin Sun sat casually on the edge of the cliff with a wine gourd in his hand. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, making him look like a banished immortal. In another 20 years or so, Pavilion Master Yu Beihai will achieve the eternal Tao. At that time an unprecedented disaster will descend, Lin Sun pondered as he drank. This great calamity might appear in the Yuan Church, the Spirit Church, or even the Taiyu True Realm. But no matter what, their goal is to kill me. Lin Sun knew that his immortal supreme Tao path and the power of the divine order have made the eternal gods of the ninth heaven unable to sit still. These eternal gods may not appear, but they can command the 10 immortal giants, the Zen sect, and the witch sect to deal with him. Lin Sun is not afraid of this. But he can't tolerate such a disaster that will implicate too many people, such as the disciples of the Yuan sect, and the senior brothers and sisters of the Fengsuan mountain. It can be said that he would rather bear all of this himself than let these people suffer any harm. Therefore, he decided to come to the 6th heaven. He wants to fight the enemy with his own strength, and from the day he appeared in the 6th heaven, the initiative has actually shifted to his hands. The enemy will never think that he would dare to appear in the 6th heaven alone in such a situation. As long as the enemy sends forces to deal with him, they will be led by the nose. Lin Sun is confident that unless the true body of the eternal realm appears, it is almost impossible to find a force in this world that can threaten his life. Under such circumstances, he can't wait for the enemy to send more forces, the better. Within 20 years, I will strive to reach the transcendent realm great perfection. At that time it should be easier to deal with the eternal realm's will. After a long time, Lin Sun raised the wine gourd and took a big gulp. His abyss-like black eyes were filled with determination. On the 9th day after the destruction of the 9 immortal emperor clans, Tianlan Divine Land, the place where the immortal emperor clan's Xing family is located. Early this morning, the Xing family's patriarch, Xing Wanhong, led a group of big figures of the clan to a vast plain. Then, they stood silently, occasionally looking at the sky. After a full hour, a roar suddenly sounded in the depths of the sky, and the space tumbled violently. Then, a group of dazzling and majestic figures appeared out of thin air. It was as if the gods had descended. "Welcome, my lords." Xing Wanhong and the other big figures of the Xing family stiffened, then bowed in unison, with a look of awe from the bottom of their hearts. "No need to be so polite, take us to the place where we will stay." In the sky, a majestic figure said in a deep voice, like the sonorous voice of the great Tao. "Yes." Xing Wanyan solemnly accepted the order. He forcibly suppressed the anxiety and excitement in his heart and led the way with the other clansmen. And the 8th heaven. Compared with the heavenly domain, the spiritual energy in the 6th heaven is too thin. I really don't know how the people in this world reach the immortal realm. The 6th heaven is not bad. The 1st heaven is simply a stinking pool. Not to mention reaching the immortal realm, even reaching the Emperor Ancestor realm is very difficult. Why do you think Lin Sun chose to come to the 6th heaven? Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants with the potential of the Immortal Supreme? This child must have a plot, we have to investigate it carefully. The figures that descended like the gods conversed as they moved. They are all from the 8th heaven, a total of 10 people, each of whom is an old monster at the transcendent great perfection level. In the 6th heaven, they are absolutely supreme existences. The leader is an elder of the Wang family, named Wang Daoxing. He has a tall figure, a jade-like face, big sleeves, and a jasper ruler in his hand. The 9 people following him are from the other 9 immortal giants. Not long after, under the leadership of Xing Wanhong, Wang Daoxing and the others arrived at the place where the Xing family is located, Clumps of Clouds Divine Mountain. Inside a large hall, Wang Daoxing sat on the central seat and asked casually, "How's the news?" The other 9 old monsters sitting on the seats on both sides also looked at Xing Wanhong. Xing Wanhong was very reserved. Hearing this, he quickly took out a jade slip and respectfully presented it with both hands. "My lord, everything that happened a few days ago is recorded in this jade slip." Wang Daoxing took the jade slip and flipped through it. His expression was calm and serious. The jade slip recorded the incident of Lin Sun appearing in the Tianshui Divine Land to deal with the Yao family and the Ling family. It also recorded the details of the 9 immortal emperor clans in succession a few days ago. Moreover, the grievances between the Ping family and the 9 immortal emperor clans in the past 18 years were recorded in detail. This allowed Wang Daoxing to quickly understand what Lin Sun did in the 6th heaven these days. He handed the jade slip in his hand to the other old monsters, then looked at Xing Wanhong and said, "Have you found the whereabouts of Lin Sun?" Jing Wanhong bowed his head and said. Reporting to my lord, Lin Sun's whereabouts are elusive and terrifying. Even with the power of my clan, we can't find his whereabouts. An old monster snorted coldly. Useless trash. Jing Wanhong's heart trembled. He quickly bowed and apologized. Senior, please forgive me. Don't panic. This time, I'm afraid we will stay in your Jing family for a while. There are many things that need to be done. Wang Daoxing said softly. Jing Wanhong hurriedly said. It's a great honor for my Jing family to be able to receive your presents. No matter what request you have, my Jing family will go through water and tread on fire. Wang Daoxing nodded. You can rest assured that if things go well, when we leave, we will not treat your Jing family badly. Now, I have something I need you to do. Your Excellency, please instruct me. Jing Wanhong said solemnly. In the name of your Jing family, release the news to the outside world that the power of the Ten-Clan War Alliance has arrived in this world. Whoever can provide clues related to Lin Sun's whereabouts will get the friendship and reward of the 10 immortal giants. Wang Daoxing said in a deep voice. This sentence made Jing Wanhong's face change. In the name of the Jing family, if this news is released, I'm afraid Lin Sun will hate me for the first time. Why, is there a problem? Wang Daoxing asked. Jing Wanhong shivered all over. He secretly gritted his teeth and said firmly. I will do it now. Literature Hall, the power of the Ten-Clan War Alliance has arrived in the world and is now entrenched in the Jing family of the Immortal Emperor clan. The Jing family announced that as long as anyone can provide clues about Lin Sun, they will get a big reward from the 10 immortal giants. When such news came out, the entire sixth heaven was completely boiling, and countless waves were set off. The revenge of the Ten-Clan War Alliance has really come, but I don't know if Lin Sun is still in the sixth heaven now. Some people sighed. I have a hunch that since Lin Sun appeared in the sixth heaven in broad daylight this time, it is impossible for him to leave so easily. In other words, it is very likely that he is going to wrestle with the Ten-Clan Battle Alliance in the sixth heaven. Some people analyzed. The Jing family clearly stands on the side of the Ten-Clan War Alliance. Aren't they worried about being retaliated? The 9 great immortal emperor clans that were destroyed are all examples of what happened. Some people were speechless, thinking that the Jing family's move was destined to anger Lin Sun and provoke a great disaster. Oh, wrong, as long as Lin Sun dares to retaliate against the Jing family, he will definitely be targeted by the Ten-Clan War Alliance. In this way, Lin Sun is doomed to be doomed. This is an open and aboveboard plot. Let's see if Lin Sun really dares to go to the Jing family. Some people thought that they had seen through the intentions of the Ten-Clan War Alliance. And in this uproar and sensational situation, Lin Sun also got the news. On the same day, he released the news to the public. 3 days later, I will challenge the Ten-Clan War Alliance to the Tianyun Divine Mountain. When people learned of this, they were all dumbfounded. Too strong, who dared to imagine that Lin Sun would take the initiative to challenge the Ten-Clan War Alliance without waiting for others to find him? This was simply domineering. Where does Lin Sun get the confidence to challenge the Ten-Clan War Alliance like this? People couldn't understand. In the eyes of the cultivators of the sixth heaven, the Ten-Clan War Alliance stands in the eighth heaven. Each of them can be regarded as a giant ruler, and their influence covers the entire eternal true world. Only a transcendent force like the 4 ancestral halls could resist it. Now, although Lin Sun is already a deputy pavilion master in the Yuan sect, although he has already stepped into the transcendent realm, although he has heaven-defying combat power, how can he fight against the Ten-Clan War Alliance alone? Immortal Emperor Clan Jing family. When they heard the news, Wang Daoxing and the other transcending great perfection experts were also surprised. This matter is quite strange. This kid arrived in the sixth heaven and seems to be waiting for a battle with us. Within a hall, a thin, crimson-robed, white-haired old man frowned. If it's like that, then this kid definitely has sufficient confidence in his ability to act so arrogantly. Mu Yongting, an undying giant, an old antique of the Mu clan. The others nodded without end when they heard this. Unlike the cultivators of the sixth heaven, they know how tyrannical and terrifying a young man like Lin Sun is. In just a short span of 10 years, he managed to ascend from the Nirvana realm initial stage to the Transcendent realm in one fell swoop in the 10 demonic territory. Even the deity-level order was seized by him. Such a character with the potential of an immortal sovereign was enough to make any transcendent realm existence fearful. I suspect that he is not alone. The other man, who had a resolute appearance and a cold expression, said in a deep voice. He was dressed in black armor. Zhu Kong, an undying giant, an elder of the Zhu clan. You suspect that this is a trap set up by the Yuan sect? Wang Daoxing frowned and asked. It should be so. Otherwise, with Lin Sun's cultivation, how could he dare to challenge us in such a domineering manner? Zhu Kong said coldly. Yes, in the past years, the Yuan sect couldn't wait to treat Lin Sun like a treasure. For him, the entire Yuan sect didn't even hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with the 10 undying giants. But now, Lin Sun suddenly appeared in the 6th heaven and didn't hesitate to reveal his whereabouts. It would be a joke to say that he doesn't have any helpers around him. The crimson-robed, white-haired Mu Yongting sneered. If it was just Lin Sun alone, it would be easy to capture him, but what you said is right. If he has helpers around him and has already set up a trap, then we have to be vigilant. A beautiful woman who was as charming as fire and had snow-white skin said in a soft voice. Qi Ting Feng. An undying giant, an old antique of the Qi family. Wang Daoxing and the others also realized that there was something wrong with Lin Sun's challenge. After discussing for a long time, Wang Daoxing made a decision. Lin Sun came prepared, but aren't we the same? In the end, we still have to see what we can do. Since he challenged us to the Tianyun Path Mountain, we should go and see what this kid has up his sleeves. Everyone nodded. They also had many trump cards in their hands. As Transcendent Realm Great Perfection, they weren't afraid of some tricks. What's more, this was the 6th heaven, not the Yuan sect's ancestral court. Without the protection of the deity-level order, even if Lin Sun had helpers around him, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to them. We'll set off today and head to the Tianyun Divine Mountain in advance. Wang Daoxing stood up and walked out of the hall. The other 9 antiques followed closely behind. However, their understanding of Lin Sun was still stuck at 55 years ago. They didn't know that on the way back to the Yuan sect from the 10 demonic territory, Lin Sun slaughtered a group of Transcendent Realm Great Perfection with his Transcendent Realm Early Stage Cultivation. They also didn't know that Yuan sect's Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, Qi Wen, Tang Qiu, and other deputy pavilion masters were all killed by Lin Sun alone. Naturally, they didn't know that in the past 55 years, Lin Sun's cultivation had already broken through to the Transcendent Realm late stage. Even the 7 deputy pavilion masters, including Xian Failing, were no longer a threat to him. Even Tai Xian's will and Dharma idol couldn't do anything to Lin Sun, therefore, they didn't know that Lin Sun was acting alone this time. He didn't have any plans, plots, or helpers. The Tianyun Divine Mountain became the focus of the world's attention. In less than a day's time, many experts from major forces had gathered here. Lin Sun's challenge to the 10-clan battle alliance was here. This affected the minds of the major forces in the world. This was also destined to be the most sensational battle in the history of the 6th heaven. In the past, a battle of this level had never been staged at all. As a result, before the date of the battle arrived, many cultivators had already gathered in the area near the Tianyun Divine Mountain. They were all densely packed, all of them coming to watch the battle. Among them were elders of the Immortal Emperor clan, as well as influential figures who traveled the world. However, no matter how famous they were in the 6th heaven, how high their prestige, and how strong they were, in front of Lin Sun and the 10-clan battle alliance, they were destined to be insignificant. They couldn't compete with the sun and the moon. In order to avoid being affected by the upcoming battle, these cultivators who came to watch the battle stood far away. Time passed bit by bit as they waited. On the morning of the 3rd day of the battle, when dawn broke, the void in front of the Tianyun Divine Mountain suddenly fluctuated. One after another, majestic and dazzling figures appeared out of thin air. Just the power emanating from their bodies was enough to shake the world, causing the nearby mountains and rivers to tremble. The cultivators scattered in the nearby area all felt their knees go weak. Their minds were shaken, and their expressions couldn't help but change. They couldn't help but feel fear and awe. They subconsciously retreated a large distance away once again. Then, when they looked at the 10 majestic figures standing side by side in the distance, it was like seeing 10 suns lined up in the sky. It was enough to shock the world. 10 transcendent realm giants who have set foot on the immortal path. That kind of power is too terrifying. Why do I feel that if they wanted to kill me, I would be doomed eternally with just a thought or a glance? That kind of power is no different from a real god. It's far beyond our imagination. I'm afraid that I won't be able to touch that realm in this lifetime. Many people's hearts trembled, and they looked shocked. For most of them, it was the first time they had seen a transcendent realm great perfection. It was no different from witnessing a legendary figure descending to the world. The 10 great figures who arrived were naturally Wang Daoxing and the others. In their eyes, the dense crowd of spectators in the distance were simply like ants, and they were directly ignored by them. After they appeared, their eyes were already looking at the Tianyun Divine Mountain in the distance. Their expressions were indifferent, and their aura was circulating all over their bodies. It was as if they were gods overlooking the mortal world. Lin Sun, we've already come as promised. Why don't you show yourself? Wang Daoxing spoke indifferently. Every single word he spoke was like a thunderclap that rumbled and exploded beneath the sky. It shook the space to the point it fell into disorder, the layer of clouds collapsed, and terrifying divine might swept out, causing even the heavens and the earth to dim down. Many cultivators in the distance were seeing stars and coughed up blood. Some were directly struck to the point of being paralyzed on the ground, and it was so uncomfortable that they almost fainted. This wasn't intentional, but Wang Daoxing's imposing aura was too powerful. Even if they were extremely far away and even if it wasn't directed at the spectators, they were still affected by it. Leave. Leave quickly. A power of this level isn't something we can observe at all. Leave quickly. The expressions of many cultivators in the distance changed, and they chose to leave at the first possible moment. They'd originally intended to watch the battle, but only now did they realize how laughable and ignorant they were. The strength possessed by such an existence that was like a god in the heavens wasn't something they could observe at all. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Just think about it. The imposing aura emanated from a single sentence had shaken many to the point they coughed up blood and fell to the ground. So, once the battle began, then how terrifying would the aftershock of the battle be? It was even to the extent that over 80% of the distant spectators had chosen to leave. Compared to watching the battle, preserving their lives was the most important. In the end, only some old men that had stepped foot onto the eternal path and some experts at the imperial ancestor realm hadn't left. But even then, these people were still prepared to leave at any moment. I've been waiting here for a long time. Along with an indifferent voice, a tall figure appeared out of thin air in the sky above Tianyun Divine Mountain. He had his hands behind his back, wore moon-white clothes, and his black hair fluttered while a green-skinned bottle gourd hung at his waist. He seemed solitary like an immortal, and he revealed an elegant bearing of standing aloof from the world. It was exactly Lin Sun. With Lin Sun's appearance, Wang Daoxing and the others all locked their gazes on him. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. The spectators in the distance all held their breaths. They thought to themselves, Lin Sun actually dared to appear alone. Where did he get his confidence from? Just you? The red-robed, white-haired Mu Yongting said. His eyes shone with divine light, as if he wanted to see through the entire Tianyun Divine Mountain. I alone am more than enough to deal with you all, Lin Sun said indifferently. He could tell at a glance that these old antiques must have some doubts in their hearts. They didn't understand why he dared to take the risk alone. Heh, what arrogance. Deputy Pavilion Master Lin achieved success at a young age. You've ascended to the upper echelons of the Yuan sect and achieved the transcendent level. Do you think that you can ignore us just because you have the so-called immortal supreme potential? Qi Tingfeng, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous body, said with a smile. Lin Sun took out the wine gourd and took a sip, saying, Everyone, you're not here to chat with me, are you? He was very relaxed and casual. Even in the face of 10 old antiques in the transcendent realm great perfection, he didn't show a trace of fear. However, the more he acted like this, the more doubts Wang Daoxing and the others had. We're already here. Naturally, we won't be afraid of you. At this point, why don't we speak frankly? What do you think? Wang Daoxing said in a deep voice. Lin Sun put away the wine gourd and said, I really don't know what else to say at this moment. His seemingly casual, but actually domineering attitude made Wang Daoxing and the others frown. In a place far away, the spectators were already frightened. They were all sweating for Lin Sun. How dare he confront the power of the Ten-Clan Battle Alliance like this? Was he really not afraid of being cut into pieces? Are you sure you want to fight us here with your own strength? Wearing black armor, Zhu Kong said coldly with a fierce expression. His voice was filled with monstrous murderous intent. Yes. Lin Sun nodded. I really can't figure out why the Yuan sect has the heart to watch you come to the sixth heaven to die. Lin Sun, can you explain to me? Mu Yongting frowned. Lin Sun suddenly laughed. Everyone, you don't have to test me like this. There's no one here except me. What's more, I don't want to ask others for help just to deal with you. He paused for a moment, and then his gaze turned piercingly cold as he swept Wang Daoxing and the others. Now, do you understand? His words were incomparably domineering, and had the power to look down upon the mountains and rivers. Moreover, they carried an undisguised disdain towards these elders of the Ten Clans War Alliance. This caused the expressions of Wang Daoxing and the others to become much gloomier. However, their hearts were much calmer. They'd already sensed this expanse of mountains and rivers, and they really hadn't noticed any other forces lying in ambush. According to their inference, even if Lin Sun had a trump card, it was probably related to the Eternal Realm's Dharma idol. And they had their own ways to deal with it. If the heaven wants him dead, it will make him mad. Everyone, today, let's kill Lin Sun in this sixth heaven and return peace to the world. Wang Daoxing made his decision. Clang, a thick and boundless ancient sword that was pitch black like ink surged into appearance behind him, and a sword howl surged through the heavens and the earth. Boom, the nearby void collapsed, and the mountains burst and collapsed like paper. It seemed that the heavens and the earth, the mountains, and the rivers couldn't bear the aura of this ancient sword. That scene caused the distant spectators to feel a chill run down their spines. That's right. Mu Yongting, Zhu Kong, Qi Tingfeng, and the others nodded, and overwhelming killing intent rushed out of their bodies. At this moment, the terrifying aura of the Great Way seemed to be on the verge of disrupting the world, causing the entire sky to fall into a kind of collapsing turbulence. The distant spectators couldn't stand still, and their faces turned pale with horror as they retreated even further away. It should have been like this a long time ago. The nonsense before was simply annoying. Lin Sun sighed softly. Go. Tut. Slash. Almost at the same time, the three elders, Wang Daoxing, Qi Tingfeng, and Mu Yongting, made a move together, and each took out an ancient sword, a jade ruler, and a pagoda. The ancient sword flashed through the sky, crushing the land, and the sword intent pressed down like the sky. It was heavy and boundless, and when the immortal power of law spread, it reflected numerous incredible phenomena. Sword suppressing the sky, the jade ruler was as fast as a flowing light, like a snow-white thin line. It flashed out of thin air at an unbelievable speed and arrived in front of Lin Sun. Ultimate formless ruler, the pagoda was in the shape of the 9 palaces, and it was divided into 9 layers, which transformed into 9 layers of divine lights of different colors. After it soared into the sky, it seemed as if 9 gates of purgatory had been opened, and terrifying great way energies like wind, thunder, earth, fire, yin, and yang surged out. 9th Realm Demonic Pagoda, the 3 attacks all revealed the monstrous might of a transcendent realm great perfection. Not to mention the experts of other realms, even those in the same realm would have to avoid it. It was too terrifying. Undoubtedly, Wang Daoxing and the others weren't careless. They were worried that an unforeseen event would occur, so they didn't hold back at all. At the peak of Tianyun Mountain, Lin Sun's expression was calm. Facing such an attack, he only sent out 3 palms in succession. Clang, the first palm collided with the ultimate formless ruler. Divine radiance splashed, and destructive power spread. This divine weapon that had been nurtured for countless years was slapped to the point of being forcefully sent flying. Zhu Kong's pupils constricted. Boom, the second palm strike seemed to have blasted apart the thick sky, and the sword inside condensed by the ancient sword collapsed and dispersed while the ancient sword itself trembled without end. Wang Daoxing frowned. Clang, with the third palm, the 9 realms demon domain pagoda seemed to be hit by the wind and rain. Countless light showers shattered, and the pagoda itself was shaken. Qi Tingfeng let out a soft cry of surprise. The 3 palms happened almost instantaneously. In the head-on collision, the three antiques' divine weapons were smashed and sent flying one by one. This scene made the antiques who had not yet made a move reveal a strange expression. Transcendent realm late. It turns out that in just over 50 years, this kid has broken through from the transcendent realm early to the late. No wonder he dares to be so fearless. The antiques seemed to have understood, and an indescribable feeling of jealousy surged in their hearts. In the 10 years in the 10 demonic territory, Lin Sun had gone from a nirvana god early to the transcendent realm. After more than 50 years, his cultivation had broken through to the transcendent realm late. This speed of advancement was so swift that it could simply be said to be unprecedented throughout the ages, so how could these old fellows not be envious? It should be known that among them, the least time to cultivate was tens of thousands of years, and the longest was hundreds of thousands of years. However, they were still stuck in the transcendent realm great perfection. Compared to Lin Sun's advancement speed, it was nothing. What surprised them the most was that not only was Lin Sun's advancement speed fast, but he was also able to withstand the attacks of the three antiques with his transcendent realm late cultivation. Such combat power was far beyond ordinary. It was also because of this that they finally understood why Lin Sun dared to challenge them in the sixth heaven. Everyone, it's better to attack together. Otherwise, you will only lose faster. In the distance, when Lin Sun spoke, the figure that had been standing still suddenly moved. He took a step forward, and his aura suddenly changed. Boom, his body shone, and the immortal divine halo appeared behind him. The horrifying great path's divine might turned into a huge abyss that swallowed the sky, as if it wanted to swallow everything in the world. Buzz, the abyssal sword cauldron emerged and rushed over with him. Let's attack together and finish the battle quickly. Wang Daoxing's eyes burst with divine light. He controlled the ancient sword and led everyone to rush forward. How terrifying would it be when 10 transcendent realm great perfection existences attacked? At that moment, the world was completely in chaos. The Tianyun Divine Mountain, which was regarded as a first-class paradise in the sixth heaven, collapsed, unable to withstand such terrifying power. The spectators in the distance felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, and their minds were shaken. Not to mention watching the battle, they couldn't even see what was happening on the battlefield. For a time only the rumbling sound of the great path resounded in this world. On the battlefield, Lin Sun, who was besieged, was surrounded by enemies from all directions. Various Dao soldiers wrapped in dazzling and blazing divine brilliance released a turbulent torrent of power. The sky and the earth were drowned by the terrifying murderous intent. There was no way to escape, and there was no way to avoid. If it were anyone else, they would have already given up all hope. However, Lin Sun was not suppressed. In other words, from the moment the battle began, he did not dodge at all. Instead, he chose to face it head-on and displayed his cultivation. As early as in the Yuan sect, the 7 deputy pavilion masters besieged him together, but they couldn't do anything to him. Now, even if it were the 10 old antiques of the 10-clan battle alliance, they could only do the same. It was just that there were 3 more of them. The number of opponents would only play a key role in a situation where the opponent was evenly matched. Unfortunately, this was destined to not be an evenly matched battle. It was also destined that the number of opponents would become irrelevant. In a flash. Clang! An ancient sword was shaken to the point of buzzing and trembling. Wang Daoxing's figure swayed, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. He was so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood. His expression immediately changed. How is this possible? Almost at the same time, Lin Sun urged the sword cauldron to resolve the nearby attacks one by one. It was not strenuous at all. On the contrary, it seemed extremely easy. This made the old antiques' expressions change. They had all used their full strength without reservation, but they couldn't suppress Lin Sun at all. On the contrary, when they fought with Lin Sun, their aura was shaken to the point that they felt great pressure and showed signs of being suppressed. Kill! 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 Each of them was ruthless, and their divine might was vast. They were like burning suns. In the battlefield, they exerted all the techniques they had mastered. Such power could easily kill someone in the same realm. It could be said to be the pinnacle power under the eternal realm in the world. But even under such a siege, they still couldn't do anything to Lin Sun. Along with the passage of time, all of their expressions were heavy, ashen, and bewildered. Although Lin Sun was alone and only had transcendent realm late cultivation, he gave them a feeling that he was unshakable and indestructible. This was too unbelievable. It had completely exceeded all their expectations and imagination. Originally, they thought that Lin Sun had asked for help here, which was why he dared to declare war against them without fear. But now, they deeply realized that they had guessed wrong. With just the power that Lin Sun had mastered, these old antiques felt that they were unable to move him. How terrifying was this? Lin Sun's heaven-defying combat strength caused the expressions of the 10 seniors to change, and they realized that the situation was far from good. At the same time, they thought of the same thing, the power of the immortal Supreme Being. The power Lin Sun showed now was no different from that of the Supreme on the immortal way. Boom, suddenly, the situation of the battle changed. Lin Sun broke the siege in one fell swoop, activated the sword cauldron, and heavily injured a senior. This old antique was a transcendent realm great perfection of the Qi clan. His name was Xianxia, and he wielded a pair of giant axes. However, at this moment, his body was almost split apart by the sword cauldron, and blood sprayed from his mouth and nose while his entire body was blasted flying. This sudden scene caused the hearts of all the other seniors to feel cold. 10 people joined hands, but Lin Sun reversed the situation. Who would believe it if it was spread out? Dang, Xianxia was shaken back. Lin Sun was like a trapped dragon rising to the sky. With a wave of his fist, he smashed away Qi Tingfeng's formless ruler. The latter trembled and coughed up blood. At the same time, the joint attacks of the other old geezers were obliterated and dealt with by the eternal laws that Lin Sun emanated. Everyone, it's best to use your trump cards as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to use them later. In the battle, Lin Sun's voice was calm. Humph. Wang Daoxing and others looked at each other with fierce eyes. They almost launched a desperate attack on Lin Sun. However, all of this was destined to be futile. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't hurt Lin Sun at all. On the contrary, some of them were constantly injured in the battle. Some were shaken and coughed up blood, some were cut by the sword Qi, some were broken by the fist, and some, there were many more. On the other hand, Lin Sun's aura surged like a rainbow. He was like a sovereign lord rampaging about, and every single one of his attacks was so oppressive that the old-timers had no choice but to go all out to deal with them. This caused the eyes of Wang Daoxing and the others to almost split apart from rage, and they were unable to accept all of this. Lin Sun's combat power completely overturned all their previous judgments and estimates. They had never expected that Lin Sun could be so powerful. As if he was invincible, seeing that Lin Sun was unstoppable and was about to completely suppress them, Wang Daoxing finally let out a loud shout. Activate! Instantly, a golden scroll unfurled in the void. Boom, in an instant, a Wildharma idol appeared. It was an old man who was as imposing as a god. His hair was snow white, and there was a sword-shaped symbol between his brows. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a legendary sword god. At this moment, the heavens and the earth fell silent. The terrifying and boundless eternal realm aura was like a landslide and a tsunami, causing all living things to lose their color and all living beings to fall silent. It was as if the 9 heavens and 10 earths had surrendered at its feet. That level of power was too terrifying. Senior, please take action and capture this fiend. Wang Daoxing cupped his fists in greeting. The other seniors revealed excited expressions as well. This will came from a legendary figure in the 9th heaven, an eternal existence with the title of Heavenly Sword God, Song Jiansheng. A transcendent late realm youngster has rendered all of you helpless. Is the disciple that old man Pewdie has been waiting for so long really so heaven-defying? Song Jiansheng's Dharma idol sighed lightly. The sword symbol at the center of his brows revolved while sword qi surged throughout his entire body, and an eternal pressure covered the heavens and the earth, causing Wang Daoxing and the other seniors to feel waves of terror in their hearts. Of course, there was also shame. After fighting for so long, they were not only helpless, but also injured. Looking at Lin Sun, he was unscathed and his clothes were spotless. Such a comparison showed the superiority and inferiority. Young man, since you dare to appear here alone, you must have a life-saving means. Now, I will give you a chance to display your life-saving means. Song Jiansheng looked at Lin Sun and said indifferently, in the future, even if old man Pewdie knows that it is I who captured his proudest disciple, he will never slander me for bullying the weak." These words caused Wang Daoxing and the others to be unable to help but feel like they were looking up to a lofty mountain. "Life-saving means?" Lin Sun sneered, "Old guy, do you really think that you can do whatever you want with your Dharma idol?" Song Jianqing raised his eyebrows, and his eyes became cold. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." He stretched out a hand. Boom, a strict sword formation appeared, like a cage of the Great Way, filled with the coercion belonging to the eternal realm. Even the rules of heaven and earth were distorted and changed at this moment. So strong. Wang Daoxing and others trembled. Even old antiques like them rarely saw the eternal realm's Dharma idol in action. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and the sword cauldron soared into the air, suddenly shining brightly in the void. Boom, the strict sword formation, like a cage of the Great Way, was broken by the abyssal sword cauldron, turning into a rain of light that poured all over the sky. This, Wang Daoxing and others were shocked. Their pupils dilated in disbelief. The power of the eternal realm's Dharma idol was enough to easily kill any transcendent realm existence. This was a well-known fact. But now, this iron law recognized throughout the ages was broken by Lin Sun. Song Jianqing couldn't help but be surprised. Divine light surged in his eyes, and he nodded. "What an immortal supreme way. It is indeed an unprecedented great way." As he spoke, his sleeves fluttered, and the sword-shaped symbol between his eyebrows suddenly swept out, turning into a strangely shaped, sharp and dazzling divine sword in the void. At this moment, Wang Daoxing and other old antiques felt a sharp pain as if their minds were being torn apart. This sword chi was so strong that it made their hair stand on end, and they felt a suffocating threat. "Go!" Song Jianqing waved his sleeves. The dazzling divine sword slashed out fiercely. It was like a light that cut through the sky. The light was indescribable, and its power was indescribable. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure transformed. 5 Tao bodies whizzed out, and together with his original body, they violently rushed towards Song Jianqing. Boom, an earth-shattering roar resounded. Song Jianqing's sword was forcibly resisted by Lin Sun, and Song Jianqing's original body and the 5 Tao bodies had already gathered to besiege Song Jianqing. No matter if it was Song Jianqing's main body or clone, both of them revealed unprecedented and extreme combat strength at this moment. They suddenly besieged Song Jianqing and actually suppressed Song Jianqing's will avatar, causing it to be unable to break free. Song Jianqing was almost stunned. For an eternal realm existence like him, even if he used his Dharma idol, he could kill a transcendent realm expert with a flick of his finger. Even if he thought that Lin Sun's immortal supreme way was far beyond ordinary, he didn't take it seriously at all. Who would have thought that in just a moment, the power used by Lin Sun drowned his whole body? How could Song Jianqing accept this sudden siege and bombardment? "Open!" His beard and hair were flying, and his robe was fluttering. The terrifying sword intent was fierce and incomparably powerful, full of mysterious and unpredictable eternal breath. However, even though these sword chi could easily crush any transcendent realm existence, it didn't include Lin Sun. Boom, with the attack, Lin Sun's original body and his 5 Tao bodies became more and more powerful, dissolving the sword chi into powder one by one. Song Jianqing tried to break through several times, but he was severely suppressed by Lin Sun. This made him feel aggrieved. His face was blue, and his dignity seemed to be trampled and humiliated. He was completely angry. Before, he was still like a supreme dominator, teaching Lin Sun a lesson as a junior. But he never thought that Lin Sun, a junior, was so powerful that Lin Sun's Dharma idol could not break through. Like a trapped beast. Boom, an angry Song Jianqing was undoubtedly terrifying. But as the battle continued, not only did he not break through, but he was also beaten by Lin Sun and his doppelganger. His willpower was rapidly consumed. In the distance, Wang Daoxing and others all widened their eyes as if they were struck by lightning. That was the eternal realm's Dharma idol. Now, it was beaten by a young transcendent realm late. If this spread to the 9th heaven, Song Jianqing, the absolute sword god, would become the world's biggest laughingstock. For Wang Daoxing and the others, they felt a chill down their spine. At this moment, they further realized that if it weren't for the trump card they brought this time, with just the strength of the 10 of them, it was very likely that they would die in the 6th heaven. Lin Sun's combat power was too heaven-defying, and it couldn't be measured by common sense at all. "Zukong, hurry up and bring out the Dharma idol you brought with you," Wang Daoxing shouted. This time, they came with two eternal will Dharma idols. One was owned by Tsang Jianxing, a great figure of the Tsang family of the Ninth Heaven Eternal God clan. The other was owned by Wen Jiugao, a great figure of the Wen family of the Ninth Heaven Eternal God clan. Boom! Almost without delay, Zukong brought out a cyan jade talisman. As the jade talisman exploded, a thin and tall figure appeared out of thin air. He was wearing a high hat and ancient clothes, with a thin appearance. It was the Eternal Realm Wen Jiugao's Dharma idol. When seeing Lin Sun and his doppelganger suppressed Tsang Jianxing's Dharma idol, Wen Jiugao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, revealing a look of disbelief. Immediately, he made a move without hesitation. Boom, he took a step and came to the battlefield in an instant, waving his fist towards Lin Sun. A crystalline and resplendent green fist that was filled with an eternal aura that pressed forward with an indomitable will. It was simple, direct, and tyrannical to an unimaginable extent. However, at this moment, a loud laughter that shook the world came from Lin Sun's mouth. "Old guy, I've been waiting for you to appear for a long time, so that we can close the net together." With that, Lin Sun suddenly exerted his innate supernatural power. Gate of Exile. Boom, it was as if the heavens and earth had been split apart. This entire world was swallowed up by a gigantic crack in time and space, and within the crack was a door that spanned 1,000 zhang. It was as if an abyss that led to hell had been opened up, and as it appeared, it was as if the entire world had been swallowed up. Everyone only felt that their eyes were dark, and their hearts were filled with uncontrollable horror. Not good. Damn it. The Dharma idols of Tsang Jianxing and Wen Jiugao were horrified and turned pale. As soon as they realized that something was wrong, they wanted to dodge. But how could Lin Sun let them do as they wished? He and his 5 doppelgangers attacked the 2 Eternal Realm Dharma idols with all their strength. No. Tsang Jianxing and Wen Jiugao roared furiously. Their eyes were red, but because they were besieged by Lin Sun, they had no chance to dodge at all. They could only watch the Gate of Exile descend, then, they and Lin Sun were all swallowed up, 3 times in a row. Have a good weekend. As early as the beginning of the battle, Lin Sun had expected that the enemy would come with a trump card. And this trump card must be related to the Eternal Realm's Dharma form. Therefore, whether it was fighting with Wang Daoxing and others, or fighting with Tsang Jianxing's Dharma form, Lin Sun had been waiting. Waiting for an opportunity to completely wipe out the opponent's trump card. Therefore, when Wen Jiugao appeared, Lin Sun did not hesitate to use the Gate of Exile. This caught the opponent off guard and engulfed the Dharma form of the 2 Eternal Realm figures in one fell swoop. When the Gate of Exile appeared, Wang Daoxing and other 10 old antiques were also affected. They retreated at the first time and tried their best to resist the terrible dragging force. Fortunately, when Lin Sun and the 2 Eternal Realm Dharma idols were fighting, they had already retreated far away, and thus managed to escape unscathed. However, when they saw the Eternal Realm Dharma form of Tsang Jianxing and Wen Jiugao were swallowed by the terrible spacetime portal together with Lin Sun, Wang Daoxing and others were shocked and broke into a cold sweat. The Gate of Exile is a kind of forbidden divine ability of the Devouring Abyss. This boy used this divine ability to kill many powerful opponents a few years ago. Doesn't this mean that the Dharma form of the 2 seniors are, even though Wang Daoxing and others were used to seeing big scenes, they were still shocked by this scene. It was too horrifying. First, Tsang Jianxing's Dharma form was suppressed by Lin Sun and his doppelganger, which was unacceptable. But when Wen Jiugao's Dharma form appeared, it was attacked by such a forbidden divine ability before it could show its true power. This was undoubtedly too horrible. Whoosh, in just a few breaths, Lin Sun's figure swept out of the Gate of Exile. Of course, he was the only one who could do that. The Dharma form of Tsang Jianxing and Wen Jiugao had disappeared. Or, it was impossible for them to appear again in the future. Seeing this scene, Wang Daoxing and others, who were already in turmoil, felt cold all over and realized that something was wrong. Everyone, if you have any other means, just show them. Lin Sun's black hair fluttered, his cold eyes were like lightning, and his momentum became more and more terrible. As soon as he appeared, he stepped in the air and rushed towards Wang Daoxing and others. Go! Wang Daoxing immediately decided to retreat. Even the Eternal Realm's Dharma idol could do nothing to Lin Sun. Even if they risked their lives, it would be no different from hitting a stone with an egg. Seeing that they were about to leave, Lin Sun sneered, "I knew it would be like this." He pinched his fingers. Buzz, the nomological powers of heaven and earth quietly changed. Countless strands of the light of time interweaved and appeared, transforming into restrictive powers that covered this world. It trapped Wang Daoxing and the others who were about to flee. Time restriction. Wang Daoxing and others were experienced and knowledgeable. They instantly saw through Lin Sun's means, and their faces changed. Boom, they activated their treasures and attacked with all their might, trying to break the formation. But it was all in vain. Lin Sun's figure had already rushed into the spacetime seal and began to kill. The abyssal sword cauldron soared through the air, heading straight for the nearest ancient artifact. Condense. He was from the Zhongli clan, and he was an extremely ruthless and decisive figure. At this moment, he'd utilized a forbidden secret technique, causing his entire body to be covered in black mist. Moreover, a scarlet-red shield of light had appeared in front of him. However, such a secret method was like a fragile eggshell in front of Lin Sun's sword cauldron, and was flattened by a palm. Bang, the blood-red light shield shattered, and the billowing black mist exploded. No! A shrill howl came from inside, and then stopped abruptly. When the light rain dissipated, the void was in disorder. As for the Zhongli family's ancient artifact, he had already been killed by the sword cauldron, and his body and soul were smashed to pieces. The whole place was dead silent. A transcendent realm great perfection was killed by Lin Sun just like that. No one dared to believe it, but they had to. Wang Daoxing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he shouted hoarsely, "Hurry up, let's deal with him together." Boom, the group of ancient artifacts rushed towards Lin Sun with all their might. They had tested it before, and it was impossible to break the time restriction with their strength alone. Under such circumstances, they could only fight with Lin Sun with all their might. Kill! Wang Daoxing's breath soared wildly, and his whole heart was filled with anger. He gnashed his teeth, and said word by word, "I swear to sacrifice my life as the price to make up for the deficiency of heaven, in exchange for the punishment of killing the enemy." As his voice spread, every word he uttered flew out in the air, turned into a blood-red mark, and was imprinted on a heavy black Taoist sword in his hand. Suddenly, the black Taoist sword burst out a horrible murderous aura, and the blade became as red as blood. There was no doubt that this was a forbidden secret method. Boom, after Wang Daoxing finished speaking, he fiercely slashed with the sword. The black Taoist sword shone with blood-red light, and ancient runes appeared on the hilt and blade. There were 9 of them, like the sword of judgment and blade of judgment from heaven. Crack, there seemed to be a blood-red light between heaven and earth, traversing the sky. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of this sword, Lin Sun's eyes were emotionless, like an eternal abyss. He raised his hand, and his crystal-clear palm shone with the power of the immortal law. He clenched his hand into a fist, and then punched out. Boom, the power of this punch was simply unimaginable. Everyone only felt that the world was collapsing, the sun and the moon were inverted, and even the whole world seemed to be drawn by this punch. The incredible power gathered into an invincible light beam. Crack, the blood-red sword light of tens of meters collapsed as soon as it touched the punch. Like glass being smashed by a giant hammer, the punch instantly bombarded the heavy black Taoist sword with irresistible force. Clang, the black Taoist sword flew out of Lin Sun's hand, buzzing and wailing. In the end, the invincible punch directly penetrated Wang Daoxing's chest under his incredible gaze. How is this possible? Wang Daoxing still maintained the posture of slashing with the sword, but his eyes were full of disbelief. At this moment, Lin Sun was much stronger than when he fought with them just now, showing the invincible power of the Supreme Master. This undoubtedly proved that even when he was besieged by the 10 antiques, Lin Sun still held back his strength. It was also at this moment that he released his unprecedented combat power. Bang, the light in Wang Daoxing's eyes quickly dimmed, and finally returned to silence. Then, the surging punch burst out of his body, causing his Taoist body to suddenly explode and vanish. With one punch, someone as powerful as Wang Daoxing was killed. As Wang Daoxing guessed before his death, Lin Sun didn't fully display his cultivation until now, because it was the stage of drawing the net, and there was no need to hold back. The other antiques felt cold in their hearts, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The antiques of the Zhongli family were dead, and so was Wang Daoxing. This scene made them feel completely terrified. Lin Sun, who was in front of them, was like a supreme being. Each of his punches and kicks possessed unparalleled power. Kill! 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 Their eyes were bloodshot, and they seemed to be completely crazy. Their attacks became more and more terrifying, and they were completely desperate. Unfortunately, under the cover of the seal of time, all their attacks couldn't hurt Lin Sun at all. At that time, even Xian Failing and the other 6 deputy pavilion heads couldn't force Lin Sun to use his full strength, let alone these antiques among the 10 immortal giants. In terms of fighting strength, these antiques were inferior to Xian Failing and the others. But at this time, Lin Sun didn't hold back at all. In a flash, 3 more antiques were killed on the spot. One was smashed into pieces by the abyssal sword cauldron, one was split in half by the Taoist sword, and the last one was killed by Lin Sun's palm print. It could be said that Lin Sun was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Go! Soon, the antique of the Jing family waved a 9-inch long black dagger with colorful light and stabbed at Lin Sun like a ghost. This stab had used all his strength. A sonic boom came from the tip of the dagger, and layers of curse-like vicious power appeared one after another, accompanied by an ancient and boundless incantation. Thorn of Curse, it was an extremely overbearing and vicious power of order. Any strong man, once stabbed by it, would be attacked by the curse. His mind and spirit would decay, and he would die. But under the shocked gaze of the Jing clan's old fogey, Lin Sun stretched out his right hand and directly grasped the black dagger. No matter how the curse power on the dagger burst out one after another and entangled Lin Sun's hand like a strange light, it could do nothing to Lin Sun. Even Lin Sun's palm didn't have a scar. No matter how vicious and evil the order profundities in this world are, they can no longer harm me, Lin Sun said calmly. Then, he exerted force in his palms and fingers, releasing the immortal rule that was refined with 60% of the Nirvana sequence power. With a loud bang, the order power contained within the black dagger was forcefully crushed. As Lin Sun pushed out with his right hand, the patriarch of the Jing clan tried to dodge, only to find that his body seemed to have been immobilized, and he couldn't move at all. He could only watch Lin Sun's palm pressing on his head. Puff, in the eyes of outsiders, the antique of Jing family was like a fixed puppet. After being hit by Lin Sun's palm, the antique exploded inch by inch from the top of his head. In the end, the antique was smashed into pieces, and his soul disappeared. Then, Lin Sun attacked again. With great momentum, he attacked the remaining 4 antiques. Shrill screams rang out. Scalding blood splattered everywhere. In the seal of time, Ji Tingfang's snow-white neck was twisted off, and her plump and charming body exploded. Mu Yongding's head was smashed with a slap, and his spirit was smashed into pieces. One antique after another was killed in unwillingness, fear, and anger. When they were alive, they were as high and mighty as gods. They were supreme beings who could make other heavens tremble with a stamp of their feet. They had proved their Tao for countless years, and they looked down on the world. Hundreds of millions of living creatures could only prostrate themselves before their divine power. But now, they were all killed in the seal of time. In the billowing blood, the 10 antiques from the 10 immortal giants all died in the underworld. Only Lin Sun stood among them. He seemed to stand aloof from the world. The world gradually became silent. The area within a radius of thousands of miles had turned into a collapsed and withered land. There were no mountains, rivers, vegetation, or trees. In the distance, many figures forcibly suppressed the panic in their hearts and approached this side. These were all cultivators who had been watching the battle in the nearby area. After Tsang Jianqing's will manifestation descended into the world, they immediately fled far away. Therefore, no one saw what happened before. At this time, when they saw Lin Sun's figure standing in the void, these spectators were all stunned. Their pupils widened little by little, and uncontrollable horror began to spread on their cheeks. Lin Sun was the only one alive in the world of destruction. How could anyone who saw this scene not know that Wang Daoxing and the other 10 immortal giants from the 8th heaven have all died in this disaster? Moreover, the eternal realm will manifestation was likely to be defeated by Lin Sun, At the thought of this, those spectators were dumbfounded. On the 22nd day after Lin Sun arrived in the 6th heaven, he killed 2 Eternal Realm Will manifestations and 10 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection experts at the peak of Tianyun Divine Mountain. The news came out, and the world was shocked. How terrifying. How did he do it? Many major forces were completely shocked when they heard the news. According to the spectators, when the battle broke out, the sky and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. Not to mention the existence of Heavenly Longevity Realm, even the old monsters of Nirvana Realm could only retreat far away. They couldn't watch the battle at all. This is by no means something that Lin Sun can do alone. How can someone like him shake the will of an Eternal Realm expert? So, someone else is secretly helping Lin Sun? It must be so. Don't forget, Yuan sect is one of the 4 ancestral halls. How can they just stand by and watch? All kinds of discussions sounded. In this battle, the forces sent by the 10-clan battle alliance were completely annihilated, which was simply unacceptable. When discussing Lin Sun's combat power, they unanimously agreed that it was impossible to achieve this with Lin Sun's combat power alone. In this regard, Lin Sun naturally couldn't explain anything. Some things were like this, breaking the rules and creating miracles. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, no one would believe it was true. The Jing family is finished. There were also people who predicted that the immortal Emperor clan Jing clan, who had become the dog of the 10-clan war alliance, would be annihilated. In fact, on the 2nd day after the battle on the Tianyun Divine Mountain, the immortal Emperor clan's Jing clan suffered a disaster. Just like the 9 undying Emperor clans that were destroyed before, the Jing clan's higher-ups were all killed, their Emperor realm experts were crippled, their order energy was taken, and the clan's foundation was uprooted. Such a familiar way of dealing with things, who wouldn't know who did it? For a time, another uproar occurred in the 6th heaven. The Tianyun Divine Mountain had already been destroyed during the battle. But Lin Sun didn't leave. As if nothing had happened, he continued to stay there, meditating and waiting quietly. Annihilating Wang Daoxing and other old fogies allowed Lin Sun to seize a large amount of plentiful spoils of war, and it allowed Lin Sun to not have to worry about cultivation resources in the short term. Late at night. The world was quiet and clear. Above the ruins, Lin Sun sat cross-legged. With my current battle strength, I can easily destroy an Eternal Realm expert's Dharma idol if I suddenly use the Gate of Exile. Even if the other party has a secret treasure related to time, it won't be of much use, Lin Sun pondered. In the past, his cultivation was limited. The magical power he displayed was easily resisted and resolved by the enemy's carefully prepared secret treasure of time. But now it was different. His cultivation could easily suppress the old monsters at the Transcendent Realm Great Perfection. Under such circumstances, even if the other party used the secret treasure of time, it would be useless. Just like in the battle with Wang Daoxing and others, the treasures used by the other party contained the power to resist the power of time. Obviously, they came prepared and knew very well that Lin Sun's magical power was the most frightening. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Lin Sun could easily kill them with only his cultivation. This was the key to their total annihilation. If the 10-clan battle alliance learns of this news, will they send more experts? Lin Sun pondered. Lin Sun pondered for a while. He decided to wait for a while. If the other party is afraid of him, he won't waste any more time in the 6th heaven. The 8th heaven. Wang family, the immortal giant. In a towering palace filled with divine brilliance. Boom. Wang Zhongtian, the patriarch of the Wang family, smashed the teacup, and his elegant and handsome face had become extremely gloomy. On both sides of the main hall, a group of high-level figures of the Wang family sat, and their faces were quite ugly at the moment. Just now, they had received the news and learned about what happened in the 6th heaven. This must be a trap. Someone said in a deep voice, Yuan sect used Lin Sun as bait and has already made arrangements in the 6th heaven. Otherwise, with Lin Sun's ability, I'm afraid he would have been killed many times. Someone nodded and said, this child's combat power is heaven-defying and has the potential of the immortal supreme. Maybe he can fight against the old monsters at the Transcendent Realm Great Perfection, but I don't believe that he has the ability to kill the will of the Eternal Realm. It's certain that Yuan sect wants to start a war with us in advance and deliberately set up such a killing trap. Everyone was talking at once, and they were all angry. Wang Zhongtian had been silent. Since the beginning of the immortal Tao battle in the 10 demonic territory, the Wang family had lost 2 transcendent realm great perfection existences in less than 100 years. One was Wang Zhongyuan, who was killed on Lin Sun's way back to Yuan sect. The other was Wang Daoxing, who died in the 6th heaven. Even if he was the first immortal supreme in the 8th heaven, with a monstrous foundation and power, there were only more than 30 transcendent realm powerhouses in the entire Wang family over the years. However, there were only 9 who had reached the transcendent realm great perfection. In less than 100 years, 2 such old antiques died because of Lin Sun. Such a heavy blow made Wang Zhongtian's heart bleed. The most terrible thing was that the will of Song Jianxing, who was invited by the Wang family this time, was also destroyed. If the Song family of the 9th heaven knew about this, they would be furious. They might even blame the Wang family for not doing things well. Patriarch, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Someone spoke, awakening Wang Zhongtian from his contemplation. He glanced at the people around him and saw the undisguised anger on their faces. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and suppress the irritation in his heart. Of course, we can't just let this matter go. Wang Zhongtian said resolutely, I believe that the other 9 immortal supreme have also received such bad news. They are destined not to swallow this humiliation. As he spoke, he stood up and said with a cold gaze, pass my message. Summon the patriarchs of the other 9 immortal supreme. 2 days later, we will gather at our Wang family to discuss this important matter. 2 days later. Wang family. In the same hall, the patriarchs of the top 10 immortal supreme gathered together. Brother Wang, since you summoned us here, I'm afraid you have a plan in mind. Why don't you tell us? Fu Chaolan, the patriarch of the Fu clan, said in a deep voice. He was dressed in a green robe and had a handsome appearance. He sat casually like a dragon or a tiger. Everyone is clear about what happened in the 6th heaven, so I won't repeat it. This time, there is only one thing I want to do, and that is how to take revenge on the Yuan sect. Wang Zhongtian said solemnly. To be honest, although I am extremely angry, I haven't thought of an effective way. Everyone's expression flickered indeterminately. It wasn't just Wang Zhongtian, they were also helpless. It wasn't that they were afraid of the Yuan sect, but in the current situation, even if they wanted to deal with the Yuan sect, they didn't know where to start. First of all, the entire Yuan sect is holed up in the Yuan realm. With the protection of the divine order, they have no chance to kill their way into the Yuan realm. Secondly, in the eternal true world, all the clans and forces related to the big shots of the Yuan sect have already moved many years ago and now settled in the Yuan realm. In this way, they can't even find something that can threaten the Yuan sect. Although Lin Sun appeared in the 6th heaven, the destruction of Wang Daoxing and the others made the 10-clan war alliance realize that Lin Sun is most likely a bait, a trap that the Yuan sect has long set up. Under such circumstances, they don't dare to easily send forces to the 6th heaven to take risks. The atmosphere in the hall was gloomy. Seeing this, Wang Zhongtian immediately understood that these old guys were the same as him. They also couldn't think of a good way. He said in a deep voice, everyone, in my opinion, if we want to take revenge this time, we still have to start with Lin Sun. Even if the Yuan sect has already set up a trap in the 6th heaven, as long as our 10-clan war alliance sends enough powerful forces, any conspiracy and tricks will be crushed. The eyes of the other patriarchs narrowed. Someone asked, last time, we sent 10 transcendent realm great perfection existences and 2 eternal realm willpower, but they were all annihilated. Under such circumstances, how many forces should we send to destroy the Yuan sect's layout? Wang Zhongtian was silent for a while, then said, even if the Yuan sect has set up a trap in the 6th heaven, it is impossible for them to go all out. After all, once the big shots like Xian failing leave, there will be no one in the Yuan sect to take charge of the overall situation. At that time, even the divine order power won't be able to protect the Yuan sect. Everyone nodded. They had also thought of this point. Wang Zhongtian continued, it is certain that the Yuan sect must have more than 2 eternal realm willpower Dharma images in their hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat the 2 seniors Song Jianxing and Wen Jiugao. Someone said directly, Brother Wang, we all know what you said in our hearts. Just tell us, what should we do? Others also looked at Wang Zhongtian. Wang Zhongtian took a deep breath, and madness flashed between his eyebrows. Since we want to play, let's play it big. When our 10-clan war alliance was established, we reached an agreement that when dealing with the Yuan sect, each of us will send 5 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection existences, 30 Transcendent Realm existences, and hundreds of Nirvana Realm existences. This time, since we are going to the 6th heaven to kill Lin Sun and destroy the plot of the Yuan sect, we should train our troops in advance and dispatch the forces of the 10-clan war alliance together. There will be more updates later. Wang Zhongtian's words silenced the entire hall. Absolute silence. All the patriarchs were stunned. Mobilizing all the forces of the 10-clan war alliance, it has to be said that this was an extremely crazy and bold decision. Originally, they were going to wait until Yu Beihai reached the Eternal Realm before sending such a force to attack the Yuan sect. But now, Wang Zhongtian actually wanted to use such a force to deal with Lin Sun of the 6th heaven. Who wouldn't be surprised? In this way, we will be at an absolute advantage. We can kill Lin Sun and destroy the Yuan sect's plan. Wang Zhongtian continued, of course, even if Lin Sun and the people of the Yuan sect notice that something is wrong and escape in advance, we won't suffer any loss. Okay, let's do that. Fu Chaolong gritted his teeth and was the first to agree. In these years, the Fu family had suffered the greatest loss. The reason was that the Fu family had been operating in the Yuan sect for countless years, and many of their clansmen cultivated in the Yuan sect. But now, they'd all been annihilated by the Origin sect. This made the Fu family furious. If they didn't take revenge, no one would be able to bear it. Yes. In that case, let's do it. As long as we can capture and kill Lin Sun, everything is worth it. The other patriarchs also agreed one after another, full of murderous intent. Seeing this, Wang Zhongtian said, in addition, we also need to invite the Dharma images of 3 Eternal Realm experts. This matter will be handled by the Zhongli family, the Zhong family, and the Qi family. The patriarchs of the 3 immortal giants couldn't help but hesitate. They also had the support of the Eternal God clan of the 9th heaven, but if they wanted to invite the Dharma images of Eternal Realm experts, they would have to pay a great price. But facing the gazes of everyone, the 3 patriarchs suddenly realized that they couldn't hesitate anymore. Otherwise, they would definitely anger the public. They immediately agreed. Wang Zhongtian said coldly, we should also let the Zen sect and the Witch sect know about this matter. We can't just rely on ourselves to deal with the Yuan sect and Lin Sun. Everyone chimed in without hesitation when they heard this. Yuan sect. Central Hall. Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, and the other 7 deputy pavilion masters gathered together. As soon as they learned the news of what happened in the 6th heaven, they were also shocked. Du Guyong frowned and said, Lin Sun has poked a hornet's nest. I'm afraid that the 10 Clans Fighting League will do something crazy in anger. Don't worry. Even the willpower of an Eternal Realm expert can't do anything to him. Xian Feiling smiled and comforted him. The other old monsters had strange expressions on their faces. He'd annihilated Wang Daoxing and the others in a single battle. Such a shocking accomplishment in battle caused them to be astounded. Although there were no details of the battle in the news, they were sure that Song Jianqing's Dharma was also destroyed by Lin Sun. Could it be that we're just going to stay in the Origin sect and watch it happen? Fang Daoping asked. Yu Xing also said worriedly, after suffering such a big loss, if the 10 Clans Fighting Alliance takes action again, they will surely exhaust all means. In this case, Lin Sun's situation is not good. Xian Feiling was silent for a while, stopped smiling, and said seriously, do you still remember what Lin Sun said when he left? No matter what happens in the outside world, we are not allowed to take action. After a pause, he said, what's more, even if he can't beat them, with his current ability, he can escape back to the Yuan sect alive. Du Guyong said unhappily, old monster Xian, do you have the heart to let Lin Sun suffer alone in the outside world? Xian Feiling smiled bitterly, it's not that I have the heart, but the situation is far from as serious as you think. What's more, do you think that with our strength, even if we go to the 6th heaven to help Lin Sun, how useful can it be? After a pause, he said word by word, only by guarding the Yuan sect can Lin Sun be completely at ease when fighting in the outside world. Everyone looked at each other and fell into silence, with complex emotions in their hearts. Everyone, in the past, Lin Sun was weak and needed us to shelter him from the wind and rain. But now, his combat power has long been above us. We old bones can help him guard the sect. Xianxia sighed with emotion. I understand what he's thinking. He just wants to do something for our sect before Pavilion Master Yu Beihai achieves the eternal Tao. He can't bear to see the sect suffer, so he resolved those disasters by himself. In the end, he couldn't calm down. For a time, the old monsters in the hall also felt a lot. Lin Sun, who would have thought that the young man who needed their protection in the past had now grown into a towering tree that could shelter the whole sect from the wind and rain? It's settled then. Xianxia made the decision. Until leaving the central hall, Fang Daoping followed up and asked, Old Monster Xian, are you sure you don't want to help Lin Sun? Xianxia was stunned and said calmly, Of course not. Fang Daoping laughed immediately, I know you are the one who can't let go of Lin Sun. Spirit Sect. Divine Wind Hall. Third Senior Sister Rua Su and a group of descendants of Mountain of Mind and Heart gathered together. I have promised Junior Brother that no matter where such a disaster occurs, what we have to do is to guard our camp. Otherwise, once we rush to rescue him, we are very likely to fall into the enemy's trap. Senior Sister, we can't do nothing, can we? Qingyu couldn't help but say. The others also looked at Ruasu. Ruasu said softly, If we do nothing, there will be no mistakes. At least in this spirit sect, with our strength, we can protect ourselves. As long as we are not in danger, Junior Brother can be at ease. Everyone wanted to say something, but they were interrupted by Ruasu, Junior Brothers and Sisters, no need to say more. Until the crowd dispersed. Ruasu's eyebrows showed a touch of worry, and she sighed faintly in her heart. It was a lie to say that she was not worried, the sixth heaven. It had been 7 days since Wang Daoxing and others were killed. Lin Sun's wood Taoist body had been waiting in Tianyun Divine Mountain. And his real body had left to inquire about the news in other places. Late at night. In a world far away from the ruins of Tianyun Divine Mountain, many figures silently appeared. The leader was a man with long hair as black as ink, looking like a teenager. Wang Daofeng. An old antique of the first immortal giant Wang family. He was in charge of the 10-clan combat alliance's operation. Behind him, 3 transcendent realm great perfection existences of the Wang family and 36 transcendent realm great perfection existences of the other 9 immortal giants followed. Including Wang Daofeng, there were a total of 40 people. It could be said that the 10 immortal giants put in a lot of effort this time. Each of them dispatched 4 antiques of the transcendent realm great perfection level, and 3 eternal realm figures Dharma image. The lineup was so powerful that it could make any major force below the 9th heaven tremble in fear. Of course, this was not the full strength of the 10-clan combat alliance. The reason was that over the years, among the 10 immortal giants, there were more or less antiques of the transcendent realm great perfection that had fallen. As a result, they could only dispatch so many antiques for this operation. One should know that the current number 1 immortal giant, the Wang family, only had a total of 7 transcendent realm great perfection existences. However, for this operation, they dispatched 4 of them at once. The number of transcendent realm great perfection powerhouses among the other immortal giants was even less than the Wang family. Now, each of them dispatched 4 of such existences. One could imagine how much effort they put into this operation. In fact, such a lineup was already horrifying. Even among the 4 ancestral halls, there was no one that could have so many transcendent realm great perfection powerhouses. Everyone, when we came here, we already found out that Lin Sun has always been in the vicinity of this Tianyun God Mountain, and has never left. Wang Daofeng, who was the leader, had a cold look in his eyes as he transmitted his voice. When we move later, as long as we find any traces of him, there's no need to say anything. Immediately attack and kill him. Behind him, the group of antiques all nodded. Let's go. Silently, Wang Daofeng led the group to teleport through the void and flew towards a faraway place. The night was as dark as ink. The surroundings were silent. Wang Daofeng and his group's movements did not leak any aura. They were like a group of ghosts teleporting, and not even the slightest sound of wind could be heard. On the ruins of the Tianyun God Mountain, Lin Sun's greenwood Taoist physique, who was sitting cross-legged, quietly opened his eyes. At this moment, he sensed a cold and dangerous aura. Immediately, he stood up, and his enormous divine sense spread out. He instantly noticed that a group of figures were silently approaching from the extremely distant sky. Although each aura was restrained to the extreme, it could not hide from Lin Sun's eyes. He instantly determined that there were 40 transcendent realm great perfection existences. This made him involuntarily gasp. Did the 10-clan battle alliance send all of their underlings here? Lin Sun was very clear that although the 10 immortal giants foundation was terrifying and strong, the number of transcendent realm great perfection existences in their respective clans was extremely limited. But now, 40 of such old guys were dispatched at once. They're going to use absolute strength to finish the battle in one fell swoop, Lin Sun murmured in his heart, feeling a strong sense of vigilance. It could be foreseen that the 10-clan battle alliance had completely thrown caution to the wind and wanted to take him down in one fell swoop. There was no doubt that with the last lesson, they must have prepared more trump cards and killer moves this time. I really want to get rid of these guys all at once, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique sighed in his heart. Now he was just a doppelganger. If his main body and other doppelgangers were here, he might try to swallow all the opponents. But now, with the power of his doppelganger, it was almost impossible. It was not that the number of enemies was too large or the lineup was too terrifying. But the enemy had unpredictable trump cards and killer moves in their hands. At this moment, even if they released an Eternal Realm Dharma idol, it was enough to pose a great threat to him. Without hesitation, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique made a prompt decision and turned to leave. However, almost at the same time, Wang Daofeng and other old antiques had already noticed his existence and immediately teleported to kill him at full speed. More updates. Immediately, several old antiques displayed the secret method of space shifting. Their speed suddenly soared, and they appeared in front of Lin Sun's Wood Taoist physique in an instant. Go to hell. As soon as a thin old man in a grey robe rushed over, he stabbed a silver shuttle in his hand at Lin Sun fiercely. The shuttle flashed with palpitating fluctuations of the law. At the moment when it was stabbed, the nearby void seemed to be frozen and stagnated. Great space forbidden skill, this kind of supreme power was enough to ban a small world in an instant. It was really terrifying. Lin Sun's Wood Taoist physique paused for a moment, and then he suddenly stretched out his body. With a bang, the nearby confined space exploded. And the silver shuttle stabbed by the old man in a grey robe was caught by Lin Sun's Wood Taoist physique. Bang, the silver shuttle exploded directly, and the thin old man in a grey robe was shaken and staggered back. His face couldn't help but change. What a terrible combat power this boy had. Kill. Creator's Guide. As soon as Lin Sun broke the attack of the old man in a grey robe, there were 2 antiques on both sides of the void. One waved a golden spear, setting off the monstrous divine flame law and incinerating the sky. The other waved a Taoist sword and chopped down a vast sword chi like a galaxy. The sword chi reflected the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the latitude and longitude of heaven and earth. It was grand and boundless. Lin Sun's Wood Taoist physique didn't dodge. While rushing straight forward, he condensed an ancient seal in his left hand and made a stroke with his right hand. Clang, the monstrous golden divine flames were broken apart, and the ancient seal smashed onto the dazzling golden spear. Old Antique, who was holding the spear, felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He staggered back and almost coughed up blood. At the same time, the sword chi from Lin Sun's right hand cut horizontally, easily cutting a huge crack in the vast Star River sword. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun moved away. In an instant, the siege of the 3 antiques was broken, which made their faces change. Who would have thought that Lin Sun could be so strong? However, because of their obstruction, Lin Sun slowed down for a moment, giving Wang Daofeng and others a chance to catch up. Kill. Wang Daofeng's eyes were as cold as a knife, and he rushed forward with his sword. Behind him, dozens of transcendent realm great perfection old antiques also moved out. They had lived for countless years and had experienced countless life and death situations, so their combat experience was naturally extremely rich. At this moment, they'd encircled over together, and the might they emanated simply covered the heavens and the earth. It pressed down upon this expanse of the heavens and the earth to the point of showing signs of collapse and destruction. This was too terrifying, a total of 40 antiques joined hands to deal with Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist figure. If it were anyone else, he or she would have been in despair. For a time, the dazzling glow of the Tao was like a torrent that swept through the sky, and it tore the ink-black veil of night apart while rumbling a battle that shook the heavens and the earth swept out. It simply seemed like a peerless expedition of the primeval gods had erupted. Every single Tao art possessed the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. Each type of Tao soldier could easily crush mountains and rivers. Those scenes were like the arrival of doomsday. In such a battle, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique was repeatedly blocked even though he tried his best to break through. He was in an extremely dangerous situation. However, even then, it still caused Wang Daofeng and the others to frown without end. They had a total of 40 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection experts. If they attacked together, they could sweep away any immortal figure in the heavens. But now, they couldn't even capture Lin Sun, a young man in Transcendent Realm late stage, in such a short time. Kill. They didn't hold back. Each of them was like a god running amok. Their murderous aura was overwhelming. I can't be trapped like this anymore. Otherwise, this doppelganger will be destroyed, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique thought to himself. The number of enemies didn't pose a serious threat. What made him most afraid was the trump card in the opponent's hands. Once Greenwood Taoist physique started killing, it might be able to kill many opponents, but it was destined to be threatened by the trump card released by the opponent. In this case, Greenwood Taoist physique would be destroyed. After all, Greenwood Taoist physique was a doppelganger of Lin Sun. Although its combat power was comparable to Lin Sun's, it didn't possess the talent of devouring abyss, nor could it display many forbidden supernatural powers. Open. After making the decision, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique no longer hesitated. Endless bright and crystal green divine flame suddenly burst out of his body. His whole body became incomparably majestic, like a burning ancient Xian world. He rushed forward and displayed all kinds of supreme secret techniques, which turned into sword chi, palm prints, fist energy, wind, thunder, and lightning, and a sea of fire sweeping the sky. That kind of unparalleled power was enough to easily suppress any existence in Transcendent Realm Great Perfection. Just like at this moment. Boom! In the earth-shattering roar, several antiques who attacked from all sides were violently shaken away. Their Taoist techniques and Taoist soldiers burst like bubbles. Lin Sun's figure took this opportunity to rush away. There was a burst of angry shouts in the field. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Chase him. Wang Daofeng and other antiques chased after Lin Sun. They displayed all their skills and used all kinds of magical treasures. Flying knives, flying swords, flying shuttles, secret talismans, pagodas, Taoist bells, dense treasures tore the sky, flashing with horrible destructive aura, and bombarded Lin Sun, who was fleeing in the distance, at an incredible speed. In addition, there were also some insidious secret techniques, most of which were related to space, such as space reversal, space stagnation, space confinement, and so on. In the face of such a terrifying pursuit, other people in the same realm would have died with hatred. Even Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist body seemed to be quite embarrassed in such a dense and storm-like chase. It didn't take long for him to be injured. He might not be injured if he confronted them head-on. In the final analysis, he was fleeing, which meant that he gave up the means of fighting and could only defend passively. Kill. Wang Daofeng and others chased after him. Farther away, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique teleported in the void and fled with all his strength. Looking from the ground, wherever they passed, the sky collapsed, the clouds were incinerated, and the void was broken into countless cracks. In just a few breaths, he had teleported thousands of miles away. Along the way, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist body looked calm and his eyes were cold. Even though he was injured, these injuries were not serious and not fatal for him. Even though he was being pursued closely by a group of seniors, he didn't panic at all. It was only a clone, so even if it was unfortunately destroyed in the end, it wouldn't cause any harm to his main body. When I meet up with the main body, I'll settle the score with these old things. A ruthless expression appeared on Lin Sun's face. In the distance, the silhouette of a city appeared in the dark night. Lin Sun immediately changed his direction and made a decision. It flew past the city in the distance. Otherwise, the killing methods and the power of the treasures that the old fellas behind him constantly released could easily destroy this giant city. But what Lin Sun didn't expect was that Wang Daofeng and others didn't do that. In order to catch him as soon as possible, they flew over the huge city in a grandiose manner. In the city, the lights were bright and the traffic was heavy. Countless bustling figures walked through the streets and alleys. It was bustling and noisy, and it was a peaceful and grand occasion. "Daddy, what's that?" A little girl with a ponytail, sitting on the shoulder of a middle-aged man, opened her eyes wide and looked curiously at a bright shadow that suddenly appeared in the night sky far away. She even forgot to eat the candied fruit in her hand. The middle-aged man raised his head, and his face changed greatly in an instant. He immediately held the little girl in his arms and lay down on the ground. Boom! In the next moment, the countless bustling and clamorous scenes within the entire enormous city seemed as if they were incinerated by a surging and blazing flame. The row upon row of buildings transformed into ash, the crisscrossing streets collapsed into scorched earth, and the millions of living beings that were distributed throughout the city were instantly annihilated. All this was caused by the killing intent and divine power released by Wang Daofeng and others when they passed through the sky. Far away, Lin Sun, who was preparing to escape, saw this scene clearly. At this moment, his body was slightly stiff, his fingers trembled slightly, and an uncontrollable killing intent surged in his heart. It stimulated him like lava and made him feel like exploding. A bustling and beautiful giant city and the countless living beings that resided within it had been reduced to nothingness in an instant. Although he had slaughtered countless opponents since he started his cultivation, he had always maintained this state of mind and never killed innocent people. Even when he destroyed the 9 immortal emperor clans in the 6th heaven, he didn't kill the weak. But now, millions of people were killed in front of his eyes. This tragic scene stimulated Lin Sun completely. He suddenly turned around, his black eyes cold, and took off the purple gourd around his waist. Clang! From the gourd, a cyan sword rushed out, like the vast sky. Holding the cyan sword, Lin Sun's chi surged and rushed to the sky and the earth. "Why don't you escape?" Wang Daofeng waved his hand and stopped in the void with a group of old antiques. He saw at a glance that Lin Sun's state was a little abnormal. His chi was violent and raging, which was completely different from before. From the beginning to the end, no one cared that a prosperous and majestic giant city was destroyed by the power they released just now. As for the millions of living lives, it was even more impossible for them to care about it. They only cared about whether they could capture Lin Sun. "You need to be buried with those who died in the city." Lin Sun's black eyes were burning with raging flames, and the cyan sword pointed at the enemies in the distance. Hearing this, Wang Daofeng and others were stunned for a moment, and their expressions were strange. It seemed that they finally understood why Lin Sun didn't escape. It was just that it was a little hard for them to believe. "So, the reason why you chose not to escape is that you want to avenge those ants who died in the city?" Wang Daofeng couldn't help asking. The expressions of the old antiques behind him also became strange. They didn't expect that Lin Sun, a peerless and ruthless person who killed countless people, would choose to stay for such a childish reason. Wang Daofeng and the others didn't understand. He was a young man who had slaughtered his way to eternal true world from the great 1,000 battle realms and fought until his hands were stained with blood. How could he be so angry that he wanted to fight them to the death just because one city had lost its people? They couldn't figure it out either. However, when they saw that Lin Sun was no longer running away, it was naturally a happy thing for them. Boom! In the distance, Lin Sun's green-wood Taoist physique stepped in the air and charged toward them. The green divine sword transformed by the rare 9th-level heaven-rank power let out a clear cry and slashed down furiously. The misty green sword intent pressed down on them like the ancient sky. "Attack!" Wang Daofeng waved his hand. All the old antiques attacked boldly, each of them summoned their Taoist soldiers and surrounded them. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. The war broke out, turning the nearby mountains and rivers into ruins in an instant. Everything was destroyed. But from this moment on, Lin Sun's green-wood Taoist physique no longer retreated. His whole body was burning with dazzling green divine flame, and his eyes were surging with terrible killing intent. As he waved his sword, crack, the oncoming giant axe was cleaved in half. The one holding the giant axe was a mighty middle-aged man. The sword strike caught him off guard and split half of his body in half. Blood splattered in the air. It was too fierce and domineering. This made the others' eyes narrow. They keenly sensed that Lin Sun's combat strength was obviously different from before. Before, he was determined to escape. But now, he was determined to kill. Die. A fiery red whip smashed down like a soaring red dragon. It coiled in circles and firmly confined the nearby space, while the divine flame released by the whip attacked Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't even look at it. He suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed it. Boom, the flames all over the sky were torn apart, and the confined space burst like glass. Lin Sun grabbed the red dragon-like whip and exerted his strength. Bang, bang. Bang, the long whip exploded into pieces inch by inch. The black-cloaked woman holding the whip staggered and coughed up blood. Her eyes couldn't help but be filled with shock. What a terrifying combat strength. It was also at this moment that they deeply realized how powerful Lin Sun was. In the next battle, Lin Sun showed the power of Wu Tao body. Even under the heavy siege, he killed 3 old antiques and seriously injured more than 10 people. This bloody accomplishment caused the expressions of Wang Daofeng and the others to change abruptly, and they were both shocked and furious. They'd been besieged by 40 seniors, yet the enemy had still seized the opportunity to kill 3 of their companions and heavily injure over 10 others. This was simply difficult for them to accept. Kill. Use your trump card. We can't let him be so arrogant anymore. All right. With a roar, someone took out an obscure and mysterious treasure, which turned into a forbidden power and shrouded Lin Sun. Some activated order treasures, and the power contained within them was actually related to god-level orders. There were also 4 old-timers from the same immortal level who joined forces to form a battle formation. Their power was terrifying to the extreme. Rumble. Rumble. The heavens and the earth seemed to have fallen completely and transformed into an expanse of chaotic chaos. All sorts of blazing and terrifying torrents of energy raged through the surroundings, and the scene was so terrifying that it was sufficient to horrify the gods. Under such a fierce attack, Lin Sun's Wu Tao body began to be injured continuously. The power of those trump cards and trump cards was indeed incredibly powerful, which posed a great threat to him. But at the same time, Lin Sun's Wu Tao body was still as strong as before. He was extremely powerful, and he severely injured several opponents. Kill. Wang Daofeng and the others' faces were extremely livid. Originally, they thought it would be easy to capture Lin Sun, but up to this point, they had paid a great price, which made their hearts bleed. After all, every loss of an old antique at the level of Transcendent Realm consummation was a big blow to the forces behind them. Their attacks became more and more fierce and terrifying. They besieged Lin Sun heavily, and all kinds of secret methods and treasures were bombarded wildly as if they were worthless. But in such a dangerous situation, Lin Sun's Wu Tao body still didn't flinch. Occasionally, he would rather injure his opponents severely at the cost of injuries. It was obvious that he was fighting desperately. In fact, Lin Sun didn't care about his Wu Tao body anymore. It was no different from fighting desperately. Soon, more and more enemies were injured. But the injury of Lin Sun's Wu Tao body was also getting more and more serious. At this time, Wang Daofeng and the others couldn't help but become serious. They completely understood why Wang Daoxing and the other antiques were destroyed last time. Lin Sun didn't need to ask for help at all. His combat power alone could pose a fatal threat to these antiques. All this also made them realize that all their previous inferences and guesses were wrong. The trap, the bait, and the layout of Yuan's sect were all fake. Lin Sun was the biggest threat by himself. In the battle, Wang Daofeng's eyes were cold, and he shouted sternly, "Lin Sun, where's your trump card? If you don't use it now, you will definitely die." At this moment, Lin Sun's body was burning with countless wounds, like a bloody man. He was seriously injured, and everyone could see that he couldn't hold on for too long. But at this moment, Wang Daofeng and the others became more vigilant. Because up until now, Lin Sun hadn't used his trump card, like the Dharma image of an Eternal Realm expert. After all, Wang Daoxing and the other antiques had brought along the Dharma image of 2 Eternal Realm experts, yet they were completely annihilated in the battle against Lin Sun. How could Wang Daofeng and the others not be vigilant? However, Lin Sun's Wu Tao body paid no attention to them. He was still fighting while bathed in blood, and he didn't show any signs of using his trump card. Moreover, even though he was heavily injured, he still injured many of his opponents in the following battles. This caused Wang Daofeng and the others to be furious. You're still resisting stubbornly at a time like this. Since it's like this, then don't blame us for being merciless. Suddenly, one of the antiques from the Zhongli clan spoke in a low voice. He raised his hand and withdrew a jade scepter. Instantly, a tall figure that was suffused with an eternal aura appeared out of thin air. He wore wide sleeves and a belt, and he had a proud bearing. The imposing aura he emanated was like a landslide and a tsunami that swept through the heavens and the earth. Senior, please lend us a hand. The antiques from the Zhongli clan bowed respectfully. Starless Sea, a terrifying existence from the Zhu clan of the Eternal Divine Clan in the Ninth Heaven. The Zhu clan was the backing of the Zhongli clan. All the antiques that were besieging Lin Sun retreated successively when they saw this, and all of them revealed respectful expressions. This kid is already an arrow at the end of its flight, yet you still need me to lend a hand. Could it be that all of you are worried about something? Starless Sea frowned. In his gaze, Lin Sun was bathed in blood and was severely injured, and he wasn't a threat at all. Senior, it's very likely that this kid possesses the will of an Eternal Realm expert. We're worried that he'll counterattack before his death, so we have no choice but to ask you to lend a hand in advance. The antiques from the Zhongli clan hurriedly explained. Oh. Starless Sea came to a sudden understanding, and he looked towards Lin Sun in the distance. Now, I'll give you a chance to ask for help. Lin Sun's Wu Tao body spoke with an expressionless face. If it was any other time, I could easily slaughter trash like you myself. Unfortunately, the timing isn't right today. He sighed lightly. He'd already realized that his Wu Tao body would perish here. Humph. Starless Sea didn't waste his breath and flicked his sleeve. Boom, a sky-covering golden hand condensed in the void. Countless fine and dazzling eternal chi lingered around the big hand, covering Lin Sun's Wu Tao body. Lin Sun's Wu Tao body would not sit still and wait for death. But at the moment when he was about to take action, a strange look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then, whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 4 figures teleported from a very far distance and rushed to the big golden hand together. They were the 4 Tao bodies of red fire, platinum, yellow earth, and black water. Boom, the 4 attacked together and smashed the big golden hand at one stroke, turning it into a golden rain of light all over the sky. Starless Sea was surprised. How could it be? Wang Daofeng and other antiques standing in the distance were also stunned. How could there be 4 Lin Sun all of a sudden? Immediately, they remembered that Lin Sun was rumored to have 5 Tao bodies. Every Taoist body had a cultivation that was not weaker than the original. This secret method was very similar to the supreme inheritance of Fu family, 4 symbols and 9 spirits. However, Fu family's 4 symbols and 9 spirits could only condense 4 Tao doppelgangers, and it needed to divide the original spirit into 4 parts and integrate them into each doppelganger. The combat power exerted was also affected by the original's Tao. Could it be that the one who fought with us before was also one of Lin Sun's doppelgangers? Someone's face changed slightly. His words made other people's faces change, and their hearts churned. No matter how many doppelgangers he has, just suppress them all. Starless Sea's Dharma form snorted coldly and suddenly stepped forward. The horrible Eternal Realm aura spread and firmly locked Lin Sun's 5 doppelgangers. He waved his fist in the air to kill. Boom, the horrible golden fist intent rushed out, showing the eternal charm, collapsing the sky and covering all directions, giving people an unshakable power. Lin Sun's 5 Tao bodies looked at each other and all rushed to the sky. They didn't dodge, but rushed to Starless Sea. Seeing this scene, Wang Daofeng and others opened their eyes wide. That was the Eternal Realm's Dharma form. How could Lin Sun dare to fight it head-on? It was like an ant trying to shake a tree, or an egg hitting a stone. It was ridiculous, however, a scene that made them all dumbfounded appeared. The golden fist intent of Starless Sea was forcibly smashed by Lin Sun's 5 Tao bodies. This shocked them all. Starless Sea showed a trace of disbelief. Right at this moment, an enormous spatial rift silently appeared in this expanse of the heavens and the earth, and a door that was 3 kilometers long surged out from the depths of the rift. It was like the door that led to hell had been opened, and it intended to drag this entire world in. The Gate of Exile, Starless Sea suddenly looked up, feeling a strong sense of danger. His face suddenly changed, and he moved to avoid it without hesitation. However, the 5 great Taoist bodies were already charging toward him from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. "Get out of here!" Starless Sea shouted, and his strength broke out to the extreme. His whole body was covered with golden light, and he went straight to Greenwood Taoist body, who was the most seriously injured. For him, the defense of Greenwood Taoist body was the easiest to break. P.S. More tonight. Boom! Amid the violent collision, the extinct star sea was obstructed. His pupils suddenly shrank. Only then did he see Lin Sun in front of the Greenwood Tao physique. Naturally, it was Lin Sun's main body. Kill! As soon as the main body appeared, it bombarded the extinct star sea with other clones. At this moment, the door of exile descended and was already close at hand. The extinct star sea's eyes turned red. He let out a deafening roar and attacked with all his might. With his cultivation, as well as charging with his life on the line, it was enough to sweep through any undying being in the world. However, Lin Sun was not one of them. Boom! In the fierce battle, the extinct star sea's figure was obstructed again. This caused his eyes to widen and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. A young transcendent realm late could fight against his Dharma form head-on. This completely subverted the extinct star sea's understanding. Oh no! When the extinct star sea wanted to attack again, the door of exile had already shrouded him. His vision turned black, and his figure was uncontrollably drawn into it, disappearing in an instant. Boom! At the same time, the nearby area was also in chaos. The door of exile with a range of thousands of feet suddenly appeared and engulfed everything. Many old antiques nearby stiffened. It was too late for them to dodge. No. Damn it. What kind of magical power is this? Save me. Amidst the screams of anger, horror, and unwillingness, more than a dozen old antiques were drawn into the door of exile and disappeared in an instant. Wang Daofeng and other old antiques were lucky enough to survive. When they saw this scene, they broke out in cold sweat and were horrified. A dignified eternal realm form was engulfed and disappeared before it could release its true divine might. As for his companions, each of them had the strength of transcendent realm great perfection. However, when faced with the cracked space-time door, they were involuntarily swept away. This unimaginable scene was too terrifying and horrifying. Return. Lin Sun's main body moved his mind. The door of exile with a range of thousands of feet suddenly turned into a light shadow and wrapped around his fingertips. Originally, the door of exile with a range of thousands of feet could only last for a dozen breaths. But after shrinking countless times, it could last for another quarter of an hour. For Lin Sun, this was enough. He first put away the severely injured Greenwood Taoist body. Then, he and the other 4 Taoist bodies charged toward Wang Daofeng and the others in the distance. When his original body sensed that the Greenwood Taoist physique was in danger, he immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he finally understood what the Greenwood Taoist physique had experienced. Especially when Lin Sun learned that the huge city with millions of creatures was wiped out in an instant, he also felt the furious killing intent of Greenwood Taoist figure. Kill. How could Wang Daofeng and the others just sit and wait for death? Rumble. In the blink of an eye, their figures were scattered. Lin Sun and the 4 Tao forms were like sharp knives. Although the 10 Clans Fighting League had a large number of people, how could they resist such a charge? In an instant, they were scattered in all directions. This caused all of their expressions to change. Before, just a doppelganger of Lin Sun could fight with them for a long time and kill several of their companions in the battle. Now that Lin Sun and the 4 Taoist bodies attacked together, their lethality had increased exponentially. Die. Lin Sun's original body drew a line with his finger. A touch of sword chi with the Gate of Exile turned into a ray of light and shadow, slashing on an antique's treasure. Clang! In the deafening explosion, the antique and his treasure disappeared into thin air. They were directly swept away by the Gate of Exile. Next, Lin Sun did the same. Wherever he passed, the transcendent realm great perfection existences disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the world. In just a few blinks of an eye, 6 antiques were exiled, this strange scene caused many people's hearts to tremble with fear. In other directions, the 4 Tao forms of scarlet fire, platinum, black water, and yellow earth also showed their unparalleled combat power. They attacked in the field as if they were crushing their opponents. Those opponents who were targeted by them could not stop them even if they desperately fought against them. Instead, they were killed on the spot one by one. Thick and hot blood constantly splashed out. Seeing this scene, Wang Daofeng's eyes almost popped out. He was about to go crazy. This time, they gathered 40 transcendent realm great perfection existences together. They thought that they could absolutely crush Lin Sun and be invincible. However, the development of the situation completely subverted their expectations. Previously, 4 of them were killed by the Greenwood Tao physique. Then, the Starless Sea and the other 11 antiques were swallowed by the Gate of Exile and disappeared. As Lin Sun and his other clones attacked, 9 antiques were killed one after another. At this time, there were only 16 people left on the entire battlefield, more than half of them were dead. Moreover, if they didn't stop Lin Sun, this number of casualties would continue. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and ask the other 2 seniors to make a move. Wang Daofeng roared, his voice shaking the universe. Suddenly, 2 terrifying eternal realm auras emerged on the battlefield. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The man wore a blood-red armor. His body was as tall as a mountain, and his body was covered in raging flames. His aura was terrifying. Panwu Xiong, an eternal realm existence of the Panwu clan of the 9th Heaven's eternal god clan, the woman had long hair coiled into a bun. She wore a water-green dress, and her skin was translucent. Wisps of eternal Tao light lingered around her. Taihao Cold Majesty, an eternal realm existence of the Taihao clan of the 9th Heaven's eternal god clan. As soon as the 2 appeared, they locked their eyes on Lin Sun and his clones, with indifference on their faces. But to their surprise, Lin Sun didn't seem to care at all. He directly rushed towards them. Ant-like thing, you're courting death. Panwu Xiong snorted coldly. He grasped his palm, condensed a spear, and thrust it out. Boom, the terrifying eternal Tao light turned into a vortex, wrapping around the spear. The power it released seemed to be able to break through the clouds and shake the heavens. It was boundlessly domineering. At the fingertips of Lin Sun's original body, the Gate of Exile, which was originally like a stream of light, suddenly expanded and swallowed like a big mouth that appeared out of thin air. Panwu Xiong immediately sensed that something was wrong. But when he tried to dodge, Lin Sun's 4 Tao forms whistled over and attacked him. Senior, dodge. At this moment, Wang Daofeng and the others screamed. They had witnessed the horror of the Gate of Exile and the scene of the Starless Seas while being swallowed. Unfortunately, their warning was a little too late. Boom, the world was in chaos. Lin Sun's 4 Tao forms and Panwu Xiong were fighting fiercely, dragging Panwu Xiong firmly. Bastard! How dare you trick me? Panwu Xiong let out a furious roar. But in the end, he was swallowed by the Gate of Exile along with Lin Sun's 4 Tao forms and disappeared. Wang Daofeng and the others felt their hands and feet go cold. How could it be? Taihao Cold Majesty was also shocked by this scene, and her expression changed. She had originally planned to save Panwu Xiong, but when she sensed the extremely strange power of time in the Gate of Exile, she held back. Now, seeing Panwu Xiong being swallowed, she was also shocked and thought that she was lucky. If she had tried to save Panwu Xiong just now, she would have been involved. Bang! At this point, the power of the Gate of Exile was exhausted and dissipated. Let's go. Taihao Cold Majesty decisively decided to leave. The battle in front of her was too strange and dangerous, especially the death of Panwu Xiong, which made her feel a fatal threat. Under such circumstances, the wisest choice was to leave. She waved her sleeves and was about to leave with Wang Daofeng and the others. At this moment, Lin Sun used the time seal. Buzz, between heaven and earth, the rules of time were drawn and turned into countless strands of flowing light, intertwining and condensing into a mysterious forbidden formation, covering the world, mountains and rivers. Lin Sun's face also turned pale in an instant. Using the Gate of Exile and the time seal continuously consumed a lot of his physical strength. If he continued to fight, he would definitely run out of energy. Boom, in the distance, Taihao Cold Majesty and Wang Daofeng were bombarding the time seal. Soon, their hearts sank. They judged that they couldn't break the power of the time seal in a short time. Even if Taihao Cold Majesty attacked with all her strength, it would still take several hours. This made them both shocked and angry, and even felt a chill in their bones. From beginning to end, Lin Sun alone caused so many casualties. Who would dare to imagine this before? Don't worry, everyone. This boy is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He won't be able to hold on for too long. Suddenly, Taihao Cold Majesty noticed the change in Lin Sun's aura. Her eyes couldn't help but light up, and her expression was filled with killing intent. Wang Daofeng and the others were originally anxious, but when they saw Lin Sun's state, they all showed joy. Sure enough. You guys wait here, I will personally take care of this boy. Taihao Cold Majesty said coldly. Previously, facing a young Transcendent Realm late stage, she didn't dare to fight. She could only choose to retreat, which was a big blow to her dignity. If she didn't take the opportunity to take down Lin Sun this time, when the news spread to the ninth heaven, her face was bound to be damaged. Don't worry, none of you can escape this time. Lin Sun took out a jade bottle and poured a drop of innate divine dew into his mouth. Boom, in an instant, his body seemed to explode, and the surging torrent of power began to skyrocket. His originally exhausted physical strength was restored in the blink of an eye, and his entire aura returned to its peak state. This was the magical effect of innate divine dew. Lin Sun had a total of 9 in his hands. It was the biggest reward he received after returning from the 10 demonic territory to Yuan sect. Every drop of innate divine dew could be called a rare treasure. It was born from the god-level order of Yuan sect, and it had immeasurable benefits to cultivation. The most heaven-defying thing about this treasure was that once there were signs of exhaustion in battle, he only needed to swallow one, and he would instantly return to his peak state. Over the years, Lin Sun had been reluctant to use it. But now, he didn't care. Far away, the changes in Lin Sun's aura were also seen by Taihao Cold Majesty, Wang Daofeng, and the others. All of them felt as if they were struck by lightning, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Previously, Lin Sun was almost exhausted, which was why they dared to fight him. But now, facing Lin Sun at his peak state, even Taihao Cold Majesty and Eternal Realm's Will had an extremely bad feeling. More updates. The time seal covered heaven and earth, making Taihao Hanwei, Wang Daofeng, and others like trapped beasts in a cage. Lin Sun's exhausted cultivation recovered in an instant, which made their hearts sink to the bottom. How could they fight? Without giving them a chance to think, Lin Sun had already rushed over. The blade pointed straight at Taihao Hanwei. Boom, abyssal sword cauldron swept out and blasted towards Taihao Hanwei with the power to suppress the heavens. Humph. Taihao Hanwei's eyes were filled with resentment. Her graceful figure stepped out, and her palms and fingers gently cut. The faint silver eternal light of Wei turned into a misty saber aura, and the abyssal sword cauldron trembled violently, roaring like thunder. But at the same time, Lin Sun and his 4 Tao bodies had already besieged. Fierce, domineering, and unparalleled. It was the first time Taihao Hanwei had been provoked like this since she started cultivating. Even though she was only an avatar right now, which undying being dared to attack her so unscrupulously in the multiverse, but the young man in Transcendent Realm late stage dared to. You guys focus on breaking the seal, and I will deal with this boy. As he spoke, Taihao Hanwei's graceful figure emerged with thousands of divine rainbows, like eternal divine chains, flashing a terrifying murderous aura, and fought fiercely with Lin Sun and his doppelgangers. Quick, do it. Wang Daofeng and others did not dare to hesitate. They gritted their teeth, exhausted all their means, and bombarded the time seal crazily. Some used forbidden treasures. Some used weapons imprinted with the aura of time to slash. Some of them used obscure and mysterious Taoist techniques. In short, these old monsters in the Transcendent Realm Great Perfection seemed to have gone crazy at this moment in order to survive. They did everything they could. If it was an ordinary seal, it would have been destroyed by their joint efforts. However, this seal of time was the 4th stage innate divine ability of the Grand Swallowing Abyss. Although it didn't have any killing power, its defensive power could even trap an Eternal Realm expert's Dharma idol. It couldn't be broken in a short time, so it wasn't something that these Immortal Realm experts could easily deal with. But in order to survive, none of them gave up. Boom. 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 The power of Time's seal constantly rippled, and Tao light surged, dazzling the world. On the other side, Taihao Coldway and Lin Sun were also fighting fiercely. At this moment, Lin Sun and his doppelganger cooperated with each other. They were like a devil that defied the natural order, constantly defusing and shaking the attacks of Taihao Frigid Horse. Although the Greenwood Daoist physique was severely injured and had been put away, it still didn't show any signs of weakening even under such circumstances. When she looked at Taihao Hanwei again, her jade-like face was changing indeterminately, and the bewilderment in her eyes grew heavier and heavier. Originally, she was most afraid of Lin Sun's Gate of Exile. For example, Pan Wuxiong's Dharma image was swallowed by the Gate of Exile. But Taihao Hanwei never expected that even without using the Gate of Exile, Lin Sun could fight evenly with him with his own strength. This is the immortal supreme Tao that the master of the core dimension has been waiting for. Taihao Hanwei felt a slight chill in his heart. In the ninth heaven, there was no transcendent realm existence like Lin Sun, never, moreover, he was able to fight against the eternal realm's Dharma form of willpower. Based on this alone, who on the path of immortality could be his opponent? If this wasn't the supreme invincible Tao, what was it? And if such an immortal supreme was allowed to prove the eternal realm in the future? Taihao Hanwei suddenly took a deep breath. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. But when she looked at Lin Sun, her beautiful eyes were filled with intense murderous intent. This kid still hasn't used that kind of magical power until now. Could it be that due to some reason, he is no longer able to use it? Thinking of this, Taihao Hanwei's attack became more and more fierce and terrifying. She had decided to completely destroy Lin Sun even if she had to sacrifice this Dharma form of willpower. Boom, her body was steaming with snow-white cold mist. This eternal power that was cold enough to freeze any immortal to death turned into peerlessly sharp white sword chi and whizzed out. Vast cold immeasurable will, this was the eternal law that she had mastered. In other words, it could be called the true rule power. It contained the meaning of coldness and was extremely terrifying. If it was in the outside world, it could instantly freeze 100,000 miles and freeze a region to death. Moreover, after she executed this terrifying secret technique, the strength of her Dharma form was directly consumed by half. In an instant, the surface of Lin Sun's main body and the four Tao bodies were covered in a layer of dark blue frost, and the skin, tendons, flesh, blood, internal organs, and soul in his entire body seemed to be on the verge of being frozen. Subsequently, countless snow-white sword chi slashed over. Right when Lin Sun and his Tao bodies were about to be slashed apart, at this critical moment, bang, Lin Sun's main body stretched out as if he'd broken through the shackles of his body, causing the thick frost on his body to explode and spray in all directions. His entire body seemed as if it was on fire as it emanated a boundless glow of the Tao. It was a profundity that belonged to the Nirvana law, and it forcefully shattered the vast cold immeasurable will that contained the profundities of the Tao. Rumble. At the same time, the four Tao bodies struggled free from the ice seal as their entire bodies emanated completely different profundities of the great Tao, and they emanated a dazzling and resplendent glow. The omnipresent vast cold immeasurable will was like ice that was melted by the scorching sun, and it was completely obliterated. Even the vast expanse of white sword chi, which was aimed at Lin Sun and himself, exploded in the void like icy fireworks. Taihao Hanwei's expression changed completely. She couldn't believe that this attack consumed half of her willpower, and she used the ice law within it. That kind of power was enough to annihilate any immortal law power. But now, it was actually broken by Lin Sun, a young man in the transcendent late realm. This simply subverted some of her understanding of the way of cultivation. After all, the transcendent realm could only transcend the laws of heaven and earth. Only the eternal realm could control and use the power of the great Tao. But such an iron law was subverted in front of Lin Sun. A young man in the transcendent realm could actually contend with and dissolve the great Tao law. If this spread to the ninth heaven, those old guys in the eternal realm would probably not be able to sit still. This is the power of your Dharma will? It's just SOSO. Lin Sun spoke with a cold voice. In the past, when he fought with Tai Xian, he felt great pressure even when using the 5 Tao bodies together, and he was even injured. However, compared to Tai Xian, Taihao Hanwei was obviously inferior. The power of her Dharma will was far less powerful than Tai Xian. Tai Hanwei's pretty face changed, and her expression became ugly. Being confronted by a young man in the transcendent late realm already made her lose face. Now, she was being looked down upon like this, which made her feel like going crazy. If I were here, you wouldn't be qualified to bark like a dog. Tai Hanwei said hatefully. Lin Sun revealed an undisguised sarcasm. If you were also in the transcendent realm like me, killing you would be like killing a chicken. Both comparisons were hypothetical. But it was obvious. However, Lin Sun's words were more lethal. Because his assumption was that they were in the same realm, and everyone knew that under such circumstances, not to mention Tai Hanwei, no one in the world would be Lin Sun's opponent at all. On the other hand, Tai Hanwei's assumption was obviously relying on force to bully others. Tai Hanwei also realized this, and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But Lin Sun didn't intend to talk nonsense with her anymore. Boom, he used his strongest means to besiege Tai Hanwei. He was brave and domineering like a demon. Tai Hanwei had consumed half of her willpower before. Now that she was besieged and attacked by Lin Sun, she was suddenly suppressed. The body condensed by the Dharma will began to fluctuate violently and gradually became blurred. Not long after, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Tai Hanwei's Dharma will was forcefully blown up, the dazzling rain of light scattered like a waterfall, illuminating the universe. Before being destroyed, she screamed angrily with deep hatred, threatening to twist Lin Sun's head off in the future. In this regard, Lin Sun naturally didn't care. Over the years, he had heard many threats that were even more excessive than this. Not good. How could it be? Even the Eternal Realm's Dharma will was shattered. In the distance, Wang Daofeng and others, who were desperately bombarding the time seal, were all shocked at this moment. Their faces turned green and their minds were in a daze. This time, Lin Sun didn't utilize a forbidden divine ability, and he purely relied on his own combat strength to annihilate Tai Hanwei's Dharma image. This was simply world-shocking, and anyone who saw this would probably be terrified. Guys, do you want to continue? In the distance, Lin Sun looked over. Wang Daofeng and others' faces turned pale, and their hearts were filled with indescribable disappointment and despair. How could they fight? Fight him? Someone gritted his teeth, roared, and rushed toward Lin Sun. Boom, Lin Sun didn't move, but the four Tao forms rushed up together and killed the old antique on the spot in a moment. Blood splashed like a waterfall. It was as clean as killing a chicken or a monkey. Many people trembled all over. They were all antiques who had lived for countless years, but at this moment, they strongly felt what it was like to be a fish on the chopping block. One person gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Lin Sun, if you do this, it will only cause a disaster and make you on sect fall into eternal damnation. Before he finished his words. Boom, Lin Sun, who was in the distance, had already moved through the void and killed this person in a flash. The others were so shocked that they fled in all directions, and their faces turned pale. Who else? Lin Sun asked. His indifferent voice resounded like a note of death. Those antiques all felt unprecedented humiliation and fear. On this trip, they gathered 40 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection existences, along with 3 Eternal Realm Wills and Dharma Laksana. They came aggressively, thinking that they could easily kill Lin Sun. Who would have thought that in the end, they were about to follow in the footsteps of Wang Daofeng and others? This blow was too heavy. Seeing that no one answered, Lin Sun didn't hesitate anymore and launched the final bloodbath. Boom, in the time seal, the aura of destruction was surging, and the light was shooting. From time to time, scarlet blood splashed, angry and mournful roars resounded, and the sound of bodies exploding appeared. There was, in a flash. Wang Daofeng and the rest of the old fogies were all slaughtered. Smoke and dust dispersed. Lin Sun stood in the time seal and looked around. There was no opponent left. The Tao doppelganger was cleaning up the spoils on the battlefield. Who after a while, Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of turbid air. This battle lasted until now. Except that Greenwood Tao Physique was seriously injured and needed to rest for a period of time, there was no other loss. And the battle with Tai Hanwei also made Lin Sun realize that even in the Eternal Realm, not everyone's will was as strong as Tai Xian's. At least, he didn't even need to use his talent to kill Tai Hanwei's will. After a while, the Tao doppelganger had counted the spoils. It had to be said that the treasures carried by the transcendent realm Great Perfection were almost related to the cultivation of this realm. Naturally, they could meet the needs of Lin Sun's cultivation. With these, I don't have to worry about not enough cultivation resources before I reach the Great Perfection. Lin Sun thought. He put away the Tao doppelganger and walked out of the time seal. Looking around, mountains and rivers collapsed, all things perished, and the world was a bleak and dilapidated scene. Before, there was a towering and magnificent giant city here. The city was prosperous and lively. Countless creatures lived in it. It was full of vitality and peace. But in an instant, all of this vanished completely, and it seemed as if it had never existed. All this brought too much shock to Lin Sun. At this time, looking at this desolate scene, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Life and death were changeable. If cultivators acted recklessly and regarded all living beings as ants, the world was doomed to be plunged into misery and suffering. Lin Sun knew very well that this was not the first time such a thing happened, and it was destined not to be the last time. The only thing he could do was to abide by his own heart, keep a trace of kindness and bottom line, and not do such heartless things. Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. The next moment, his figure flashed and came to the ruins of the destroyed giant city. He picked up a broken jade pendant from the collapsed scorched earth. The jade pendant was incomplete, but there was a vibrant blood bead in it. The power of this jade pendant must have been released when the giant city was destroyed. That's why this drop of natal blood essence was preserved. Lin Sun roughly guessed the truth. After pondering for a moment, he placed the broken jade pendant on his palm and circulated his immortal laws, sending wisps of it into the drop of blood. Immediately, the blood bead trembled as if it was boiling. Bang, the broken jade exploded, and a drop of blood appeared in Lin Sun's palm, bathed in the law of immortality, as if it had undergone a reconstruction and nirvana. Gradually, the life force of the blood bead became stronger and stronger. Seems like it's really feasible. Lin Sun's black eyes brightened with excitement. In the past, the power of the Nirvana order had been reshaping and repairing the power of order. For example, Wu Shuang, Little Ming, and Little Xian had all been nurtured and repaired by the Nirvana order. This was the first time that Lin Sun tried to reshape and rebirth a drop of blood essence with the power of Nirvana. If he succeeded, it would mean that the power of the Nirvana order could even bring the dead back to life. For those who had reached the Saint realm, even if there was only a drop of blood essence with vitality left, they could recover it with their own strength. But obviously, the drop of blood essence that Lin Sun picked up was not a cultivator. Although it had vitality, there was no aura of the Great Way in the blood. In short, it was left by a mortal. It was utterly impossible for any cultivator to save him. But nourished by the power of the Nirvana order, this drop of blood essence was showing a shocking change, the transformation of a human. Clatter before long, the drop of blood essence began to tumble and grow larger. Gradually, wrapped by the Nirvana order, it turned into an illusory young figure. At this moment, Lin Sun felt an indescribable joy. Cultivators had the ability to turn stone into gold, but almost no one could bring the dead back to life and reshape a life. Even someone as powerful as the Eternal Realm couldn't save a mortal who had been dead for a long time. Because it involved the supreme mystery of fate. But now, Lin Sun realized that the Nirvana order seemed to have such a taboo method. Of course, strictly speaking, this drop of blood essence contained vitality and was preserved. It couldn't be said to be really extinct. But it should be known that this was the blood essence of a mortal. To be able to save him was already going against heaven and changing fate. Soon, in Lin Sun's field of vision, a little girl about 6 or 7 years old with a braid of goat horns appeared. Her big eyes were full of confusion, and she said in a daze, "Where's Dad?" The little girl's memory was still there, so Lin Sun instantly sensed what she was thinking in her mind. Her name was Tang Jiang, 6 years old. Since childhood, her body was weak and she couldn't cultivate. Thanks to her father who loved her dearly and took her with him no matter where he went. But tonight, in the city, her father had protected her under his body at the moment of the calamity. He had even stuffed his life-saving jade pendant into her bosom, and her father died in the disaster. Originally, it was impossible for Tang Jiang to survive. After all, such a disaster was too terrifying. But at this moment, under the nourishment of the Nirvana law, she was reborn, her body was reconstructed, and she came back to life. Lin Sun also saw the scene of the father protecting his daughter. It was a completely subconscious action, and it made him feel indescribably complicated. "Uncle, where is this? Where's my father?" Tang Jiang opened her dark eyes wide and asked in a clear voice. She didn't know that her father and the city had long been destroyed. Lin Sun felt pity in his heart and said softly, "Your father said to let you follow me to cultivate in the future. He hopes that you can learn a skill." Tang Jiang said blankly, "But I can't cultivate." Lin Sun rubbed her little head and said with a smile, "If I say you can, then you can." Tang Jiang said in surprise, "Really?" Lin Sun said seriously, "I'm not lying." Tang Jiang said, "Then, when can I see my father?" Lin Sun felt sour in his heart, but he said with a smile, "I'll tell you when you learn a skill in the future." Tang Jiang nodded firmly, her little face full of determination. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, "Little girl, from today onwards, you are my second disciple. Remember, your master's name is Lin Sun, also known as Dao Yuan, the 50th descendant of Fengsuan Mountain, the deputy pavilion master of Yuan sect. In the future, your master will not let you suffer like today again." After saying that, he picked up Tang Jiang, put her on his shoulder, and strode away. Many years later, whenever he thought of today's scene, the famous Shang Huang, who was respected by billions of living beings, would show a look of nostalgia. It was her master who gave her a new life. It was also her master who taught her the Tao. She used the name Shang to remember her late father. Only when she was with her master would she be Tang Jiang. Of course, these are all things in the future. On the way out, Lin Sun placed Tang Jiang in the abyssal sword cauldron. He decided to leave the sixth heaven. After this battle, the 10 immortal giants of the 8 heavens suffered heavy casualties. The 10 immortal giants of the 8 heavens domains had suffered heavy casualties. It was impossible for them to send more people. There was no point in staying. On the same day, Lin Sun left the sixth heaven. It was impossible for such an earth-shattering battle to not leak a trace of information. Soon, the news about the battle between Lin Sun and the 10-clan battle alliance spread throughout the sixth heaven, once again setting off a great sensation. At the same time, the bad news also reached the 8th heaven. Wang family. In the main hall. "It's been 3 days, why hasn't there been any news yet?" Fu Chaolan, the patriarch of the Fu clan, frowned. He felt an inexplicable anxiety in his heart. After sending Wan Daofeng and the other elders to the sixth heaven, he and the patriarchs of the other immortal giants have been waiting in the Wang family. But until now, no news has been sent back. "Brother Fu, don't be impatient. If Lin Sun hides, it will take some time to find his trace," someone said with a smile. "Yes, let's wait for the good news." The other patriarchs seemed very relaxed. This time, the 10 immortal giants dispatched 40 transcendent realm great perfection existences, plus 3 eternal realm wills and dharma images. Such a lineup is enough to sweep away the other immortal giants. If they can't capture Lin Sun, it will be a joke. Everyone, don't take it lightly. If the power of Yuan sect is also involved, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort to capture Lin Sun. Wang Zhongtian said with a smile. Although he said so, he still looked very calm. He was even sure that even Yuan sect didn't expect that their 10-clan battle alliance would make such a big move. This was enough to catch the other party off guard. Oh, even if Yuan sect sends all the deputy pavilion masters together this time, I'm afraid it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Someone sneered. "Come on, let's drink." Wang Zhongtian raised his glass. At this moment, a panicked shout rang out from outside the hall, "How dare you! Patriarch, no, not good." All the seniors who went to the sixth heaven this time, all met with disaster. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, making the 10 patriarchs in the hall stunned. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely depressed. "What did you say? Say it again." Wang Zhongtian seemed to be in disbelief. Outside the hall, an old servant knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Patriarch, they are all dead, all dead. No one survived." Boom, the wine glass in Wang Zhongtian's hand exploded, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. He slumped in the chair, staring blankly. Looking at the other 9 patriarchs, some were shocked and angry, some were trembling, their eyes were red, and their breathing was heavy. There were even some who were so angry that their vision turned black, and they coughed out a mouthful of blood due to the rage. It's over, someone murmured. His face was ashen, as if he had lost all his strength. The whole hall was filled with a dull and depressing atmosphere. This bad news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for any of the immortal giants, and it was no different from the sky collapsing. P.S. Say 3 things. 1. I wish all the teachers a happy holiday. 2. Goldfish has been adding chapters for 3 days in a row. In these 3 days, he didn't ask for monthly votes even once. As a result, only a few people voted. Who said that Goldfish would get monthly votes as long as he added chapters? Stand up, I promise I won't beat you to death. 3. I will continue to add chapters tonight, but it will be very late. Among the 10 immortal giants, the Wang family was the most powerful. However, for countless years, the Wang family only had 9 transcendent realm great perfection existences. Many years ago, Wang Zhongyuan was killed by Lin Sun. Not long ago, Wang Daoxing also died in Lin Sun's hands in the 6th heaven. Now, the 4 transcendent realm great perfection existences led by Wang Daofeng were all killed. This also meant that the Wang family, known as the first immortal giant, now only had 3 transcendent realm great perfection existences left. More than half of the top figures were killed or injured. This was not only a great loss of vitality, but it had even shaken the foundation of the Wang family. It was true that the Wang family still had many transcendent realm existences, but it was almost impossible to produce another batch of transcendent realm great perfection existences in a short period of time. This was also the reason why Patriarch Wang Zhongtian lost his composure after hearing the bad news. The first immortal giant, the Wang family, was in such a state. It was conceivable how serious the situation of the other 9 immortal giants was. The Fu family was the most miserable. Originally, their clan had 7 transcendent realm great perfection existences. But now, there was only 1 left. The other immortal giants were mostly the same, with only 2 or 3 remaining. It was no exaggeration to say that in these 2 battles in the 6th heaven, Lin Sun was equivalent to relying on his own strength to severely injure the 10 immortal giants, causing them to suffer a heavy blow. This was the reason why these patriarchs lost their composure. Without enough transcendent realm great perfection existences, the situation of the immortal giants in the 8th heaven would become precarious. Brother Wang, I will leave first. Fu Chaolan immediately got up and left with an ashen face. After such a tragic incident, he must return to the clan to personally preside over the overall situation. Otherwise, the clan would be in a panic and cause various disturbances. Immediately afterward, the other patriarchs also got up and left one after another. Each of their faces was gloomy. Soon, only Wang Zhongtian was left. He sat there in a daze, his expression fluctuating. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. It's over. Wang Zhongtian knew that from today onwards, the 10-clan war alliance only existed in name. The 10 immortal giants could no longer gather their strength to seek revenge on the Yuan sect. What's more serious is that from today on, the major forces entrenched in the 8th heaven have to protect themselves. Wang Zhongtian had a premonition that when Lin Sun found out about the situation of the 10 undying giants, he would definitely not remain indifferent. Men. Wang Zhongtian said with a hoarse voice. What can I do for you, my lord? An old servant appeared outside the hall. Pass down my order. Summon all the clansmen scattered in the outside world. They must all return to the clan within 3 days at the latest. In addition, without my order, no one is allowed to go out without permission. Otherwise, the clan will punish them severely. Hearing this, the old servant solemnly accepted the order. Yes. Go. Wang Zhongtian waved his hand. Until the figure of the old servant left, he let out a long sigh of relief. He decided to set off today and go to the 9th heaven. Whether it is to deal with Yuan sect or Lin Sun, these great forces of the 8th heaven are doomed to be useless. Only the gods of the 9th heaven can truly solve the problem. However, Wang Zhongtian wasn't sure in his heart. Because he knew very well that within 1,000 years, the calamity of the era will come. If there is no important matter, the great figures of the 9th heaven eternal god clan will not come to the mortal world in person. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Wang Zhongtian gritted his teeth and made a decision. Spiritual sect. In a hall. Senior sister, Qingyu's delicate figure rushed into the hall and said excitedly, junior brother won, a complete victory. Ruosu was talking with Shuya, Pu Zhen, and other descendants of Feng Xiyuan. Hearing this, her eyes lit up. What did the news say? Shuya said happily. Qingyu's voice was gentle and crisp. In 2 battles, a total of 50 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection powerhouses in the 10-clan battle alliance were annihilated, and they were all killed by Junior Brother. It is said that Junior Brother even destroyed 5 Eternal Realm wills and Dharma images. Hiss, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, shocked by this number. Junior Brother has become so powerful now? Shuya said, clicking his tongue. Back then, he and Pu Zhen escaped from the Taiyu True Realm and were chased by Buddhist Supreme Shiyi and others. Finally, when they hid in the Cloud Guard house, they met Lin Sun by chance. At that time, Lin Sun was only in the Heavenly Longevity Realm. Now, only a few years had passed. Not only had Lin Sun achieved Transcendent Late Realm, but he had also annihilated a total of 50 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection existences. Even 5 Eternal Realm wills and Dharma images were destroyed by him. Such a battle record was enough to shock the world. Ruosu said softly, don't forget, Junior Brother is the lotus that the Master has been waiting for. What he seeks is the power of the Immortal Supreme. Only those who can achieve this are worthy of the title of Supreme. Shuya had a strange expression, but even if he is the Supreme on the Immortal Path, who dares to imagine that he can annihilate Eternal Realm wills and Dharma images? Pu Zhen, who had been silent, asked, so, Junior Brother's current cultivation is enough to surpass the descendants of Feng Xiyuan Mountain. His words made everyone look at each other, and their emotions became complicated. Back then, little Junior Brother was so weak, but the current him was already stronger than them, senior brothers and sisters, not necessarily, Ruosu muttered. Whether Junior Brother's combat prowess can be ranked first among the descendants of Feng Xiyuan Mountain depends on whether Senior Brother has already achieved Eternal Tao. Everyone was startled. Third Senior Sister, do you think that after being trapped in the Taiyu True Realm for so many years, Senior Brother might have already achieved Eternal Tao? Qingyu couldn't help but ask. Ruosu smiled and shook her head, I don't know. But with my understanding of Senior Brother, as long as there's a chance to achieve Eternal Tao, he won't miss it. Senior Sister, the 10 immortal giants have suffered heavy casualties. Why don't we take this opportunity to go to the 8th heaven? Shuya suggested with a burning gaze. The others were also tempted. At present, the 10 immortal giants have indeed suffered great losses and are in an extremely difficult situation. If they go there now, it's not impossible to flatten their lair. Don't forget, the Zen religion and the sorcerer religion haven't acted yet. Compared to the 10 immortal giants, these 2 ancestral courts are the most dangerous. Ruosu's expression became serious. I thought that their forces would also appear in the 6th heaven, but obviously, they didn't do so. The more they do so, the more we have to be vigilant. Are we just going to wait and do nothing? Shuya frowned, feeling somewhat unwilling. As the senior brother, they have been watching their junior brother fight alone. Although their junior brother won a great victory, making them feel particularly proud, they couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Don't worry, the time to decide the winner hasn't come yet. We have been enduring for so many years, there's no need to be anxious. Ruosu said warmly. I know that everyone wants to help junior brother, but as I discussed with him before, we don't need to do anything. As long as junior brother can fight with peace of mind, it will be the greatest help to him. And when the time is right, there will naturally be a time for us to take action. Shuya sighed softly. I'm worried that when the time comes, junior brother will have already swept away all his enemies. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Ruosu couldn't help but be stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. No matter what, let's see how the situation changes. Ruosu took a deep breath and said softly. Not to mention Shuya and the others, even she felt a little guilty in her heart. She also wished that she could take action as soon as possible and fight side by side with Lin Sun. However, Ruosu knew that once they took action, it was very likely that they would be targeted by the sorcerer religion and the Zen religion. There would be too many variables. If these variables affected Lin Sun, it would undoubtedly be the worst situation, therefore, they could only wait for a really suitable opportunity. For example, when the sorcerer religion and the Zen religion couldn't help but take action, Yuan sect. Central Hall. Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, Feng Daoping, and the other vice pavilion masters all let out a long breath, looked at each other, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter full of joy, and relaxation echoed in the hall for a long time. This boy is simply invincible. After a while, Xian Feiling patted his thigh and sighed with emotion. They were also the first to know the news of the destruction of Wang Daofeng and the other 40 old antiques. For them, this was simply a blessing from the sky. All the previous worries and concerns were swept away, and they couldn't help but feel excited and shocked. Although they didn't know the course of the battle, they knew that Lin Sun could be called the first person under the Eternal Realm since he could achieve this step. Throughout the whole world, there was no second person like him. Even these old guys could only sigh at their inferiority. I'm afraid that the 10 great immortal giants are already in a panic. Du Guyong looked up to the sky and laughed, feeling that there was not a single part of his body that was not happy. The others also laughed from ear to ear. When they first learned that Lin Sun was going to fight alone, they were all worried. How could they have imagined that Lin Sun alone could make a mess of the 10-clan war alliance and make them suffer heavy losses? They were all sure that after these 2 battles, the 10-clan war alliance, which was established to deal with Yuan sect, only existed in name. The 10 great immortal giants no longer had the ability to fight against Yuan sect. What makes you so happy, seniors? Suddenly, a clear voice resounded outside the hall. Xian Feiling and the others stiffened, and then subconsciously stood up and looked out of the hall. A tall figure was suddenly standing there. He wore moon-white clothes, and he seemed indifferent, extraordinary, and graceful as before. Who else could it be but Lin Sun? For a moment, Xian Feiling and the others were all excited. After a while, they couldn't help but laugh and go forward to greet him in person. Thank you, everyone, for your monthly votes. I will send them to you. The Central Hall. The table was filled with delicacies. Lin Sun's return was solemnly received by the 7 deputy pavilion masters, led by Xian Feiling. At the banquet, Xian Feiling and the others also asked about the details of the battle that happened in the 6th heaven. Lin Sun didn't hide anything and answered every question. For a time, exclamations sounded incessantly. The more they learned about the details, the more they trembled, and the more they realized how heaven-defying Lin Sun's current combat power is. Especially when they learned that Lin Sun destroyed the will of Taihao Hanwei with his own strength. The group of old monsters were stunned, their eyes widened, and they looked at each other in dismay. It took a long time for them to recover, but when they looked at Lin Sun, their eyes became strange, making Lin Sun uncomfortable. He quickly changed the topic. Seniors, I plan to go to the 8th heaven. Lin Sun said. This sentence silenced the originally lively atmosphere. I expected this, but this time, you can't make decisions on your own. Xian Feiling said with a serious expression. I know that the 10 immortal giants are in a precarious situation. As long as you seize this opportunity, it is enough to give them a fatal blow. But if you really go like this, I'm afraid you will encounter an unexpected disaster. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? Feng Daoping said warmly. Behind the 10 immortal giants, there is an eternal god clan. For example, behind the Wang family stands the eternal god clan Song family, and behind the Zhu family stands the eternal god clan Minamoto family. This time, the 10 immortal giants suffered such a crushing defeat. They have already used the foundation of their clans. How could they not guess that you will probably attack the 8th heaven? There is no doubt at all. The 10 immortal giants must have acted immediately and asked for help from the eternal gods of the 9th heaven. Du Guyong on the side also said. Since ancient times, only the 8th heaven has a path to the 9th heaven. If the 9th heaven is the lair of the eternal gods, then the 8th heaven is the gate to this lair, and the 10 immortal giants are the dogs guarding the gate. It doesn't matter if you beat the dogs, but if you kill the dogs, who will guard the gate for the eternal gods in the future? If you go to the 8th heaven this time, it is very likely that you will be attacked by the gods of the 9th heaven. This is the most serious problem. As soon as Du Guyong finished speaking, Xian Feiling chimed in, it's true that the calamity of an era will come within 1,000 years, and the Eternal God clan is currently busy preparing for it. But if something happens that threatens their safety, how can they just stand by and watch? At the side, Yu Xing added, moreover, the shaman cult and Zen cult have been biding their time. This is the threat that we should be most vigilant against. Seeing that Yuan Wutian, Tong Chaoyun and Zhang Qianqi were about to speak, Lin Sun hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, Seniors, I understand. Then, have you decided to go to the 8th heaven? Xian Failing said. Other old monsters also looked at Lin Sun, as if they would continue to dissuade him endlessly as long as he dared to say yes. Lin Sun said helplessly, I'll listen to you. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Actually, after listening to their analysis, Lin Sun had already realized that if they wanted to seize the opportunity to uproot the 10 undying giants, it was already impossible. Because there were still 2 greater threats. One was the power of the shaman cult and Zen cult. The other was the Eternal God clan of the 9th heaven. Once he went to the 8th heaven, these 2 threats would definitely take the opportunity to attack. Now there are only about 20 years left before pavilion leader Yu Beihai proves his Tao. During this period of time, you should stay in the Yuan sect and concentrate on cultivation. Du Guyong suggested. Lin Sun nodded and then asked, Seniors, if the calamity of an era comes, how should we resolve it? Xian Failing and the others fell into silence. After a while, Xian Failing said softly, It's not too late to talk about this after pavilion leader Yu Beihai proves his Tao. For the Yuan sect, the matter of Yu Beihai proving his Tao is the most crucial at the moment. At that time, the power of the Yuan sect will be affected by the eternal calamity, and the entire Yuan realm will lose its protection. Under such circumstances, once the power of the shaman cult and Zen cult comes, an unpredictable war is bound to break out. Seeing this, Lin Sun no longer asked. After the banquet, Lin Sun went straight to the 9th peak. When he saw Lin Sun appear, Mo Lanshan greeted him with a big smile and cupped his hands. Mo Lanshan, the peak master of the 9th peak, greets Deputy Pavilion Leader Lin. Lin Sun smiled bitterly, Senior, do we still need to adhere to these etiquettes? After the great purge of the Yuan sect, Qin Wuyu, the peak master of the 9th peak, had made an exception and promoted him to an elder in the Yuan Su Pavilion. The position of peak master was taken over by Mo Lanshan. Mo Lanshan said with a smile, Since you don't need to adhere to these etiquettes, why do you still call me Senior? Just call me Old Mo in the future. Lin Sun readily agreed. Next, Mo Lanshan welcomed Lin Sun into the hall and personally made tea for Lin Sun. Then he asked, Brother, aren't you practicing in seclusion? Why did you suddenly come to the 9th peak? Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Sun didn't hide it and said, I have a disciple, who is only 6 years old this year. She hasn't cultivated yet. In the next period of time, I may continue to practice in seclusion, so I have no time to teach her cultivation. So I specially come here, hoping that she can cultivate in the 9th peak for a period of time. Mo Lanshan was surprised, When did you go out to accept a disciple? A few days ago, Lin Sun said. He didn't explain too much. The matter about his battle with the 10-clan fighting league was still blocked by Xian Failing, and no one in the Yuan sect knew about it. Mo Lanshan didn't ask any more questions and said with a smile, Don't worry, just leave it to me. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and Tang Jiang appeared in front of him. The little girl looked around curiously and asked, Master, where is this? Lin Sun said with a smile, This is your future home. Little girl, this is Peak Master Mo. From today on, you will follow him to cultivate. Tang Jiang said anxiously, Master, don't you want me anymore? Mo Lanshan said with a smile, Your master is going to practice in seclusion for a period of time. When he comes out, you can return to him to cultivate. Tang Jiang was still worried and looked at Lin Sun eagerly. Lin Sun smiled and rubbed her little head, saying, Peak Master Mo is right. Master does need to practice in seclusion for a period of time. Tang Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and said in a clear voice, I will listen to Master. Lin Sun and Mo Lanshan looked at each other and laughed. From this day on, Tang Jiang stayed in the 9th peak to cultivate. She was only 6 years old, but she was welcomed by all the descendants of the 9th peak. Especially when they learned that she was Lin Sun's last disciple, even some core disciples were envious. After returning to the cave residence, Lin Sun sat cross-legged. There are only about 20 years left before pavilion leader Yu Beihai proves the eternal Tao, and my cultivation is still far from reaching the great perfection of this realm. Lin Sun fell into deep thought. Since he had decided to give up going to the 8th heaven, Lin Sun began to focus on his own cultivation. There was no shortcut to reach the great perfection from the transcendent late stage. For example, in the first immortal giant Wang family, there are hundreds of transcendent realm existences, but only 9 people have truly entered the great perfection of this realm for countless years. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to reach the great perfection of this realm. However, Lin Sun was not worried about this. He did not lack cultivation resources in his hands. The only thing he lacked was time. 20 years or so, if he were to devote himself to cultivation, it should be enough for his cultivation to reach the level of perfection. There is also the Nirvana order. Now I have only refined about 60% of it. Lin Sun remembered the scene when he was in the 6th heaven and fought with the old antiques of the Ten-Clan War Alliance. It could be said that his immortal law, which was integrated with 60% of the Nirvana order, played a vital role in the battle. This was also the foundation for him to display the invincible power of the Supreme. At that time even the Guanghan immeasurable will, which contained the rule power of Taihao Hanwei, was dissolved by his immortal law. It was conceivable how terrifying the power of the Nirvana order was. To a certain extent, the immortal law that Lin Sun now controlled could shake the rules of heaven and earth. This was only the power of 60% of the Nirvana order. If he refined all of it, it was bound to be even more incredible. However, Lin Sun also knew that in the next few years, even if he devoted all his time and energy to refining the Nirvana order, he might not be able to completely refine it. First, there was not enough time. Second, it was really too difficult to refine the Nirvana order. He had been in seclusion for 55 years before, but he only refined 60% of it. Lin Sun was not in a hurry. In his opinion, it was enough to be able to completely refine the Nirvana order before proving the eternal way. There is also the talent power of the Blade of Time and the Seal of Time. I need to further tap its potential. Soon, Lin Sun remembered the talent power he had mastered. The mystery of the Gate of Exile had been thoroughly explored by him to the extreme. However, he hadn't fully grasped the mysteries of the Blade of Time and the Seal of Time. Especially the Blade of Time, this divine power was inherited from the Lord of Tongtian. Lin Sun had hardly used it in the battles over the years. But this divine power was also at the 3rd stage. If it was used properly, its power was bound to be more powerful. Needless to say, the Seal of Time's defensive power was absolutely the best in the world. But for Lin Sun, its coverage was limited after all. It could only cover a space of thousands of meters. Back then, the Seal of Time displayed by the Eternal Night Divine Emperor could completely cover the entire flowing light forbidden area. Even the real Eternal Realm couldn't shake it. That was the real power of the Seal of Time. From this day on, Lin Sun began to practice in isolation. And 10 years passed in a hurry. On this day, Xianxia, who had been sleeping in the abyssal sword cauldron, woke up. For Lin Sun, this was naturally a great joy. On the same day, he got busy cooking all kinds of delicacies for Xianxia and accompanied her to have a hearty meal. While eating, Lin Sun noticed that after this closed-door training, Lin Sun's aura had obviously changed completely from before. What realm have you reached this time? Lin Sun was curious. Xianxia got up and looked at Lin Sun with her clear eyes. Have a try? Lin Sun, clang, the white bone spear had already appeared in Xianxia's slender and translucent hands. Lin Sun's cheek muscles twitched. He wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't he help talking about this? Come on, let me see if you have made progress over the years. Xianxia's voice was as beautiful as the sound of nature, but her words were full of provocation. Lin Sun couldn't sit still. Which man would be afraid of this kind of thing? In these 10 years, he would reach the Nirvana realm. Now that he'd refined the order to 70%, his cultivation was faintly showing signs of breaking through to the perfection stage. Even his grasp of the Blade of Time had reached an extreme state where he could control it as easily as if it was his own arm. It was also at this time that Lin Sun finally understood how terrifying the power of the Time Blade was. Once it was used, the rules of time between heaven and earth would reverse as if falling into stagnation, which was very similar to the forbidden passing. The difference was that the time blade was like a Taoist weapon, which could be used for a long time in the battle. Lin Sun had tested that the time blade could last for about a quarter of an hour. That was to say, as long as the enemy was swept by the power of the time blade within a quarter of an hour, his lifespan and cultivation would be taken away in an instant. In short, it was to reverse time and cut off the cultivation. Of course, Lin Sun would not use this kind of means on Xianxia. He stood up and kindly reminded, "Xianxia, don't go too far, don't." Before he finished his words, Xianxia stabbed the spear in her hand without hesitation. Obviously, she thought he talked too much nonsense. Boom, the spear was simple, direct, and filled with a profound and obscure aura. It seemed to be piercing over in a straight line, yet it seemed to be omnipresent and impossible to see through. Most horrifying of it all was that the spear was filled with a strange energy, and it seemed as if one would fall into the strange torrent of energy upon being slightly tainted by it and be completely lost. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. He dared not neglect it and exerted all his strength at once. Boom, he formed seals with his palms and fingers and faced the attack head-on. A strange scene appeared. The spear was right in front of him, but it disappeared in an instant, which made Lin's attack fail to hit its target. Not good, Lin dodged subconsciously. Whoosh, the clothes on his shoulder were torn to shreds and scattered like butterflies. The white bone spear barely grazed the skin of his shoulder. Lin Sun broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged in time, this attack would have pierced through his chest. "What kind of great path power is this?" asked Lin Sun. "Cause and effect, the power of fate," Xianxia said in a clear voice. As she spoke, she flicked her wrist and the white bone spear pierced through the air. Lin Sun didn't have time to think. He concentrated and operated the immortal law to the extreme. In an instant, a mighty river appeared in his senses. It gushed out of nothingness and flowed into the boundless depths, with no end in sight. Countless obscure and mysterious energy waves rolled and surged in this long river, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Lin Sun immediately knew that this was the aura of fate. It was condensed by the way of karma, and when Xianxia displayed it with the spear, it seemed like a simple attack, but in fact, it was as unpredictable as fate. Boom, while Lin Sun sensed it, he also attacked without hesitation. He condensed sword chi with the immortal law and slashed down in the void. Clang, the sword chi collided with the white bone spear, and in Lin Sun's senses, the mighty river of fate shook violently and dissipated. "You've made great progress. You can actually block this level of power." Xianxia seemed a little surprised. She waved the spear and attacked again. Lin Sun had completely calmed down. The power of fate was obscure and mysterious indeed, and it was impossible to guard against when utilized in battle. Ordinary people were bound to be unable to block it. It was very simple to deal with it. There was no other way but to fight it head-on. It was like fighting the shapeless heavens, or like a cultivator overcoming a tribulation under heavenly punishment. There was no way to think about it, no way to retreat, and one could only face it head-on. If one couldn't face it head-on, then one was bound to die. This feeling was indescribably strange, and it was dangerous to an unbelievable extent. Fortunately, Lin Sun sensed that his immortal law was enough to deal with Xianxia's attack. At the end of the day, the way of karma was a type of grand Tao law. As for the profundities of order, it was enough to deal with and resolve all of this. Clang. Clang. Clang, Lin Sun's abode was comparable to a small world, so they didn't have to worry about being restrained when they fought. For a time, the sounds of battle colliding resounded incessantly. Fortunately, both of them tried their best to control the fluctuations of the battle, so it didn't cause any damage to the abode world. After a while, Xianxia's attack suddenly changed. The white bone spear was filled with the power of time, and her fighting method also changed accordingly. However, Lin Sun's talent of devouring abyss was originally a kind of use of the power of time, so he was not afraid of this kind of power. Seeing that she couldn't do anything to Lin for a long time, Xianxia suddenly took a deep breath and said, "Lin, I've comprehended a forbidden art related to fate in my breakthrough this time. It's called Calamity of Dust. Do you want to have a try?" A forbidden skill related to fate. Lin Sun shook his head at once. What a joke. The supreme grand Tao of fate was most feared by cultivators. Even the eternal realm didn't dare to say that they could control their own fate. Seeing this, Xianxia directly put away the spear and said directly, "If so, then I can't beat you." Obviously, the Calamity of Dust was her strongest trump card. If she didn't use it, she couldn't defeat Lin Sun with her current cultivation. But Lin Sun was shocked. He could be said to be invincible on the path of immortality, and even the eternal realm's will and Dharma image couldn't threaten him anymore. But Xiaxi's current combat strength wasn't much inferior to his. Indeed, he still had many innate divine abilities that he hadn't exerted, and he hadn't even used the great Tao doppelganger, but Xiaxi also had a trump card. Moreover, it was related to the Tao of fate. How could Lin Sun not be surprised? In the end, Lin Sun was clearly aware that rather than saying that Xiaxi had been cultivating all these years, it could be said that she had been refining the power sealed in her body by her original body. For her, cultivation realm wasn't important. She only needed to ceaselessly absorb the power of her original body, and her combat strength would continue to transform and improve until she recovered to the height that her original body had attained. Similarly, the reason why Xiaxi's combat strength was so heaven-defying wasn't because of how strong her foundation was, but because she had mastered the unparalleled profundities of the great Tao. For example, time, karma, and fate. When such a supreme energy of the great Tao was utilized in battle, the power it erupted was simply unimaginably terrifying. If he didn't grasp the nirvana? The mystery of order, it would probably be difficult to resist the attack from Xiaxi. "Xiaxi, I still need to concentrate on cultivation for a period of time." After the battle, Lin Sun talked about business. "If you feel bored, you can go out for a walk, as long as you don't leave the primordial realm. I'll accompany you," Xiaxi said without hesitation. Lin Sun was startled and said, "All right." Except for him, Xiaxi didn't care about anything in this world. "By the way, I accepted a disciple a few years ago. Now that it's been 10 years, do you want to accompany me to see her?" Lin Sun said. Xiaxi naturally had no objection. The ninth peak. In the refining Tao field, a girl in black was practicing martial arts. She was about 15 or 16 years old, with fair and delicate skin and a delicate and beautiful face. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail, and her eyes were as bright as stars. She held a bronze spear in her hand, and her movements were swift and fierce. Her whole body was filled with the aura of the King of Sages. The girl was Tang Jiang. 10 years of time was like a snap of a finger to Lin Sun, but Tang Jiang had already transformed from a child with pigtails into a graceful young lady. Her brows were filled with valiant and heroic bearing, bright and beautiful. Not far away, many descendants of the ninth peak were watching and applauding from time to time. Practically all of these disciples had watched Tang Jiang grow up, and they'd treated her like a younger sister and doted on her. In these past few years, they'd practically guided her along the right path and passed on the Tao. Coupled with Mo Lanshan's generous use of various cultivation resources, Tang Jiang had transformed from a little girl who didn't know how to cultivate into a king of sages with a strong foundation in just 10 years. Mo Lanshan had purposely suppressed Tang Jiang's cultivation progress. Otherwise, she would have broken through faster. After all, this was the Yuan sect, one of the 4 great ancestral halls in the Eternal Realm. It was a sacred place that every cultivator dreamed of entering. In the past, if one wanted to enter the Yuan sect, he or she had to wait for an opportunity and go through the entrance examination before he or she could become a descendant of the Yuan sect. Tang Jiang was undoubtedly a special case. With the companionship of the ninth peak, the weakest descendant of the Juxian sect, and the care of a peak master like Mo Lanshan, it would be strange if her cultivation did not improve by leaps and bounds. From afar, when Lin Sun saw Tang Jiang, whose appearance had changed greatly, he could not help but be in a trance. 10 years had undoubtedly changed Tang Jiang too much. "Greetings, Deputy Pavilion Master Lin." Suddenly, many successors in the vicinity of the refining Tao field saw Lin Sun's figure. They all looked solemn and bowed from afar. Everyone's face was filled with awe and respect from the bottom of their hearts. Tang Jiang, who was practicing martial arts, also stopped what she was doing. She suddenly turned around and looked at the familiar figure in the distance. Her beautiful eyes could not help but widen. After a while, she hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple Tang Jiang greets Master." I will continue to update tonight. 10 years had passed, and Tang Jiang often thought of her master who brought her into Yuan sect. She was no longer an ignorant child. She already knew how high her master's status was in the Yuan sect, and how great his influence was. Even peak Master Mo, who doted on her the most, would show great respect when talking about her master. She also knew a lot about her master's past, such as how he entered Yuan sect as the first and how he rose step by step over the years. He was like a legend. Occasionally, Tang Jiang even felt like she was dreaming. When she was a child, she was considered to be unable to cultivate because of her weak body. But who could have thought that in just 10 years, she had been reborn? Her master was a legendary figure whose name shook the world and was as graceful as a god. Everything seemed so unreal. Tang Jiang was afraid that when she woke up from the dream, she would find that everything was fake. Good progress. In the distance, Lin Sun and Xianxia walked side by side. Looking at Tang Jiang, who had grown to his shoulder, Lin Sun said, "In the future, you should stick to your heart. Don't bite off more than you can chew and belittle yourself." Tang Jiang nodded hard. "I'll listen to you, master. These are some of my previous cultivation experiences. You can take them and figure them out." Lin Sun handed a prepared jade slip to Tang Jiang. "Remember, this is my cultivation experience. It may not be suitable for you." Tang Jiang quickly took it with both hands and showed a bright smile. "Master, you are the best to me. I will not let you down in the future." Lin Sun smiled. "Cultivation is your own business. As long as you enjoy it, I won't be disappointed no matter how high your future achievements are. Don't put any pressure on yourself." Next, Lin Sun met Mo Lanshan and chatted for a while before returning with Xianxia. "There's something wrong with the girl's birth destiny." On the way, Xianxia suddenly said. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. "What did you see?" Xianxia said, "In my perception, her past karma seems to have been erased. She feels like a dead person, and all traces of the past have disappeared. Only in the past 10 years, new karma has been born, and her fate has been completely reversed and can't be predicted." Lin Sun was shocked as he recalled the scene when he brought Tang Jiang back from the dead. Without a doubt, Tang Jiang had already died back then, so the karma on her body had been eliminated. However, it was also because of him that a brand new destiny had been opened for her. And all of this was because of nirvana? Bestowed by order. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Lin couldn't help asking. Xianxia said without hesitation, "Of course it's a good thing. It means that her future cultivation will be completely controlled by herself. Whether she lives or dies, it all depends on her luck. You also know that fate is very mysterious. When you changed your fate in the heaven accessing place, your fate was reversed. For that little girl, her experience was the same as yours." She paused for a moment and said, "Fate is usually similar for ordinary cultivators. No matter how high one's attainments in the Grand Tao are, if one isn't able to attain eternity, then one's fate is bound to be restrained by the various calamities and tribulations on the path towards the Grand Tao. Fortunately, I can resist it with my own spirit and resolve it. The unfortunate ones will almost all perish in the calamity." Speaking of this, there was a trace of confusion in Xianxia's clear eyes. "It's easy to say. In fact, until now, I still don't know the real mystery of the Grand Tao of Destiny," Lin Sun said with a smile. "Don't worry, you can always understand its mystery step by step in the future." In fact, he couldn't calm down in his heart. Nirvana? Order could not only bring the dead back to life, but also cut off a person's past fate, reshape his fate, and make him realize the transformation of changing his fate, changing fate. How terrible was this kind of power? Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh at this moment. If he hadn't met his apprentice Tang Jiang, he might not have discovered nirvana? Order had such a magical power. Similarly, if it hadn't been for Xianxia, he wouldn't have been able to deeply understand nirvana? The mysteries behind Order's ability to resurrect the dead and defy the heavens and change fate were truly astonishing. After returning to the cave residence, Lin Sun continued to practice in seclusion. Xianxia stayed with him all the time, eating, sleeping, and eating. Only when he woke up occasionally did she talk to him in a quiet and peaceful way. Another 8 years passed in a hurry. In this year, Lin Sun's cultivation entered the transcendent realm great perfection. In this realm, there was no more breakthrough. In the eternal realm, he was only one step away, at the moment when he broke through to the great perfection, Lin Sun's heart surged with enlightenment. The three realms of heaven, longevity, nirvana, and creation on the immortal way, his immortal supreme potential was completely released at this moment and integrated into his cultivation. This was a true great perfection, a kind of supreme aura that arose spontaneously. On the immortal way, he was invincible. Lin Sun could clearly feel that all the power in his body showed a kind of great perfection, great freedom, and great transcendence. It was just like a furnace with thousands of daos turning into one. Compared to the transcendent late stage, after reaching the great perfection, it also sublimated his cultivation to a new level. Not to mention the old monster in the transcendent realm great perfection, Lin Sun was confident that he could easily defeat the eternal realm's Dharma idol. This was a feeling that came from the bottom of his heart. It was the deepest understanding and judgment of his own strength, not arrogance. At the same time, in these 8 years, Lin Sun was also about to reach nirvana. The order had been refined to 80% level, which further changed his immortal law. He clearly sensed that, under the nourishment of his immortal law, Little Immortal and Little Netherworld, the two order powers born in the last era, were constantly evolving and transforming. Now, they had a faint aura of heaven level 9. What surprised him most was that these two orders still had extremely amazing growth potential. It was also this discovery that made Lin Sun realize that the Little Immortal that once covered the immortal world and the Little Netherworld that once covered the Netherworld were both divine level order powers. The ultimate form of their transformation was destined to be related to the immortal world law and the Netherworld law. This was something that Lin Sun didn't know at all before. It was a pity that Wuxuan was not here. Otherwise, with Lin Sun's current understanding of the nirvana, the control of the mystery of order was also enough to easily infer the potential and mystery of the nirvana. It was also in this first year that Tao Lung, who had been promoted to the Elder of Sky Origin Pavilion, came to visit. Lin Sun suddenly realized that it was very likely that something big had happened. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, no one would come to disturb his cultivation. As expected, when he saw Tao Lung for the first time, he looked serious and said, "Brother, Pavilion Head Yanji invites you and other deputy pavilion heads to meet him in the central hall." "Has Pavilion Head Yanji come out?" Lin Sun was shocked. Tao Lung said, "No, it's just a spiritual manifestation." Lin Sun nodded and immediately told Xia Ji to wait in the cave residence, while he went straight to the central hall. The central hall. When Lin Sun arrived, Xian Feiling, Du Guyong and other 7 deputy pavilion heads had already arrived. Yan Ji, who was thin and looked simple, sat casually in the central main seat. Swish, when Lin Sun's figure just appeared outside the hall, Yan Ji's eyes stared at him like a pair of torches, and immediately showed a surprised expression. "How many years has it been? You have already reached the full completion of this realm?" As soon as Yan Ji said this, Xian Feiling and others were shocked and showed a strange expression. Before, they didn't notice the change of Lin Sun's breath. If Yan Ji didn't tell them, they wouldn't have noticed it. "Senior, you have a good eyesight." Lin Sun cupped his hands to salute. He knew he couldn't hide it from Yan Ji. Yan Ji said with a smile, "Last time, you cultivated in seclusion for 55 years and advanced from the early stage to the late stage of the transcending realm. This time, you cultivated in seclusion for 18 years and broke through the most difficult stage of this realm, reaching the great perfection realm. This speed of advancement is unprecedented. You won't be able to find a second one." Xian Feiling sighed, "Alas, old weirdo Yan, you don't know. Since this kid stepped into the transcendent realm, I feel uncomfortable every time I meet him. It's like he's riding on my neck." Of course, this was a joke. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Until Lin Sun sat down, Yan Ji said, "This time, I call you here for one thing. Yu Beihai, the old guy, will prove the eternal Tao in half a year. It's time to prepare for some things in advance." Everyone couldn't help but look serious. "According to the time, shouldn't it take about 3 years?" Du Guyong asked. Yan Ji said, "How can there be an accurate date for breaking through the realm? Yesterday, I received a message from Olju. When I talked about this, he was a little surprised. But I'm sure that this is also a good thing. After all, the opportunity to prove the eternal Tao has finally come." Xian Feiling said, "Then, what do we need to do?" Yan Ji said, "When the time comes, I will personally protect Olju." What all of you need to do is to protect the safety of the Yuan sect. Once enemies attack, you must defend the primordial realm from being conquered. Otherwise, not only will the foundation of the Yuan sect be shaken, but old Yu's Dao validation will also be affected. In the end, his expression became serious. A few years ago, I went out to inquire about the news of voodoo cult and Zen cult. I'm sure that they won't miss this opportunity. Fang Daoping said in a deep voice. Everyone's reaction was very calm, because this was within their expectations. Yan Ji asked, is there any news from the eighth heaven? They can't protect themselves. Even if they want to get involved, they can't do it. Xian Feiling said, at present, the most difficult thing to figure out is the attitude of the eternal gods in the ninth heaven. If they also get involved, there will undoubtedly be many variables. Yan Ji frowned and said, we must make plans for this matter. Xian Feiling nodded. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little gloomy, Yan Ji smiled and said, you don't have to be too anxious. No matter how many variables there is still me and Tai Xian. When the sect really reaches the critical moment of life and death, we will fight with them. To think about victory, think about defeat first. This is the safest consideration. Seeing that Xian Feiling and the others were about to say something, Lin Sun suddenly said, seniors, can you listen to me? Add more chapters. Yan Ji, Xian Feiling, and the others were stunned and looked at Lin Sun to see what he was going to say. Lin Sun said calmly, from today on, I will guard the infinite star sea alone. Everyone was surprised. The entrance to the Yuan realm was located in the infinite star sea. When Lin Sun came to the Yuan realm for the first time, he crossed the infinite star sea and took a trial in the holy city of 10,000 desolation in the depths of the infinite star sea. Finally, he was qualified to enter the Yuan sect to cultivate. It could be said that the infinite star sea was the first line of defense outside the Yuan realm. Once a disaster came, the enemy would definitely appear in the infinite star sea. Lin Sun's proposal to guard the infinite star sea by himself was undoubtedly tantamount to guarding the front line and protecting the Yuan sect by himself. No, it's too rash. Yan Ji shook his head. When he was about to dissuade Lin Sun interrupted with a smile, no one under the eternal realm is my opponent. Under such circumstances, it's most suitable for me to guard the infinite star sea. After a pause, he looked at Xian Feiling and the others, seniors, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I've made up my mind. Xian Feiling and the others narrowed their eyes slightly, feeling emotional. They could see that they really couldn't dissuade Lin Sun this time. There's still half a year. Why are you in such a hurry? Yan Ji frowned, what's more, if we let you guard the outside alone, won't those opponents laugh at us? Lin Sun said with a smile, senior, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Yan Ji was silent for a moment and said, if you encounter danger, remember to return to the sect as soon as possible. Lin Sun cupped his hands and nodded. Look, this kid is getting more and more arrogant. Now even us old guys can't persuade him. Xian Feiling teased. There's no other way. We can't beat him even if we join forces. Du Guyong sighed. The others couldn't help laughing. Although they were teasing, they all knew that Lin Sun was indeed the most powerful deputy pavilion master in the Yuan sect. He was the most powerful one under the eternal realm. Old weirdo Xian. Yan Ji looked at Xian Feiling and the others. I'll have to trouble all of you to gather the clansmen of the major clans in the Yuan sect. You must bring all of them into the Tian Yuan Mystery Land before Old Yu reaches the Eternal Realm. The Tian Yuan Mystery Realm was formed by the divine level sequence power of the Yuan sect. It was also the core forbidden area of the Yuan sect and the safest place. Xian Feiling and the others nodded solemnly. As for the descendants of the 9 peaks and 3 pavilions, those below the transcendent realm, bring them to the Tian Yuan Mystery Realm as well. As for the others, they will guard the Yuan religion with you. Yan Jidao reminded. Leave them to us. Xian Feiling said. On the same day, Xian Feiling and the others took action. Meanwhile, Lin Sun left the Yuan sect alone. Infinite Star Sea. The waves were vast and boundless. A myriad of stars were embedded in the sky like gems, and they glowed dazzlingly, causing this mysterious expanse of ocean to seem like a divine and eternal place. In fact, this place was a forbidden area all year round and was covered by the sequence power. Without the permission of the Yuan sect, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to enter. In the center of the infinite star sea, there was an ancient giant city that was bathed in the radiance of the stars. The towering city wall seemed to be made of divine gold, and it was magnificent. Holy city of absolute gods, this city was built by the founder of the Yuan sect, Yuan Chu. Tens of thousands of immortal divine materials were used to build it. In the center of the city, there was a building shaped like a divine sword that pierced through the clouds. This was the sword palace of absolute gods. Back then, the Yuan sect assessment that Lin Sun participated in was held on the dojo in front of the sword palace of absolute gods. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Now, he was already the deputy pavilion master of the Yuan sect's Sky Pavilion and a famous transcendent realm existence. He was no longer the same as when he was still the Xianxia emperor. On the highest floor of the sword palace, Lin Sun leaned against the railing and looked into the distance. Looking from here, he could see the vast expanse of the sea in all directions. Countless stars scattered on the surface of the sea, and it was quiet and vast. Xianxia, a battle will break out in this sea area soon. After a while, Lin Sun retracted his gaze and looked at Xianxia, who was standing quietly on the side, and said, "If you want to fight with me, you must promise me one thing." Xianxia said without hesitation, "Say it." Lin Sun said seriously, "If there is a fatal danger, you must not stand in front of me at all costs." Xianxia was silent for a moment, and said, "Okay." Lin Sun smiled and said, "Of course, with the combat power that you and I have now, no one in this world can threaten us unless it's an eternal realm expert." Speaking of this, a trace of emotion appeared between his eyebrows. In the past, when he and Xianxia encountered danger, they could only hide and escape. Even if they tried to resolve it, they would have to pay a heavy price. But now, it's completely different. Half a month later, a piece of news spread all over the world. The Witch sect and the Zen sect have joined forces and announced that they want the Yuan sect to hand over Lin Sun, the successor of the Mind sect. Otherwise, they will personally go to the Yuan sect to kill Lin Sun within a month. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. The major forces in the seventh heaven were the first to get the news, which caused a great uproar. In the past, the Ten-Clan Battle Alliance also wanted to deal with Lin Sun. However, it is said that the Ten-Clan Battle Alliance suffered heavy casualties in the sixth heaven. Who would have thought that the two ancestral halls of the Witch sect and the Zen sect would join forces to deal with Lin Sun? Someone was shocked. The world is going to be chaotic after all. The four ancestral halls are transcendent and have a terrifying foundation. Now, except for the ancestral hall of the Spirit sect, the other three ancestral halls are facing each other. Once a war breaks out, it will affect the situation of the entire world. I just don't know if the Ten-Clan Battle Alliance will participate. All kinds of discussions sounded. The declaration of war by the Witch sect and the Zen sect also made the situation in the world tense and depressed. As time passed day by day, more and more news came out. The ancestral hall of the Zen sect has gathered a group of transcendent realm masters and is ready to go. It is said that the Zen sect's army will be led by Buddhist Lord Ji Kong. In the ancestral hall of the Witch sect, a group of priests has been dispatched. It is said that there are more than 20 old monsters in the transcendent realm great perfection level. It is said that a pavilion master of the Yuan sect is about to prove the eternal realm. At that time, the Yuan sect's deity-level order power will no longer be able to protect the Yuan realm. The Yuan sect is in danger. The world was completely shaken. Countless cultivators from various forces were trembling in fear. For countless years, the four ancestral halls stood in the world with a transcendent status. Even the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven were wary of them. Who would have thought that such a conflict would break out between the three ancestral halls of the Yuan sect, the Witch sect, and the Zen sect? Once such a conflict broke out, the impact was bound to affect the entire eternal world, on the shore of the infinite star sea. Time passed quickly. A month passed. On this day, the sky was clear and boundless. With a buzz, the void fluctuated, and a group of figures appeared. There were men and women, old and young. Each of them had a vast aura, towering, and extremely terrifying. This was a group of transcendent realm existences. There were a total of 60 people. The person in the lead was dressed in black. He had his hands behind his back, and his aura was raging like the darkness of the eternal night. His face was old, and his eyes were filled with the aura of vicissitudes. However, along with his appearance, the originally clear sky was suddenly filled with darkness. Black clouds were surging, filled with an endless aura of disaster. The witch sex priest, Tu Mahun, behind him, there were 24 transcendent realm great perfection existences and 35 transcendent late realm existences. Including him, there were a total of 60 people. One should know that even the number 1 immortal giant, the Wang family, only had 9 transcendent realm great perfection existences emerge after countless years. But now, the witch sex ancestral court alone sent 24 transcendent realm great perfection existences. As one of the 4 ancestral halls, the witch sex foundation was terrifying. Tu Mahun placed his hands behind his back, and his old eyes stared at the vast sea in the distance. His voice was hoarse and low. This is the infinite star sea, where the Yuan sex lair is located. The others were also sizing up the infinite star sea. All of them sensed a layer of obscure energy of order covering the boundlessly vast ocean. Soon, Yu Beihai will attain eternity. By then, the eternal calamity will descend, and the divine-level order power protecting the Yuan sect will be severely suppressed. That will be the best time for us to kill our way into the Yuan sect. After a while, Tu Mahun spoke softly. His turbid eyes were filled with indifference and coldness. However, before that, perhaps we can have a good talk with the Yuan sect. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they seemed to know what Tu Mahun was going to do next. I'm the witch sex priest, Tu Mahun. Today, I'm here to pay a visit with a group of people. Tu Mahun opened his mouth. His deep and hoarse voice rumbled through the sky like thunder, and it spread towards the depths of the infinite star sea. At the peak of the Thousand Extinction Sword Palace, Lin Sun opened his eyes for meditation, and a trace of coldness appeared in the depths of his pupils. Pay a visit, he's obviously not here with good intentions. Just as he was about to respond, he heard a sneer. Tu Mahun, look at the situation now. Why are you still pretending to pay a visit? Just state your purpose of coming. With the voice, the figure of Xian Failing appeared beside Lin Sun. Lin Sun was stunned and said, Senior, didn't we agree that I should guard this place alone? Xian Failing said with a smile, the war hasn't broken out yet. I'm just here to see what these old bastards of the witch sect want to do. Lin Sun said helplessly, as you wish. On the shore of the infinite star sea, after hearing Xian Failing's voice, Tu Mahun's eyes flashed and he said, Xian Failing, since you're here, I might as well speak frankly. As long as your Yuan sect hands over Lin Sun, I'll leave with my people immediately. His voice rumbled and spread away. What if you don't hand him over? Xian Failing said slowly, talking to him across the air. Tu Mahun said expressionlessly, I'm afraid that there will be no place for the ancestral court of the Yuan sect in this world in the future. His voice was filled with endless coldness, which made people's hearts tremble. Hearing this, Xian Failing was silent for a moment, and then suddenly laughed up to the sky. Your witch sect is really arrogant. If you have the guts, why don't you come in now? His voice was full of ridicule and disdain. All the big shots of the witch sect had uncontrollable killing intent on their faces. P.S. Kavinka is really powerful, and the second one is a little late. Tu Mahun looked calm and said, if words are useful, why do we need cultivation? Since Yuan Church insists on protecting Lin Sun, why not wait here for a while? As he spoke, he sat cross-legged on a rock on the side of the sea and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, other big shots of witchcraft cult also sat down casually and calmly. In the Wanjua Sword Palace, Xian Failing frowned and said to Lin Sun, on the surface, witchcraft cult has sent 24 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection and 36 Transcendent Realm Late-Stage Experts this time. But they dare to clamor to destroy our sect. I'm afraid they have other preparations. Lin Sun said, can they send people in the Eternal Realm? Xian Failing pondered and said, maybe there is such a possibility. But don't worry. Once the Eternal Realm experts appear, they will be restrained and counterattacked by the rules of heaven and earth. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal to injure some of your Tao. But don't forget, the epic calamity will arrive in 1,000 years. Injuring your Tao at this time is a huge risk for any Eternal Realm expert. Lin Sun said thoughtfully, in this case, they must be able to use the power of the Eternal Realm experts, but they will never use it easily, right? Xian Failing smiled and said, of course. Just like in our Yuan clan, if we really encounter a life and death situation, do you think the Taishan Pavilion Master, who is trapped in the mystery realm of comprehending mystery, will sit back and watch? Lin Sun nodded. Xian Feiling said, the core purpose of witchcraft cult is nothing more than to take advantage of the situation. They want to kill you and seize the divine order power in your hands. I'm afraid they know that it's almost impossible to destroy our sect without an eternal realm expert. After a pause, Xian Feiling said, it's the same for Zen Church. Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of turbid air and said, I will guard this place and stop them here. Xian Feiling patted him on the shoulder and said, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Remember, our sect will advance and retreat with you. It didn't take long for Xian Feiling to leave. Lin Sun thought of the third sister of Spirit Church. The only thing he was worried about now was that if his third senior sister and the others found out about the situation in the Yuan sect and rashly came to the rescue, it was extremely likely that other variables would occur. For example, on the surface, the witch cult and the Zen cult had joined hands to deal with the Yuan cult, but could this be a pretense to lure third senior sister and the others to come and rescue them? As long as they captured the third sister, they would be able to threaten Lin Sun. Similarly, if something like this had happened in the Spirit Church, there would probably be many unforeseen variables if he were to head over to rescue them. I can only hope that third senior sister and the others will stay calm and not get involved, Lin Sun murmured. Time passed day by day. On the shore of the infinite star sea, Tu Muhan and the other important figures of the shaman cult were waiting quietly. The soldiers were at the gates of the city. This was a direct threat. The news quickly spread throughout the world. Everyone knew that the sorcerer cult had taken action and were waiting for the right moment. A great battle could break out at any time. The news spread to the spiritual church as soon as possible. Our spirit church has always been on good terms with the Yuan church. How can we remain indifferent when something like this happens? Spiritual Master Qing Yun was very surprised. He didn't expect that Ruosu would come to visit him after learning that the witch cult and the Zen cult had joined hands to attack the Yuan cult. She hoped that the spirit church wouldn't help the Yuan cult. This is probably a trap, Ruosu said softly. In other words, the purpose of the witch cult and the Zen cult's action this time is not to fight with the Yuan cult, but to deal with me and other junior brothers and sisters. As long as they capture us, they can threaten my junior brother to do anything. Qing Yun's eyes flickered, but don't you worry that if your guess is wrong, your junior brother and the Yuan cult will suffer a great disaster? Ruosu smiled and said, it's useless to worry. As long as we don't make any mistakes, my junior brother won't be affected. After a pause, she continued, what's more, if he really needs help, he would have sent a message to us. Qing Yun fell silent for a moment before he said, I won't hide it from you. Not long ago, I received a message from Feng Daoping, and he said that he doesn't allow our spirit church to interfere in this matter. I was quite curious at first, but it would seem like both the Origin Church and that junior brother of yours were probably prepared. Ruosu's eyes lit up. So, the sect already knows about this matter? Qing Yun nodded and said, when Yu Beihai proves his Dao, the sect will send a group of seniors to observe the ceremony. When that time comes, you and the other successors of Feng Xiyuan won't have to go with them. Ruosu thought for a while and agreed. There was only half a month left before Yu Beihai proved his Dao. By the infinite star sea, Tu Muhan and the other important figures of the witch cult felt a wave of spatial fluctuations. Soon after, a group of imposing figures in monk robes and straw sandals appeared. All of them looked solemn and dignified. They were the important figures of the Zen cult. The leader had a snow-white beard and a skinny figure. He wore a monk robe that was full of patches. His sunken cheeks were filled with wrinkles, and his wrinkled skin had a bronze color. Buddha Ji Kong, known as the first Buddha of the Zen cult, he had proved his Tao for hundreds of thousands of years. He was like a living fossil. Behind Ji Kong was a group of powerful figures of the Zen cult. Their number was equal to that of the witch cult. Didn't succeed? Tu Muhan got up and asked in a hoarse voice. Ji Kong shook his head and said, the spirit cult hasn't taken any action. I couldn't wait for a long time, so I had to leave in advance. Tu Muhan frowned and said, so, it's impossible to capture the successors of Feng Xiyuan of the spirit sect to threaten Lin Sun. Crafty plots and schemes are just a small trick. There was a solemn and calm expression on Ji Kong's skinny face. Since it's useless, we should achieve our wish with an open and aboveboard army. Tu Mahun snorted coldly, this conspiracy was proposed by your Zen cult. Don't slap yourself in the face. Ji Kong looked calm and said, from big to small ways, there is no difference between high and low. As he said, he looked at the infinite star sea in the distance and said, this time, our two ancestral halls have joined hands, and Yuan cult must be ready to fight with all their strength. Brother Tu, what do you think are the odds of winning with the forces in our hands? We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. Tu Mahun said indifferently, as long as the eternal realm of Yuan cult doesn't take action, no one can protect Lin Sun this time. Ji Kong said calmly, the master of the core dimension has been plotting for eons and gave birth to a lotus that has never existed before. Once such an immortal supreme attains eternity, the world is destined to fall into chaos, and our two ancestral courts will be the first to bear the brunt. Both which cult and Zen cult regarded Feng Siyuan Mountain as their mortal enemy, which was not without reason. Tu Mahun said, Lin Sun's current combat power is enough to pose a fatal threat to us old guys. It's not easy to deal with him. Who cared about such a young man in the past, a young man, but now, such a young man had become a thorn in their side, which was something that no one had expected. Ji Kong was silent for a while and said, in the sixth heaven, the 10 Clans War Alliance dispatched the Dharma images of many eternal realm figures, but without exception, they couldn't do anything to Lin Sun. In Brother Tu's opinion, under such circumstances, how should we kill him? Tu Mahun said expressionlessly, no one saw the battle in the sixth heaven with their own eyes. Even if Lin Sun has the supreme power of this realm, it is doomed to be impossible for him to destroy the Dharma image of the eternal realm. In my opinion, there must be a big shot of Yuan cult helping him in the sixth heaven. After a pause, he continued, but the situation is different now. We have already killed our way out of Yuan cult. On the contrary, Lin Sun's threat is the least. It's the old guys of Yuan cult who should be vigilant. Ji Kong said, what if the master of Taishan takes action? Tu Mahun's eyes suddenly narrowed, and then he said indifferently, if he dares to take action, someone will deal with him. Ji Kong said, it seems that Brother Tu is well prepared. Isn't your Zen cult the same? Tu Mahun snorted coldly, if you don't have some confidence, you can't eat the fat meat of Yuan cult. Ji Kong was silent for a long time, and suddenly sighed, I'm afraid the outcome of this battle will fall outside the chess game. Outside the chess game? Tu Mahun frowned, what do you mean? Ji Kong said, a hunch may not come true. You people from the Zen sect are the most mysterious. You are shrouded in mist. Tu Mahun showed a trace of disdain, I don't care about the inside and outside of the chess game. I only believe that as long as I am strong enough, I can crush everything. Ji Kong smiled slightly and said nothing more. Half a month later. At the top of the Wanjue Sword Palace, Lin Sun, who was meditating, seemed to feel something and suddenly stood up. Almost at the same time, a deep and melodious bell rang in Yuan cult, and the world fell silent. Then, in a forbidden secret realm behind Yuanqing Mountain, a figure stepped in the air, came to the sky, and looked up at the sky. He was dressed in a white robe and looked like a young man. His skin was crystal white, and only the depths of his eyes were surging with mysterious and unfathomable Taoist light. On his back, there was a wooden sword, with a red silk rope tied to the hilt, fluttering in the wind. As he stood there casually, he was like a carefree immortal god that looked down upon the world, and he carried an unrestrained aura and an extraordinary and proud bearing. Yuanqing Pavilion Head, Yu Beihai, an old antique who had been practicing in seclusion for countless years, and a legend on the road of swordsmanship. A long time ago, he and Tai Xian were called the double skills of Yuan cult. Old Yu, you can prove your Taoism with peace of mind today. In the distance, Yan Ji's figure appeared out of thin air, and he said calmly, don't pay attention to other things. Yu Beihai nodded slightly. Then, he stretched out a finger from his sleeve and made a stroke toward the sky. A shadow suddenly appeared in the depths of the clear sky. The shadow spread and swallowed the whole day. The world suddenly fell into darkness, boom. At the same time, the power of order around Yuan realm seemed to have suffered a great threat, and began to fluctuate violently. P.S. Double monthly votes started today. Goldfish didn't encourage people to spend money on monthly votes. Just do what you can. After dinner, Goldfish would continue to write, but it would be very late. The sky suddenly darkened while a shapeless aura of calamity spread out, and pressed down upon everyone to the point of suffocation. Under the sky, Yu Beihai stood with his hands behind his back. His sleeves fluttered in the wind as he remained silent and motionless. Xianxia and the other deputy pavilion masters raised their heads, feeling a little nervous. A calamity was about to descend. Pavilion Master Yu Beihai would attain eternity today. Is everything ready? Xianxia asked. Du Guyong, Feng Daoping, and the others nodded. Other than the transcendent realm existences, the other members of the Yuan school, as well as the clansmen of the major clans, had already been settled in the Tian Yuan mystery realm. Now, the primordial realm was cold and quiet, and it was extremely empty. All right. From now on, all of us in the transcendent realm and above will be stationed in the primordial realm. No matter what, we can't allow anyone to disrupt Pavilion Master Yu's path. Xianxia's eyes were resolute. The other deputy pavilion masters nodded and began to act. Xianxia headed out of the primordial realm alone. He was still worried about Lin Sun's safety after all. Infinite Star Sea. At the peak of the Wanjue Sword Palace, Lin Sun also raised his head. The clear sky had already been completely covered by thick tribulation clouds that were pitch black like ink, and it seemed as if the heavens and the earth had instantly fallen into boundless darkness. The suffocating atmosphere of disaster seemed to be everywhere, making Lin Sun's body feel cold. Heaven and earth were terribly silent. Even the vast infinite star sea seemed to have fallen into absolute stillness, without a trace of wind or waves. The tribulation clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker, and the sky was getting darker and darker. A dignified look appeared on Lin Sun's face. Without a doubt, this was the eternal great tribulation that belonged to Origin Clear Pavilion Lord Yu Beihai. It was unimaginably terrifying. Even though Lin Sun had experienced many unimaginable and mysterious tribulations in the past, he still felt frightened at this moment. Eternity, this was a legendary realm in the eyes of all living beings in the world. On the other hand, in the eyes of experts on the eternal path, eternity was like a natural chasm that was practically impossible to surmount. Old monsters like Xianxia, Feng Daoping, and Du Guyong had proven their Tao for tens of thousands of years, but none of them had proven their Tao to be eternal. Examples like this were common in the other 3 ancestral halls and the 10 undying giants. The reason was simple. The threshold of eternity was too high. It was so high that even those transcendent realm great perfection existences couldn't touch it. Once one entered the eternal realm, they would no longer fear the calamity of the end of eras. They would be able to use and control the laws and order of heaven and earth. This was no different from a creator. Although Lin Sun was now a transcendent realm great perfection, he had no clue about the eternal Tao. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had just stepped into the threshold of the great perfection realm, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to seek the mysteries of Tao proving eternity. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of violent rumbling resounded in the world. This was not the sound of tribulation lightning, because the eternal tribulation targeting Yu Beihai had yet to descend. Lin Sun noticed that the power of order covering the infinite star sea was fading away at an alarming rate. Even a god-level order would be suppressed by the aura of the eternal calamity. How terrifying would such a calamity be? Lin sighed with emotion. Then, he suddenly turned around and looked at the shore of the infinite star sea with his abyss-like dark eyes. Summer solstice. Lin Sun said softly. Summer Solstice, who was sitting on one side and concentrating on eating melon seeds, raised her head. 2 words were written in her clear eyes. What's the matter? She didn't seem to care about the impending eternal calamity at all, nor did she care about the power of order that was constantly dissipating from the infinite star sea. It seemed that as long as she was by Lin Sun's side, even if the sky collapsed and the earth sunk, or the flood rose to the sky, she wouldn't be able to attract her attention. The enemy is coming. Listen to my orders later. Lin Sun said softly. Summer Solstice agreed and put away the few spiritual melon seeds in her palm. She decided to destroy these delicious little things after the battle was over. Summer Solstice stood up. Her graceful figure was still dressed in a long black robe. Her beautiful face, which was enough to make the world dim, was hidden under the brim of the hat, revealing only her crystal white chin. Unknowingly, the white bone spear was already in her slender and fair hand. She stood side by side with Lin Sun and looked into the distance together. In a place far away, there was a ripple in the void. A burst of terrifying aura rose into the sky like a hurricane, breaking the dead atmosphere between heaven and earth. The murderous and oppressive aura was like a landslide and a tsunami, crushing the sea surface and spreading. The turbulent waves were still roaring and rolling, and the void showed signs of disorder visible to the naked eye. After that, groups of figures transformed into dazzling rays of light that whistled over from extremely far away. All of them were mighty and possessed monstrous imposing auras, and their entire bodies emanated the eternal glow of the Tao that illuminated this world that seemed like eternal night. These figures were the voodoo cult experts led by Tu Muhan and the Zen sect experts led by Ji Kong. The weakest of them had the cultivation of transcendent realm late. There were more than 100 experts in the two ancestral halls. Their own power gathered together. Wherever they passed, it was simply overturning mountains and seas, causing the world to shake. It was too terrifying. Even in the eighth heaven, the combined power of the top 10 immortal forces couldn't stop the impact of such a lineup. When seeing this scene from a distance, Lin Sun's expression was calm as usual. On the side, Xianxia counted seriously and said, "Do you want to compete to see who can kill more later?" Lin Sun was startled, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Don't be careless. They must have trump cards that can threaten you and me." It was related to Xianxia's safety, which made him a little nervous. "Are you afraid?" asked Xianxia. Lin Sun shook his head. "I'm only worried about you." Xianxia said, "Then I will fight side by side with you." Lin Sun was relieved and said, "That's for the best." Far away, Tu Muhan, Ji Kong, and the other allied forces of the two ancestral halls stopped in their tracks. Their gazes swept towards the holy city of 10,000 desolation, noticing the existence of Lin Sun and Xianxia. Their eyes slightly narrowed, and they were all a little surprised. "Lin Sun?" Tu Muhan said in surprise, "What is Yuan sect doing? They actually let the two of you guard this place?" This was really beyond their expectations. Previously, they thought that if they wanted to capture Lin Sun, they would have to first kill their way into Yuan sect and go through many obstacles before they could see Lin Sun. But who would have thought that before they entered the primordial realm, they would see Lin Sun in the infinite star sea outside the primordial realm. Moreover, in the huge holy city of 10,000 desolation, there was only Lin Sun and a woman. Ji Kong also raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "It's indeed a little abnormal." Lin Sun said indifferently, "Why? Didn't you come to deal with me? Why are you hesitating now?" "It's not really hesitation. We just didn't expect Yuan sect to throw caution to the wind like this. Could it be that Yuan sect has already decided to sacrifice you, a remnant, in order to let you Beihai attain eternity?" Tu Muhan's eyes were frightening. He had already sensed that there were no other ambushes in this sea region apart from Lin Sun and Xianxia. "Wrong," said Lin Sun indifferently. "In the eyes of the entire Yuan sect, it's enough for me to deal with you. There's no need to trouble anyone else." "Arrogant." One of the old antiques of the shaman cult sneered. "Everyone, I've already sensed the surroundings with a secret technique. There are no ambushes here. You can deal with this lad freely." Another old antique said with a murderous aura. However, despite saying so, no one took action. The scene in front of them was too abnormal. They clearly knew that the two ancestral halls came for Lin Sun, but they sent Lin Sun to guard outside the primordial realm. Who wouldn't be surprised? There must be something wrong when things were abnormal. Ha ha ha. At the peak of the palace of 10,000 desolation swords, Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. Even he didn't expect that just because he was guarding here, the old monsters of the two ancestral halls would be so suspicious that they didn't dare to act rashly. For a moment, the world was filled with Lin Sun's mocking laughter. This made Tu Muhan, Ji Kong, and the others frown. Could this lad, have he really been abandoned by Yuan sect? If so, it was a great thing. However, who could be sure that this wasn't a conspiracy? "Lin Sun, why are you so happy?" Xianxia asked in confusion. Lin Sun said, "I'm laughing at these old fellows. I don't know how long they've lived, but they're becoming less and less courageous." Xianxia said seriously, "Isn't it normal for them to be afraid of the two of us?" Lin Sun was stunned. How could she understand it like that? Immediately, he couldn't help laughing again and nodded, it seemed so. Seeing the two of them talking and laughing as if there was no one else around, the meaning revealed in their words made the faces of Tu Muhan and the other old monsters of which sect gloomy. Who cares if he's playing tricks or not? I'll go and meet him first. Suddenly, an old antique of which sect stood out. His figure was tall and strong like a mountain, with snow-white bone rings hanging on his ears. His skin was steaming with terrifying totem light. Lu Tu, one of the priests of which sect, a transcendent realm great perfection existence. Boom, he stepped in the air and moved the void. He was like a tyrannical and fierce god. Wherever he passed, the void rumbled and cracked. Here. A long bone rod appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards Lin Sun from a great distance. Boom, the shadow of the rod swept through the air, and the terrifying black immortal law poured down like a waterfall. From afar, it looked like a divine rainbow from outer space. Let me. Xianxia said, and her graceful figure rushed out, waving the white bone spear. Boom, the horrifying rod shadow exploded. A cold smile appeared on Lu Tu's face. This was just a feint. Seeing Xianxia rushing over, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He twisted his wrist, and the white bone rod made a dull and ear-piercing sound of thunder, smashing across the air. The momentum was so heavy that it shook the universe. This strike caused the void to collapse, and an unfathomable ravine suddenly appeared in the nearby sea area. The surging killing power was so strong that it made people's hearts tremble. Xianxia didn't dodge, but used the spear to block it. Clang, the white bone rod and the spear collided, and an earth-shattering explosion resounded. The horrifying aura of destruction spread between the two. Lu Tu's figure shook slightly, and he couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. This woman is so strong, but he didn't have much time to think. In Xianxia's slender white jade hand, the white bone spear simply and directly stabbed out, and the obscure power of karma and fate spread. At this moment, Lu Tu's heart trembled. He seemed to have sensed danger and subconsciously dodged. Puff, in the next moment, a handful of scarlet blood splattered. Lu Tu only felt a sharp pain in his body. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw a white bone spear piercing through his chest. He revealed a look of disbelief. I didn't dodge. How is this possible? Fast forward. Lu Tu had fought in the world for countless years and experienced the baptism of blood. His combat power was also extremely terrifying. However, in that instant, he had been completely confident that he would be able to dodge that attack, yet he had still been struck. This abnormal and strange scene stimulated him to the point that he couldn't accept it at all. Lin Sun's expression was as usual. When he sparred with Xianxia, he was almost hurt by the power of karma and destiny. Boom, in the blink of an eye, terrifying power erupted from the white bone spear the moment it pierced through Lu Tu's body, which could be said to be indestructible, immediately exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Clang, Xianxia put away the white bone spear. Her clothes fluttered, and her demeanor was as calm as before. Killing a witch cult transcendent realm great perfection with one blow didn't seem to affect her at all. But in the distance, Tu Muhan, Ji Kong, and others' expressions were a lot more serious. Lu Tu's death caught them off guard. Apart from being surprised, they also felt a chill and realized the horror of Xianxia. Karma and destiny are intertwined. This kind of supreme power of the Great Way is indeed terrifying. Ji Kong's expression was solemn, and his eyes were shining brightly. He saw through Xianxia's means. Everyone, to deal with this kind of power is like fighting against the Great Way divine retribution. You should confront it head-on. You must not retreat, otherwise, you will suffer a fatal blow. You've said so much. Do you dare to fight with me? Xianxia's voice was clear and ethereal, indifferent and calm. Ji Kong said, fellow Taoist, a battle of life and death is not a child's play. You should kill the enemy with all your strength. Well said. Lin Sun's figure rose into the air, and his black eyes were cold. He said, today, I will experience the glory of your two ancestral halls. Tu Muhan's old face was filled with a touch of killing intent. I want to see how powerful the immortal Supreme Way is. His skinny figure emerged with hundreds of millions of blood-colored lightning arcs. All of a sudden, he seemed to have turned into an ancient thunder god, and the destructive aura surged. A black wooden staff appeared in his hand. The wooden staff surged with obscure and mysterious energy fluctuations. "Go, kill this man," Tu Muhan said coldly. Boom, the nearby experts of the shaman cult also circulated their power at this moment. They either controlled the dark green divine flame or controlled the white bone halberd. They were like ghosts and gods from hell that had descended to the world. Some stepped on fiery clouds with countless purple saber auras lingering around their bodies. Some had divine light in their eyes as they held the mysterious beast skin Dao diagram. Every transcendent realm existence unleashed their divine might without concealing it. They unleashed their strongest treasures. The terrifying divine might caused the sea region to be in chaos, and the nearby void was in a state of turbulence. "Kill." The elders of the witch sect swarmed forward. Lin Sun transmitted his voice, "Xia Ji, remember what you promised me." As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve. The abyssal sword cauldron soared into the sky and floated above him and Xia Ji. Clang, in the sword tripod, a Taoist sword rushed out with a clang. Lin Sun grabbed it in his hand and waved it down. This sword strike was vast, boundless, and brilliant. Rumble, the battle broke out. The attacks of the elders of the witch sect were like an overwhelming torrent, full of violent and boundless destructive murderous aura. The transcendent realm Great Perfection was the strongest existence under the eternal realm, standing at the top of the heavens. Now, a group of transcendent realm Great Perfection joined hands and unleashed all their means. They unleashed their strongest Taoist weapons and attacked Lin Sun together. It was imaginable how terrifying their power was. However, compared with 18 years ago, Lin Sun had changed again. His realm had reached the transcendent realm Great Perfection, and he had refined 80% of the order of Nirvana? Order into his own immortal law. His combat power was so strong that he could look down upon all his peers in the heavens and the earth, as he slashed out with his sword. Clatter hundreds of millions of sword auras whizzed out, filled with divine brilliance. They crisscrossed and raged in all directions. This sword was full of the power to destroy the world, obscure and mysterious. The power was simply indescribable. It made the world fall into a dead silence. Only the clear and melodious sword sound resounded. The elephant was invisible, and the loudest sound was silent. It was precisely because this sword was too powerful that it had the might of returning to its original source and losing all its splendor. Boom, the sky fell, the earth cracked, and the seawater evaporated. The attacks of all the seniors of the shaman sect that covered the heavens and the earth were forcefully suppressed, resisted, and then exploded into pieces by this sword strike. One sword actually resisted the besiegement of the witch cult's elders. What a terrifying combat power. The pupils of the witch cult's elders shrank, and their faces changed. Before they came here, they already knew that Lin Sun's combat power was heaven-defying, and he possessed the power of the immortal supreme. But they never expected that his combat power had reached such a level. Tu Muhan's pupils shrank in the distance, and his heart trembled. He shouted immediately, "Use all your strength. Don't hold back." There was no need to remind them at all. The witch cult's elders had already used all their strength. Prohibition. With a roar, 36 transcendent realm-laid experts joined hands. Their figures were scattered in different directions, and they instantly formed a battle formation. Boom! A terrifying prohibition fluctuation spread, causing the whole world to fall into a chaotic black mist. There were even wisps of thunder and lightning surging in it, rolling towards Lin Sun and summer solstice. This battle formation was the supreme inheritance of the witch cult. 36 experts joined hands, and their aura communicated with each other. It was like a single person fighting, but the power released was terrifying. It was said to be able to refine the gods. Even the transcendent realm Great Perfection had to avoid it. Originally, this was one of the trump cards prepared by Tu Muhan. But even they didn't expect that Lin Sun would show such a terrifying combat power as soon as he attacked. They had to use this formation in advance. Kill. 36 transcendent realm-laid existences shouted in unison, and the entire battle formation was activated. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were covered in divine brilliance, flowing fire, Taoist radiance, and treasure aura. A rain of light splashed, and a deity's voice reverberated. It reflected the terrifying scenes of demons and gods roaring, time and space collapsing, and everything turning into powder. It was like the end of the world. Immediately afterward, a figure with a height of thousands of feet condensed from the battle formation and punched towards Lin Sun. That punch was like 100 mountains falling from the sky. Battle formation? Lin Sun couldn't help but show a cold arc on his lips. Swish, he attacked with his sword again. In an instant, it seemed that there was a lightning in this world, but it was faster than lightning. The surging and terrifying fist was like a bubble in the face of this sword, and it was instantly torn apart. Swish! 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 Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun continuously slashed out thousands of sword chi, rolling and whistling. Under this kind of attack, the huge figure with a height of thousands of feet instantly showed countless cracks, and finally burst into pieces. The 36 Transcendent Realm laid experts trembled all over and coughed up blood. The battle formation formed by them was violently tumbling, showing signs of instability. How is it possible? Many people were shocked. This is the witch ancestors' god exterminating formation. Even ghosts and gods can be killed. How could it be shaken? This is impossible. Boom. While they were in a panic, Lin Sun had already swung his sword. His thick black long hair fluttered, and his figure was filled with divine brilliance. He was like a peerless dominator, looking down at the audience with immeasurable power. Under the slash of the terrifying sword intent, the battle formation could not bear the heavy burden and directly collapsed. Among them, there were more than a dozen Transcendent Realm laid experts who had no time to dodge and were killed on the spot by the vast sword chi. This swordsmanship is too terrifying. No, not only that, this boy's combat power is obviously stronger than those in the same realm. Is this the power of the Immortal Supreme? At this moment, everyone present was shocked, and their expressions changed suddenly. Damn it! In the distance, Tu Mahun's face was gloomy. Lin Sun's combat power was too heaven-defying. Even if he had never underestimated Lin Sun, he found that the power Lin Sun controlled had exceeded his expectations too much. Puff! 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 On the battlefield, while Lin Sun broke the battle formation, Xianxia waved the white bone spear and simply stabbed more than 10 times. Every time he stabbed, he would kill a Transcendent Realm laid expert. In the blink of an eye, those Transcendent Realm laid experts who were not killed by Lin Sun all died in Xianxia's hands. During this period, the Transcendent Realm laid experts of the witch cult did not stop, but they were restrained by Lin Sun as soon as they rushed over. As a result, they could only watch their companions die tragically in Xianxia's slaughter. Blood rained down. Angry shouts resounded between heaven and earth. As soon as the battle started, 36 Transcendent Realm laid experts of the witch cult were all killed. This bloody scene made Tu Mahun's eyes almost pop out, and his hair stood on end. As for Ji Kong and the other Zen experts who had not made a move in the distance, their expressions became solemn. So what if there were 2 people, under such a siege? He killed a group of old monsters of the witch cult without any hesitation. No wonder this boy dared to appear at the front line of the Yuan cult. With the power of the Immortal Supreme, he is indeed too difficult to deal with, Ji Kong sighed softly. Other than Lin Sun, the sharp means that Xianxia displayed also made him secretly shocked. Ji Kong, is your Zen cult going to watch from the sidelines and laugh at my witch cult? Not far away, Tu Mahun's expression was unfriendly. Ji Kong said solemnly, brother, don't be angry. As he spoke, he waved his hand, everyone, go and help the witch cult fellow. Remember, when you make a move, just deal with that woman. There's no need to hold back. Boom! Behind Ji Kong, a group of Zen cult old antiques who had been accumulating power for a long time burst out of their bodies one by one. The Brahma light was dazzling, and its divine power was immeasurable. They held Buddhist staffs, alms bowls, green lamps, rulers, knives, horsetail whisks, and other treasures. Like the Buddhas of the heavens, they rushed into the battlefield together and besieged Xianxia. The battle broke out, turning the world upside down, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. Lin Sun was besieged by a group of witch cult old antiques, while Xianxia was restrained by a group of Zen cult old antiques who had just rushed into the battlefield. The battle was intense, and both sides showed no mercy. In the distance, Tu Mahun and Ji Kong watched the battle from afar, ready to make a move at any time. In the depths of the sky, deep in the thick ink-like tribulation clouds, there was a terrifying sound of tribulation thunder. It rumbled and rolled, causing the world to tremble. This eternal tribulation that belonged to Yu Beihai was finally coming. Seeing this scene, Tu Muhan and Ji Kong looked at each other. They both knew in their hearts that the battle that broke out between the three ancestral halls had just begun. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. The goldfish will continue to update after eating at the entrance of the primordial realm. Xianfeiling narrowed his eyes and looked solemn. He clearly saw the battle taking place in front of the city of 10,000 Absolute. When he saw Lin Sun and Xia Ji being restrained by the old antiques of witchcraft cult and Zen cult respectively, Xianfeiling's heart suddenly tightened. There were too many opponents. Moreover, the two ancestral halls hadn't used their trump cards yet, so it was very easy for many unpredictable accidents to happen. Xianfeiling took a deep breath and immediately made a decision. As long as Lin Sun showed signs of being unable to hold on, he would immediately save him. But soon, Xianfeiling was suddenly stunned. Gradually, he was dumbfounded. The reason was that Lin Sun was not suppressed on the battlefield, but he was suppressing those antiques of witchcraft cult by himself. This made Xianfeiling feel confused. The existence of the wizard religion at the peak of the good fortune realm is far from being comparable to the top 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven. Now, more than 20 such old monsters used all their strength to deal with Lin Sun, but they were suppressed by Lin Sun alone, which was too unexpected. On the battlefield, with a bang, Lin Sun broke a red Tao soldier with one sword strike. The sword chi spread and directly hacked an antique into the air, and his body was split. If it weren't for the timely help of others, even his spirit might be lost. At this time, the antiques of witchcraft cult looked extremely solemn, and their eyes were full of shock and anger. Lin Sun's combat power was too powerful. Only when they really fought with him could they understand his horror. His whole body was like a towering mountain standing beyond the 9th heaven, indestructible and unshakable. Anyone who fought with him would feel powerless. Bastard! Someone was furious and rushed to kill Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't even look at him and slashed with his sword. Bang! Even though this sword strike was blocked by the old man, the force that emanated from it forcefully shook the old man to the point the bones in his entire body exploded into pieces. Blood flowed from all 7 of his apertures, and he seemed as if he'd been struck by lightning. His body rumbled as it exploded into pieces, causing a rain of blood to spray down. Hurry up! Let's stop him together. 2 seniors were seriously injured by Lin Sun with a single strike, which shocked and enraged many people. They didn't dare to attack rashly, but cooperated with others to attack Lin Sun with all their strength. Even so, it still couldn't trap Lin Sun, let alone kill him. The reason was that Lin Sun was too strong at this moment. He was like a god that charged through this expanse of the heavens and the earth. He was murderous, cold, and emotionless, and every single move he made caused those seniors to feel a form of unprecedented pressure. All of this came from his terrifying combat strength that was rarely seen in the world. He could be said to be the #1 expert beneath the eternal realm, so he didn't take mere cultivators at the same realm seriously since a long time ago. In the past, when he was still in the transcendent realm initial stage, he could already battle across realms and kill opponents in the Great Perfection realm. When he was in the Transcendent Realm late stage, he was able to kill a group of 10 Clan Battle Alliance's Great Perfection Realm elders alone outside the 6th heaven. And now, he had also reached the Great Perfection Realm. He'd even refined and absorbed 80% of the Nirvana Order energy, and his eternal laws weren't inferior to the Divine Rank Order energy at all. Under such circumstances, could anyone in the eternal true world who was at the same realm as him go against him? In less than 10 minutes of time, 2 seniors had been crushed on the spot, and over 10 were injured. Blood dyed the sky red. The heavens and the earth had fallen into chaos. This battle was too intense, and it could be said to be rarely seen throughout the ages. If it wasn't for these seniors possessing extremely strong reserves and possessing numerous life-saving trump cards that helped them deal with the danger they faced at the critical moment, then the casualties they suffered would have been even heavier. On the other hand, Lin Sun revealed an aura of supremacy in the entire world, and he seemed to possess an arrogant bearing as if he was the only one in the entire world. All treasures were unable to approach him. All restrictions were unable to obstruct his footsteps. All techniques were countered by the divine might of the eternal laws. If this scene was witnessed by all the cultivators in the world, they would probably be unable to believe that Lin Sun was actually so domineering while fighting all the seniors of the shaman sect's ancestral court by himself. In fact, Xianfeiling, who was witnessing this scene, was already shocked speechless. In the past, he only managed to find out about the battle that happened in the sixth heaven. He only heard that Lin Sun had annihilated a group of transcendent realm great perfection existences of the Ten-Clan Battle Alliance. But after all, it was just hearsay. And now, he witnessed it with his own eyes. The shock he felt was especially strong. When Xianfeiling noticed the battle situation on Xiaji's side, he couldn't help but gasp. Every single one of the Zen sect's seniors was extremely difficult to deal with. The Brahma light on their bodies surged into the heavens and the earth, and they cooperated with each other tacitly. They besieged Xiaji like waves. Xianfeiling asked himself if he was in such a situation, he would probably have to fight with his life on the line, and it was highly likely that he would have already died. But Xiaji was different, her figure flickered like a stream of light, drifting erratically, and no one could catch her movements. Even if she was heavily besieged, she was still able to narrowly avoid the overwhelming attacks. When she attacked, it was extremely simple and direct. She swung the white bone spear as if it was her own arm. She stabbed, flicked, hacked, shook, swept, smashed, curled, collapsed, all of them were the most simple and direct combat methods, without any fancy tricks. But the horror of its power was enough to make any transcendent realm great perfection existence shudder. The battle had only lasted for a moment, but 3 opponents had died in Xiaji's hands, and more than a dozen were seriously injured. Her strength was comparable to Lin Sun's. Even if Lin Sun was heaven-defying, Xianfeiling could still understand it. After all, everyone knew that he had the immortal supreme power. But Xiaji's combat power was also so tyrannical that Xianfeiling couldn't understand it at all. He was so stunned that he looked dull. All of this was also seen by Tu Mahun and Ji Kong. Tu Mahun's expression became more and more livid and gloomy, while Ji Kong's expression became more and more dignified. Seeing that as the battle continued, the situation of the 2 ancestral halls became more and more unbearable, Tu Mahun could no longer hold back and shouted, "Use the will manifestation." His voice shook the universe. Suddenly, a witch cult expert on the battlefield waved his sleeve. A piece of black beast bone exploded in the void, and a stalwart figure emerged, exuding the aura of the eternal realm. He was clad in beast skin, barefooted, and his long hair was unkempt. However, his eyes were more frightening than lightning, and his bronze-colored skin bulged as if it was made of bronze liquid. With his appearance, the world trembled violently. Iju Beihai crossing the retribution, after the majestic figure like an ancient barbarian god appeared, his eyes looked into the depths of the sky, and his rough and resolute expression was full of coldness and indifference. In the depths of the sky, the tribulation thunder was rolling, like hundreds of millions of giant pythons rolling in it. The brilliant tribulation light was flowing, piercing people's mind and soul. Wu Huanjun. Xianfeiling was shocked. Wu Huanjun, one of the witch cult's heaven priests, was a supreme figure who had proved the way for countless years. In terms of cultivation time, even Yuan Xian, the master of Yuanshu Pavilion, was inferior to him. Even in the 9th heaven, Wu Huanjun's reputation is extremely resounding. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a living mythical figure. "Heaven priest, please take action and capture Lin Sun." In the distance, Tu Mahun said solemnly. However, Wu Huanjun's eyes were locked on Lin Sun, and his voice was indifferent. "Where is Tai Xian? Even if he doesn't appear in person, his will should be here." As he spoke, the witch cult's transcendent realm old monsters who besieged Lin Sun had retreated far away. Lin Sun did not chase after them. He looked at Wu Huanjun indifferently and said, "There is no need for Taishan Pavilion Master to deal with you. I alone am enough." Arrogant. Tu Mahun couldn't help but laugh out of anger. A young man in transcendent realm great perfection, even if he had the immortal supreme power, who gave him the courage to provoke the will of an eternal realm, the other witch cult old man also sneered. This Lin Sun, he was simply overestimating himself, Lin Sun said slowly. It can be seen that the great defeat suffered by the Ten-Clan Battle Alliance in the 6th heaven didn't teach you a lesson. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to use a mere eternal realm's Dharma image. Everyone almost thought that they had heard wrong. Just an eternal realm, just? Lin Sun's tone was so arrogant. At this time, even Wu Huanjun's will couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't seem to care about a junior like Lin Sun at all. He looked into the distance and said indifferently, Tai Xian, if your will doesn't come out, don't blame me for being impolite. Obviously, he believed that Lin Sun dared to be so arrogant because he had a backer behind him. And this backer was Tai Xian. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. Prejudice was arrogance. Wu Huanzhen's attitude reminded him of the eternal realms that he killed in the sixth heaven. It seemed that they all had such a high and mighty attitude. Thinking about it, which eternal realm figure in this world could think that a young man in transcendent realm could kill the will of an eternal realm? The Ten-Clan Battle Alliance did not expect it. Obviously, which cult and Zen cult did not expect it either. Otherwise, Wu Huanzhen would not act like this. If so, I will force you to show up. A cold light flashed in Wu Huanzhen's eyes, and he made his move. Boom, he directly stretched out his hand and grasped in the air. The terrifying palm power covered the sky, entwined with countless scarlet and frightening eternal way profundities. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, even Xian Feiling's heart was in his throat, and his fists were clenched. At this moment, Lin Sun did not dodge, but rushed up to meet it. Boom, he also struck with his palm. Under the incredulous and horrified gaze of the crowd, Wu Huanzhen's palm, which was enough to make any transcendent realm desperate, was forcibly broken. The sound of the explosion resounded, and the sky was full of light rain. Lin Sun had moved to the front of Wu Huanzhen's will. Wu Huanzhen was obviously shocked, and his pupils shrank. This scene had truly overturned everything he knew, and he didn't dare believe it. However, as an eternal realm existence, even a Dharma image of willpower was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he directly used his killing move. He pressed out his hands, and a terrifying blood-colored seal condensed and pressed down on Lin Sun. Boom, Lin Sun waved his fist to meet it head-on. In the earth-shattering collision sound, the blood-red seal cracked and exploded. Lin Sun's figure shook slightly, and then the 5 Tao forms rushed out together. They were like 5 god dominators appearing out of thin air, bombarding Wu Huanzhen's will. Caught off guard, Wu Huanzhen was suddenly besieged. He shouted again and again, madly attacking, using all kinds of supreme magic skills. The power was peerlessly terrifying, which was enough to easily kill anyone under the eternal realm. But all these were in vain in front of Lin Sun. They were all blocked and resolved one by one, unable to hurt Lin Sun at all. Lin Sun, who had the upper hand, did not hesitate. His body and doppelganger attacked with all their strength. Their killing intent was monstrous, and their power was overwhelming. Wu Huanzhen was completely suppressed. This scene made everyone present dumbfounded, and their hearts trembled. How was this possible? Boom, in just a few blinks of an eye, a shocking explosion resounded. Wu Huanzhen's will was forcibly smashed by Lin Sun at this moment. The monthly votes fell out of the top 20. During the period of double monthly votes, the competition is very fierce. Please support me. Boom, the horrifying turbulence of the great path spread. Wu Huanzhen was blown up. His spiritual will exploded into a rain of light, surging between heaven and earth. Everyone present felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their eyes widened, and they were all shocked by the scene. Tu Mahun's scalp was numb, and his hands and feet were cold. Lin Sun, a transcendent realm great perfection existence, destroyed the spiritual will of an eternal realm existence of their witch cult with his own combat power. The impact of this was too great, and Tu Mahun was in disbelief. The witch cult people around him were also shocked, and their faces were pale. After living for so long and experiencing countless bloodshed, their state of mind had long been tempered to the point of being indifferent. However, at this moment, they still felt terrified, and a chill ran down their spines. The eternal realm was a supreme existence that stood above the heavens, overlooking the changes of the era. Who would dare to believe that the power belonging to the eternal realm would be easily destroyed by such a young transcendent realm cultivator? He was really killed by this kid. Xian Feiling couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was extremely shocked. Puff, suddenly, a muffled explosion was heard, followed by a splash of blood. Among the Zen cult old antiques who were besieging Summer Solstice, one of them was pierced by Summer Solstice's white bone spear. His corpse was lifted into the air, and then exploded. This old antique was shocked by the scene of Lin Sun killing Wu Huanzhen's spiritual will. His mind was shaken for a moment, and Summer Solstice seized the opportunity to kill him on the spot. This bloody scene caused the expressions of everyone present to go pale. At this time, Lin Sun had already killed those old antiques of the witch cult again. Ji Kong, if you don't use your trump card, I'm afraid we will all be stopped outside the Yuan cult today. Tu Mahun said in a hoarse voice. Then let's decide the winner in one round. Ji Kong put his palms together, and his expression was solemn. All right. Tu Mahun took a deep breath and took out an ancient beast skin scroll from his sleeve. Sacrifice. The ancient scroll burned under the sky. Immediately after, the spiritual will of the eternal realm appeared out of thin air, and there were as many as 6 of them. These spiritual will were of men and women, old and young, but without exception, their auras were terrifying. The entire sea was silent and oppressive. The terrifying pressure even affected the chaos of the rules of heaven and earth, and the power of the great path showed signs of chaos. 6 eternal realm Dharma idols. This was the strongest trump card left behind by the ancestors of the witchcraft ancestral court for countless years. Originally, this power would only be used if the witchcraft ancestral court was destroyed. But now, it had been used by Tu Mu. This was not the end. Almost at the same time, Ji Kong took out a golden lotus seat with a solemn expression. Along with a burst of grand and boundless Sanskrit chanting resounded, one after another, majestic figures that were like Buddhas appeared on the golden lotus platform. A total of 8 people, every single one of them was the will left behind by the sages of the Dhyana sect over countless years, and they all possessed unparalleled might. They were either holding flowers and smiling, or glaring angrily, or bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, or silent and quiet, or solemn and solemn. Along with their appearance, the heavens and the earth were dyed in a layer of vast and dazzling Buddhist light. Lin Sun pulled Xianxia to his side at once, and his expression became slightly dignified. The 6 eternal realm Dharma idols of the witchcraft sect. When the 8 eternal realm Dharma idols of the Dhyana sect gathered together, there were 14 of them. Undoubtedly, in order to deal with the Yuan sect this time, the 2 ancestral courts of the witchcraft sect and the Dhyana sect had put in a lot of effort. They took out all the trump cards that they had accumulated for countless years. Such a lineup, in addition to the 9th heaven, I'm afraid you can't find a second one. It was too terrifying. At this time, the transcendent realm great perfection of the witchcraft sect and the Dhyana sect had already retreated. Even they were shocked when they saw this scene. Originally, such a force would only be used after killing their way into the Yuan sect. No one expected that in this infinite star sea, just because of Lin Sun and Xianxia, the 2 ancestral courts were forced to use such a trump card. Oh no! When he saw this scene, Xianfeiling couldn't sit still anymore. He rushed out of the Yuan sect's entrance and shouted, "Do you really intend to fight with my Yuan sect to the death?" His voice rumbled over the infinite star sea. When the voice sounded, Xianfeiling had already moved over and stood beside Lin Sun, glaring angrily. Even he didn't expect that the 2 ancestral courts would be so desperate to deal with Lin Sun and Xianxia. Tu Mahun's voice was hoarse and old. "Xianfeiling, you finally showed up. But I'm afraid you're courting death if you come alone." Ji Kong said solemnly, "We came here just to take Lin Sun away, but we didn't expect his combat power to be so powerful that we had to use such means. It's really a helpless move." Xianfeiling looked cold and said, "A helpless move? You came to the Yuan sect to commit murder, and you call that helpless? When will your Dhyana sect stop being so despicable?" The 14 eternal realm Dharma idols looked at all this indifferently. It seemed that they didn't care about these arguments and didn't bother to refute. Now that things have come to this, it's time to see the result. Tu Mahun looked grim. "Right now, your Yuan sect only has 2 choices. First, hand over Lin Sun, and we'll leave immediately. Second, let's see what we can do." His words were full of murderous intent. Ji Kong looked into the depths of the sky and said, "Now Pavilion Leader Yu Beihai is proving the eternal way. At this critical moment, your Yuan sect doesn't have the protection of the divine level order. Once we break in, your foundation will be severely damaged, and it will even affect Pavilion Leader Yu Beihai's process of proving the eternal way. I hope you can think twice." Xianfeiling's expression became gloomier, and he said, "With these 14 eternal realm Dharma idols?" Tu Mahun said coldly, "If Tai Xian dares to use his power, someone will deal with him. You should know that if things really go to that point, the Yuan sect's casualties will be far more than this." Ji Kong said, Taoist friend, in the end, Lin Sun is the successor of Feng Siyuan. Are you really going to destroy the Yuan sect's foundation of the Great Way for countless years to protect him? Xian Feiling's expression became more and more indifferent, and he said word by word, if we can't even protect a deputy pavilion leader of our Yuan sect, what's the use of the Great Way? Tu Mahun sneered, it seems like we can only fight to the end. Lin Sun, who had been silent all this while, said indifferently, I just destroyed an Eternal Realm Dharma idol, and now you're being arrogant again. Do you people of the sorcerer cult not learn from your mistakes? Tu Mahun's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. However, his heart was filled with awe. He quickly told the 6 Eternal Realm Dharma images of Lin Sun killing Wu Huanzhen's Dharma image. At the same time, Ji Kong also told the Zen sect's Eternal Realm antiques about the previous battle. For a moment, 14 Eternals. The Realm Will and Dharma all looked at Lin Sun with a touch of amazement. Senior, please retreat. I'll take care of this myself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun stepped forward with cold eyes, if I lose, I will die. If I win, none of them can escape today. Life or death. It was very simple, just one battle and it would be decided. Summer solstice, why don't you watch from the side? Lin Sun said softly, but there was no room for refusal in his words. Summer solstice was silent for a moment. Without saying a word, she retreated far away. However, her hand was still tightly holding the white bone spear. Of course, she would not just watch Lin Sun die. When Xian Feiling was about to say something, Lin Sun had already taken a step forward. His tall figure surged with fighting and killing intent, and his whole momentum changed. Lin Sun is standing here. You'd better come at me together. His dark eyes were cold as he glanced at the 14 Eternal Realm Dharma images. His indifferent voice resounded between heaven and earth. Witnessing this scene, Xian Feiling seemed to have finally made a decision and silently retreated. You're courting death. In the sorcerer cult's camp, a man who looked like a teenager was the first to leap forward and punch. Boom, as the punch burst forth, heaven and earth shook, and the universe reversed. It was as if this punch had forcibly broken the shackles of the heaven and earth rules, and it was extremely tyrannical. The strong fist energy glowed like dusk, giving people a sense of despair as if the world had ended and doomsday had come. It was shocking. Many old fogies who had transcended the exceptional realm felt their hearts throbbing, and their eyes were stinging. This was the power of the eternal realm. It controlled the heaven and earth rules, and it was immortal and eternal. This punch could easily kill any one of them. Lin Sun's original body stood there, with the immortal law flowing and turning into a big abyss that covered the sky, making his power obscure and mysterious. Boom, he waved his sleeve, and the fist energy glowing with dusk suddenly exploded. It collapsed and dissipated inch by inch in front of him, unable to hurt him at all. This caused the young man's pupils to constrict. The other Eternal Realm Dharma images present were also moved. Sure enough, this young man had a heaven-defying combat strength that could not be measured by common sense. They looked at each other and attacked together at this moment. How terrifying would it be when 14 Eternal Realm Dharma idols joined forces to attack? The vast infinite star sea collapsed in an instant, the seawater completely evaporated, and the void between heaven and earth collapsed like a piece of paper. Everything fell into a terrible scene of destruction. It was like the end of the world. All kinds of supreme magical methods whistled out, and the eternal Taoist light emerged as if blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Countless shocking visions appeared. At that moment, everyone had an illusion that the world was collapsing, the sun and the moon were collapsing, and everything would cease to exist in such a terrible killing. It was too horrible. Everyone present felt suffocated, and a chill ran down their backs. Their minds were awed. In the face of such a terrible attack, Lin Sun's expression was as indifferent as before. Only in the depths of his indifferent eyes, a burning fighting intent emerged, and his spirit was completely boiling. An indescribable burning killing intent spread and raged in his chest, stimulating every inch of his skin to seem to be eager to fight and to feast on the enemy's blood. This battle. He wouldn't hold anything back anymore. Kill. Lin Sun rushed up violently, and the 5 Tao bodies were all dazzling, attacking together with himself. Boom, at the moment when the fierce battle broke out, Lin Sun and the 5 Tao bodies were shaken back dozens of feet, and their auras were tumbling. With his current combat power, it was not too difficult for him to kill an Eternal Realms Dharma image. But when facing the suppression of the 14 Eternal Realms Dharma images, it was obviously a little difficult. Even if he had used his cultivation to the extreme, he was still shaken by such a siege. Xianxia's heart tightened. Xianxia looked as calm as before, but her clothes were fluttering, and her aura was flowing. Obviously, she was ready. In the distance, Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and others breathed a sigh of relief, but they could not help but feel shocked. There was no one blow to kill. Not to mention a serious injury. The 14 Eternal Realms Dharma images only shook Lin Sun back, when witnessing this scene, who could not be shocked by Lin Sun's combat power, who dared to believe that this was the power of a young man in transcendent realm great perfection. Boom, the sky collapsed, and all things withered. After the 14 Eternal Realms Dharma images attacked, they did not intend to give Lin Sun any chance to breathe, each more powerful than the other. Some controlled the divine whip of order, and the golden light of law whipped the world. Some controlled the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, which evolved into the eternal truth and raged the world. Some used the sword Qi, and each sword imprinted with the ultimacy could collapse the sky and cross the sun and the moon. There were also strong axe shadows, mysterious saber Qi, bright spear lights, domineering spear shadows, and so on, all of which could be called the strongest in the world. If it were someone else, he would have been killed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun and his 5 Tao bodies were besieged. Boom, the sound of Tao was like thunder in the 9th heaven, and the destructive fluctuations of the battle spread and raged. The scene of the battle shocked everyone present and made them break out in a cold sweat. It was no exaggeration to say that if such a battle took place in the outside world, it would destroy countless mountains, rivers, and cities, and even the origin of a big world. And it was in this siege that Lin Sun felt unprecedented pressure. Even if his combat power was against the natural order, even if his immortal law had reached the point where he could compete with the power of the divine level order. However, he was only in the transcendent realm. In the face of the encirclement of the wills and dharma forms of the eternal realm experts, it was not as easy as when he dealt with Wu Huanjun. This scene was also seen by the people outside the battlefield. Especially Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and the others. They didn't dare imagine how terrifying his might would be if a young man like Lin Sun, who possessed the potential to become an eternal exalt, was allowed to attain eternity. At that time, not to mention the ancestral halls of the witchcraft sect and the Zen sect, even the eternal gods of the 9th heaven are destined to be unable to eat and sleep in peace. Fortunately, Lin Sun was already tied up and showed signs of being in a terrible state, causing Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and the others to feel a wave of relief. Be careful of Xian failing. Yuan Church must have many trump cards that they haven't used yet. Besides, they won't just watch Lin Sun be killed. Tu Mahun quickly transmitted his voice. At this time, who else can save Lin Sun except for the Eternal Realm original body? With the current foundation of Yuan Church, at most, they can only send out a few more Eternal Realm wills and Dharma forms. This is destined to be unable to change the situation of the battle. Ji Kong's expression was calm and indifferent. What's more, apart from these, does Brother Tu have any other trump cards? Tu Mahun's eyes flickered. He said, we're in the same boat. After all, we're going to deal with the entire Yuan Church. If we don't make sufficient preparations, how can we shake its foundation? While they were talking, there was suddenly a shocking change in the distant battlefield. Lin Sun, who had been suppressed for a long time, used the Gate of Exile at this moment. Boom, a huge space-time crack appeared in the sky. The space-time door with a range of thousands of feet covered the ground, producing a frightening devouring aura. In an instant, the Eternal Realm wills and Dharma forms were slightly stagnant. Their expressions were solemn, but they didn't panic. Tut! A Dharma form that looked like an old man shouted and took out a bloody animal skin flag, which rose into the sky. Bursts of blood-red light emerged from the animal skin flag, and the mysterious power of time manifested, blocking the devouring power of the Gate of Exile. The Iron Blood Chaotic World Flag. Xian Feiling's pupils shrank. This was one of the most precious treasures of the witch cult, a real eternal Tao weapon with terrifying power. It was said that when this flag was unfolded, its power could instantly cover a big world and easily refine the rules of the world. At the same time, a mighty Brahma light emerged, and a golden Buddhist scripture spread out in the void. Countless obscure and mysterious Sanskrit shone brightly, deducing the eternal essence, and blocked the power of the Gate of Exile. The 8 groups of Mahasutra, this was the most precious treasure of the Zen sect. It was said that it was refined by an eternal realm with the rules of Buddhism. The scripture was divided into 8 parts, each of which was branded with a supreme essence. It could control wind, thunder, earth, fire, and time. Compared with the iron-blood chaotic world flag, this treasure was absolutely not inferior. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun's Gate of Exile was blocked by 2 eternal Tao weapons, and the 14 eternal realm Dharma forms dissolved Lin Sun's killing move safely. This scene made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. He knew very well that Lin Sun did not have a treasure like the eternal Tao weapon. How could he fight with those well-prepared old guys? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, and without hesitation, he shrunk the Gate of Exile into a shadow and condensed it on the abyssal sword cauldron. Rumble, all kinds of killing power rushed towards Lin Sun, but as soon as they arrived in front of him, they were all swallowed up by the abyssal sword cauldron, disappearing like a clay ox in the sea. This strange scene stunned the eternal realm Dharma forms, as if they could not believe it. This was the magical effect of the Gate of Exile. With its power attached to the abyssal sword cauldron, all the attacking power was swallowed into the world of exile. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun and his 5 doppelgangers rushed forward. Kill! The eternal realm Dharma forms joined forces to attack. But apart from the iron-blood flag of chaos and the 8 groups of Mahasutra that could shake the abyssal sword cauldron, all other attacks were swallowed up by the Gate of Exile. In other words, the abyssal sword cauldron floating above Lin Sun's head at this moment, in addition to fighting against the power of the 2 eternal Tao weapons, other people's killing means would be swallowed up by the Gate of Exile without him having to fight against them. This undoubtedly reduced the pressure on him. It seemed that he was fighting against 14 Dharma forms, but in fact, it was no different from fighting against 2. The only drawback was that compared to before, even though the Gate of Exile had shrunk countless times, its power was rapidly consumed because of the terrifying power it had to swallow. In the past, it could last for an hour, but now it could only last for a moment at most. But Lin Sun did not care. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he rushed out with all his strength and broke through the siege in an instant, launching an all-out attack on a Dharma form of witchcraft. This Dharma image was that of a man in a beast robe. His figure was imposing, and his combat strength was peerlessly ferocious. He controlled the energy of the laws that seemed like a divine whip of order, and every single strike he struck out caused the heavens and the earth to collapse. But at this moment, his attack was completely swallowed up by the abyssal sword cauldron. No matter how domineering the attack was, it posed no threat to Lin Sun at all. Crack, in just a few blinks of an eye. The man in the beast robe was smashed and dissipated into a rain of light. The other eternal realm Dharma forms were all shocked and could not believe their eyes. Damn it! How could this be? In the distance, Tu Mu and the other old monsters of witchcraft all changed their expressions. Before, Lin Sun was restrained and suppressed in every way, but now he had launched a counterattack. It was even to the extent that only those 2 eternal Tao armaments were capable of suppressing his attacks in the current battlefield. The abilities of the others would be completely devoured by him. This was too strange and terrible. Who could believe it? Xianxia quietly released a secret talisman that he had prepared in his right hand in his sleeve. He was ready to take action. But obviously, it was not needed for the time being. At the same time, Xianxia noticed that Xiaxi's qi, which had accumulated to the extreme, was gradually easing. Obviously, she had planned to take action just like him. Boom, the battle was still breaking out. Losing a Dharma form of will made others change their strategy immediately. On the side of witchcraft, led by the Dharma form of will that controlled the iron blood banner of chaos, they attacked Lin Sun together. The same was true on the side of Zen sect. They used all their strength to control the 8 groups of Mahasutra to attack Lin Sun. However, there were only 2 treasures. Although they were not afraid of the power of the Gate of Exile on the abyssal sword cauldron, they did not pose a great threat to Lin Sun. Boom, however, good times did not last long. Before long, the power of the Gate of Exile on the abyssal sword cauldron collapsed. At this moment, the Dharma forms of will seized the opportunity and attacked with all their strength without hesitation. They all realized that the forbidden magic Lin Sun used was not invincible. As long as they kept attacking, it would dissipate. And Lin Sun would have to consume a lot of energy to do so. Great! Tu Muhan and the others could not help but cry out. Their eyes lit up. What else could Lin Sun do to reverse the situation? Ji Kong and the others could not help but feel relieved. Fortunately, such a magic could not last for long. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom, however, at this moment, Lin Sun used the Gate of Exile again. The space-time portal with a range of thousands of meters instantly shrank into a shadow and was imprinted on the abyssal sword cauldron. As a result, except for the attacks of the two eternal Dao weapons, all other attacks were swallowed up. But it was under such circumstances that an eternal realm Dharma form of Zen sect laughed and said, "Everyone, his chi activity has weakened by almost 30%. It is impossible for him to use this power continuously." His words made the others look much more relaxed. 30% of his physical strength could only be exchanged for a moment of magic power. This undoubtedly meant that with Lin Sun's cultivation, he could only use this method 3 times. However, Lin Sun did not seem to care about this at all. At this moment, he attacked brazenly and directly attacked the laughing Dharma form of will. P.S. Thank you for the reward from the leader of the Will of Sea. Thank you for your support and monthly votes since last night. Goldfish decided to end the Mid-Autumn Festival early. If nothing unexpected happened, she would add more chapters today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. The one who laughed was an eternal realm Dharma form of the Zen sect. His Dharma name was Ji Ming. A long time ago, he had a world-shaking reputation. He had also discussed Tao with many eternal realm figures in the 9th heaven. Although his original body was no longer in the Zen sect, the Dharma form he had left behind was still extremely powerful. When Lin Sun attacked, he did not hesitate to use his strongest defensive means. Buzz, a layer of rippling golden light turned into a Xianxia that covered his whole body, emitting dazzling eternal Brahman light. Hell Xianxia, it could resist the power of rules. Boom. However, when Lin Sun and his doppelganger attacked, the terrifying power made Ji Ming tremble, and the Hell Xianxia shook violently. His face changed. How could he be so strong? Boom, before he could react, an overwhelming barrage of attacks came right at him. During this time, the other eternal realm Dharma forms also attacked, but except for the power of the two eternal Dao weapons, all other attacks were swallowed by the abyssal sword cauldron. And just 2 eternal Dao weapons could not do anything to Lin Sun. In a flash, Ji Ming suffered a serious impact, and his Dharma form showed traces of cracks. It was a ghastly sight. Boom, in the end, the Hell Xianxia that covered his body exploded, and the Dharma form that had created the eternal realm Dharma form was crushed into pieces and scattered like rain. Another eternal realm Dharma form had fallen. Lin Sun's overbearing and ferocious fighting posture made Tu Muhan, Ji Kong, and the others shudder. In such a situation, Lin Sun could still kill 2 eternal realm Dharma forms. How could they remain calm when faced with such a heaven-defying power? But they could all see that Lin Sun's chi was not as strong as before. Obviously, because he had used his talent power twice in a row, his physical strength was greatly consumed. This meant that when the talent power he used this time dissipated, he was destined to be unable to fight again. On the battlefield, the eternal realm Dharma forms also noticed this and stepped up their attacks. Rumble, the world was in chaos. The vast infinite star sea no longer existed, and the battle became more and more intense. As the enemies expected, Lin Sun's Gate of Exile quickly collapsed and disappeared. But before they could rejoice, Lin Sun swallowed a drop of innate divine dew and his almost depleted stamina was instantly restored to its peak state. Seeing such a shocking development, the eternal realm Dharma idols couldn't help but stare in shock and anger. How could this be? Tu Muhan and the others were dumbfounded, and they were so depressed that they almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. Originally, they thought that Lin Sun would be captured, but they did not expect that Lin Sun would have such a shocking change. There was a strange look in Xian Feiling's eyes. Back then, he was the one who handed the 10 innate divine nectar to Lin Sun. Hence, he knew the reason why Lin Sun would have such a drastic change. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Except for the 2 who wielded 2 eternal Dao weapons, the other eternal realm wills and Dharma images chose to defend instead of attacking. Moreover, he didn't give Lin any chance to entangle and attack at all. Clearly, they knew that as long as Lin Sun used the banished gate again, they, who did not have an eternal Tao soldier, would not have any chance to attack Lin Sun. Kill. The one who wielded the Iron-Blood Chaotic World flag was called Shuai, and the one who wielded the 8 sections of Mahasutra was called Xingdian. The two became the main fighting force, and they attacked Lin Sun with all their might. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Sun did not use the banished gate again. Because the old guys had already seen through the mysteries of this innate divine ability. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Seeing that Lin Sun did not use the banished gate, the other Eternal Realm wills and Dharma images naturally did not miss the opportunity to attack. They surrounded him and attacked with all their might. They had all made up their minds. Once Lin Sun used the forbidden innate divine ability, they would retreat far away and defend instead of attacking. They did not believe that they could not defeat him under such a siege. However, their plan was doomed to fail. Seeing the Eternal Realm wills and Dharma images rushing towards him, Lin Sun took a deep breath and, with a clang, held the Tao sword in his hand. Swish, the sword swept out. Ignoring the shackles of space and tearing through the power of laws, the sword chi spread out like a dreamy and magnificent ripple. It was ethereal, unfathomable, and unbelievably fast. There was no murderous aura at all, but when they sensed the sword chi, an indescribable chill surged in everyone's hearts. It was like the light of tribulation from the heavens. Bang, the Tao technique unleashed by one of the ancients dissipated soundlessly when it came into contact with the sword chi. Bang! Bang! After that, the various attacks of the other seniors were crushed like bubbles as soon as they came into contact with the sword chi. Only 2 eternal Tao weapons managed to block the sword chi, but they also produced a violent buzzing sound, causing Shuai and Xingdian's pupils to shrink. No! Suddenly, an Eternal Realm wills and Dharma image cried out in shock and anger. He stretched out his hand and slapped out with the intention of blocking that strand of sword chi. But who would have imagined that the sword chi would instead easily slash apart the force of his palm, and its remaining momentum didn't reduce in the slightest as it slashed onto his hand. Suddenly, the sword chi spread in reverse time, and the power it released cut off the Taoism of his Dharma image. The Dharma image was condensed by the power of the Great Way. Now that it was cut off, it was like a bubble, and it turned into a rain of light and vanished. All the people present were shocked by this strange and unpredictable scene. The Blade of Time. It's the forbidden innate divine ability that the Skyspan Lord mastered. Tu Muhan roared in rage, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The gate of exile that Lin Sun had displayed before had caught them off guard. Now the power of the Blade of Time had reappeared in the world, and it made their faces change completely. Swish! 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 Lin Sun didn't delay at all. He controlled the Taoist sword and attacked with all his strength with the 5 Taoist bodies. Every sword strike was like an illusory flowing light, crisscrossing and mysterious. In the past 18 years, he had thoroughly understood the mystery of the Blade of Time, and he had already mastered the power of this magic to the peak. In short, the power of the Blade of Time was like that of a Taoist soldier, which could be used for a quarter of an hour. Anyone who was swept by it would be reversed time and deprived of his Taoism. Even Taoist magic and treasures would be reversed to their original form by the power of time. For example, if a saber was swept by it, it would be reversed to the embryo state before it was refined, which could be called a forbidden power. Boom! The battle began to become fierce. No one had expected that Lin Sun had mastered so many forbidden skills. In the following time, the sword chi flashed across the battlefield. From time to time, the Eternal Realm wills and Dharma images were hit, and then they collapsed and disappeared in an instant. In a flash, another 4 Eternal Realm wills and Dharma images disappeared. Why is this happening? Why? The strange scenes irritated Tu Muhan and the others to the point their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their pupils were bloodshot. They couldn't imagine how the battle could develop to such an extent. A gloomy and livid expression appeared between the brows of Ji Kong and the other seniors of the Zen sect, and their Zen hearts that were firm like a rock were shaken and roiled. Any existence that had stepped into the eternal realm could resist the attack of the power of time. Otherwise, they couldn't be called eternal at all. But obviously, the Blade of Time that Lin Sun utilized was different. It was a forbidden magic that could reverse time and cut off one's Taoism. It was far from something that could be compared to the simple power of time. Boom, in next to no time, another Dharma image dissipated like a bubble, and only 6 eternal realm wills and Dharma images were left on the battlefield. Only then did Lin Sun's blade of time collapse and disappear. He took a deep breath and released the blade of time again. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 6 eternal realm wills and Dharma images looked gloomy and felt that it was extremely difficult. They had mobilized 14 Dharma images and 2 eternal Tao soldiers, but they still couldn't suppress a young transcendent realm like Lin Sun. Instead, he killed 8 of them one after another. This cruel reality also gave them a heavy blow. Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and the others never expected this result. This time, their 2 ancestral halls had joined forces to deal with Yuan's sect, and they were well prepared. But now, they were blocked by Lin Sun and the Infinite Star Sea before they could even enter the Yuan realm. Moreover, up until now, they had lost a total of 9 eternal realm wills, including Wu Huanzhen's Dharma image, and looking at Yuan's sect's side, so far, not a single soldier had been injured. If this continues, it will really not be worth it. Tu Mahun's voice was hoarse and low, and his eyes were flashing with crazy killing intent. Everyone could see that if this situation continued, more and more eternal realm wills and Dharma images would be destroyed by Lin Sun. In that case, I'll just use my trump card. Ji Kong took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. Okay. Tu Mahun gritted his teeth and raised his hand to sacrifice a beast bone necklace. At the same time, he recited an obscure and strange spell. Buzz, the beast bone necklace glowed, and the world suddenly shook violently. Several eternal realm wills and Dharma images of witchcraft that were fighting fiercely with Lin Sun all trembled, and an unconcealable fanaticism appeared on their faces. At the same time, Lin Sun's pupils shrank. Boom, the sound of Tao, like the beginning of chaos, resounded, and the beast bone necklace exploded. Immediately after, the turbulent aura of chaos spread like a landslide and a tsunami. In the aura of chaos, a thin, tall figure condensed. At that moment, it was like a supreme ruler who had been silent for thousands of years had awakened. An indescribably terrifying pressure spread to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, oppressing everyone to breathe. Swish, Lin Sun withdrew immediately. He felt a piercing sense of danger, as if a sharp edge was pressed against his whole body, making his hair stand on end. At the same time, Tu Mahun and the other old monsters of the witchcraft cult bowed as if they were humble disciples and successors. They said respectfully, "Ancestors' Dharma image, please come to the world." More updates. The world was dead silent. The 6 eternal realm experts who had fought fiercely with Lin Sun before all retreated with relief. They stared at the tall, skinny figure that had appeared out of nowhere. Shock and even reverence filled their faces. It was also an eternal realm expert, but it was much stronger than them. The aura of chaos permeated the world, making the collapsed and turbulent void return to a kind of extreme calmness, as if it had surrendered. Welcome to the world, Patriarch. Welcome to the world, Patriarch. Their voices drifted between heaven and earth, adding a shocking power to people's hearts. Tu Mahun and the other old fogies had lived for countless years, held the great power of the witchcraft cult, and were admired by hundreds of millions of people. But at this time, they all bowed respectfully to the Patriarch. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. The Patriarch of the witchcraft cult. Heaven Wizard. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed, and his heart was in turmoil. He had heard from Yan Ji that the founder of the witchcraft cult was called Heaven Wizard, who had walked through many eras and successfully passed through the Great Silence Fatality Tribulation many times. The Eternal Night Emperor, the original body of Summer Solstice, had to hide in the flowing light forbidden area because of the Great Silence Fatality Tribulation. There was no doubt that Heaven Wizard was even more terrifying than the Eternal Night Emperor. Although it was only a Dharma idol of Heaven Wizard's will, Lin Sun felt a fatal threat. Its power was far greater than the Dharma idols of the Eternal Realm present. If they were to really compare, it would be like the difference between clouds and mud. At this time, Tu Mahun was transmitting his voice to the image of Heaven Wizard. Swish, Xian Failing appeared in front of Lin Sun and said, "It's time to take action. Leave the rest to me." He looked solemn, but he didn't show any panic. This should be their biggest trump card. Yi Zichen muttered. Lin Sun's eyes flickered. He had expected that since the witchcraft cult and the Zen cult had come this time, they must have prepared enough power to threaten the foundation of the Yuan cult. The previous Eternal Realm Dharma idols were far from being able to do this. Now, when Lin Sun saw the manifestation of Heaven Wizard, the founder of witchcraft, he understood that this was the biggest trump card of witchcraft's ancestral court. Since the witchcraft cult had sent out such a force, how could the Zen cult not be prepared? As expected, as soon as Lin Sun thought of this, there was a burst of peaceful and solemn Sanskrit chanting between heaven and earth. Immediately after, flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses appeared on the ground, birds soared, and white elephants trumpeted. The dense and grand Buddha's aura was like a rain of light that illuminated the world. Rumble, a dignified and imposing figure appeared in the field. His forehead was bright and clean, and he looked like a young man. He stood barefoot on an auspicious cloud, and his handsome face was filled with holy and ethereal light. A Brahman light wheel appeared behind him, showing the image of the pure land of ultimate bliss. Along with his appearance, Ji Kong and the others pressed their palms together, cupped their fists, bowed, and called out the name of Buddha. The avatar of Shi, the founder of the Dhyana sect. Xian Fei Ling's expression suddenly became unprecedentedly dignified, his brows furrowed. Sure, he was a supreme giant who had walked through many eras before ancient times, overlooking the changes of the world, and a mythical figure who had established the Zen cult with his own hands. At this moment, with his appearance, the horrible power also filled the world, making those old monsters of the Zen cult show a pious expression. Lin Sun felt depressed in his heart, and his face was solemn. He grasped Xiaxi's hand and transmitted his voice to her. If a battle breaks out later, don't act without permission in any case. Xiaxi nodded. At this moment, Xian Fei Ling did not hesitate to take out a flying sword. The flying sword rotated in the void, and then suddenly stopped. Circles of obscure power rippled out from the sword edge and spread out. Then, a chubby figure stood up from the sword chi. He was dressed in a white robe, with snow-white hair and a kind face, but his body was very fat. The tip of his nose was red, and there was a huge purple gold gourd hanging around his waist. With his appearance, the flying sword gradually dimmed, and then turned into powder and dissipated. Patriarch, you can only come forward to deal with today's situation. Xian Fei Ling sighed softly, looking a little ashamed. Lin Sun was stunned. This fat old man with white hair and beard was actually Yuan Chu, the founder of Yuan sect. Not only him, but Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and others were also stunned. It seemed that they didn't expect that the patriarch of Yuan sect would be like this. The chubby Yuan sect's patriarch patted the purple gold gourd on his waist and said casually, "What's there to be ashamed of? It's already very impressive to be able to force the heavenly magus and old bald donkey Shi to show their dharma, okay?" His voice was very loud, like thunder on the ground, making people's eardrums buzz. Yuan Chu, if you are alone, you can't stop today's disaster. In the distance, the figure of Heavenly Wizard was thin and tall, surrounded by chaotic chi. He put his hands behind his back, and his voice was indifferent and cold, like a sword clanging. "It's just 1 against 2. Yuan Chu said nonchalantly, "It's not like we haven't fought before. But today is different from the past." Sure, the patriarch of Zen sect, looked peaceful. Yu Beihai proves the eternal way, Tai Xian is trapped in the mysterious realm, and the divine order of Yuan sect is suppressed by the great disaster. Even if you can resist the two of us, once the aftermath of the battle rushes into Yuan sect, there will be countless casualties, and Yu Beihai's road to proving the Tao will be affected. With that, he looked at Lin Sun. This boy is not the successor of Yuan sect, but the disciple of Puti. Is it worth it to destroy the foundation of Yuan sect for him? At this moment, there was no room for others to interrupt. The confrontation between the 3 patriarch-level figures, even in the 9th heaven, there were not many people who could interrupt. Yuan Chu touched his snow-white beard and said with emotion, "How many years has it been? You are too hypocritical. If you want to threaten, just say it. Why do you have to put on a hypocritical face?" Shi frowned and said, "At present, there is only Tai Xian in Yuan sect. If he takes action, there will be someone to deal with him. If he suffers the backlash of the rules of heaven and earth, I am afraid that he will not survive the disaster that will come in 1,000 years. For the successor of Puti, is it worth it?" He repeated this sentence again. The implication was that Yuan sect was Yuan sect after all, not Fangsuan Mountain. How stupid it was to destroy the foundation of the ancestral court to protect a successor of Fengsuan Mountain. Not far away, Tianwu snorted coldly, and his voice was thunderous. Stop being so fussy. Let's attack together. Let's see if old Yuanshu can stop us. His aura was surging, filling the world with a murderous aura. Yuanshu clapped his hands and laughed. In the end, I still admire old man Tianwu more. He is straightforward and never talks nonsense. Shi sighed softly and said, it seems that today's matter will not end well. Boom, his Dharmakaya was solemn, and the Brahma light between heaven and earth roared. Under the terrifying pressure, whether it was Tu Muhan, Ji Kong, Lin Sun, Xian Failing, or the others, they all stiffened. They felt an unprecedented pressure and a sense of suffocation. Yuanshu clapped his hands and suddenly straightened his back. An incomparably mighty aura spread out. His snow-white hair fluttered, and his big sleeves fluttered. He said, come, come, come. Let's fight to our heart's content. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The heavenly shaman sneered and was about to attack. Wait, how can I miss out on this fun? Suddenly, a long howl resounded from extremely far away. When the voice resounded, it was still far away in the horizon, yet when it finished resounding through the air, a thin figure had appeared out of thin air and forcefully entered the battlefield. This person wore a dirty Taoist robe, and a wooden hairpin was inserted into his grayish-white hair, which was coiled into a loose Taoist bun. He wore a pair of straw sandals, and a smile hung on his thin face. As soon as he appeared, his thin figure emanated a clear glow of the grand Tao that shot through the heavens and the earth, and it forcefully pushed aside the imposing auras of the other three founding ancestors. The founder of the numinous sect, Suyin, Xian Failing, was surprised and slightly excited. He seemed to have never imagined that the spirit church would not hesitate to dispatch the will image of the founding ancestor to assist them under such circumstances. Void invisibility, Lin Sun couldn't help but be visibly moved. This was similarly a big shot that had walked through numerous eras a very long time ago, and his resources and reserves were unimaginably terrifying. Dizzy? One Kishu you poke play handsome Yuanshu asked with a smile. If I didn't come, I'm afraid your Dharma image would have been beaten to death. Void invisibility snorted coldly, but there was still a smile on his face. Now it's a 2-on-2 situation. What do you think are the odds of winning? Yuanshu looked at Heavenly Shaman and Shi in the distance with a smile. However, Heavenly Shaman's expression was cold, and his words were as frightening as the edge of a sword. 100%. 100%? Yuanshu looked at Shi, the founder of the Zen sect. After all, it's just a Dharma image. So what if it dies here? Shi put his palms together, and his face was calm. Then let's fight. Void invisibility rolled up his sleeves and pointed at Shi. I'll fight with this old bald donkey. I'll leave Heavenly Shaman to you. As he spoke, he directly punched out from a distance. Boom, this punch was like an eternal river, breaking free from the shackles of time and space, above the cage of heaven and earth. It was so tyrannical that it made people feel desperate. Anyone who saw it would feel as insignificant as a speck of dust. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. They were both eternal realm wills and Dharma idols, but the power of Suyin, the founder of a sect, had obviously reached an unimaginable level, so strong that Lin Sun couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. Shi uttered a Buddhist chant, and his expression was solemn and calm. Boom, his frock fluttered, and a burst of Buddhist light condensed into a tiny grain of sand. Silently, it dissolved Void Invisibility's punch. A grain of sand is a world. All living beings see it but don't know how big it is. This move of the old bald donkey is really amazing. Void Invisibility sighed with emotion. Having said that, he waved his palm and fingers, and the world split like a canvas. A clear light was born from the chaos, and suddenly turned into an ethereal sword intent, drawing out the eternal power. At this instant, eternal and supreme divine might covered the heavens and the earth, causing the space, time, light, and shadows here to show signs of warping and collapsing. Lin Sun, Xian Failing, Tu Muhan, Ji Kong, and the others who were watching the battle from a distance, all felt extremely distant. It was as if the four founders were in front of them, but they had already stood in the endless void, giving people a sense of untouchable loftiness. It was terrifying. Besides feeling shocked, Lin Sun and the others also noticed that the power released by the four patriarchs, whether they were confronting or fighting, had no effect on outsiders like them. Without a doubt, it was to protect them. Otherwise, it would be an unbearable disaster for Lin Sun, Xian Feiling, Tu Muhan, and Ji Kong. On the battlefield, a sword essence surged and drew out the eternal power. Creation is divine, chaos gives birth to mystery. I can see that you're very powerful. Shi narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand in the void, and his fingers bloomed like a lotus. Suddenly, billions of Buddha's light surged out, as if it could illuminate the eternal darkness and deliver all living beings from suffering. Boom! At that moment, the sword essence and the Buddha's light fought, overturning the world and destroying the heavens. When the terrifying aftermath of the battle spread out, countless terrifying and mysterious phenomena appeared. Lin Sun and the others felt a stabbing pain in their eyes. That power was too supreme, above the rules of the great Tao. It wasn't something they could understand. Even the eternal realm's Dharma images trembled in fear. There was a difference in the eternal realm. Passing the great desolation tribulation was a dividing line. There were very few eternal realm existences in the world, and those who could pass the great desolation tribulation were all peerless eternal realm experts. And the patriarchs of the four ancestral halls had all passed the great desolation tribulation many times. Even though they were only using their Dharma images, the power they possessed was far beyond that of an ordinary eternal realm expert. Ha ha ha, again. The faint laughter of the spirit sect's founding ancestor resounded in the battlefield, and then countless strands of sword insight surged into appearance like a vast and ancient river. It swept through the restraints of time and space, and it seemed peerlessly powerful. The Zen sect's patriarch Shi's expression was calm as usual. His body was covered in Buddha's light. When he walked, countless Buddhist kingdoms appeared and billions of living beings chanted devoutly. The power and secret techniques he used in the fierce battle with Suyin were completely beyond everyone's imagination. It was beyond the scope of the great Tao in the secular sense. Kill. All of a sudden, the witchcraft cult's Grand Master, Heaven Wizard, made his move as well. The black eternal order turned into a blinding light that rose from his slender figure. A terrifying bloodlust and murderous aura rushed out, accompanied by the Heaven Wizard's palm. With a loud boom, it seemed as if the chaos was split apart. I knew you couldn't wait to get beaten up. Yuan Shu mumbled to himself. His snow-white hair and beard fluttered in the wind as he waved his sleeves. Boom, the outline of a vast world appeared and suppressed the oncoming Heaven Wizard. It was as if Yuan Shu had lifted up the whole world and smashed it at Heaven Wizard. Lin Sun was dumbfounded by the incredible scene. Looking at Xian Feiling, Tu Muhan, and the others, their expressions were filled with shock as well. A battle of this level, not to mention them even in the ninth heaven, it's rare to see such a scene. Rumble rumble, the battle between the four founding ancestors seemed as if it was occurring far away in the nine heavens, yet the strength they utilized could be said to be boundlessly terrifying. It was as if the four true rulers of the heavens were colliding. At the same time, in the sky above the entire seventh heaven, countless unimaginable destructive phenomena appeared. There were suns, moons, and stars falling, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appearing, mighty Sanskrit chants resounding, and thunderous sword cries exploding. Hundreds of millions of living beings scattered across the major areas of the seventh heaven, regardless of their cultivation level, felt fear from the bottom of their hearts at this moment. This kind of phenomenon was simply unheard of. In the first to sixth heaven, there were also many incredible disaster phenomena. Countless cultivators discovered that the aura of the great Tao between heaven and earth had become chaotic and turbulent, unable to be clearly sensed. Even the power of the great Tao between heaven and earth was impacted, tumbling endlessly. No one knew the reason for this, but when all of this happened, every cultivator felt that a great disaster was about to befall them, and they felt a sense of panic and uneasiness. And in the eighth heaven, countless cries of alarm rang out in the places where the 10 immortal giants were located. In other words, when the founding ancestors of the four great ancestral halls fought, just the power of their will and Dharma idol could affect many heavens in the eternal world. This was undoubtedly terrifying. The primordial realm. The terrifying light of calamity was like the Milky Way of the nine heavens, pouring down with a rumble, bombarding Yubeihai, who was in the midst of transcending the tribulation. His figure was submerged in the blazing light of calamity, and he couldn't be seen anymore. Yan Ji, who had been guarding in the distance, looked as if he was facing a great enemy. His expression was grave. However, what worried him even more was the battle outside the Yuan sect. Now, the power of the divine level order covering the primordial realm was suppressed by the eternal Great Tribulation, and it was as if it had lost all its power. Yan Ji clearly sensed that in the infinite star sea, the most terrifying battle of the founding ancestors was erupting. Once the aftermath of such a battle spread and hit the primordial realm, the entire primordial realm would most likely be destroyed and reduced to ruins. This was equivalent to destroying the foothold of the Yuan sect. Compared to these, what worried Yan Ji even more was that with the current power of the Yuan sect, once such a disaster happened, it would be almost impossible to stop it. At that time, it would not only be the primordial realm that would be destroyed, but the lives of everyone in the Yuan sect would also be seriously threatened. Old you, you just transcended the tribulation, why did you cause such a big commotion? Yan Ji laughed bitterly in his heart. Then, his eyes swept far away, and his expression was dignified. Everyone, if that disaster rushes into the primordial realm in the next period of time, what you have to do is head to the Tianyuan mystic realm as soon as possible. The expressions of Du Guyong, Feng Daoping, Yuan Wutian, and the other deputy pavilion masters were uncertain. How could they not know that the current situation was extremely dangerous? It could be said that since the establishment of the Yuan sect until now, such a disaster had never occurred, and it had already seriously threatened the foundation of the entire Yuan sect. We are willing to defend the primordial realm with our lives, Du Guyong said calmly. If the primordial realm is destroyed, there is still a chance to rebuild it in the future. If everyone dies, the Yuan sect will really be finished, Yan Ji said coldly. Everyone in the sect has been settled in the Tianyuan mystic realm. Once the situation is not right, only all of you can move together to have a chance to bring them away. So, all of you must live. Yan Ji took a deep breath, and his eyes were resolute. I will guard the primordial realm. Du Guyong, Feng Daoping, and the rest were silent, and they were resentful and sorrowful. Yu Beihai was going through a trial. It was dangerous and intense, and it was impossible for him to succeed in a short period of time. Outside the primordial realm, there was an unprecedented calamity that was about to break out. Under such circumstances, even though they were deputy pavilion masters and possessed transcendent realm great perfection cultivation, they couldn't be of much help. Yan Ji is right. All of you can head to the Tianyuan mystic realm now. Suddenly, a clear and calm voice was heard. Taishan Pavilion Master, everyone's spirits were lifted. Old man Taishan, are you coming out of seclusion? If that's the case, won't all the effort you put into seclusion be wasted? Yan Ji frowned. If the primordial realm cannot be protected, what's the point of talking about this? There's no need to say more. If necessary, even if I have to destroy my cultivation, I will ensure the Yuan sect's peace. Taishuan's voice was calm, but it had an unquestionable determination. Infinite Star Sea. The battle was getting more and more intense. Yuan Chu and Shui knew that if they showed any signs of weakness, the aftermath of this battle would definitely spread to the primordial realm, therefore, they didn't hold back. Rumble, the battlefield was in chaos, enough to make the heavens tremble. Lin Sun frowned. This battle seemed to be evenly matched, but it was already a very unfavorable situation for the Yuan sect. What should he do? Lin Sun felt a little depressed. So what if he was invincible on the immortal path? In the end, it was not of any use. At this moment, Xian Failing suddenly transmitted his voice. If the situation is bad, you and I will retreat to the primordial realm first. Lin Sun's heart sank. Obviously, even Xian Failing realized the seriousness of the situation and prepared for the worst. Lin Sun felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. After all, this catastrophe was caused by him. If Yuan sect hadn't been giving him protection, how could they have been attacked by the witchcraft and Zen sect? Senior, I won't retreat. Lin Sun's black eyes were firm. What the enemy wanted to destroy was him, the successor of Mountain of Mind and Heart. They wanted to take away the divine level order power in his hands. Only if he stayed, this catastrophe wouldn't have a fatal impact on the Yuan sect. Xian Failing frowned, as if he had guessed Lin Sun's thoughts. But just as he was about to say something, in the distance, Ji Kong suddenly let out a voice. fellow Taoists of the ninth heaven, if you don't take action now, when will you? Boom, in the void far away, there was an earth-shattering roar. Immediately afterward, terrifying figures walked out of the void one after another, each with a terrifying aura that made the world tremble. There were 5 of them. They were obviously trying their best to suppress their aura, but when they appeared, they still caused great turbulence in the rules of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, Xianxia's face changed completely. He gritted his teeth and said, 5 eternal realm. The 5 eternal gods of the ninth heaven are going to go all out against our Yuan sect. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. Eternal realm, the 5 that appeared at this moment were not Dharma images, but the true bodies of the eternal realm. At this moment, Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and other old monsters' eyelids twitched fiercely. They had long known that the ninth heaven would send people to participate in this action. However, even they didn't expect that the ninth heaven would send 5 eternal realm existences at once. All of them were caught off guard by this. There was no doubt that this was a big variable. Boom, at this moment, the figures of the 4 patriarchs, who were fighting fiercely, suddenly dispersed and chose to stop at the same time. Obviously, they also noticed the appearance of the 5 eternal realm existences and realized the change in the situation. Old Yuan Shu, I'm afraid your Yuan sect is finished today, Heavenly Wizard said coldly. Yuan Shu and Shuyin both had a gloomy expression on their faces. Their eyes looked at the 5 figures that were walking in the distance, and their expressions were uncertain. P.S. Thank you for the reward from the leader of Gia de Leo. The comment area was very lively, and there were many people criticizing the goldfish. Although it affected the mood, I will continue to update tonight. With the arrival of the 5 eternal realm experts, the atmosphere between heaven and earth became more and more oppressive. We came uninvited. If we disturbed you, please forgive us. An old man in a yellow robe was the first to arrive, and then he bowed to the will of the 4 ancestors. In terms of seniority, the 4 of you are the sages on the eternal path. Although you are not here in person, you are still worthy of my admiration. If you really admire us, you don't have to come here to seek trouble. Yuan Shu had been smiling before, even in the face of the confrontation between Sky Wizard and Shi, his expression didn't change. But at this moment, his face looked very gloomy. The yellow-robed old man smiled slightly and said, if the senior is willing to take a step back and hand over the successor of the Heart Mountain named Lin Sun, I will leave immediately. Asking for people as soon as you arrived, it seems that your Minamoto clan really hates the Fengsuan Mountain. To the bone. Could it be that the owner of the Fengsuan Mountain smashed your door in the ninth heaven? Suyin sneered. The yellow-robed old man frowned and said, I respect the senior as a sage, but if the senior doesn't respect himself, then I can't be polite anymore. Oh, why don't you try? Suyin smiled, come on, let's do it. Even if I can't kill you, it's not a problem to break a few pieces of your eternal Tao foundation. The yellow-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Shi. Shi said calmly, with this poor monk here, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to do this. On the contrary, once the war starts, these 5 people from the ninth heaven can take the opportunity to attack the Yuan sect. Everyone should know what the consequences will be. These words caused the atmosphere in the surroundings to become even more oppressive and confrontational. At this time, Lin Sun has already learned the identity of the 5 eternal realm experts from Xianxia. They are 4 men and 1 woman. They are from the Eternal God clan, Song clan, Taihao clan, Panwu clan, and Zhu clan. The yellow-robed old man who spoke before is an eternal realm existence of the Genji clan, named Yuan Feihu. The other 3 men and 1 woman are Song Xiongtu, Panwu Xingyuan, Zhu Baihai, and Taihao Hanwei. Among them, Lin Sun has seen Taihao Hanwei before. When he was in the 6th heaven, he once killed one of his Dharma images. When these eternal realm experts arrived, they restrained their auras to the extreme. Obviously, they were afraid of triggering a backlash from the rules of heaven and earth. But everyone knew that since they dared to appear here, they definitely didn't care about all this. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun felt more and more suffocated. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the determination of these enemies. On the surface, they dispatched a group of transcendent realm antiques with many eternal realms Dharma images. However, their real trump card was the Dharma images of the 2 founders, which were the 5 eternal realm existences from the ninth heaven domain. It could be said that the current situation was completely disadvantageous to the Yuan sect. Anyone who saw such a scene would probably feel helpless and despair. The choice is in your Yuan Church's hands. We came here for Feng Xiyuan's successor, Lin Sun. If you take a step back, your Yuan Church will be safe. The ancestral master of the witchcraft cult, Heaven Shaman, spoke with a cold tone. Take a step back? Yuan Chu's expression was cold. If I take this step back, what's the point of me living? Then let's fight. Heaven Shaman was aggressive. Sure said calmly, from the looks of it, Yuan Church is destined to be removed from the world today. What a pity, Yuan Church and Feng Xiyuan are in cahoots with each other. Naturally, they can no longer exist in the world. The yellow-robed elder, Yuan Feihu's expression was indifferent. The other four eternal realm existences beside him also had a chilling glint in their eyes. If you want to destroy Yuan Church, ask me, Tai Xian, for permission first. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a majestic figure appeared. He was dressed in linen clothes, and behind him, there were hundreds of millions of sword auras. It was Origin Void Pavilion Master Tai Xian himself. Lin Sun was shocked, but he couldn't feel happy at all. He knew that Tai Xian trapped himself in the mysterious realm to comprehend the Great Way. Now that he was forced to come out, more than 100,000 years of hard work would probably be wasted. Yuan Chu's expression was complicated as he said, the winner hasn't been decided yet, and you already came out. You're too impatient. Tai Xian laughed heartily, it's the same sooner or later. It's just a battle to the death. It's fine to be a little more spectacular. With Tai Xian's appearance, Tian Wu and the others squinted their eyes. You alone can't change the situation today. Tian Wu said coldly. Tai Xian smiled and said, I don't care about that. When I die, I'll just drag a few more people down with me. His words made Yuan Feihu and the others frown. If an eternal realm existence fought with his life on the line, it was indeed troublesome. Is that so? Then you can wait to be buried with Yuan Church. Tian Wu's voice was cold. Count me in for this battle. Suddenly, a cold and majestic voice sounded. Origin Void Pavilion Master Yan Ji's skinny figure appeared in the field. Lin Sun and Xian Feiling's expressions changed. Yu Beihai was going through the eternal trial, but Yan Ji was here. Who was going to guard the Yuan realm? Your illness has been cured? Yuan Chu asked. Yan Ji said, there are only some minor problems left. They won't affect the battle. Yuan Chu sighed and said, Sigh, it's my fault for leaving in a hurry. Otherwise, maybe you wouldn't have such a mental illness. Yan Ji smiled and said, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. This mental illness is also a blessing for me. It allowed me to finally understand where I should go in the eternal realm. Yuan Chu didn't say anything else and looked into the distance. He seemed to have made up his mind. He seemed open-minded and calm. Come on, there's no time to lose. Let's fight to our heart's content. Even if Yuan Church is destroyed today, when I return from the ruins of Wonderful Path, I will definitely go to your treasured land. His voice was filled with ruthlessness. Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and the others' hearts tightened, and their expressions changed slightly. Tian Wu sneered and said, within 1,000 years, the calamity of the era will come. The world will change, and the past will be destroyed. At that time, whether you, old man Yuan Chu, can still survive the great silence lifeless calamity is still unknown. How ridiculous it is to clamor for revenge now. Shurgung made a direct decision, Taoism friends of the ninth heaven, Tian Wu and I will deal with Yuan Chu and Xuyin. Two of you will deal with Tai Xian and Yan Ji. The others can take this opportunity to capture Lin Sun and kill their way into Yuan Church. Yes. Yuan Feihu and others nodded. The world was chilling, and the war was about to break out. Lin Sun and Xian Feiling's hearts sank to the bottom. At this moment, a frivolous and arrogant laughter sounded, what's the hurry? Do you really think there's no one in Fengsuan Mountain? Boom, the world was chaotic, and the light of Tao splashed. A figure as handsome as a young man appeared in the field. Although his chi was restrained to the extreme, the aura of Eternal Realm was still so strong that it made people tremble. Martial Uncle Kong Ju. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. I knew you wouldn't not show up. Yan Ji seemed to be relieved and said with a smile. Kong Ju said, my martial nephew has been sheltered by Yuan Church all these years. How can I stand by and do nothing? When did Pewdie have a junior brother? Tianwu frowned and asked. The others were also confused. It was not that they didn't know Kongju, but they didn't know when Kongju became Lin Sun's martial uncle and the master of Fengsuan Mountain. It's none of your business between Pewdie and me. Kongju rolled his eyes. Don't you want to fight? Let's kill to our heart's content today. The appearance of Kongju surprised Tianwu and Yuan Feihu, but they didn't care too much. It was nothing more than one more Eternal Realm opponent. In the current situation, they still had an absolute advantage. Haha, I see. Today's tribulation seems to be caused by Yu Beihai, and the chess piece falls on Lin Sun. In fact, you old guys are playing a big game of chess. Let me guess. The era tribulation will come within 1,000 years. At this time, maybe there is only one possibility that makes you join hands to attack us so shamelessly. Suyin laughed. He seemed to notice something and pointed to the depths of the sky. Is the chess player the mastermind hiding behind the scenes? His words were earth-shattering. The scene fell silent. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. All this was done by the person behind the era tribulation. Looking at the expressions of Yuan Chu, Tai Xian, Yan Ji, and Kong Ju, they also frowned. Su Yan's words seemed to have pierced through a layer of window paper, making them smell something different. In the distance, Tian Wu, Shi, Yuan Feihu, and others had different expressions. Everyone's expression seemed to hide countless secrets, which were thought-provoking. Lin Sun's heart was pounding. If this was true, today's tribulation would be far more terrible than he had imagined. Oxnose, the era tribulation hasn't come yet. It's ridiculous for you to be alarmist here. How can your Yuan sect be targeted by the person behind the scenes? Tianwu sneered and broke the silence. If there is a force that can threaten the person behind the scenes in the Yuan sect, it will naturally be targeted. Su Yin's eyes flickered. Otherwise, why do you old guys, who have lived for so many years and have long been above the Eternal Realm, mobilize so many people to deal with the successor of Fengsuan Mountain? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became more and more mysterious and oppressive. Everyone could tell that what Su Yin meant was that Lin Sun was very likely to have the power to threaten the person behind the scenes. This was incredible. Lin Sun himself was stunned and couldn't believe it. The divine-level power in Lin Sun's hand is indeed a priceless treasure, but I'm afraid it's far from enough to cause such a situation. Then there is only one possibility. The lotus that the master of Fengsuan is waiting for, or the immortal path he seeks, is a potential threat to the person behind the scenes. Su Yin's expression was calm, and his words drifted between heaven and earth. Only in this way can your witchcraft, Zen sect, and even the ninth heaven be so restless and put on such a big show today. This is really a big game of chess. Lin Sun felt a chill down his spine. Was it really so? Looking at the expressions of the others in the field, all of them had become strange. It seemed that after listening to Su Yin's words, they all had their own thoughts. More updates. The double monthly votes will end tomorrow. Please allow the goldfish to call for monthly votes again. The behind-the-scenes manipulator of the era, in the ruins of fate, Lin Sun heard from Chen Lin Kong that he had been looking for clues of the behind-the-scenes manipulator for countless years. Like the ruins of fate, there were many civilized worlds coexisting in it, but no one could get out of it. The reason was that they were trapped in it by a strange force. And this kind of force came from the mysterious behind-the-scenes manipulator. However, Lin Sun never expected that the disaster suffered by Yuan sect today was also related to the behind-the-scenes manipulator of the era. If so, it was too terrifying. However, Heaven Shaman suddenly started laughing from extreme rage, and he berated. Oxnose, don't try to play tricks on us. Up until now, no one in this world knows if the culprit behind the calamity of an era is a person or a type of energy of the laws. But you shamelessly think that this is a game of chess played by the behind-the-scenes manipulator. How ridiculous is it? I hope all this is fake. Su Yin sighed softly with a faint look in his eyes. Shirdi, the patriarch of Zen sect, suddenly took a step forward and said, "Too much time has been wasted. A battle can end all disputes." That's right. Yuan Feihu, the yellow-robed old man, had a sharp look in his eyes. The other Eternal Realm figures present were also ready to take action. Since all of you are willing to go all out, our spirit church will naturally not hold back too much. Suyin said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, clatter, there was a violent ripple in the void, and two figures appeared in the field one after another. One was wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat, like a fisherman. The other was elegant with a feather fan and a silk scarf, holding a jade ruler in his hand. Both of them exuded the aura of the eternal realm. They were the two deans of the spirit sect. The former's Taoist name was Dongli. The latter's Taoist name was Zhijing. All of a sudden, Yuan sect had two more eternal realm experts. Together with Tai Xian, Kong Ju, and Yan Ji, they were evenly matched with the 5 eternal realm experts of the 9th heaven. There was a commotion in the field. No one expected that the spirit sect would be so desperate to help Yuan sect. Do you really want me to owe you a favor? Yuan Chu sighed. Suyin said, if Yuan sect is finished, I'm afraid the next one will be our spirit sect. The situation had changed, but before Lin Sun could breathe a sigh of relief, the Zen sect's patriarch couldn't help but sigh. I knew there would be so many variables. It looks like the 4 ancestral halls are destined to have a victor today. His voice was still echoing. The sound of Sanskrit resounded in the void, and 2 majestic golden figures appeared one after another. The former was extremely old, and his cheeks were covered in wrinkles. He was a Buddhist monk of the Dhyana sect in the past. The latter looked like a young man and was in his prime. He was the future Buddha of Dhyana, Jiajing. All of a sudden, the situation changed again. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling a headache and a tightness in his chest. These old fellows really had too many tricks up their sleeves, causing the situation to undergo many changes. Before this, who could have imagined that so many changes would occur? When he looked at the expressions of Xian Failing, Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and the others, all of them were extremely surprised and bewildered. Obviously, they'd never expected this. Obviously, all of this wasn't something they were capable of knowing beforehand. Isn't it time for the Eternal Realm experts of your witchcraft cult to take action? Yuan Chu, the patriarch of Yuan sect, said coldly. At this moment, his expression was extremely cold. Today's changes could be described as thrilling. Everyone had prepared a backup plan, so that the situation had reached an extremely tense point. Once it broke out, the first to suffer the impact would undoubtedly be the Yuan sect. At this moment, Tai Xian, Yan Ji, Kong Ju, and the others all looked solemn and calm. This was a game of chess. Until the last moment, no one knew whether anyone had a backup plan or not. Tian Wu, the patriarch of witchcraft cult, said, things have come to this. It's indeed time to determine the winner. Lei Wu, Xiaoying, you two can also come out. His words made Lin Sun's heart heavier. Sure enough, the witchcraft cult also had real Eternal Realm experts. If so, the enemy had a total of 9 Eternal Realm experts. In terms of numbers alone, they already had an absolute advantage. What was more terrifying was that once such a battle broke out, not to mention how much the destructive power would eventually affect the whole world, the primordial realm where Yuan sect was located was very likely to be destroyed. If so, how could all the people of Yuan sect who were sheltered in the secret realm of Tianyuan have a chance to survive? How could Yu Beihai, who was undergoing the eternal tribulation, not be affected? However, as the voice of Tianwu faded, no one responded for a long time. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Whether it was the primordial sect's side or the opponent's side, they all felt that something was wrong. What was going on? Even Lin Sun noticed that something seemed to have gone wrong. Finally, a wave of spatial fluctuations appeared. Then, a figure appeared out of thin air. However, it was not the 2 Eternal Realm experts of witchcraft cult, but a black-robed man. He was as handsome as jade, like the breeze and the bright moon, and was unique in the world. The aura surging in his body was only at the level of Transcendence Realm. In the situation where a group of Eternal Realm experts gathered together, it seemed very insignificant. But when Lin Sun saw him, he couldn't help but cry out, second senior brother, how could it be you? That person was Zhong Qiu, the second successor of the Mind Stone. The master of the Mind Stone once gave him the Taoist name Modest Jade, hoping that he would be a modest gentleman and gentle as jade. But Zhong Qiu was not a gentleman at all. He was so arrogant that he became the only disciple of the Mind Stone who made an exception and took back his Taoist name. The master of the Mind Stone said that Zhong Qiu's arrogance was just like his heart. The higher his cultivation, the more arrogant his heart would be, and it couldn't be changed. In short, if there was no accident, the word arrogance would run through Xianxia's life. Why can't it be me? After Xianxia appeared, he completely ignored the horrifying gazes around him and said, "Junior brother, do you think that I, a guy who hasn't even entered the eternal realm, will only be a burden?" As he spoke, he came to Lin Sun. Lin Sun shook his head and said, "How is that possible? I just didn't expect it." As early as on the starry sky ancient path, Xianxia had left for the eternal world one step ahead of him, leaving only Big Yellow to guard the dark world. From then until now, Lin Sun had never heard any news about Xianxia, his second senior brother. Big senior brother and the others were trapped in the Taiyu True Realm, while third senior sister and the others entered the spiritual school to cultivate. Only second senior brother Xianxia and fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi were missing. As a result, Lin Sun was caught off guard when he saw second senior brother Xianxia. It's right that I didn't expect it. This is called a variable. Xianxia smiled and said, "Junior brother, since today's situation was caused by our mind stone, we should naturally be the ones to solve it." As he spoke, he cupped his hands towards Yuan Chu, Su Yin, Xian Failing, Tai Xian, Yan Ji, and the others and said seriously, "The second successor of the mind stone, Zhong. Greetings to everyone." He was only a transcendent realm great perfection. However, at this moment, he displayed a demeanor that was not inferior to any of the big shots present. He was upright, calm, and graceful. Although Yuan Chu, Su Yin, and the others felt a little strange, they still nodded slightly. They could tell that Xianxia came prepared. "Let your mind stone deal with it?" From afar, Heaven Wizard sneered and said, "I'd like to see how a transcendent realm like you is going to deal with it." They also noticed that Xianxia's arrival was strange. Xianxia turned around and glanced at the terrifying existences in the distance. In the end, his gaze landed on Heaven Wizard and said with a smile, "Do you know why Lei Wu and Xiaoying can't come?" His words were like a thunderclap, causing everyone's expression to change. Previously, Heaven Wizard had planned to send 2 eternal realm existences from the witchcraft sect to join the battle. That way, they would have an absolute advantage and the outcome would be decided. However, Lei Wu and Xiaoying, the 2 heaven priests, had yet to appear. This unusual scene had already attracted the attention of everyone present. At this moment, Xianxia's words seemed to have revealed the answer to this mystery. "It's your Fengsuan Mountains doing?" Heaven Wizard said angrily. 2 eternal realm existences, once there were casualties, the foundation of the witchcraft ancestral court would suffer a heavy blow, Xianxia said with a smile, "Don't worry. They should have been sent to Kunlun Ruins by now. If they're lucky, they won't be in trouble." Kunlun Ruins, everyone present was shocked and bewildered. No one had expected that the disappearance of Lei Wu and Xiaoying would be related to Kunlun Ruins, one of the 4 great Dao ruins. What exactly was Mind Stone trying to do? At this moment, Yuan Chu, Su Yin, and the others could not help but look at Xianxia with a strange expression. Xianxia was clearly here to break the stalemate. "What do you mean?" Heaven Wizard's voice was low, and there was shock and anger between his brows. Xianxia stopped smiling and said seriously, "My master said that if a battle breaks out here, not only will the Yuan sect be destroyed, but the lives of hundreds of millions of living beings in the entire 7th heaven will be in danger. I believe that's not what everyone here wants to see. Instead of that, it's better to compete in Kunlun Ruins. At that time, even if Kunlun Ruins are destroyed, it won't affect a single blade of grass in this world." "So it's old man Pewdie's doing?" Heaven Wizard's eyes were terrifyingly cold. There was a commotion in the crowd. This was too unexpected. No one had expected the appearance of Mind Stone to change the situation when both sides were constantly revealing their trump cards. Lin Sun was extremely excited. Previously, he felt depressed and powerless. The change in the situation even made him unable to see much hope. However, with the arrival of second senior brother Xianxia, everything seemed to be reversed. Xianxia said indifferently, "All of you joined forces and came in an overbearing manner to determine the victor in front of the Yuan school. Since this matter started because of my Fengsuan Mountain, how can my Fengsuan Mountain not retaliate? So, the master of the Mind Stone is already here?" Suddenly, the patriarch of the Zen sect spoke, and his voice spread throughout the surroundings. Everyone's hearts trembled. Even Lin Sun could not help but feel anticipation. However, Xianxia shook his head and said calmly, "Master went to the ruins of Dao a long time ago. Even the power of the will he left behind is in the Kunlun ruins. He did not come." Everyone was stunned and confused. Ever since Xianxia's appearance, the tense atmosphere had been shrouded in a layer of mystery. Admittedly, he was only in the transcendent realm great perfection. However, his identity and words caused everyone present to be surprised and suspicious. The atmosphere had also become strange and oppressive. When he personally admitted that the master of the core dimension's true body and will avatar did not appear, everyone present became even more confused. If the master of the core dimension did not make a move, who brought Lei Wu and Xiaoying to the Kunlun ruins? Because of these doubts, the witch sect led by Heaven Wizard, the Zen sect led by Shi, and the eternal realm existences from the ninth heaven, such as Yuan Feihu, did not act rashly. Things were too abnormal. Today's situation was full of variables, causing them to be vigilant. "We can't delay any longer." Heaven Wizard raised his eyes and looked into the depths of the sky. The eternal calamity against Yubeihai was still ongoing. "In my opinion, only by making a move will we be able to find out who exactly is trying to mystify us, who is delaying for time, or who is putting on an act," Yuan Feihu said coldly. Zhongqiu placed his hands behind his back, calm as ever, and said, "Don't worry. If we calculate the time, that senior is on his way." Heaven Wizard's eyelids twitched. He realized that the senior Zhongqiu mentioned was most likely the person who prevented Lei Wu and Xiaoying from appearing here. "Do it." He couldn't hold back and stepped forward. At this moment, they still had an absolute advantage in the battle. Once other variables appeared, it was very likely that today's situation would be reversed. This was absolutely intolerable for Heaven Wizard. He was only a will avatar. Even if it was destroyed, he wouldn't care about it. Boom, Heaven Wizard took a step forward, and the tense situation was instantly broken. It was as if darkness had descended between heaven and earth. An endless black purgatory appeared, shrouding the people of the Yuan sect in the distance. Almost at the same time, the Zen sect's patriarch Shi, past Buddha Jiaxu, future Buddha Jiajin, and the ninth heaven's 5 eternal realm figures also moved. The Brahma light spread out, the sound of thunder surged, and the terrifying aura of the eternal realm was suddenly released at this moment, causing the power of rules covering this area to collapse into chaos. The moment eternal realm existences like Jiaxiu, Jiajing, and Yuan Feihu attacked, they suffered a terrifying backlash from the laws of heaven and earth. However, they didn't care about it at all. They forcefully neutralized the power of the backlash and continued to attack. Rumble in the boundless territory of the seventh heaven, hundreds of millions of sentient beings were horrified to discover that the vast sky seemed to have been bombarded, and a shocking crack appeared on it. It seemed as if the sky was truly about to collapse. The laws of the Grand Tao were showing signs of collapse, and it was to the extent that it affected the operation of the order of the entire world. The boundless mountains, rivers, and the vast world surged with all sorts of inconceivable calamities. That was a real natural disaster. It was like the end of the world. This, heavens! How could this be? Countless screams of horror sounded in many places in the seventh heaven. It was unknown how many cultivators felt despair at this moment. This was the power of the eternal realm. Each and every one of their actions could affect the changes and disorder of the laws of a heaven. They were unimaginably powerful. Now, it wasn't just one eternal realm expert that had attacked. When they saw Tian Wu, Shi, and the other old fellows disregard everything and launch attacks, Yuan Chu, Su Yin, and the others glanced at each other and didn't hesitate any longer. However, right when they were about to attack, a bell suddenly rang. Clang, the bell was grand, heavy, and solemn. It was like the voice of all living beings in the world, and it resounded in the sky above the myriad star sea and spread throughout the entire seventh heaven. At this instant, the collapsed laws of the heaven and earth seemed to have been repaired, and they became extremely firm. The boundless sky that was on the verge of collapse recovered its former tranquility and vastness, and the various inconceivable phenomena of natural disasters seemed to have been wiped away by a shapeless hand, causing the myriad of living beings in the world to be freed from their feelings of despair and terror. The hearts of Tian Wu, Shi, and the other old fellows trembled, and their eyes suddenly focused. Clang, the sound of the bell resounded, and it produced an invisible and terrifying force that oppressed Tian Wu and the others to the point the light on their bodies trembled. Their attacks were dispersed by the grand sound of the bell. Even Yuan Shu, Suyin, and the others couldn't help but reveal solemn expressions. The sound of the bell represented all living beings. This was the power of the great Tao of Kunlun ruins. At the same time, Lin Sun recognized it as well. He had heard this bell many times a long time ago, but he didn't expect it to suddenly appear at this moment. Moreover, its power was so powerful. Clang, another bell chime resounded, and a huge vortex door suddenly appeared in the void. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. Even Tian Wu, Shi, and Yuan Feihu stopped attacking at this moment, and surprise and bewilderment appeared between their brows. Without a doubt, the biggest variable in today's situation had appeared. The vortex door was overflowing with light and colors as it floated in the void, emitting a mysterious aura. Under everyone's gazes, a figure walked out from it. He was dressed in linen clothes, barefoot, and had a strange appearance. His eyes were deep and calm, and in his palm was a bronze bell that was suffused with a boundless and heavy aura. "It's him." When he saw this figure, Lin Sun was stunned and revealed a look of disbelief. How could he forget this senior who had once been dormant in the mulberry forest and chatted with him? This person was naturally the golden cicada, the mysterious existence who had once made the grand wish that all living beings in the world could become saints. The legendary figure who had once broken through the forbidden power of order with a single step and left. In Lin Sun's heart, the young man with the golden cicada was an extremely mysterious existence. When one came into contact with him, they naturally couldn't resist him. His entire body was as warm as the spring breeze and as gentle as beautiful jade. It was to the point that people often overlooked how profound his cultivation and strength were. Lin Sun still clearly remembered that senior brother Li Xianwei had once said that a long time ago, there was a golden cicada who went to Mount Fangsuan. It stood on an ancient tree outside the mountain gate and listened to the master of Mount Fangsuan expound on the great Tao for 30 years. The master of Mount Fangsuan did not chase it away. Instead, he instructed his disciples not to disturb it. 30 years later, the golden cicada transformed into a young man and cupped his hands towards Mount Fangsuan from afar before turning around and leaving. At that time, the master of Mount Fangsuan, who was explaining the great Tao to his disciples, smiled and said something that still left a deep impression on the descendants of Mount Fangsuan. 30 years of meditation and enlightenment. Although the cicada is small, the Tao is greater than the heavens. The Tao was greater than the heavens. At this time, the young man with the golden cicada appeared again. He stood in front of the vortex portal and held the great Tao lawless bell in his hand, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. "How could it be you?" The patriarch of Zen sect was surprised. "It's the golden cicada that wandered in the long river of Iris. I didn't expect that he would appear at this moment." The voice of the sky wizard was low, and there was a rare solemnity between his eyebrows. "Seniors, could it be that you're talking about that legend who passed through the 10,000 layers of the ocean and experienced 1,000 tribulations in eternity?" Yuan Feihu couldn't help asking. His heart was in turmoil. According to the ancient records of the ninth heaven, there was a mysterious cicada in this world, who had appeared in many eras and reincarnated in eternity and experienced thousands of tribulations. Who else could it be except him? The eyes of the sky wizard were terrifying as he stared at the young man with the golden cicada. Yuan Feihu and the others couldn't help but feel shocked. "Thank you, senior." At this time, Xianxia in the distance cupped his hands and said. Lin Sun also cupped his hands and said, "Senior, long time no see." The young man with the golden cicada nodded to Xianxia first, and then looked at Lin Sun with a warm smile, saying, "Little friend, when I chatted with you in the mulberry forest, I still feel the mystery of fate when I think of it. It's not an accident that we can meet this time." Lin Sun was stunned. It turned out that the young man still remembered the scene when they first met. The young man with the golden cicada looked at Yuan Shu and Xuyin and nodded slightly. "Two Taoism friends, we meet again. I didn't expect it to be you." Yuan Shu had a strange look in his eyes. He had also walked through many eras and met the young man with the golden cicada. He had also heard that there was a cicada that went through a reincarnation in every era, and every reincarnation had to go through thousands of tribulations and difficulties. It was regarded as a legend on the eternal road. There was once a rumor that this cicada was born higher than the sky, and it would not save itself but save the world, Xianxia sighed with a subtle look in his eyes. If it weren't for you, I really can't think of anyone else in this world who could have such power as you. May I ask, in this life, in this era, have you gone through thousands of tribulations and completely transcended in the reincarnation? The golden cicada smiled and said, a little bit more. How much was a little bit, no one knew. But everyone knew that the appearance of the golden cicada had completely changed the whole situation, and it was no longer under anyone's control. Golden cicada, did you take away the 2 divine priests of our witch cult? The voice of the sky wizard was cold. Since the appearance of the golden cicada, his face had been extremely cold and gloomy. Yes. The young man with the golden cicada said gently, if the strong like them who have set foot in the eternal realm fight desperately, all the people in the world will suffer. After pausing for a moment, he swept his gaze across everyone present. I'm not here to resolve the enmity between all of you. I'm here to choose a suitable place for all of you to fight. That way, all the living beings in the world can be protected. The sky wizard said coldly, you're using the pretense of all the living beings in the world to help Fengsuan Mountain. Golden cicada, the rumors about you in the world are all illusory and unfathomable. I really want to know how you'll stop everything today by yourself. The young man with the golden cicada smiled and turned to look at Yuan Shu, Xianxia, and the others, fellow Taoists. Are you willing to head to the Kunlun ruins to settle this matter? Sure. Yuan Shu and the others agreed. As long as it did not implicate the Origin sect, they would naturally not refuse such a suggestion. What do you think? The young man with the golden cicada looked at the sky wizard, sure, Yuan Feihu, and the others in the distance. You want us to agree just because of what you said? Don't you think too highly of yourself? The sky wizard said coldly. Sure pressed his palms together and said solemnly, that will depend on whether you have the ability to make us go. Obviously, he did not agree either. The eyes of Yuan Feihu and the other Eternal Realm cultivators flickered. Although they did not say anything, they were undoubtedly unwilling to leave just like that. I'll continue updating at night. The double monthly votes will end at 12 tonight, and the competition will be the most intense tonight. Yes, I'll leave it to you all. The atmosphere was horrifying. The golden cicada youth was not nervous at all. Instead, he sighed softly and said, some things in this world can only be settled with fists. Yuan Shu said, fellow Taoist, why don't we fight together? Golden cicada shook his head, let me do it. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves and stepped forward, everyone, please enlighten me. Humph. Heaven Wizard was the first to attack. He flipped his palm, and a dark purgatory-like world appeared. It covered the sky and was filled with infinite eternal chi. As the founder of the wizard sect, even if it was just a dharma form, the power of his attack shocked the true eternal realm existences present. Too strong, no wonder he had survived the great desolation fateless tribulation many times. He was a terrifying big boss who had walked through many eras. Golden cicada stood still, and the great Dao Lawless bell in his hand suddenly rang. Clang, to the others, the sound of the bell was grand and boundless, shaking their minds. However, it wasn't inferior to the most terrifying attack in the world to a heaven shaman. The dark purgatory world he created was like a leaf that was torn apart by a gale, and it instantly transformed into powder. Boom, his figure shook violently, and he staggered back from the impact. His expression changed at this moment. So strong, everyone was shocked by the scene. It should be known that the weakest one here had transcendent realm cultivation, and there was no lack of true eternal realm existences. Everyone knew how powerful Heaven Wizard's Dharma form was. However, such a powerful existence could not withstand the impact of the bell, which was too shocking. Let's attack together. The Zen sect's founder shouted softly. Boom, his monk robe fluttered, and the great Kiliacosm realm condensed in front of him. It was filled with mysterious and vast law fluctuations. The light was dazzling, and it illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Rise! Yuan Feihu and other eternal realm existences also attacked at this moment. Some condensed Tao sounds, some mobilized divine swords, some summoned wind and thunder, and some directly bombarded with fist energy. For a time, the heaven and earth law here showed signs of collapse again. The sky was dark, and the earth trembled, as if the end of the world had arrived. The wills and dharma images of the two ancestral masters, plus 7 eternal realm experts, can run rampant in the ninth heaven. Yuan Shu, void concealment, and the others exchanged a glance. They were all prepared for battle. However, at that moment, Jin Chan waved his sleeve. Buzz, the great Tao lawless bell rose into the air, and its thick body glowed. Then, a thunderous bell sound rang through the world. Dang dang. Along with the ringing of the bell, the attacks of Tian Wu, Shi, and the others were fiercely suppressed, and the world that was on the verge of collapse stabilized once more. Moreover, the bell produced a terrifying power that constantly battered the figures of the heaven shamans and the others, suppressing their cultivation and power. It was as if he'd fallen into a swamp, causing him to feel as if his hands and feet were bound. Even if he charged forward with all his might, he was actually unable to escape the impact of the bell that surged and spread out. Seeing this scene from a distance, Lin Sun couldn't help but stare with his eyes wide open. He had once brought the artifact spirit of the great Tao lawless bell with him, but who would have thought that this treasure that was born in the Kunlun ruins would actually be so terrifying? No, it should be said that the golden cicada was too powerful. Otherwise, how could a single treasure possibly shake such a group of terrifying big shots? Everyone, please be on your way. The golden cicada, who was dressed in linen clothes and stepping barefoot in the air, spoke softly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Boom, the heaven shaman's will avatar was actually grabbed through the air. It's a pity that my main body isn't here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to humiliate me like this. The heaven shaman was furious, and his face was livid. He struggled with all his might and even tried to destroy his own will avatar to take the young man down with him. However, all of this was in vain. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. His entire body was firmly grabbed and thrown into the space-time door that floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, the will avatar of the witchcraft sex patriarch, the heaven shaman, disappeared. Yuan Shu, Su Yin, Tai Xian, and the others could not help but be moved. Their eyes were filled with shock. In the distance, Tu Mu and the other old monsters of the witchcraft sect were dumbfounded as if they had been struck by lightning. How was this possible? It wasn't just them. The hearts of the Zen sect's patriarch, Shi, Yuan Feihu, and the others who were fighting shook, and they shuddered. Too strong, this golden cicada was really as the rumors said, its Tao was higher than the heavens. At this time, they did not dare to hesitate and attacked with all their strength. Each of their auras skyrocketed, and it was terrifying beyond imagination. However, their power was firmly suppressed by the continuous ringing of the bell. The most shocking thing was that the power of the great Tao lawless bell was also maintaining the stability of the laws of heaven and earth. Otherwise, once the battle aura spread, it was bound to affect the entire seventh heaven. Here, the golden cicada youth reached out his hand again and grabbed. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the will avatar of the Zen sect's patriarch, Shi, was also grabbed through the air, powerless to struggle. You. How can you be so strong? Shi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even though it was a will avatar, he clearly felt that even if his main body was here, if he fought against the golden cicada youth, he would not have the confidence to win. Whoosh, while his voice was still echoing, Shi's figure was thrown into the vortex portal and disappeared. This time, the expressions of the past Fujiaxu and the future Fujijing of the Zen sect changed. They had used the power of their main bodies, but they were still suppressed in this situation. How could they not understand that their attainments in the eternal Tao were far inferior to that of the golden cicada youth? Retreat. They chose to retreat at the same time. Right now, it was no longer a question of whether they could capture Lin Sun and destroy the Yuan sect, but whether they could keep their lives intact and leave this place. If I let you retreat for a while, you are destined to become a lifelong disaster. No matter who it is, no one can leave until today's grudge is settled. The golden cicada said indifferently. He pressed his hands together. Boom, the figures of the past Fujiaxu and the future Fujijing were covered by an illusory mysterious light, like fish caught in a net. In the blink of an eye, they were also sent into the vortex portal and disappeared. This scene made Ji Kong and the other old monsters of the Zen sect feel a chill run down their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. That was an existence of the eternal realm, it was the power of the main body, in the eternal true world, they were the true sovereigns of the heavens. But now, They were captured like insects. Yuanchu and Suyin looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. How high is it? Yuanchu asked. It's impossible to estimate, Suyin sighed. Looking at Tai Xian, Yan Ji, and Kong Ju, all of them looked as if they had seen a god. Their eyes were bright and blazing. Such elegance made them look forward to it. Second senior brother, is Senior Golden Cicada's great way really higher than the sky? Lin Sun murmured. Zhongqiu quickly said, that depends on which sky it is. He is an existence that has walked through many eras, and has gone through thousands of reincarnations in the eternal realm. If you want to know how powerful he is, I'm afraid you have to ask Master. It was difficult to hide the surprise in his words. Lin Sun could not help but recall the scene when he saw the golden cicada in the mulberry forest. At that time, the golden cicada did not show much power. But now, Lin Sun vaguely understood that to the golden cicada, every era was a reincarnation, and every reincarnation had to go through thousands of tribulations. His strength was no longer something that could be measured by cultivation level. Even the founders of the 4 great ancestral halls had heard rumors about him. One could imagine how extraordinary the golden cicada was. Golden cicada, can you give us a way out? We promise that we won't leave the 9th heaven before the calamity of the era arrives. Only Yuan Feihu and the other 4 eternal realm existences from the 9th heaven were left. However, at that moment, they already had the intention to retreat. Have you given the Yuan sect a way out before? Have you given the people in the world a way out? The golden cicada young man's expression was calm. However, don't worry. I'm only giving you a chance to determine the victor. When we reach the Kunlun ruins, I won't interfere whether you live or die. Although he said that, the expressions of Yuan Feihu and the others were ugly and gloomy. Boom, they attacked with all their might and tried to leave. However, it was useless in the end. They were captured by the golden cicada one by one and thrown into the vortex door before disappearing. At this point, none of the terrifying existences from the witch sect, Zen sect, and 9th heaven were spared. They were all sent to the Kunlun ruins. In the distance, Tu Mu and the other members of the witch sect, Ji Kong, and the other members of the Zen sect were all shocked by this series of unforeseen events. Yuan Chu, Suyin, Tai Xian, and the others were stunned as well. It was just a single person, yet he had captured all the old fellows who could be said to be the strongest in the heavens and sent them to the Kunlun ruins one after another. Such methods could be said to be unparalleled in the world. The golden cicada young man put away the great Dao lawless bell, turned around, and said, everyone, this grudge will need to be resolved by all of you. It's not suitable for me to interfere. Please go on your way. Senior, why is that? Lin Sun could not help but ask. How could he want to see Yuan Chu, Suyin, and Tai Xian risk their lives in the Kunlun ruins? I can't do it. The golden cicada young man's voice was gentle as he pointed to the depths of the sky. If I get involved, no matter where I go in the future, no matter how many reincarnations I experience, I'll be targeted by the mastermind. His words caused 1,000 ripples. Yuan Chu, Suyin, and the others seemed to understand. They cupped their hands and said, thank you for your help, fellow cultivator. We will never forget your kindness today. The golden cicada young man said, I was only entrusted by someone. I can't accept such a great favor. Everyone, it's best if you take action early. Don't keep Brother Bodhi waiting. Second senior brother, Master is also in the Kunlun ruins? Lin Sun could not help but ask. It's just a will avatar of Master. Zhongqiu said softly. Yuan Chu and Sui no longer hesitated and flew straight into the vortex door. Immediately after, Tai Xian, Yan Ji, Kong Ju, and the 2 eternal realm existences of the spirit sect, Dongli and Zhijing, were all about to take action. Lin Sun could not help but ask, Senior, do we really need all of us to leave? Without Tai Xian and the others, who would guard the origin sect? Junior brother, don't stop us. This is a good thing. I'll explain to you later. Zhongqiu said softly. He could tell that Lin Sun did not want Tai Xian and the others to fight. He was worried that they would encounter danger. However, there was another reason behind this matter. These people had to leave now, or else they would be in great trouble. Here's a gift, thank you, brother, for your reward. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your rewards and monthly votes. Speaking of an important matter, during the double monthly votes period, there were 3 more Alliance Masters. Currently, there were exactly 50 Alliance Masters. There were 50 Great Daos and 49 Heavenly Evolutions. One of them seemed to be a coincidence. Forget it, the goldfish had agreed. There would definitely be a huge explosion this month. Congratulations to all the Alliance Masters and the brothers and sisters who voted. The above words were free of charge. Lin Sun was stunned. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and didn't say anything more. Old Monster Xian, I'll leave the sect to you. Before leaving, Tai Xian and Yanji told Xian Failing and Lin Sun. Martial nephew, give me back my Dharma form of willpower. Kong Ju stretched out his hand and looked at Lin Sun with a smile. With your current cultivation, you don't need it at all. Lin Sun also smiled and shook his head. It's good to keep it as a memento. Kong Ju was stunned and scolded with a smile. Memento? Are you sure that I won't come back? Forget it. If you want to keep it, you can keep it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. After saying that, he stopped smiling and cupped his hands to Lin Sun. Thank you so much for these years. Lin Sun was shocked. When he was about to say something, Kong Ju had already turned around and disappeared into the vortex door. You don't need to thank me. Martial uncle, if you really want to thank me, just come back alive. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. Before long, Tai Xian, Yanji, Dongli, Zhijing and others also left one after another. Seeing their figures disappear into the vortex door one by one, Lin Sun couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Who would have thought that today's situation would evolve to such a point? Golden Cicada looked into the depths of the sky. The eternal catastrophe against Yubeihai was still going on. After staring for a moment, Golden Cicada sighed softly and waved his sleeve. A jade bottle appeared and he handed it to Lin Sun. When the catastrophe is over, just give this bottle to the person who is going through the catastrophe. Lin Sun's heart tightened and he said, Senior, did you see anything? Golden Cicada said gently, this is the catastrophe. When everything is over, you will know it at a glance. Lin Sun held the jade bottle in his hand and took a deep breath, saying, thank you for your help this time. If not, today's catastrophe will definitely harm you on sect. Golden Cicada laughed, you'd better thank your master. I just acted according to his instructions. Well, without further ado, I should leave. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but look into the depths of the sky again, otherwise, I won't be able to leave. After saying that, he waved his sleeve. His figure and the vortex door disappeared at the same time. All of a sudden, only Lin Sun, Xian Failing, and Xianxia were left on the Yuan sect's side. In the distance, Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and the other old monsters of the ancestral court were there. After experiencing the numerous shocking events from before, they'd aroused the intention to retreat since a long time ago. However, they didn't dare act arbitrarily because the existence of the Golden Cicada was truly too terrifying, and it caused them to not dare arouse the thought of escaping. However, when they saw the terrifying existences of the Yuan sect disappear like the Golden Cicada, Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and the others simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief, and they felt as if they'd taken a trip to the gates of hell and had finally returned to life. At this moment, they just wanted to leave immediately. However, before they could act, Lin Sun said coldly in the distance, everyone, no one can interfere with our battle now. At first, Lin Sun was fighting with the Eternal Realm Dharma images of the Shaman sect and the Zen sect. He had the upper hand and killed 9 Eternal Realm Dharma images. However, it was also at that time that Tu Mahun used his trump card. He summoned the will of the witchcraft cult's founder, Heaven Witchcraft. From then on, changes began to appear in the situation. The Dharma images of the patriarchs of the 4 ancestral halls appeared one after another, confronting and fighting. Immediately after, Yuan Feihu and the other 4 Eternal Realm existences from the 9th Heaven region descended on the battlefield. After that, Tai Xian, Yanji, Kong Ju, and the others appeared one after another. Later on, the 2 ancestral halls of the Zen sect and the Spirit sect each sent out 2 Eternal Realm existences, causing the entire situation to show signs of being out of control. Until Xianxia appeared, he was like a gamebreaker, turning the situation around. The Golden Cicada's attack could be said to have determined the universe by himself. He moved the killing calamity against the ancestral court of the Yuan sect to the Kunlun ruins in one fell swoop. Because of this, the primordial realm and the Yuan sect were both safe. It was easy to describe, but every single one of them could be said to be horrifying, filled with killing intent, and dangerous to the extreme. At this moment, all the dangers had been resolved. How could Lin Sun let Tu Muhan, Ji Kong, and the others go? As he spoke, his figure had already flashed out, and he didn't hesitate to use the time seal, but the rules of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn. Countless streams of light poured out, intertwined with each other, and turned into a forbidden array, covering the sea area. It also sealed off the retreat of Tu Muhan, Ji Kong, and the others. On the side of the two ancestral halls, there were still 6 eternal realm Dharma bodies, as well as a group of Transcendent Realm Great Perfection and Transcendent Realm Late Stage existences left. The lineup was still extremely strong. However, facing Lin Sun, Xianxia, and Xian failing in the distance, their hearts sank. Everyone, whether or not we can leave this place alive depends on this battle. Taking a deep breath, Tu Muhan's eyes were cold. Boom, the 6 eternal realm Dharma bodies attacked immediately, but they didn't go against Lin Sun. Instead, they targeted the power of the time seal. Obviously, they wanted to work together to break this array. At the same time, Tu Muhan and Ji Kong each led a group of old monsters under their command and attacked. They didn't want to kill the enemy, but they wanted to buy more time for the 6 eternal realm Dharma bodies to break the time seal. Little junior brother, let's see who kills more opponents. Take this opportunity to let senior brother witness the glory of an immortal supreme, said Xianxia with a smile. His figure soared into the sky, his black robe fluttering in the wind. His whole body emitted an unparalleled sharp light, like a peerless divine sword unscrupulously displaying its sharpness. Clang, a dull and lustreless black sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. He did not dodge or evade his opponent who was charging at him, and he charged straight at him instead. Why not? As Lin Sun spoke, his tall figure soared into the sky. Boom, the 5 Dao bodies moved together and rushed into the enemy's group together with Xianxia himself. Seeing this, Xian failing tactfully chose to watch from the side. The two brothers wanted to compete, and he wouldn't blindly interfere. Boom, the battle erupted, and the void trembled. Xianxia's aura was unparalleled, just like when he was in the dark world back then. He had a domineering aura, looking down on the masses. The higher one's cultivation, the more arrogant one's heart was. With the cultivation of the transcendent realm at the full level, as soon as the battle began, he defeated an opponent heavily. His Dao sword pressed down, shaking the opponent's 7 orifices and causing him to bleed and fly backward. His domineering attitude surprised Xian failing. As expected, the most arrogant person in Fengsuan Mountain was not comparable to ordinary people in the same realm. This scene was also seen by Lin Sun, and he was very happy in his heart. Back in the dark world, as the master of Bronze Sparrow Tower, one of the 3 dark giants, second senior brother was absolutely an existence that he could only look up to. At that time, it was also Xianxia's protection that helped him resolve many disputes and killings. Now, second senior brother was still unparalleled and more elegant than before. However, Lin Sun was no longer the little junior brother who needed protection in the past. Now, he could fight side by side with second senior brother, and his cultivation was also on par with second senior brother. Kill. Lin Sun was full of heroic spirit, and he didn't show any mercy, wantonly displaying his cultivation. If it were those eternal realm Dharma Laksana, it might take some effort. But in the face of these people in the same realm, no matter how many of them there were, for Lin Sun, it was not much of a threat. Puff. Puff, his opponents fell one after another, setting off scarlet flowers of blood. In just a moment, 7 people in Transcendent Realm Great Perfection died in Lin Sun's hands. On Xianxia's side, only 1 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection and 5 Transcendent Late Realm experts were killed. It was clear who was superior. At least in Xian Failing's opinion, even though Xianxia's combat power was amazing, compared to his little junior brother, he was slightly inferior. Xianxia also saw the scene. Although he didn't say anything, he was extremely gratified. He obeyed the orders of his master and guarded the dark world for countless years, just to wait for a unique lotus to bloom. In Fengsuan Mountain, only he knew the meaning of that Taoist hymn. The path of immortal supremacy, nirvana of freedom. The eternal tribulation of oblivion, a unique lotus. Now, this lotus finally bloomed to the extreme, blooming the light of immortal supremacy, and becoming famous all over the world. The two of them had very different mental states. However, when it came to killing their enemies, none of them showed mercy. Even though he knew that it would be difficult to surpass Lin Sun even if he fought with his life on the line, Xianxia didn't give up. He had his own state of mind. Just like what his master said, a disciple didn't have to be inferior to his master, and there was no need to determine who was superior based on rankings. The most important thing was to surpass the master. Boom, the Taoist hymn rumbled, and blood splattered. The battle was completely one-sided. In just a moment, the witchcraft sect and Zen sect suffered heavy casualties, with transcendent realm great perfection falling one after another. Tu Muhan's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were about to pop out. He shouted in grief, "Old ancestors, please come and help." In the distance, the 6 eternal realm Dharma images that were bombarding the time seal felt their hearts sink. Their all-out attacks could only shake the time seal. If they wanted to break it, they couldn't do it in a short period of time. At this moment, when they heard Tu Muhan's sorrowful cry, how could they not know that the situation had become extremely serious? Fight. They looked at each other, and moved towards the battlefield together. Seeing this, Lin Sun took a deep breath and suddenly flashed towards Xianxia. He grabbed his arm, and instantly left the area covered by the time seal. All of a sudden, the 6 eternal realm Dharma images missed their target. "Senior brother, just wait and see. Leave these opponents to me." As Lin Sun spoke, he swallowed a drop of innate divine dew. His consumed cultivation was instantly restored to its peak state. "Can you fight against those eternal realm Dharma images?" Xianxia was stunned. "Yes." The one who answered was Xian Failing. He teleported over and stood beside Xianxia, saying, "When you truly witness your junior brother's skills, you'll know what the prestige of a supreme master is in this realm." Xianxia was surprised, and said, "Then, I'll have to see it clearly." As they spoke, Lin Sun once again rushed into the area covered by the time seal. After a round of killing, the witchcraft cult and Zen cult had already suffered heavy casualties. Now there were only 6 transcendent realm great perfection on the witchcraft cult side, and 7 on the Zen cult side. The other transcendent realm late-stage characters had already been slaughtered. Even though these old monsters were still alive, they were all injured. At this moment, the only thing they could rely on was the 6 eternal realm Dharma Laksana. But, they had already seen Lin Sun's strength. How could they not know that as long as they were trapped in the time restriction, they were doomed to have no chance to leave alive? "Fight him." Seeing Lin Sun, who had recovered to his peak state, rushing in, Tu Muhan roared. He was completely desperate and didn't care about his life. The others were the same. Even Ji Kong and the other powerhouses of the Dhyana sect were determined to fight to the death. However, at this moment, Lin Sun waved his hand and removed the power of the time restriction. This sudden scene took everyone by surprise and caught them off guard. The opportunity was right in front of them. Should they escape, fighting spirit was the same as morale. It would be boosted at one go, weakened at the second, and exhausted at the third. Seeing such an opportunity, Tu Muhan and the others' fighting spirit, which was originally ready to fight to the death, was shaken imperceptibly. The reason why Lin Sun removed the power of the time restriction was not to shake the opponent's fighting spirit, but the power of the devouring abyss talent couldn't be exerted at the same time. Otherwise, the power of time would conflict with each other. However, how could Lin Sun really give them a chance to escape? At the same time, when he removed the time restriction, he had already exerted the blade of time without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of millions of sword chi whistled out, condensing into a solemn and grand divine talisman formation in the void. It was the supreme inheritance of Oracle Mountain, the infinite divine talisman. The infinite divine talisman was boundless, and the great way was endless. The most terrifying thing was that the entire infinite divine talisman was constructed by the power of the blade of time. Although it was not the time restriction, its power was undoubtedly more terrifying. Boom, the divine talisman formation shrouded the world. At that moment, an incredible spectacle appeared. It was as if the river of time flowed backward, and all kinds of scenes of the past were reflected in the world. It was strange and dazzling. In an instant, the power of the blade of time, which could last for a quarter of an hour, was exhausted. Even half of Lin Sun's cultivation was taken away. This was the first time he'd combined the blade of time divine ability with the supreme inheritance of Oracle Mountain, the infinite divine talisman. If his current cultivation wasn't sufficiently deep, then he would be utterly unable to endure such consumption. But when he saw the infinite divine talisman flow with the aura of the blade of time that was reflected in the heavens and the earth, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment in his heart. In the years that he had been in seclusion, in order to explore the mysteries of the blade of time to the extreme, he had put in a lot of effort and tried countless times. In the end, he was able to deduce such a powerful attack. To put it simply, when the blade of time was fully unleashed, it was like a Tao weapon, and its power could be fused into the battle. This was similar to the door of exile, which could be attached to the abyssal sword cauldron in battle. Boom, the divine talisman formation diagram revolved and rumbled. Time fluttered about, and it was illusory and mysterious. No, suddenly, a scream of horror rang out. A transcendent realm great perfection tried to escape, but his body was restrained by the power of the infinite divine talisman formation. When he resisted with all his strength, he was contaminated by the power of the blade of time. Suddenly, he seemed to have become countless years younger. As for his cultivation, it had been completely destroyed. This strange scene caused Xianxia and Xianxia, who were watching the battle from afar, to gasp. Reversing time and cutting off one's cultivation, the transcendent realm great perfection was instantly reduced to the mortal world and returned to his original state before he started cultivating. This was too horrifying. The great way was difficult, and cultivation was not easy. To possess the cultivation of the transcendent realm great perfection, how much effort must one have put in along the way, and how much suffering and bloody baptism must one have experienced, but all of this collapsed in an instant and turned into nothingness. Such a blow could simply make any cultivator suffer a fate worse than death. Bang! After the old monster's cultivation was cut off, he couldn't withstand the fluctuations in the battlefield at all after losing all his strength. His figure was torn apart in an instant and vanished in a puff of smoke. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Along with the infinite divine talisman's formation descending, Tu Mahun, Ji Kong, and the other old monsters were restrained. They seemed as if they were desperately resisting, as they were deeply afraid of being contaminated by the power of the blade of time. However, the infinite divine talisman was the supreme inheritance of Oracle Mountain. Now that it had been fully utilized by Lin Sun, how could its might be ordinary? Along with a wave of rumbling, the glow of the Tao surged, and it directly trapped and drowned the figures of Tu Mahun and the others within it. After that, waves of shrill, furious, and unwilling voices resounded. Damn it! Why is this happening? Why? Lin Sun, you'll die a horrible death. It was clearly visible that the appearances of Tu Mahun and the others had become younger at an extremely swift speed, yet their cultivation had been cut off in unison. In the end, their souls dispersed within the infinite divine talisman's formation. Xianxia and Xianxia's hearts surged as they watched this scene. All of them were seniors of the two ancestral halls. Each of them had lived longer than the other, possessed monstrous authority, and possessed reputations that shook the world. They were overlords that were respected by all living beings. But now, all of them had been annihilated here. The 6 eternal realm Dharma images were restrained as well, but the eternal energy they possessed was able to resist the invasion of the power of time. Moreover, under the circumstances that they attacked with all their strength, the power of the infinite divine talisman formation couldn't do anything to them for a while. But it was enough for Lin Sun. Bang, his main body and the 5 Taoist bodies didn't waste any time, and they charged towards an eternal realm Dharma image. It was a robust man in a purple robe, and he was resisting the power of the infinite divine talisman with all his might. When Lin Sun and his clone attacked, they were instantly caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, the Dharma image of the man in a purple robe was directly annihilated along with a shocking roar of rage. How is it? In the distance, Xianxia couldn't help but look at Xianxia. He could clearly see that Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and there was a wisp of shock between his brows. However, in the face of Xianxia's question, Xianxia pretended to be indifferent and said, as the most famous descendant of Mount Fengsuan, isn't it normal to have such a performance? Old weirdo Xian, I think you're making a fuss about nothing. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, "You don't mean what you say." Xianxia smiled and said, "I know you want to see me shocked and excited, but I won't let you see it." While they were talking, another earth-shattering roar came from the battlefield. Two Eternal Realm Dharma images actually disregarded the suppression of the infinite divine talisman and attacked Lin Sun desperately, as if they wanted to die together with Lin Sun. Lin Sun's main body suddenly took a deep breath, his sleeves fluttered, and he slashed out with his sword with an unprecedented force. Bang! This sword was like an abyss. It was like a prison, full of mysterious and unfathomable aura of the immortal law, and in the blink of an eye, it split an Eternal Realm Dharma image. From a distance, it was like a knife cutting a mountain, splitting it into two. Then, the split Eternal Realm Dharma image exploded and turned into a rain of light that splashed all over the sky. The other Eternal Realm Dharma image was besieged by Lin Sun's 5 Taoist bodies, and it was a head-on confrontation. In the blink of an eye, the Eternal Realm Dharma image was directly blasted apart. The Eternal Realm Dharma image can use a part of the power of heaven and earth, which is the key reason why they can easily kill any immortal figures, but this power seems to be unable to do anything to my little junior brother, Xianxia pondered. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the various details and mysteries of the battle. You can't see through it, right? What shocked me is that the power of the immortal law he mastered can easily dissolve the power of heaven and earth. It's extremely heaven-defying. Xianxia sighed with emotion. Why was the Eternal Realm so powerful? The key was that they could already control and use the power of heaven and earth. You can't see through it, but it doesn't mean I can't. Xianxia seemed to understand, and his eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. There was no doubt that his little junior brother had begun to refine the Nirvana order. It should be known that the Nirvana order was born in the Nirvana of freedom, and it was an unprecedented good fortune that his master had been waiting for since ancient times. It had been controlled by Lin Sun a long time ago. Only the power of this order could resist and dissolve the power of heaven and earth. Xianxia couldn't help but ask curiously, "What did you see?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I'm not telling you." Xianxia almost rolled his eyes. Xianxia is simply unreasonable like a child. Bang! In the distance, the infinite divine talisman's formation collapsed because its power had been exhausted. On the other hand, only the 2 Eternal Realms Dharma images were left in a fierce battle with Lin Sun. Moreover, their Dharma images were injured and had become illusory and blurry. "Little junior brother, stand down. Let me test the strength of the Eternal Realms Dharma images." Suddenly, Xianxia flashed into the battlefield with blazing eyes as if he'd seen a pair of superb practice targets, and he swung his Dao sword at the first possible moment to attack. Lin Sun was stunned and immediately withdrew. "Then I'll hold the line for you, senior brother." He and the 5 Dao bodies dispersed in the surroundings and waited for Lin Sun in a battle formation. Kill. The 2 Eternal Realms Dharma images didn't hold any hope of leaving, but when they saw Xianxia charging over, they glanced at each other and realized that their chance had come. If they could capture Xianxia, it would be sufficient to resolve the situation of the entire army being annihilated. Rumble, they seemed to be desperate, using all their strength to capture Xianxia. The pressure on Xianxia suddenly increased, and he couldn't help but look solemn. He exerted all his strength to fight with all his might, but even so, he still fell into a situation of being suppressed. He couldn't help but be shocked. When he was watching the battle from a distance, he saw Lin Sun killing the Eternal Realms Dharma images as easily as slaughtering chickens and monkeys. But when he fought in person, he felt how terrifying the Eternal Realms Dharma images were. Moreover, the 2 Eternal Realms Dharma images had long been injured, and their power was much weaker than before. Under such circumstances, he was suppressed to the point that he couldn't even lift his head. How could he not be shocked? It was easy to know but difficult to do. Watching the battle and fighting in person, it was indeed completely different. I'll continue to update at night. It's just that my train of thought is a little late. The battle came to an end without any mishap. The 2 Eternal Realm spiritual manifestations were finally killed by Xianxia. It took a long time to finish a cup of tea. Xianxia also paid a heavy price. He was injured, but it was not serious. His hair was disheveled, his cheeks were pale, and he was gasping for breath. At the end of the battle, he exhaled a long breath and said with emotion, "Now I finally know how high your realm is." Lin Sun stepped forward and handed a bottle of elixir to Xianxia, saying, "Senior brother, heal your wounds first." In the distance, Xian Feiling, who had seen the whole scene, murmured, "Sure enough, all the descendants of Feng Xiyuan are abnormal." Xianxia's strength alone was enough to defeat 2 Eternal Realm Dharma idols in a 1-on-2 situation. His strength could be said to be heaven-defying. Of course, he might be inferior to Lin Sun, but compared with other people in the world at the same realm, Xianxia could be called the overlord of this realm. The infinite star sea had long disappeared. Countless shocking ravines crisscrossed the earth, and everything was destroyed. The chaotic space storm raged, making a whimpering sound. This was the sequela of the war. Even though Golden Cicada took action in time to resolve the most serious disaster, the destruction caused by the aftermath of the battle was still shocking. At least in a short time, it was impossible for the infinite star sea to recover to its original state. The battle was over. Lin Sun cleaned up the spoils on the field and looked into the depths of the sky. There, the light of catastrophe was blazing and thunder was surging. The eternal catastrophe against Yubeihai was still going on. The aura it emitted was frightening. "Let's go back to the sect immediately." Xian Feiling's eyebrows were solemn. Although the killing from the outside world had been resolved, it was still hard to predict whether Yubeihai could succeed in proving the eternal realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their figures soon disappeared at the entrance of Yuan sect. Is it over? The terrible catastrophe didn't come. What the hell is going on? Why did such a terrible disaster appear for no reason? At the same time, in the entire 7th heaven, hundreds of millions of creatures gradually calmed down from the panic and despair. The catastrophe that threatened to destroy the world didn't really come, but for the hundreds of millions of creatures scattered in the 7th heaven, it was no less than a trip to the gates of hell. Yet now, when they sensed that the energy of the laws in the heavens and the earth had gradually returned to normal, and when they saw that the inconceivable phenomena of calamity had stopped appearing in the sky, everyone felt as if they'd survived a calamity, and they felt both relieved and bewildered. What was going on? At the same time, in the 1st to the 6th heaven, and even in the 8th heaven, everyone was talking about this unprecedented disaster that has never been seen since ancient times. However, compared to the 7th heaven, the other heavens didn't feel it strongly, and the impact they suffered wasn't that great, so although they were shocked and puzzled, they didn't panic too much. Only in the 8th heaven, the top 10 immortal giants keenly smelled a different aura and noticed something abnormal. However, even they were unable to guess the outcome of this calamity that targeted the Origin sect's ancestral court. That very day, these Undying sent their forces out to scout for information. Primordial realm. The terrifying heavenly tribulation poured down like a waterfall. Yubeihai's figure was fighting in the heavenly tribulation. The scene was terrifying. "Do what you should do, don't worry about me, I'll watch from here." Xianxia immediately stayed and watched this eternal catastrophe. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "Senior, I'll stay too." Before Golden Cicada left, he gave him a jade bottle and asked him to give it to Yubeihai after this eternal catastrophe ended. "Okay, I'll go find old Feng and the others." Xian Feiling flew straight to the Tianyuan secret realm. Now, Feng Daoping, Du Guyong, Yuan Wutian, and other deputy pavilion masters were all in the Tianyuan secret realm, so they still didn't know what was happening outside. Until Xian Feiling's figure left, Lin Sun asked, "Senior brother, now you should tell me why Senior Golden Cicada insisted on letting Marshal Uncle Kong Ju and the others go to Kunlun ruins together, right?" Xianxia thought for a while and said, "The sky is about to change." "The sky is about to change?" Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. Xianxia said in a light voice, "Today's situation just happens to be like a game of chess, and it's very likely that the person playing the chess is the culprit behind the calamity of an era." Lin Sun said sternly, "Before, Ancestor Suin of the Spirit Society also speculated so and said that the real target of this killing tribulation should be me." Xianxia could not help but praise, as expected of a great sage who had walked through many epochs, Senior Void Invisibility's deduction is the same as Master and Senior Golden Cicada. Lin Sun's heart tightened, "Is it really against me?" Xianxia smiled and said, "What? Are you afraid, little junior brother?" Lin Sun shook his head, "I'm not afraid. I just never thought that the ultimate purpose of today's event would be to deal with me." Xianxia said, "Shurzuan once said that there is only nirvana? Only with such power can you threaten the mastermind behind the scenes." In the past, you didn't reveal your nirvana chi. Practically no one in the world believed that the Tao path of an immortal paragon truly existed. But it's different now. Not only do the witchcraft sect, Zen sect, and the eternal gods of the ninth heaven know about this, but even the mastermind behind the scenes should have been alerted. After a pause, he said, just like today's killing tribulation, if no one instructed them to do so, do you think the witchcraft sect, Zen sect, and the ninth heaven would have mobilized so many forces for this? Or, are they not worried that an all-out war with the Yuan sect would cause them to suffer huge casualties? Lin Sun thought of what happened today. Even the Dharma images of the founders of the various ancestral courts and the true bodies of the Eternal Realm experts had been mobilized. This was indeed beyond his imagination. If no one instructed them to do so, would the witchcraft sect, Zen sect, and the eternal gods of the ninth heaven be willing to send so many terrifying forces to fight? Is this all controlled by the mastermind behind the scenes? Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. Xianxia said, it should be so. Senior brother, do you know if the mastermind behind the scenes is a human, or an extremely mysterious and terrifying rule power? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. As early as in the Ruins of Fortune, he had asked Chen Lin Kong, but Chen Lin Kong couldn't give a clear answer. Because in the changes of many eras in the past, no one had seen the mastermind behind the scenes at all, including Chen Lin Kong's grandfather, Qin Shi, who had begun to search for clues related to the mastermind behind the scenes a long time ago, but it seemed that he also didn't find much. Sure enough, Xianxia also shook his head and said, not to mention me, even Master and Senior Golden Cicada still have some guesses and inferences so far. Speaking of this, he thought of something and said, Junior brother, Master left a long time ago to look for the ruins of Wonderful Tao. Do you know why he did this? Lin Sun said, it is said that there is a way to completely resolve the Great Silence lifeless tribulation in the ruins of Wonderful Tao. Xianxia nodded and said, exactly. But most importantly, a place like the ruins of the Tao isn't something that the person that's pulling the strings behind the scenes can control. Perhaps we'll only be able to find out the true identity of that person there. Lin Sun sighed softly, I really don't have the mood to care about this now. Xianxia laughed, are you worried that you'll never have a peaceful day after being targeted by the mastermind behind the scenes? Before Lin Sun could answer, Xianxia said, don't worry, it's impossible for the mastermind behind the scenes to appear before the calamity of the era within 1,000 years. Lin Sun was surprised, why do you say that? Xianxia shrugged and said, Master said it. If you want to know, you can ask him when you see him in the future. Lin Sun was speechless. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and said, if the mastermind behind the scenes appears, it's equivalent to walking in front of the curtain. It can't be said to be the mastermind anymore. Over the many eras, no one knows its true face because it has never revealed any traces. It's the same now. After a pause, he continued, as for Senior Golden Cicada's insistence on letting Marshal Uncle Kong Ju and the others head to the Kunlun ruins, it's very simple. It won't be long before the eternal true world changes. Lin Sun was shocked, Senior brother, please explain. In the past, before the calamity of the era descended, the Great Silence lifeless tribulation that targeted eternal realm existences would erupt one after another. Only by entering the Kunlun ruins will we have any hope of avoiding such a calamity. Xianxia said, according to Master and Senior Golden Cicada's deduction, in the next few years, the Great Silence lifeless tribulation that belongs to this era will appear one after another. If we don't leave the eternal true world as soon as possible, it's very likely that we'll suffer a fatal blow from the Great Silence lifeless tribulation. Therefore, to those eternal realm existences, the earlier they leave, the safer they will be. Right now, Masters Will and Senior Golden Cicada are both in the Kunlun ruins, so they can still help Marshal Uncle Kong Ju and the others. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to help even if we want to. Lin Sun came to a realization. He had heard before that the Kunlun ruins was an extremely special Tao ruins. Every time the calamity of the era descended, those eternal realm existences would gather there and fight to avoid the attack of the Great Silence lifeless tribulation. Of course, at that time, they could also find clues to the ruins of myriad wonders in the Kunlun ruins. The so-called fight was to fight for the opportunity to go to the ruins of myriad wonders Tao. So, even the eternal realm existences of the eternal God clan in the ninth heaven will leave one after another in the next few years? Lin Sun's eyes lit up. He knew very well what this meant. Xianxia said, "That's right. In order to protect themselves, the eternal God clan in the ninth heaven has to make preparations in advance. If it's not an important matter, they won't easily intervene in matters outside the ninth heaven. This situation will continue until the arrival of the era calamity." Lin Sun finally understood and said, "If this is the case, for us, the next few years will be the best time to take revenge." There was a hint of excitement in his voice. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Junior brother, don't underestimate the eternal God clan. They have survived through the changes of many eras, so you can imagine how terrifying their foundation is." After a pause, he continued, "In the past, every time the era calamity descended, the eternal God clan would choose one or several eternal realm existences to stay behind. These eternal realm existences are ready to die for the sake of defending their clan. They don't even care about their lives, so naturally, they don't care about the threat of the Great Silence lifeless tribulation." More updates. Tomorrow, Goldfish would publish the complete list of the 12 eternal God clans on the WeChat public account. For those who didn't follow the Goldfish public account, just open the Add Followers button and wait for the article on the public account at 10 a.m. tomorrow. When The Chosen was finished, Goldfish would also publish the external chapters of The Chosen on the public account. Xianxia's words made Lin Sun realize that it was too early for him to be happy. In the next few years, the appearance of the Great Silence lifeless retribution would threaten any eternal realm existence in the world. But if they wanted to take this opportunity to deal with forces like the Eternal God clan, they would still face great danger, because before the arrival of the era calamity, the Eternal God clan would choose some eternal realm existences to stay behind as death warriors to protect the clan. "I'm not in a hurry." Lin Sun thought, there are still about 1,000 years before the arrival of the era calamity. As those eternal realm existences leave one by one, even if there are eternal realm existences in the witch cult, Zen sect, and the eternal God clan in the ninth heaven, the number is extremely limited. After a pause, he continued, "What's more, I am now in existence in the transcendent realm Great Perfection. Before the arrival of the era calamity, I will definitely try my best to reach the eternal realm. By then." A chill appeared in the depths of his eyes. Before he finished speaking, Xianxia already understood Lin Sun's intention and nodded, "Yes, in the next few years, it is indeed the best time to take revenge, but we can't rush it. We should take it step by step and plan slowly." At this time, there was a sound of breaking air in the distance. Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, Fang Daoping, and other deputy pavilion masters teleported over. Du Guyong and the others had obviously learned about everything that happened in the Infinite Star Sea from Xian Feiling, and their expressions were filled with joy and excitement. When they saw Xianxia, they all saluted and thanked him. They all knew that it was the arrival of Xianxia and Golden Cicada that disintegrated and destroyed the enemy's murderous attack, and they were extremely grateful. Xianxia smiled and nodded, greeting them one by one. This time, the witch cult and Zen sect suffered heavy casualties. They are destined to be unable to attack us in a short period of time. As for the Eternal God clan in the ninth heaven, they may be extremely unwilling to accept such a big loss, but as long as Pavilion Master Yu Beihai survives the calamity, they will never have the chance to attack our sect again. Fang Daoping said excitedly. After Yu Beihai survives the calamity, the God-level order covering the Yuan sect would recover. By then, even the Eternal Realm original body would not be able to shake the Yuan sect's foundation. Du Guyong's killing intent surged as he said, "We absolutely can't let today's matter go like this. Once the situation has calmed down, it's time to take revenge and wipe out this hatred." This time, the witchcraft religion, Zen religion, and the eternal gods of the ninth heaven almost destroyed their Yuan sect. How could they not take revenge for such a deep hatred? There are also the 10 immortal giants of the eighth heaven. It's time to deal with them thoroughly. Yuan Wutian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Xian Feiling said, "These debts naturally have to be settled one by one, but the most important thing now is to stabilize the situation. Furthermore, the ancestral court of the Spirit Church has paid a huge price to help the sect this time. We can't forget such a great favor." Everyone nodded. This time, the Spirit sect had mobilized the power of its founder, Su Yin's Dharma idol, as well as 2 eternal realm existences, Dongli and Zhijing, to help. This kindness must be repaid. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Xianxia, who had been watching Yu Beihai prove his Tao, frowned. At practically the exact same moment his voice resounded, a world-shaking rumble suddenly resounded. Under the sky, Yu Beihai's figure quietly shattered, and even his primordial spirit was severely injured. Is he going to fail the tribulation? Damn it, how could this be? Old Yu has been preparing for this for countless years. Everyone's heart couldn't help but hang in suspense, and their expressions changed drastically. Seeing that Yu Beihai's primordial spirit was about to be completely shattered, the tribulation light in the depths of the sky suddenly dimmed, and then began to collapse like a tide. In just a few blinks of an eye, the eternal lightning tribulation that filled the sky disappeared completely, and no trace of it could be seen anymore. Only Yu Beihai's severely damaged primordial spirit was still floating. This strange scene caused everyone to look at each other in dismay. Did he succeed in transcending the tribulation, or did he fail? The atmosphere was deathly silent. Under the sky, Yu Beihai's severely injured primordial spirit seemed to be unable to accept all this, staring blankly at the depths of the sky. After a long time, he let out a long, bitter sigh. Leaving my primordial spirit to live in this world, but why, didn't you let me be annihilated in the great tribulation? His words were full of endless sorrow and disappointment. Xianfeiling and the others' hearts sank to the bottom. They finally dared to confirm that Yu Beihai failed to prove the eternal way, but he was not obliterated by that catastrophe, and his injured primordial spirit survived. What a pity, Xianxia couldn't help sighing. Even if he survived after failing to prove the eternal way, he didn't know how long he would have to wait for the next opportunity. Moreover, such a blow was so great that it was very likely to make a peerless figure depressed. Lin Sun was also stunned. Since he entered the Yuan sect, he had heard that Yu Beihai, the head of Yuan Qing Pavilion, had been practicing in seclusion all year round, preparing for the eternal way. However, he had never expected that Yu Beihai would fail to transcend the eternal tribulation even though he had made such ample preparations. Old Yu, the great way is difficult. It doesn't matter if you fail for a while, but don't give up. Xianfeiling rushed to the void and comforted him. Other old monsters also gathered around and comforted Yu Beihai. Yu Beihai was silent, and his expression was uncertain. After a long time, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't worry about me. I just suffered such a blow that I can't accept it for a while. Take these medicinal pills quickly." Xianfeiling and the others took out some natural treasures, all of which could be called peerless healing treasures. But Yu Beihai shook his head and refused. "I don't lack these. The failure of this tribulation is an unforgettable lesson for me. I should taste the failure and understand its meaning." Well said. Zhongqiu came over. To seek the great way, one should have such courage and state of mind. Only in this way can he go further in the next Tao proving. At this time, Lin Sun thought of something and quickly took out the jade bottle given by Golden Cicada and handed it to Yu Beihai. "This was left by Senior Golden Cicada, and he specially told me to give it to you." Yu Beihai was stunned. Golden Cicada? Xianfeiling quickly explained it to him, and Yu Beihai finally understood. He picked up the jade bottle and explored it with his divine sense. Just a moment later, his whole body trembled, and his expression was sometimes surprised, sometimes confused, sometimes shocked, and sometimes unbelievable. This made Xianfeiling and the others look at each other. "What's in that jade bottle?" Xianfeiling asked Lin Sun. Lin Sun shook his head. He didn't know either. After a long time, Yu Beihai suddenly cupped his hands to Lin Sun and said, "Thank you, my young friend." His expression had become calm, as if all the shadows in his heart had been swept away, and he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Lin Sun hurriedly said, "Senior, don't be so polite. This is a gift from Senior Golden Cicada. I dare not take credit for it." Xianfeiling couldn't help asking, "Old Yu, what's in this jade bottle?" Yu Beihai said with a smile, "For me, it's no less than the grace of rebirth. Maybe I can return to the eternal way with the help of the thing in the bottle." Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard this. What kind of treasure was this to have such a heaven-defying effect? Senior Golden Cicada said that we can't reveal any information about this thing. Yu Beihai explained, "So, you don't have to guess." After a pause, he continued, in addition, when my injury recovers, I will leave the sect and go to Kunlun ruins. This decision was very sudden, and everyone didn't expect it. Xianfeiling pondered for a moment and said, since you've made your decision, we won't persuade you any further. The others nodded. Thank you, everyone. Yu Beihai cupped his fists and bowed seriously. If you really want to thank me, take out your treasured wine to entertain us. Xianfeiling laughed loudly. Why not? Yu Beihai laughed as well. Lin Sun was quite happy when he saw this. He could tell that the jade bottle given by Golden Cicada had most likely given Yu Beihai a new hope of achieving the Tao. Before we drink, there are some things that we have to arrange. Xianfeiling said. Too many things had happened on this day. Yu Beihai achieved the Eternal Way and triggered an unprecedented calamity. Following that, the witchcraft sect, the Zen sect, and the Ninth Heaven attacked, causing a shocking massacre in the Infinite Star Sea. Until now, everything had finally come to an end. As Yan Ji, Tai Xian, and the rest left for Kunlun ruins, the Yuan sect had many things to do. On the same day, the power of the Yuan sect's god-level order recovered and enveloped the sky above the Infinite Star Sea and the Yuan realm again. Everyone in the Yuan sect who was placed in the Tian Yuan mystic realm was brought out by Xianfeiling and the rest and returned to various parts of the sect. Very quickly, everyone in the Yuan sect found out about what had happened today, and it caused an uproar and commotion. 3 days later. In front of the Yuan realm central hall, everyone in the Yuan sect was summoned. Yu Beihai, the Origin Clear Pavilion Master who had not appeared for many years, publicly announced his resignation from the position of Origin Clear Pavilion Master, and Lin Sun, the Vice Pavilion Master of Origin Clear Pavilion, would take over. At the same time, Yu Beihai announced that Xianfeiling would take over the position of Origin Clear Pavilion Master. Du Guyong would take over the position of Origin Void Pavilion Master. The vacant Deputy Pavilion Head positions of Lin Sun, Xianfeiling, and Du Guyong were taken over by 3 elders of the 3 pavilions with Transcendent Realm Great Perfection Cultivation. Finally, Yu Beihai looked at Lin Sun and laughed loudly. Congratulations, Pavilion Master Lin. Congratulations, Pavilion Master Lin. Congratulations, Pavilion Master Lin. Congratulatory voices rose and fell, shaking the 9 heavens. Whether it was the elders of the Yuan sect or the disciples of the 9 peaks, they were all extremely excited. Their hearts were filled with shock and admiration. 100 years ago, Lin Sun had just joined the Yuan sect and become the successor of the 9th peak. 100 years later, he had taken over the position of Origin Clear Pavilion Master under the watchful eyes of everyone. All of this was like a miracle, breaking the record of the Yuan sect. Whether it was in the past or in the future, this record would probably never be surpassed again. This was a true legend. Moreover, this legend was destined to continue in the years to come. A little later, the Yuanqing Pavilion Master was in charge of the selection and appointment of the sect. In the Yuanqing Pavilion, the 3 deputy pavilion masters Fang Daoping, Yu Xing, and Zhang Qianqi, as well as a group of elders, deacons, and deputy deacons, were all under the command of the pavilion master. As the pavilion master, he had become in existence second only to the sect master in Yuan sect. His status was high, his power was great, and the cultivation resources he could use were far from comparable to others. But at the same time, the greater the power he had, the greater the responsibility he had to bear. Today, Yuan sect no longer had an Eternal Realm expert. Among the Transcendent Realm Great Perfection, Lin Sun's combat power was undoubtedly the strongest. In a sense, from this day on, Lin Sun had become the youngest and most influential pavilion master in Yuan sect. On the same day, Yuan sect held a banquet to celebrate the 3 new pavilion masters Lin Sun, Xianfeiling, and Du Guyong. Late at night, Lin Sun, who returned to the cave residence from the banquet, sat down with his second senior brother Zhong Qiu and had a long talk. At present, the Witch sect and Zen sect have suffered heavy casualties. The 9th Heaven's Eternal God clan will no longer be able to intervene in the mortal world's affairs in a short time. I have already sent a message to junior sister Ruosu of the Spirit sect. 3 days later, we will set off for the Taiyu realm together to rescue the eldest senior brother and the others. Zhong Qiu told Lin Sun his decision. Lin Sun was shocked and said without hesitation, I will go with you. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. If you go, it will cause a lot of variables. If you are targeted by those enemies again, it will be bad. Lin Sun frowned. With my current combat power, unless the Eternal Realm true body takes action, I am afraid that no one can do anything to me. Under such circumstances, there is no need to be afraid of anything. Xianxia said with a serious expression, Junior brother, I am not advising you to stay in Yuan sect, but I have other arrangements for you. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and said, Senior brother, please instruct me. As long as I can help, I will do anything. Xianxia sighed. A long time ago, the power of the Zen sect gathered the top 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven and stationed them outside the Taiyu True Star, so that over the years, the senior brother and the others have been trapped inside, unable to escape. But the current situation is different since a long time ago. When we attacked the Origin sect a few days ago, the forces sent by the Zen sect were completely annihilated. Now, the Zen sect has suffered a great loss, and its foundation has become unstable. Hearing this, Lin Sun nodded secretly. In the battle that took place in the Infinite Star Sea, the Zen sect's 24 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection existences, 36 Transcendent Late Realm experts, and more than 10 Eternal Realm Willpower Dharma Laksana were all annihilated. Apart from that, the will of the Zen sect's patriarch, Sure, as well as the past Buddha Jiaxu and the future Buddha Jiajin were forcefully brought to the Kunlun ruins by the Golden Cicada. It could be said that after this battle, almost all the higher-ups of the Dhyana sect had died. After all, the Zen sect only had a total of 32 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection existences. The loss of 24 of them at once was a huge blow. As for the Eternal Realm existences, there were only 3 in the entire Zen sect. They were the past Buddha Jiaxu, the present Buddha Jianan, and the future Buddha Jiajin. As for the past Buddha and the future Buddha, they had already been brought to the Kunlun ruins, leaving only the present Buddha Jianan in charge. As a result, the foundation of the Zen sect was greatly affected. It was the same for the Witch sect. The foundation of the Zen sect is in turmoil, and they can't even take care of themselves. The top forces possessed by the top 10 immortal giants have long been scattered by you, Junior brother. Under such circumstances, how can the enemies stationed outside the Taiyu True Star pose any threat? Xianxia said, in fact, we don't even need to make a move. Just the methods of the senior brother and the others can sweep them away. Of course, the senior brother and the others might not even know that the outside world has already undergone earth-shattering changes, so it's very likely that they're still hiding in the Taiyu True Star. Lin Sun could not help but nod. That was true. Xianxia smiled and said, so, this time, I will go to the Taiyu True Star with third junior sister and the others. As for you, junior brother, you might as well go to the 8th heaven. The 8th heaven? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Yes, the eternal gods in the 9th heaven can't even take care of themselves. How can they care about the life and death of those watchdogs? This is the best time to beat them down. Xianxia thought for a moment. However, junior brother, this time, you should mainly probe and see if the eternal gods of the 9th heaven will participate in the current situation. If the 10 immortal giants are in danger, will the eternal gods join in? Lin Sun readily agreed. For the current him, there was no need to worry too much about killing his way to the 8th heaven. You must be careful. If some old immortal of the eternal god race suddenly attacks, you must retreat immediately and leave the 8th heaven immediately. Xianxia warned. He was worried that Lin Sun would cause too much trouble in the 8th heaven in order to take revenge and be targeted by the eternal gods again. Senior brother, don't worry, I only need to send 5 avatars to deal with the 10 immortal giants. Speaking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but say. Senior brother, why don't you let my main body go to the Taiyu True Star with you? I haven't seen senior brother and the others for a long time, and I really miss them. Xianxia's eyes were complicated. If 9th junior brother is still alive and sees that the Great Path Golden Court scripture, created by him has been perfected by you to such an extent, he will be very pleased. Thinking of Guyupu, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel sad. The Great Path Golden Court scripture was taught by senior brother Guyupu, and the cultivation of the 5 Tao bodies contained in it is only limited to the Emperor realm. It can be said that this Tao scripture was laid by senior brother Guyupu, and what he has done over the years is to constantly improve this Tao scripture and integrate it into his own cultivation. Senior brother Guyupu, he Did he really die without leaving any traces? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. Xianxia was taken aback. He pondered for a moment before saying, "That's not necessarily true. Perhaps Master still has some things that ninth junior brother left behind." Lin Sun said, "No, I'm talking about the traces related to Guyupu himself, such as his body, spirit, or even hair." Xianxia was puzzled. "Why are you asking about this?" Lin Sun took a deep breath and told how he saved his disciple Tang Jiang. "If the ninth senior brother also left a trace of vitality, maybe I can find a way to bring him back to life." Even Xianxia was stunned as waves of shock surged in his heart. Only then did he finally understand that nirvana, the core secret of order, was actually so heaven-defying. It could bring the dead back to life and defy the heavens to change one's fate. This was already no different than a forbidden ability. After that, anticipation couldn't help but surge within Xianxia's heart, and he said, "Junior brother, I'll help you ask about this. Besides ninth junior brother, there are some other junior brothers and junior sisters that suffered misfortune on the ancient path, and they ought to have left behind some things. Perhaps you'll be able to find something useful to you from those things." Lin Sun said, "Okay, thank you for your help. You can't mention this to anyone else." Xianxia looked solemn. This level of nirvana? The power was simply amazing. Once it was leaked, it would be a disaster rather than a blessing for Lin. Considering how the eternal gods had survived for so many eras, there had to be quite a few terrifying ancestors who had perished. Once they knew the nirvana of Lin Sun, this power could bring these terrifying existences that had perished in the river of time back to life. They would probably fight for it crazily at all costs. Lin Sun nodded and said helplessly, "Senior brother, I'm asking you if you agree to let me go with you." "Why do you change the subject again?" Xianxia laughed heartily and patted Lin Sun on the shoulder, saying, "Now that the Yuan sect has no eternal realm experts in charge, and you have just become the Yuanqing Pavilion Master, you are needed to hold the fort at this time. How can you leave without permission for the matter of Fangsuan Mountain?" After a pause, he said seriously, "Over the past 100 years, the Yuan sect has given you the greatest protection, so that you have the opportunity to make continuous breakthroughs and transformations, and you have today's achievements. Fangsuan Mountain owes the Yuan sect a great favor, and we have to pay it back. Now is a troubled time, and no one can guarantee that the Yuan sect will really be at peace. But no matter what, as long as you are here, even if something unexpected happens, you can solve it as soon as possible." After hearing this, Lin Sun was silent for a while. Thinking about it, Yuan sect had been like a towering tree, sheltering him from wind and rain over the years, so that he could avoid many threats and attacks from enemies. Even because of his existence, Yuan sect had suffered a lot. Now, Yuan sect had just survived that terrible disaster. The situation seemed to be stable, but who could guarantee that there would be no disaster in the future? As Xianxia said, there was no one in the eternal realm in Yuan sect now, so someone had to hold the fort. And in the whole Yuan sect, only Lin Sun had the strongest combat power, and he was already the Yuanqing Pavilion Master, so he had to bear such a heavy responsibility. "Okay, I'll follow your arrangement, senior brother." Lin Sun made a decision. Xianxia said, "Don't worry, junior brother. Nothing will happen during our trip to the cosmic true realm. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be able to return very soon. At that time, all of us will be able to reunite." Lin Sun took out a jade talisman imprinted with the will left by Kong Ju and handed it to Xianxia. "Senior brother, take this thing." Xianxia was stunned, but he didn't refuse in the end. He could see that if he didn't take it, Lin Sun wouldn't be at ease with their operation. 3 days later, Xianxia said goodbye and left Yuan sect. On the same day, he met up with Ruosu and others who had left the spirit sect and went to the Taiyu True Realm together. On the second day after Xianxia left, Lin Sun found the 2 pavilion masters, Xian Feiling and Du Guyong, and told them about his plan to send the Great Path clone to the 8th heaven. Knowing that Lin Sun's original body would stay in Yuan sect, Xian Feiling and Du Guyong agreed with him. Otherwise, they would never have allowed Lin Sun to take the risk of going to the 8th heaven alone. After all, there was a path to the 9th heaven, and although the 10 immortal giants weren't much of a threat, they had the support of the Eternal God clan, so it was easy for them to be targeted by the Eternal God clan. But if he sent the Great Path clone, there would be no problem. I will continue to update tonight. But it will be very late, probably before 11:30 p.m. On the same day, Lin Sun's 5 Tao bodies moved together and left the Yuan realm. His main body stayed behind to guard the Yuan sect. In fact, there was nothing much to do. In addition to cultivating, Lin Sun's main body stepped up the time to refine the Nirvana order. Now, only 20% of the Nirvana order had not been refined. But this 20% power was also the core key of the Nirvana order. Lin Sun had a strong hunch that when he completely refined the Nirvana order, his own immortal law was destined to achieve a new transformation, 7th heaven, central main domain. Skybearing City. In the streets, in the teahouses and restaurants, people were discussing the battle against the Yuan sect that happened a few days ago. Who would have imagined that the witchcraft, Zen sect, and the 9th heaven's eternal god clan were defeated by the Yuan sect? Many similar sighs sounded. Now, all kinds of news about that battle had spread in the 7th heaven, setting off an unprecedented sensation. The world was shocked. It is said that the witchcraft and Zen sect suffered heavy casualties. Just the loss of hundreds of transcendent realm experts. Moreover, they were all killed by Lin Sun, the deputy pavilion master of the Yuan sect. Isn't Senior Lin Sun's combat power too terrifying? This is nothing. According to reliable sources, even some eternal realm existences of the 9th heaven fell in front of the Yuan sect. So, the Yuan sect became the final big winner? When Lin Sun's Greenwood Tao body walked into Skybearing City, he saw such a scene. People were discussing the battle everywhere. Of course, most of those discussions were speculations, and even exaggerated. In this regard, Lin Sun's Greenwood Tao body laughed it off and didn't bother to pay attention to it. He came to Skybearing City for only one thing, to go to the 8th heaven through an ancient domain array in the city. In the 7th heaven, there were a total of 108 ancient domain arrays leading to the 8th heaven, just like the passage between the 7th and 8th heaven. They had been controlled by the major immortal emperor clans since ancient times. For example, the ancient domain array in Skybearing City was controlled by the immortal emperor clan Tantai clan. The reason why Lin Sun came here was not on a whim. But when he looked up information about the ancient domain array, he saw that the immortal emperor clan was controlling the ancient domain array of Skybearing City was Tantai clan. The reason was simple. When Lin Sun entered the first immortal pass in the vast 1,000 battle territory, he made friends with a man named Tantai Feng and drank together. Tantai Feng even helped him resolve a chase from Wen Xiaoheng and other opponents. Although he and Tantai Feng couldn't be said to be true friends, they had met once after all. Now that he planned to go to the 8th heaven, Lin Sun was naturally happy to set off from this ancient domain array, controlled by Tantai Shi. If he was fated, he might be able to see Tantai Feng again. Lin Sun clearly remembered that the Tantai family located in the 7th heaven was established by Tantai Feng's grandfather, Tantai Chong Kong. Tantai Chong Feng had great willpower, spending tens of thousands of years to subdue a heavenly order energy. Back then, in order to obtain this heavenly order energy, he even fought against 8 undying beings. From the time the Tantai clan took root in the 7th heaven to the present, it has only been more than 3,000 years. Now, it has become a first-class force in the 7th heaven. It's conceivable how powerful Tantai Chongfeng is. For someone who can cross the vast 1,000 battle territories and take root in the eternal true world, to be able to single-handedly create an immortal emperor clan expert, Lin Sun could not help but admire him. Today, Lin Sun knew better than anyone that as an outsider, it was not easy to create such a foundation in the 7th heaven. While thinking, Lin Sun walked towards the center of the city. The ancient domain array was located in the center of the city. As soon as he entered the city, it was found by Lin Sun's spiritual awareness. I'm afraid the Tantai clan is finished. Suddenly, Lin Sun's spiritual awareness captured a voice. This voice came from a private room of a restaurant near the street. Although it was extremely low, Lin Sun could still clearly sense it with his current cultivation. Lin Sun stopped immediately. In his spiritual awareness, he clearly saw 2 cultivators sitting in the private room, drinking and talking. One of the black-robed old men said nervously, "Don't talk nonsense, be careful not to be heard by others. Don't worry, now everyone in the Tantai clan is in danger. How can they have the mood to talk to us?" A gray-robed man on the opposite side smiled disapprovingly. The black-robed old man calmed his mind and asked, "What do you mean?" The gray-robed man said, "In the early years, the Ten-Clan Battle Alliance was established. In the seventh heaven, the Tantai clan was the first force to choose to attach to the Zhu clan. If not, with the foundation of the Tantai clan, how could it be possible to take over the ancient domain array in the city so smoothly? You must know that any cultivator who wants to use the ancient domain array to go to the eighth heaven has to pay a huge amount of wealth. And since taking over this ancient domain array, the wealth has been enjoyed by the Tantai clan alone." The black-robed old man frowned. "Is it because of this that the Tantai clan has attracted the coveting of other forces and they want to attack the Tantai clan?" The gray-robed man shook his head. "Wrong, with the support of the Zhu clan, who dares to harm the Tantai clan?" "Then why did you say that the Tantai clan is finished before?" Don't you understand?" The gray-robed man pointed out. "A few years ago, the power of the Ten-Clan Battle Alliance was destroyed by Yuan Sect Deputy Pavilion Master Lin Sun. Under such a blow, the strength of the 10 immortal giants has been greatly damaged, and they can't even take care of themselves. If that's all, it's fine. But now, even the forces of the Witch Cult, Zen Cult, and the Ninth Heaven have been defeated in front of the Yuan Sect. In this way, isn't the Tantai clan in danger?" Hearing this, the black-robed old man suddenly understood and said, "You mean, the Tantai clan will suffer from the Yuan Sect's punishment?" The gray-robed man nodded. "Not only the Tantai clan, but the forces that chose to attach to the 10 immortal giants in the past, I'm afraid they have to be prepared to be cleaned up by the Yuan Sect." The black-robed old man took a deep breath. "If this is the case, won't the immortal imperial clans in the seventh heaven be in danger?" The gray-robed man shook his head and said, "You can't say that. With the foundation and prestige of the Yuan Sect, how can they carry out a comprehensive purge of the immortal imperial clans in the seventh heaven just for this reason? In my opinion, those forces that were forced to choose to attach to the 10 immortal giants should not be the target of the Yuan Sect's punishment. On the contrary, forces like the Tantai clan, who took the initiative to attach to the 10 immortal giants from the beginning, will suffer the Yuan Sect's revenge." Speaking of this, the gray-robed man concluded, "This is called standing on the wrong side. When the Yuan Sect comes back to their senses, they will definitely make an example of them and let the world see what it means to be the accomplice of a tiger." The black-robed old man couldn't help but show a look of admiration. "Dao brother is wise. This old man admires you." The gray-robed man said, "It's a pity that I originally admired the patriarch of the Tantai clan, Tantai Changfeng. This person is full of courage and has great means. But I made a wrong choice in the past. If my guess is right, the other immortal imperial clans may also be able to see the predicament of the Tantai clan. It is very likely that they are already sharpening their knives, waiting for the Tantai clan to suffer a disaster so that they can divide up the territory and forces left by her." Hearing this, Lin Sun didn't listen anymore. He withdrew his divine sense and continued to move forward, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. When the Ten-Clan War Alliance was established, it was announced to the world that it was to deal with Lin Sun, but under such circumstances, the Tantai clan actually took the initiative to attach to the Zhu clan, which made Lin Sun feel quite disappointed. Originally, he was still looking forward to reuniting with Tantai Feng if there was fate. Now it seemed that it was better not to meet. If the Tantai clan was forced to choose to attach to the Zhu clan, Lin Sun would still be very understanding. But the Tantai clan took the initiative and attached to the Zhu clan immediately, which made Lin Sun feel a little uncomfortable. Soon, the ancient domain array in the center of the city appeared in Lin Sun's vision. He shook his head and no longer thought about it. However, when he was about to walk into the ancient domain array, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. At this moment, from today onwards, Skybearing City and this ancient domain array will be controlled by my Tong clan. A cold voice sounded in the field. Immediately after, groups of cultivators rushed out of the nearby streets, like a tide, and killed the guards stationed near the transmission ancient domain array. "Oh no, the enemy is attacking. Ask for help." Those guards shouted in shock and anger, but in just a moment, they were completely killed by the Tong clan's experts from the Immortal Emperor clan, and blood flowed on the ground. On the Tong clan's side, a powerful silver-robed man with hair as black as ink, stood with his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice, "Irrelevant people, retreat quickly." His voice was like thunder. Go quickly. Run, run quickly. In the nearby streets, there were panicked screams, and many pedestrians were frightened and fled into the distance. It was chaos. Lin Sun frowned. He didn't expect that before he went to settle accounts with the Tantai clan, it was very likely that the Tantai clan would be in trouble. Even the ancient domain array had been seized in broad daylight, and it was obvious how terrible the Tantai clan's current situation was. If he didn't know what the Tantai clan had done all those years ago, Lin Sun might have lent a hand, but now, he wasn't willing to interfere. Fortune and misfortune depended on each other, and they only had themselves to blame. Suddenly, a Tong clan expert rushed over from afar, pointed at Lin Sun, and berated, "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what my lord said? Get lost." Lin Sun looked around, and only then did he notice that besides the hundreds of Tong clan experts in the vicinity of the transmission ancient domain array, he was the only one left. "Bastard, you're really tired of living." Seeing that Lin Sun was indifferent, the Tong clan expert instantly cursed impatiently, and he swung his palm towards Lin Sun from afar. Bang, the palm force surged. But before it could get close to Lin Sun, it vanished without a trace. The Tong clan expert was stunned. Right at this moment, Lin Sun said indifferently, "Death is not to be regretted." Bang, the Tong clan expert's body exploded into ashes, and he vanished without a trace. It was simply like he'd erased all traces from the world. In the distance, the powerful silver-robed man and the other Tong clan experts were shocked. More updates. In the seventh heaven, the Tong clan of the Immortal Emperor was also a first-class force, and there were many Nirvana realm elders in the clan. Although their prestige was not as strong as that of the four East Imperial clans, they could still be called an overlord. At this moment, seeing their companion die in front of Lin Sun, the experts of the Tong clan couldn't help but show anger and a trace of surprise. Under such circumstances, he dared to kill one of their clansmen without hesitation. There were only two possibilities. The other party either had a powerful background, or he had extremely powerful combat power. "I'm Tong Xianxia, may I ask for your name?" The eyes of the silver-robed man flashed as he spoke in a deep voice. He couldn't see through Lin Sun's cultivation, so out of caution, he decided to test Lin Sun's strength first. Lin Sun saw through the other's thoughts at a glance, and couldn't help but feel a little dispirited. He had seen and experienced too many such things, and was too lazy to pay attention to them. He said directly, "I'm not interested in what you're doing here. If you don't want to die, you'd better get out of the way now." With that, he stepped towards the teleportation array in the distance. The silver-robed man who called himself Tong Xianxia's face suddenly became ugly. Today, the power of the Tong clan had penetrated every corner of Sky-bearing City, but even under such circumstances, there was still someone who threatened them like this. This made Tong Xianxia feel quite uncomfortable. Looking at the other Tong clansmen present, their expressions were also much gloomier, and their eyes were surging with killing intent. It could be said that if Lin Sun hadn't shown such a strong attitude before, how could they have been polite? They would have already rushed up and torn Lin Sun into pieces. "Do you plan to go to the eighth heaven from this teleportation array?" Tong Xianxia seemed to have seen something, and his eyes surged with killing intent. Lin Sun ignored him. "Stop. If you dare to move forward, don't blame us for being impolite." Seeing that Lin Sun was gradually approaching, the experts around the ancient domain formation were a little restless, threatening him sternly. Lin Sun frowned and waved his sleeve. Boom! The experts of the Tong clan in front of the ancient domain array, regardless of their cultivation level, were suddenly swept away by a hurricane. When they fell to the ground, some were seriously injured and unconscious, while others were bleeding from their 7 orifices and screamed miserably. This scene shocked the other Tong clan experts present and made them shiver all over. So powerful, Tong Xianxia's expression changed completely. He sensed that something was amiss and immediately crushed a jade talisman. After doing this, he felt a little relieved and said, "Fellow Daoist, the array disk used to open this ancient domain array has been taken away by my clan. If you want to use this array to go to the eighth heaven, why don't you wait for a while?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and had the nearby experts of the Tong clan retreat. Tong Xianxia had already realized that it was impossible for them to be Lin Sun's opponents with their current strength. Lin Sun looked at the ancient formation for a moment and said, "Who has the formation plate?" With his abilities, he didn't have to use an array disk to open this array. However, without an array disk, it would still take some time. Lin Sun didn't want to waste his time on this. Tong Xianxia said, "That formation disk is in the hands of our clan's third supreme elder." It seemed that he gave in, but how could Lin not see that he was stalling for time? Lin Sun turned around with his back to the ancient formation. He looked at Tong Xianxia and said, "The carrier rune you just released was to ask for help from this person?" Tong Xianxia's heart was inexplicably depressed. He braced himself and said, "Yes. If you retreat now, you may still have a chance to live, otherwise." Lin Sun smiled and said, "I'll leave after I get the formation plate." Tong Xianxia's expression was uncertain. He had seen that Lin Sun didn't care about any threat at all. Boom, not long after, a group of dazzling escape lights rushed over from a distance. The leader was a white-haired man in a black robe. Before he arrived, his cold and indifferent voice sounded, "What happened here?" "The third supreme elder." Tong Xianxia was overjoyed and quickly told what happened just now. Swish, the next moment, the black-robed white-haired man and his party all looked at Lin Sun in unison, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely depressed. "Friend, why are you in such a hurry to go to the eighth heaven?" The black-robed white-haired man asked coldly. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Was he too restrained that anyone dared to question him like this? "Is the formation plate in your hands?" Lin Sun asked directly. "Presumptuous. It's the third supreme elder who is asking you a question. You just need to answer." Beside the black-robed white-haired man, a young man in a purple robe shouted. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and sighed softly, "I didn't want to embarrass you, but now it seems that I'm too easy to talk to. Haha, who do you think you are?" And, the young man in a purple robe laughed as if he had heard a big joke, but before he finished his words, his body turned into ashes with a bang and scattered in the void. The audience was horrified. From the beginning to the end, no one saw how Lin Sun attacked. "Young master!" A burst of exclamations sounded, and they were all caught off guard by this scene. The black-robed white-haired man was even more furious. His beard and hair flew in the air, and he shouted, "How dare you kill my grandson? I won't spare you." Boom, the third supreme elder of the Tong clan, who had reached the peak of Nirvana realm, waved his hand and a fierce divine rainbow broke through the sky, overshadowing the world. But Lin Sun didn't even look at it. Lin Sun grabbed in the air, "Come here." Bang, that fierce divine rainbow that soared through the sky collapsed inch by inch. Then, the figure of the white-haired man in a black robe rolled in front of Lin Sun like a bug pinched by a big hand, and he was suppressed to the point that he couldn't even raise his head. The audience was silent. All the strong practitioners of the Tong clan nearby were stunned as if struck by lightning. It was just a face-to-face confrontation, but the third supreme elder, who was the strongest in their clan, was suppressed like this. This scared them out of their wits and scared them silly. "I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me, senior." The white-haired man in a black robe shouted in panic and shivered on the ground. Before, he was regarded as the savior of the strong practitioners of the Tong clan, and he came aggressively, but now he was like a panicked dog, begging for mercy. "Where is the formation plate?" Lin Sun asked. The white-haired man in a black robe quickly took out a bronze formation plate from his arms and handed it to Lin Sun with both hands. "Senior, please have a look." Lin Sun took the formation plate in his hand and looked at it for a while. "Who do you think is to blame for today's humiliation?" The white-haired man in a black robe said in a trembling voice, "It's all my fault. Please forgive me, senior." "Don't forgive him." Suddenly, an angry voice sounded not far away. Lin Sun looked up and saw a familiar face. It was Tan Tai Fong. After many years, Tan Tai Fong had also set foot on the immortal road and possessed the cultivation of the early stage of longevity realm. It could be imagined how extraordinary his talent was. But at this moment, his hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and he was wounded. His eyes were bloodshot, full of anger and hatred. "Tan Tai Fong. You, the remaining evil of the Tan Tai clan, finally show up." Tong Xianxia shouted. But he immediately realized that the situation was not right. The third supreme elder was still kneeling on the ground. How could he care about Tan Tai Fong at this time? I didn't expect to see you again at this time. Lin Sun sighed slightly. He felt a little complicated in his heart. He didn't intend to meet Tan Tai Fung at first. Tan Tai Fung knelt down and kowtowed with his forehead. He said in a sad and hoarse voice, "Brother Lin, I made a mistake in the past, but I also paid a heavy price for it. Just last night, the Tan Tai clan was invaded by the enemy. All the clansmen were slaughtered. Only I was lucky enough to survive." His voice was filled with endless grief, indignation, and bitterness. He took a deep breath and said, "I don't expect you to forgive me. I just hope that for the sake of our friendship in the past, can you help me kill the old bastard kneeling in front of you? He killed all my relatives, and even my innocent daughter was cruelly killed by him." At the end of his words, his voice seemed to be squeezed out of his teeth, and his cheeks were distorted ferociously. All the clansmen of the Tong clan present changed their faces. They never thought that Tan Tai Fung and Lin Sun were old acquaintances. Lin Sun was silent for a while. He didn't expect that the Tan Tai clan had already suffered a calamity last night. But it was reasonable to think about it. These strong men of the Tong clan dared to rob the ancient formation in the city so openly. Obviously, they had already known the news that the Tan Tai clan was in trouble. "Brother Lin, I beg you, I beg you." Tan Tai Fung kept kowtowing and begging. Bang! In front of Lin Sun, the body of the white-haired man in a black robe who had been suppressed on the ground burst into pieces and dissipated into ashes. This scene of death stimulated the other strong men of the Tong clan present to tremble. Run! They realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape at the first time. But as Lin Sun waved his sleeve, their bodies seemed to be incinerated in an instant, turning into ashes scattered in the field. No one survived. When seeing this scene, Tan Tai Fung, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, he kowtowed excitedly and said, "Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you." He cried bitterly and was so excited that he lost control of his emotions. Overnight, all his relatives and friends were slaughtered, which made him suffer too much and made his state of mind a little unstable. "I never thought that your Tan Tai clan would choose to be my enemy in order to cling to the Ten Clan War Alliance." Lin Sun looked calm. "To tell the truth, I am not angry, only disappointed. From now on, the friendship between you and me is over." After that, he turned and walked into the transmission ancient formation. "Brother Lin," Tan Tai Fung lost his soul and felt inexplicably sad in his heart. Lin Sun didn't look back. Buzz with a burst of space ripples, the ancient formation produced a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun's tall figure disappeared in the white space. In the distance of the transmission ancient formation, only Tan Tai Fung knelt there, with disheveled hair and empty eyes. For him, it seemed that he had lost everything overnight. On this day, the news of the destruction of the Tan Tai clan spread to the sky-bearing city, causing a great uproar. The news quickly spread to other places in the seventh heaven, causing all kinds of discussions. And Lin Sun's 5 Tao forms had successfully arrived in the 8th heaven. The 8th heaven. Jiujiang Divine Region. This is one of the divine regions controlled by the Donghuang clan, one of the 10 immortal giants. Swish, the void fluctuated, and Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. Jiujiang Divine Region. I should be able to find some core members of the Donghuang clan from here. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with contemplation. Different from the other heavens, the 8th heaven has an ancient and primitive appearance. There are mountains and rivers everywhere, and no one can be seen. In the 8th heaven, there are a total of 33 divine regions, controlled by the 10 immortal giants. Other than the 10 immortal giants, there are many other forces in the 8th heaven, but almost all of them are vassals of the 10 immortal giants. Lin Sun has been in the 8th heaven for 3 days. The force closest to him is the Donghuang clan, one of the 10 immortal giants. However, because it's his first time entering the 8th heaven, Lin Sun still needs to gather some information. Swish, Lin Sun's figure flickered, heading straight towards the Jiujiang Divine Region. Blood Cloud City. The richest city in the Jiujiang Divine Region. A stronghold belonging to the Donghuang clan was stationed here. At this moment, in an ancient and majestic palace in the center of the city, a group of big shots gathered, looking at a skinny old man with gray hair sitting on the main seat. He is the old antique of the Donghuang clan, Donghuang Qiong. He has been in the Nirvana God realm for tens of thousands of years. Not long ago, he broke through to the transcendent realm. This time, I gathered everyone here because I have an important announcement. Dong Huangqiong spoke. His voice was hoarse and low, filled with supreme majesty. Everyone's heart trembled, and they listened attentively. This seat will return to the clan today, and it's possible that I won't be back for a long time. In the future, the matters of the Zheojiang divine region will be handed over to you. Dong Huangqiong made a decision. Everyone was in an uproar, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Old ancestor, why? Someone couldn't help but ask. Dong Huangqiong was silent for a moment, then said, everyone must have heard that the shaman religion and Zen religion, as well as some eternal characters of the ninth heaven have been killed in front of the Yuan sect, right? Everyone's eyes narrowed, and their hearts trembled. The Yuan sect wasn't annihilated. Instead, it miraculously became the final winner. This is something that no one expected. Also, our Donghuang clan has an irreconcilable grudge with the Yuan sect. In such a situation, it's hard to guarantee that we wouldn't be attacked by the Yuan sect. Dong Huangqiong took a deep breath and said with determination, that's why I have to leave. If there's any danger, I can help the clan. The atmosphere was heavy and depressing. Someone couldn't help but ask. If the power of the Yuan sect really comes to the eighth heaven, will the eternal gods of the ninth heaven just sit back and watch? Dong Huangqiong shook his head. Hard to say. In truth, he was well aware that the world was no longer the same as it had been in the past. In the past, the 10 immortal lords had been able to use the name of the eternal gods without fear of the origin sect. But now, those eternal gods might not even be able to take care of themselves. The reason was very simple. Under the threat of the great silence fateless tribulation, even those eternal realm existences felt insecure, so who would have the mood to care about other things? That night, Dong Huangqiong quietly left Blood Cloud City alone. Dong Huangqiong? Just as Dong Huangqiong's figure teleported outside Blood Cloud City, he felt his body become sluggish, and he couldn't move anymore. His figure was instantly forced out of the void. Immediately after, a voice sounded in his ears, causing his expression to change drastically. Who is it? Take me to your clan, and I can spare your life. The voice sounded again, but it was faint, making Dong Huangqiong unable to lock the specific location. This made his heart sink again. His many years of experience allowed him to instantly distinguish that the enemy's strength is at least above his own. May I ask who you are, friend? Can you show yourself? Dong Huangqiong took a deep breath and said slowly. My patience is limited. If you don't agree within 3 breaths, you will bear the consequences. The voice sounded calm and indifferent, then immediately fell into silence. 3 breaths, Dong Huangqiong's pupils suddenly shrank, his hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. He was shocked and angry to the extreme. I agree. At the moment when the 3 breaths were about to end, Dong Huangqiong almost subconsciously made a decision. Let's go. That voice sounded again. After that, Dong Huangqiong's vision blurred as a tall and handsome figure appeared in front of him. He was clad in moon-white robes, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. His aura was calm and transcendent. Lin. Soon. Dong Huangqiong involuntarily called out. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the fellow who threatened him was actually the traitor whom the Donghuang clan hated to the bone. Don't be surprised, I'm also surprised to see you here. Lin Sun calmly smiled. Thinking back to the time when he and his senior sister Jun Huan went to the Yuan sect for the training, they met Dong Huangqiong, Qi Tingzi, Zhong Lichong, and the other old freaks from the 10 immortal realms. In fact, Jun Huan had even confronted them before. But back then, Lin Sun was only at the Juing Emperor Ancestor realm while Dong Huangqiong was already at the peak of the Nirvana God realm. Stabilizing his state of mind, Dong Huangqiong calmed himself down. Lin Sun, this isn't the Yuan sect, this is the 8th heaven. Aren't you afraid of trouble? He was too shocked, he didn't expect that Lin Sun would actually appear in the 8th heaven. Furthermore, it was obvious that Lin Sun was planning to take revenge on the Donghuang clan. Trouble? Lin Sun laughed. A few years ago, the combined forces of the 10 Clan War Alliance were almost annihilated. Now, which one of the 10 immortal realms isn't in a difficult situation? Dong Huangqiong's face darkened. The 8th heaven is connected to the 9th heaven. Even if you don't put us in your eyes, aren't you afraid of the Eternal God clan's revenge? Don't forget, the one the Eternal God clan wants to kill the most is you. Lin Sun disapprovingly said, is that so? Then I'll see if the Eternal God clan dares to interfere when I destroy your Donghuang clan. Dong Huangqiong's heart sank. Lead the way. Lin Sun said. This old man also wants to see how miserable your death will be. Dong Huangqiong coldly snorted. Swish, the void fluctuated. Dong Huangqiong led the way, while Lin Sun followed behind. To a transcendent realm expert, they could traverse the void in an instant, traversing thousands of mountains and rivers. Dong Huangqiong teleported with Lin Sun for close to 6 hours, traversing countless cities, mountains, and rivers as they headed north. Along the way, Dong Huangqiong was very cooperative, as if he had given up all resistance. After flying for 10 hours, Lin Sun suddenly said, your Donghuang clan should have already made preparations, right? Dong Huangqiong's expression froze. Vice Pavilion Lord Lin, what do you mean? Lin Sun stopped and stared into Dong Huangqiong's eyes. Why do you think I asked you to lead the way? Dong Huangqiong frowned. Why? Lin Sun said seriously, I want you to tell your clan that I, Lin Sun, am here. Dong Huangqiong was stunned, and then? Lin Sun smiled, and then, I want you to make preparations. When I send you on your way, your clan will be able to move together. After saying that, he pondered, it's already been 10 hours. If your Donghuang clan's reaction is faster, you should be able to summon all the major figures back to your clan, right? Dong Huangqiong's mind buzzed as if he was struck by lightning. He finally understood Lin Sun's intention. Lin Sun was actually planning to wipe out his entire clan. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine as his countenance changed. Lin Sun patted his shoulder, don't worry, every debt has a debtor. I, Lin, have never killed the innocent. I only want to kill the mastermind. As for the innocent members of your clan, I will naturally spare them. You. Dong Huangqiong was both shocked and enraged. Lin Sun stretched out his right hand and grabbed Dong Huangqiong's neck, while his left hand slapped the top of Dong Huangqiong's head. Bang, Dong Huangqiong's head exploded, and his primordial spirit was pulled out by Lin Sun. Bang, another explosion rang out, and Dong Huangqiong's body was reduced to ashes. Lin Sun stared at Dong Huangqiong's primordial spirit. Dong Huangqiong's primordial spirit was trembling in fear. He didn't expect Lin Sun to act so decisively, directly crippling his body. Before he could react, Lin Sun ruthlessly punched Dong Huangqiong's primordial spirit in the stomach. Pooh! Dong Huangqiong's primordial spirit opened his mouth and spat out a golden bead, which Lin Sun grabbed. After sizing it up, Lin Sun asked, before this, you used this bead to send a message to your clan, right? The bead surged with an obscure aura of order. When Lin Sun's divine sense entered it, he discovered that there was a mysterious small world within the bead. At the end of the small world, there was a mysterious source of order aura. Clearly, the source of order energy should be located in the territory of the Donghuang clan. Dong Huangqiong borrowed the power of order contained in this pearl to silently communicate with the Donghuang clan, using this method to secretly transmit news to the Donghuang clan. In an instant, Dong Huangqiong's primordial spirit turned ashen, and he said in a daze, so. You already knew, Lin Sun said, before I came to the 8th heaven, I specially researched the information of your Donghuang clan. I know that the guardian order of your Donghuang clan is a rare heaven-ranked order. Its power is related to the Tao of space. Pausing for a moment, he stared at the golden pearl in his hand and continued, there's also a record in the information that your Donghuang clan has a secret treasure named Seamless Spirit Pearl. It can transmit messages stealthily. Most probably, this should be it. As expected, you came prepared. Dong Huangqiong's expression paled. He gritted his teeth and said, but so what if you know? My clan has already made preparations in advance. Even if you kill your way there, you will die without a doubt. You are wrong. Lin Sun shook his head. I just want to take this opportunity to see if your Donghuang clan can invite the great characters of the 9th heaven to help you. This will determine whether I will go to your clan or not. You are so shrewd. Dong Huangqiong's primordial spirit's eyes widened. Only now did he understand Lin Sun's intentions. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. If you don't know anything, you will only act rashly. Speaking of this, Lin Sun suddenly thought of something. Oh yes, before you die, I have to correct a mistake of yours. What mistake? Dong Huangqiong asked subconsciously. Lin Sun smiled and said, I am now the Pavilion Master Yuan Qing. You should have called me Pavilion Master Lin. Dong Huangqiong was stunned. Bang! In the next moment, his primordial spirit turned into powder in Lin Sun's palm. Tonight, let's take a break. Longyue Divine Mountain. The place where the Donghuang clan resided. It was said that within 100,000 miles of this mountain, it contained the origin Tao veins from the birth of chaos. It was the most blessed land in the 8th heaven. For ordinary cultivators, cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating for 100 days in the outside world. From afar, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Longyue Divine Mountain that was shrouded in the night sky. Such a blessed land was comparable to the Yuan realm. If one cultivated here from a young age, even the stupidest person would be able to develop spirituality and wisdom. The night grew darker and darker. Lin Sun casually sat on the ground, took out his wine gourd, and drank alone, waiting quietly. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Longyue Divine Mountain was oppressive. The clan hall was brightly lit. Donghuang Jiuhui sat on the central seat, his expression flickering under the light. On both sides of the hall, the Donghuang clan's important figures were waiting anxiously. Very quickly, a tall and thin figure appeared out of thin air in the hall, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Donghuang Jiuhui stood up and said, Old ancestor, how is it? The tall and thin figure was dressed in a red robe. He looked like a young man with a pair of narrow and sharp eyes. He was a transcendent realm great perfection existence in the Donghuang clan, called Donghuang Ku. However, his expression was gloomy as he said, the 9th heaven sent a letter. The Eternal God clan's young clan leader has already ordered that no clansmen are allowed to go out 3 days ago. All of a sudden, Donghuang Jiuhui was stunned, and his heart sank. The Eternal God clan Yang clan was the Donghuang clan's backer, but now, the Yang clan no longer cared about their lives. The expressions of the other important figures present changed, and they were all in a daze. How could this be? The dignified Eternal God clan didn't dare to send anyone to deal with Lin Sun. Old ancestor, what's going on? Why did the Eternal God clan Yang clan choose to stand by and watch? Someone asked in confusion. Dong Huang's expression was gloomy. I can guess the reason. It should be related to the Great Silence Lifeless disaster. If I'm not wrong, the Eternal Realm existences in the Yang clan have probably already started preparing to leave the Eternal World and head to the Kunlun ruins. Under such circumstances, they naturally wouldn't care about the survival of our Donghuang clan. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive to the point it was suffocating. After a short while, Donghuang Jiuhui took a deep breath while a wisp of a resolute expression suffused his eyes. He said, everyone, from this moment onward, will act according to the plan we discussed earlier. Then, he turned to one person in the hall, Grand Elder, go contact the other undying giants, tell them, if the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If we are finished, they won't be able to escape either. If they want to resolve this disaster, they should send all their forces to support us. Yes. Great Elder Dong Huangxiu accepted the order and left. Second Elder, go and gather the Transcendent Realm figures in the clan. Let them all enter the 9-layer killing array and be on standby. Yes. Third Elder, go and gather everyone in the clan. Place them in the clan's treasure, mountain and country painting. Yes. Fourth Elder, go and control the clan's order power with the 5th and 6th Elders. Yes. Seventh Elder, go to the ancestral altar and pass down the decree. In the name of the Donghuang clan, gather all the forces under our clan's command to support us. Within a day, I want all of them to gather in front of the mountain gate. Yes. Eighth Elder, spread the news to the outside world. Tell them that the Yuan school has invaded the 8th heaven, and that the Deputy Pavilion Master Lin Sun has revealed himself. Lin Sun has appeared. Yes. As orders were passed down one after another, Donghuang Jiuhui's heart calmed down. At this moment, the elders had all left, leaving only him and Donghuang Ku. Dong Huangke's eyes flickered. You're planning to gather all the 10 Undying Giants' forces in our clan and fight against Lin Sun? Dong Huang Zhouhui sighed. Other than this, is there any other way? In the past, our 10-clan battle alliance suffered heavy casualties in the 6th heaven. A group of Transcendent Realm Great Perfection experts were slaughtered. Even in the Wang clan, there are only 3 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection experts left. The Fu clan only has 1 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection expert, Fu Chaolan. After a pause, he continued, currently, the 10 Undying Giants don't even have 20 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection experts. If they don't gather together, Lin Sun will definitely defeat them one by one. I believe the other Undying Giants will understand this logic. Dong Huangke frowned and said, it's just Lin Sun. Is he really that scary? Dong Huang Zhouhui said, of course, Lin Sun isn't scary. However, if he brings along the Yuan School's forces, things will be different. What I fear the most is the Yuan School's forces. Dong Huangke nodded and said, currently, the clan still has 2 Eternal Realm avatars. If the clan is in a life and death situation, they can be used as a trump card. Dong Huang Zhouhui suddenly said, previously, the 13th Elder, Elder Dong Huang Qiong, sent a message saying that only Lin Sun appeared. If he's really alone, things will be easier. Can we still contact 13th Elder? Asked Dong Huangke. Dong Huang Zhouhui shook his head. I promise to contact him every 15 minutes. However, 6 hours have already passed. I suspect that he might have already been killed by Lin Sun. Dong Huangke squinted his eyes and said, if that's the case, we don't have much time to prepare. Dong Huang Zhouhui's eyes flashed with a crazed coldness. We've already prepared everything. Now, let's see how capable he is. Under the same night sky. The number 1 Undying Giant, the Wang clan. Clan leader Wang Zhongtian looked at the news from the Dong Huang clan with a gloomy expression. 2 old ancestors, how do you think this matter should be resolved? After a long time, Wang Zhongtian said in a deep voice. In the main hall, there were only him and the other 2 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection Elders. One was called Wang Daochuan, and the other was called Wang Fuping. Clan leader, please make the decision. Wang Daochuan's expression was calm. He had the demeanor of an immortal, wearing a high hat and ancient clothes. After cultivating for countless years, he had already seen through life and death. Wang Fuping pondered deeply for a moment before he said, I feel that Dong Huang Zhouhui is right. The 10 great eternal powerhouses must work together to resist the threat from the Yuan sect. Otherwise, I'm afraid Yuan sect will destroy them one by one. Wang Zhongtian took a deep breath and said, not long ago, in the infinite star sea in front of Yuan sect, the 5 eternal realm existences of the 9th heaven never returned. Their whereabouts are unknown, and there's no news from them. Song Xiongtu, the old ancestor of the Tsong family, was one of them. Under such circumstances, the Tsong family will no longer send any forces to help us. After a pause, he continued, the other Undying Giants should be in a similar situation to our Wang family. It's almost impossible for them to get any help from the 9th heaven, Wang Fuping said with a serious expression. Clan leader, both of us are clear about this. Please give the order. Seeing this, Wang Zhongtian no longer hesitated and said decisively, then, please take the clan's treasure, Sword of Judgment, to the Dong Huang family. Wang Fuping and Wang Daochuan glanced at each other and stood up to accept the order. Clan leader, I'll leave the clan to you. Wang Fuping said. Wang Zhongtian nodded. Old ancestor, take the people and go. Zhongli clan's clan leader Zhongli Qing gritted his teeth and said, our clan is the closest to the Dong Huang family. If the Dong Huang family is in trouble, the next one will be us. Yes. Zhongli Bowen, who had a Transcendent Realm Great Perfection cultivation base, turned around and left. The Yuan sect and Zen sect suffered a crushing defeat. The 9th heaven can't even fend for themselves. Now, in the 8th heaven, if our 10 Undying Giants don't unite, we're destined to be in a state of disunity. Qi clan's clan leader Qi Shuhing's voice was sonorous and powerful. Old ancestor, I'll have to trouble you to personally lead the forces of our clan. All right. Qi Liujia slowly got up and left with a calm expression. In this night, in addition to the Wang clan, Zhongli clan, and Qi clan, the Mu clan's clan leader Mu Songhai, the Qi clan's clan leader Qi Luochen, the Jing clan's clan leader Jing Zhuan, the Zhu clan's clan leader Zhu Fadian, and the Zhong clan's clan leader Zhong Xianxia all made the same decision: send people to the Dong Huang family, only the Fu family didn't do so. The reason was simple. In the entire Fu family, only the clan leader Fu Chaolan was left. It was impossible for him to leave. Otherwise, the Fu family would be without a leader, in the Moonlight God Mountain, in front of an ancient teleportation array. Under the night sky, this ancient teleportation array would set off a rain of light every once in a while, followed by a group of figures walking out. These silhouettes were all great figures from other undying realms. The other undying giants also had such an ancient teleportation array. They were interconnected, allowing the other undying giants to teleport over in a short amount of time. Report: Wang family's Supreme Elder Wang Daochuan and Senior Wang Fuping have led a group of experts here. Report: Zhongli family's Supreme Elder Zhongli Bowen. Report: Mu family's Supreme Elder Mu Yongting. Report: One after another, reports resounded outside the Fu family's main hall. It made the clan leader Dong Huang Jiuhui's mood improve again and again. Every time, he would personally welcome the great figures from the other undying giants into the palace, giving them the greatest respect. In the end, apart from the Fu family, the other 9 undying giants gathered together. Such a lineup made Dong Huang Jiuhui's heart calm down, and all his previous worries and anxiety were swept away. At the same time, the Fu family's Transcendent Realm experts had already gathered and entered the 9-layer killing array. The Fu family's order power was also under the control of the 3 elders, accumulating power and waiting. The news of the vassal forces' reinforcements had also been sent out. Even the news of Lin Sun's appearance in the 8th heaven spread to all parts of the 8th heaven at the fastest speed. Until the night faded, and dawn arrived. Seeing the well-prepared scene, Dong Huang Jiuhui couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He was even looking forward to Lin Sun's appearance. The sky was bright. The ink-like night faded from the sky above Longyue Divine Mountain, and the light of dawn sprinkled between the heavens and the earth. Woo-woo-woo, the sound of a horn came from a distant place. Immediately afterwards, groups of dazzling streaks of light whistled toward Longyue Divine Mountain from different directions like a meteor shower. Lin Sun, who had been waiting for a whole night, saw this scene and roughly guessed some clues in his heart. It seems that the 9th heaven doesn't intend to send anyone here. Lin Sun picked up the wine gourd and took a sip with a calm demeanor. He wasn't in a hurry to act. The current Donghuang clan was obviously mobilizing all their forces for defense. Lin Sun was looking forward to seeing how many forces the Donghuang clan could mobilize. The groups of cultivators coming from all directions quickly disappeared into the Longyue Divine Mountain. Reporting to the Patriarch, the masters of the 18 forces under our clan have led the Transcendent Realm experts of their respective clans to arrive. There are a total of 31 Transcendent Realm initial experts, 15 Transcendent Realm intermediate experts, and 4 Transcendent Realm late experts. Now, they have all been settled down and are only waiting for the Patriarch's orders. In the clan hall, someone came to report. Dong Huang Jiuhui nodded and said, "Let them rest. Once the battle breaks out, let them cooperate and act together." Yes. The person who reported took the order and left. Fellow Daoist, have you found out how many people the Yuan sect has dispatched this time? In the clan hall, an important figure asked. At this time, in the main hall, the old monsters from the 9 immortal giants gathered. There were 19 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection experts. It's not clear at the moment. Dong Huang Jiuhui said, according to the news transmitted by the 13th elder of our clan before the disaster, Lin Sun seems to be acting alone this time. His words startled everyone present. If it's just Lin Sun alone, the threat isn't too big. We only need to be wary of the eternal realm while in his hands. Wang Daochuan, who was wearing a high hat and ancient clothes, pondered, but we are worried that we will repeat the mistakes in the 6th heaven. Mentioning the fiasco that occurred in the 6th heaven a few years ago, everyone's heart trembled. At that time, Lin Sun also appeared alone. However, the 2 batches of forces sent by the 10 Clans War Alliance had been destroyed one after another. This made them believe that it must have been a big shot from the Yuan sect who had taken action. Otherwise, it was impossible for Lin Sun to achieve this by himself. In fact, not to mention what happened in the 6th heaven, they don't even know the true situation of the great battle that took place in the Myriad Star Sea a few days ago. The reason is that whether it is the forces of the 10 Clan Battle Alliance, the witch religion, the Zen religion, or the ninth heaven, they were almost completely annihilated, and there was no news at all. As a result, they could only speculate about the details of the battle. Most of the time, speculation would deviate from the truth. For example, although these old freaks feared Lin Sun's battle prowess and were aware of the terror of his immortal supreme path, they did not know that Lin Sun could now kill the Dharma idol of an eternal realm expert with his own battle prowess. Therefore, at this moment, when talking about Lin Sun, who appeared in the eighth heaven and was likely to come to the Donghuang clan for revenge, they subconsciously believed that it was impossible for Lin Sun to come alone. It was very likely that he was accompanied by other big shots of the Yuan sect. The top priority is to find out the whereabouts of Lin Sun as soon as possible, as well as the power of the Yuan sect led by him. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Wang Fuping said solemnly. Everyone nodded. Donghuang Jiuhui was silent for a moment, then said, "Last night, we lost contact with the 13th elder of our clan. If my speculation is correct, Lin Sun is most likely already here." The hearts of everyone present shook. Immediately, Donghuang Jiuhui smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I can't wait for this kid to appear earlier, so that we don't have to waste time here." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Deputy Pavilion Master Lin Sun of the Yuan sect has killed his way to the eighth heaven. Such news began to spread at an astonishing speed in the eighth heaven, causing a sensation in the world. It was unknown how many people were in an uproar. Longyu Divine Mountain, where the Donghuang clan is located, also suddenly became the focus of the world. That year, the Ten-Clan War Alliance suffered a crushing defeat in the sixth heaven. Almost all of them were annihilated. The 10 immortal giants' vitality was greatly damaged, and their foundation was shaken. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun actually killed his way to the eighth heaven. Is he planning to destroy the 10 immortal giants? It's said that this Lin Sun is the descendant of the Lord of Tongtian. One should know that the Lord of Tongtian was besieged by the 10 immortal giants. It's very likely that Lin Sun is here for revenge. He dares to attack the 10 immortal giants alone? Wrong, Lin Sun is a deputy pavilion master of the Yuan sect. If he dares to come to the eighth heaven for revenge, he must have the help of the Yuan sect. The world is really going to be chaotic. A few days ago, the Witch sect and the Zen sect were defeated by the Yuan sect. In less than a month, Lin Sun has killed his way to the eighth heaven. I'm afraid that another bloody storm is going to happen. The world was in turmoil. Lin Sun's appearance attracted the attention of the entire eighth heaven. Many powerhouses rushed to the Longyu Divine Mountain from different directions, trying to understand the news as soon as possible. Lin Sun, this was the most sensational name in the world in the past 100 years. Especially in recent years, the whole world was covered by his light. He rose at the fastest speed and became a deputy pavilion master of the Yuan sect's ancestral court. He possessed the legendary immortal supreme combat power. He slaughtered a group of peerless figures in the 10 demonic territory. He smashed the encirclement of the 10-clan war alliance in the sixth heaven. Each of these incidents, if any of them happened to someone else, would be enough to shake the world, let alone when it happened to him alone. This is a legend who rose in battle and slaughter, the youngest and most dazzling transcendent realm existence in the world. Now that such a person appeared in the eighth heaven, who wouldn't pay attention to him? Time passed. A few days passed. In the territory near the Longyu Divine Mountain, countless cultivators heard the news and came over. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Sun didn't appear. Even Donghuang Jiuhui and the others were a little anxious. Lin Sun's appearance caused them to gather all their strength towards the Longyu Divine Mountain. But as time passed, Lin Sun still didn't appear. This was like knowing that there was a knife hanging above their heads, but they didn't know when it would fall. It was extremely torturous. I think Lin Sun is afraid. The outside world was also discussing. He probably realized that his traces have been exposed. Moreover, the Longyu Divine Mountain is filled with killing intent. Think about it, how could the Donghuang clan not be prepared? If it was me, I wouldn't dare to come and offend them. That's possible. Many people nodded. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Lin Sun's strength. It was because the Donghuang clan had been in the eighth heaven for countless years. How could such an immortal supreme be shaken so easily? Everyone, it seems like we came here for nothing. Lin Sun obviously realized that the situation isn't right and has already retreated. In a nearby area, an old man shook his head and sighed. Grandfather, is this the legendary peerless figure you were talking about? In my opinion, he's just a coward. A girl curled her lips, feeling disappointed. Don't talk nonsense. Beside the girl, a man berated. Even if Senior Lin Sun didn't come this time, he isn't someone we can slander. The girl was so scared that her entire body trembled. She stammered, but it's really disappointing. I thought he was very powerful. She turned her head and looked to the side. There was a young man sitting there, drinking wine. Hey, what do you think? The girl asked in a crisp voice. From the moment she arrived here, she saw this young man drinking wine. Even when he spoke to her, he was all smiles, as though he didn't have any temper at all. What did I say? The young man was startled. The girl said unhappily, didn't you also come to watch the battle? That Lin Sun hasn't appeared yet. Aren't you disappointed at all? The young man smiled and stood up. He kept the wine gourd and said, little sister, listen to my advice. It's better to leave this place as soon as possible. Battles are never good to watch. As he spoke, he walked straight into the distance. The girl mumbled, how old are you? You're already lecturing me like an old man. AI, wait a minute, what are you going to do? She couldn't help but feel surprised when she saw the young man walking in the direction of Longyue Divine Mountain. She was also worried. Wei, that's the territory of the Donghuang clan. If you get so close, you might be chased away. The young man waved his hand without turning his head. Thank you for the reminder. But the reason I came here this time was to find the Donghuang clan. Now, it's about time. The girl frowned. This fellow is so strange. I wonder what he's talking about. Seeing Lin Sun approaching the Longyue Divine Mountain alone, the girl's grandfather seemed to have realized something. His expression instantly changed. Could it be him? At the same time, in the nearby territories, many gazes also noticed the figure of the young man. They couldn't help but have bewildered expressions. This person couldn't be. Many people who were discussing amongst themselves stopped talking as their attention was drawn by that tall figure. It was truly because the surroundings of Longyue Divine Mountain was empty and silent, and all the spectators had hidden far away. So when that tall figure walked step by step towards Longyue Divine Mountain, he seemed to be so striking. Grandfather, you recognize that person? The girl asked with surprise. Right at this moment, within her field of vision, the young man who'd advised her to leave with a smile earlier had suddenly soared into the sky. He placed his hands behind his back as he gazed at the distant Longyue Divine Mountain, and then he spoke indifferently. Where are the clansmen of the Donghuang clan? A voice that was like a thunderclap broke the silence of the heavens and the earth and resounded through the 9 heavens. The hearts of all the cultivators in the nearby areas shook. It really is him. He wouldn't be. The girl's beautiful eyes opened wide while her little face was covered in shock. Lin Sun? I'll continue updating tonight. Lin Sun, near the Longyue Divine Mountain, the atmosphere instantly turned silent. Only Lin Sun's calm voice reverberated throughout the area. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they wanted to see the appearance of this man who had always been like a legend. In reality, it was their first time seeing Lin Sun. In the past, they had only heard of his sensational deeds. Just now, I called him a coward in front of him. The girl was stunned. Her grandfather also broke out in a cold sweat. He covered her mouth. Lass, if you say anything more, trouble will come from your mouth. Boom, extremely far away, within the Longyue Divine Mountain, a terrifying Tao fluctuation suddenly surged forth. Countless restraining powers surged forth, and divine radiance shot towards the heavens. There was also the power of order spreading out, covering the sky. It was as if an ancient beast that had been slumbering for many years had awakened. Lin Sun, I have been waiting for you for many days. You're finally here. A deep and majestic voice rumbled through the skies. Immediately after, Donghuang Zhouhui's silhouette flew out from the Longyue Divine Mountain and stood on top of the clouds. Beside him, there were many horrifying auras radiating out. Then, one transcendent realm great perfection old monster after another appeared. There were more than 10 of them. All sorts of divine radiances bloomed from their bodies, rising and falling. Some were filled with sword auras, some were filled with flames, and some were like ghosts in the netherworld. Each of them occupied an area. They were like the sun hanging high up in the sky. Boundless energy was released from within their bodies. Their prowess was like waves, sweeping towards the surroundings and shaking the heavens and earth. Within this small area, including Don Juan Jiuhui, there were a total of 19 transcendent realm great perfection existences gathered. How terrifying was that, rumble, although the old monsters had retracted their prowess, traces of formless prowess leaked out, causing the mountains to crack and the void to crumble. They were the embodiment of the laws themselves. Countless immortal laws filled up the space, causing the entire area to distort. Even the space shattered into huge cracks, and an endless spatial storm blew out from within. Those are the transcendent realm great perfection existences that belong to the 10 immortal giants. Shocked cries resounded from the nearby territories. The crowd was in a commotion, all of them had looks of shock on their faces. No one expected that the Don Juan clan would actually mobilize the other undying hegemons to come here to help. Looking at Lin Sun, he was all alone. Comparing the two, everyone could not help but feel worried for Lin. "You are Lin Sun?" Wang Daochuan, who was wearing a high crown and ancient clothes, said indifferently. The energy in the heavens and the earth surged while the laws flowed. Strands of divine flames, light of the Tao, and devilish flames filled the entire heavens and the earth, causing even space to warp. It was the first time for these old fogies to see Lin Sun, so they couldn't help but be surprised to see him standing alone in the void. It's already come to this, so why haven't the people of the Yuan sect shown themselves? Don't you think it's a disgrace to the reputation of the Origin sect's ancestral court? An old monster said coldly. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, this time only this Lin came to the 8th heaven. Lin Sun's dark eyes were calm and tranquil. He stood in front of the heavens and the earth with his hands behind his back. Facing the monstrous energy fluctuations from the Moon God Mountain, he did not even move a hair. His appearance was handsome, and his temperament was indifferent and otherworldly. It was hard to imagine that this was the legendary figure whose name shook the world and was like the sun in the sky. Only you? Don Juan Jiuhui and the others narrowed their eyes. They did not expect Lin Sun to be so honest. Only one is enough. Lin Sun said indifferently. Hee, as expected of the deputy pavilion master of the Yuan sect. Your tone is not ordinary. Someone sneered. If it was really only Lin Sun, so what if he was an immortal supreme? The threat to them was really not that serious. Many old fogies relaxed and shook their heads with a smile. What they were most afraid of was the power of the Yuan sect. Now that Lin Sun was alone, their mentality changed. You are indeed courageous. We are all gathered here, yet you still dare to come out alone. I wonder if you are so confident that you are conceited, or do you really have something to rely on and think that you can defeat all of us together? Wang Daochuan looked at Lin Sun with interest and said in a warm voice. The other old fogies looked at Lin Sun as if they were examining their prey, and there was a faint cold killing intent in their eyes. How dare a mere person come and offend them? What was the difference between this and an ant trying to shake a tree? In the past, the 10-clan battle alliance gathered 50 transcendent realm great perfection experts, but they were all annihilated in the 6th heaven. Now, only you old guys. Don't you think it's a little shameful? Lin Sun's tone was calm, but the meaning in his words was clearly that he did not take the old fogies gathered in the distance seriously. Arrogant. At that moment, many old fogies were enraged. They no longer restrained their power and spread it. Rumble, in the nearby territory, countless mountains exploded, and the earth collapsed. Many cultivators nearby were shaken to the point of coughing up blood and being seriously injured. For a time, exclamations were heard everywhere. The cultivators scattered in the surrounding territory to watch the battle all retreated in panic and fled to a very far place. Only Lin Sun stood tall, unmoved. His temperament was as calm as before. In front of the terrifying power of the many old fogies, he was completely inconspicuous. However, he was like an immovable rock, unmoved no matter how much the raging waves crashed against him. Lin Sun, if you surrender and hand over the divine order on you, we can spare your life. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will die today, and your soul will scatter," said an old ancestor of the Jing clan. His entire body was shrouded in illusory shadows. His name was Xianxia, and he had a monstrous reputation in the eighth heaven. You want it? Come and snatch it. Lin Sun laughed. At this time, how could he not see that the top forces of the 10 immortal giants had almost all gathered in the Moonlight God Mountain? This also meant that the Eternal God clan in the ninth heaven had no time to care about these watchdogs. Otherwise, why would the Donghuang clan need to ask the other immortal giants for help, and why would the other immortal giants come to help? At the end of the day, they were huddling together for warmth. They were worried that they would be defeated one by one, so they set up such a formation. If the heavens want you dead, they will make you mad. Lin Sun, you shouldn't have come to the eighth heaven alone. Jing Shanhu sighed softly. As his voice fell. Silently, the world where Lin Sun stood was suddenly covered by a shadow, causing all light to be blocked. It was as if the night had swallowed the void. At the same time, figures appeared in the shadow world like ghosts. There were dozens of people, and they attacked Lin Sun from different directions. When each of them appeared, they didn't reveal the slightest fluctuation of aura. Every single figure seemed like a flicker of light as they swiftly arrived before Qin Shi, and they carried out a terrifying and sudden assassination. This scene made the spectators in the distance break out in a cold sweat, and their expressions changed drastically. Lin Sun stood in the shadow, his figure motionless. However, wisps of sword chi whistled out from the immortal laws around him. Puff! 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 With a burst of dense explosions, the dozens of flickering figures were crushed by the sword chi one by one. They were like pieces of paper, and their blood stained the void. Boom! In the end, the shadow that covered the heavens and the earth was blasted apart and dispersed into nothingness. These are the assassins of the hidden space world controlled by your Jing family. They are just a group of transcendent realm initial trash. How dare they try to assassinate me? How ridiculous! Lin Sun said indifferently. He was still indifferent, without a trace of aura. However, he stood in the void, looking around, and glancing at the old antiques in the distance. He was like an ancient god facing the mortal world. He didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he oppressed the audience, as if he was the king of the ninth heaven. At that moment, the world was dead silent. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. In the blink of an eye, a group of transcendent realm assassins from the hidden space world were wiped out like this. Jing Shanhu witnessed this scene. His face became pale, and his eyes were filled with anger. This was originally a surprise attack that he had carefully prepared. All the top existences of the hidden space world were mobilized, but now, they were all dead, so strong, the spectators in the distance had goosebumps all over their bodies, and their scalps were numb. After witnessing Lin Sun's divine prowess with their own eyes, they could truly feel how terrifying that terrifying power was. At this moment, the old antiques were also in awe. Men, activate the 9-layer killing array. Dong Huangjiuhua yelled. Boom! Hundreds of figures rushed out from the Longyue sacred mountain. Each of them was controlling a bronze Dao pattern war flag, which turned into a terrifying array in the void. The hundreds of experts were almost all transcendent realm initial and intermediate existences. They released their aura, and suddenly, the 9-layer killing array emerged between the heavens and the earth. Each layer killing array was comparable to a large world. Some were blazing with divine flames, some were bone-chilling cold, some had billions of stars emerging, and some were like a demon's domain with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When the layer killing array appeared between the heavens and the earth, a horrifying aura of slaughter rushed out and spread in all directions. The nearby mountains, rivers, and void collapsed along with it, as if it had completely sunk. This was not the end. When the layer killing array was just formed, many dazzling figures rushed out and rushed into the layer killing array. Those were the transcendent realm figures of the major forces under the Donghuang clan. As they joined in, the aura of the terrifying 9-layer killing array also rose sharply, as if it was going to swallow the heavens and the earth. Kill! In the layer killing array, neat and uniform roars resounded, like thunder in all directions. Boom! The 9-layer killing array was completely activated, as if hundreds of millions of lights were boiling. With an overwhelming momentum, it shrouded Lin Sun. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun clenched his fist and retracted it from the front. His whole body bent into a bow shape. He pulled his fist like a bow, the entire world seemed to be quiet, and even the laws were frozen. With Lin Sun standing as the center, the space in all directions suddenly collapsed, producing an earth-shattering explosion. Then, Lin Sun punched out the condensed fist in the void. More and more. Boom, it was as if a sharp light that tore through the ages had appeared in the sky. The fist energy flowed with a dazzling and resplendent light, and it was filled with an indestructible and courageous might. The world was overturned, and everything was pierced by this fist. The Nine Slaughter formation was controlled by hundreds of transcendent realm figures. It was like 9 worlds full of violent murderous intent descending. However, under this fist, the first layer of the Slaughter formation, which was like a divine flame, directly exploded, bursting into countless flaming rain. More than a dozen transcendent realm figures who were in charge of this Slaughter formation were all torn apart in an instant, and their souls dissipated. Boom, immediately after, the second layer of the Slaughter formation, which was like a world of ice and snow, also collapsed. Like a broken mirror, countless flying snow and ice splattered. More than a dozen transcendent realm figures who were in charge of it also perished. Boom. 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 Boom, they didn't even have the chance to react at all. Explosions that shook the heavens and the earth resounded incessantly while layer after layer of Slaughter formations were destroyed by the peerlessly terrifying force of the punch. Layer after layer exploded into pieces, and it caused the glow of the Tao and divine radiance to cover the sky. There were also screams of terror, angry roars of unwillingness, and streams of scarlet blood that rose into the air. In just a blink of an eye, the Nine Slaughter formation, which was activated by hundreds of transcendent realm powerhouses together, was pierced through by Lin Sun's fist like a piece of paper. What was more terrifying was that after piercing through the Nine Slaughter formation, the fist energy did not diminish. It rushed to Longyua's sacred mountain and blasted the mountain guarding formation violently. One punch broke the Slaughter formation and annihilated the group of heroes. The power was so great, the audience was silent. Such a tyrannical and peerless Slaughter formation was destroyed by one punch. Even the group of transcendent realm existences that were activating this array didn't survive. Everyone was stunned, and their hearts trembled. No one doubted that Lin Sun was not powerful. After all, there were too many rumors about him in recent years. Each rumor was powerful enough to shock the world. However, no one expected that with just one punch, Lin Sun destroyed the Nine Slaughter formation so easily, causing those transcendent realm existences to perish before they could escape. This was too terrifying. At this moment, even Don Juan Jiuhui and the other seniors felt cold in their hearts, and they felt a strand of cold air start from the end of their spines before moving along their vertebrae and suddenly charging to the top of their heads, causing their entire bodies to shudder. This is the power of an immortal. One of the old-timers muttered. He is indeed very heaven-defying. I'm afraid that no one in the same realm can be his opponent. I really wonder how he cultivates. Someone had a solemn expression. Previously, Lin Sun had easily killed a group of assassins from the Hidden Void realm. That kind of power was frightening. At this time, as Lin Sun destroyed the killing formation of 9 cuts with one punch, those old fogies deeply felt Lin Sun's incredible fighting power. Everyone, let's attack together. We'll use Dao arts to restrain him, use secret treasures to kill him, and use the energy of order to obstruct him. We'll slowly exhaust him to death. Wang Daochuan's voice was cold. His body was shrouded in countless dense sword qi, and the flying swords circled around him like lively fish. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze was as sharp as a heavenly sword as he stared at Lin Sun. All the old fogies nodded, and the aura around their bodies faintly shrouded into momentum, intersecting with each other in the void. Although they seemed to be many, they seemed to be one. If there is no eternal realm body here, the Donghuang clan will be erased from the world today. In the distance, Lin Sun spoke indifferently, and his eyes swept across the crowd. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? How are you qualified for the eternal realm body to attack you? Today, we will join forces and kill you in front of the mountain gate. Donghuang Jiuhui shouted coldly. As soon as his voice fell. Boom, more than 10 transcendent realm great perfection existences released their aura at the same time, and joined forces to attack. How terrifying was this? The surrounding heaven and earth suddenly collapsed into chaos. The destructive aura was like a landslide and a tsunami, turning into a raging storm and spreading out. The spectators in the distance felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, and their hearts were filled with terror. They all felt suffocated. This time, facing Lin Sun, no one dared to be careless. Many old fogies activated their trump cards, took out their proudest treasures, and attacked with everything they had. Boom, more than 10 terrifying aura soared into the sky, and various treasures lit up the heavens and the earth. The rumbling sound of Taoist voices rumbled like thunder, resounding throughout the world. You're courting death. Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent. Today, I will cut off your heads to avenge the master of Tong Tian. With a thud, Lin Sun took a step forward and stepped into the void. The immortal law on his body suddenly boiled and roared, condensing into an abyss, and lingering around his body. The aura on his body suddenly began to rise. This was only the first step. Dong dong dong, the second step, the third step, the fourth step, every step Lin Sun took caused the void to tremble, and the heavens and earth to tremble. In the end, it gave people the feeling that the universe was about to be turned upside down, and the world would fall. Step by step, the abyss on his body became more and more solid, and the profound meaning of the heavens and earth emerged, forming the sun, moon, stars, and the world. An immortal and indestructible aura spread out from his body. This was the immortal law tempered by refining 80% of the Nirvana order. It integrated with Lin Sun's path of cultivation, and finally formed the immortal supreme aura. Kill. The old ancestor of the Jing clan, Jing Shanhu, was the first to rush over. He raised his hand and launched a dark and gloomy black banner. On the black banner, countless dark and mysterious immortal law condensed, and countless ghosts and spirits of the netherworld roared on the banner. It was the immortal Tao soldier. The purgatory god-suppressing flag, which he was most proud of. As soon as this treasure appeared, the world seemed to have fallen into the netherworld. Hundreds of ghosts walked in the night, and the yellow spring loomed. Countless skeletal demons rushed out of the blood sea, like a mighty army, and rushed towards Lin Sun. 8 directions infinite sword. Mysterious divine fire mirror. Eastern Emperor bell. Sword of judgment. Almost at the same time, Wang Daochuan, Wang Fuping, Dong Huang Jiuhui, and other old antiques also launched the most powerful immortal Tao soldiers in their hands, and attacked Lin Sun with all their strength. Boom, what kind of scene would it be when a dozen lords of heaven attacked together? At that moment, the world was completely chaotic and collapsed, as if it had shattered into chaos. A terrifying space storm raged, and only the immortal law appeared, shining brightly like never before. Anyone below the transcendent realm great perfection would be instantly crushed into dust if they were to brush against it, let alone getting close to it. Swish, 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 everyone could barely see that in the chaotic world, the immortal Tao soldiers gathered bright divine light, dragging long light tails, rushed towards Lin Sun like comets attacking the moon. Each of those immortal Tao soldiers was powerful enough to smash mountains, rivers, and the universe into pieces. A dozen immortal Tao soldiers attacked together. Even people in the same realm were doomed to be killed on the spot. At this time, Lin Sun's power had been operated to the extreme. His body was like a great abyss, immortal and immortal, just like a pillar of the sky. In the face of such an attack, he just gently raised his hand and waved his palm. Crack, under everyone's shocked gaze, the purgatory god-suppressing flag in the front was directly broken by Lin Sun's punch. Countless pictures of the netherworld purgatory were torn into pieces, like a fairy scattering flowers. With a puff, Jing Shanhu coughed up blood on the spot, looking horrified. Then, Lin Sun punched again. Bang! 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 The second one, the third one, the fourth one. In the blink of an eye, the immortal Tao soldiers, which could be called the world's treasures and were tempered by countless immortal materials, were all easily smashed by Lin Sun. Every blow of his was like a great abyss, with the power to destroy all Tao. It was so powerful that it was a complete mess. The destruction of the treasures also caused those old antiques to suffer from the backfire. Their blood and chi were boiling, and they kept coughing up blood. Even their old faces changed. But before they could recover from the shock, Lin Sun's figure flashed, like a streamer, and instantly flashed between the sky and the earth. Oh no! Dong Huang Jiuhui's pupils shrank. The next moment, Jing Shanhu, Zhong Li Bowen, and Zhong Yunqi, the 3 old antiques who rushed to the front, all froze in the void. Their eyes were full of astonishment, horror, and disbelief. In their chests, a huge bloody hole appeared, and it was still expanding rapidly. The invincible fist power exploded in their limbs and bones. Boom! The bodies of the three transcendent realm great perfection, along with their spirit, directly exploded in the void. Their bodies and spirits were truly destroyed. In an instant, three transcendent realm great perfection were destroyed. Between the heavens and the earth, the torrent of destructive power swept across, and the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling resounded. It turned into a chaotic world, with countless energy raging within. At this moment, countless people were terrified to the point their souls almost left their bodies. Three transcendent realm great perfection existences were killed like chickens and dogs. The Wang family was known as the first immortal giant. After countless years of accumulation, there were only 9 transcendent realm great perfection existences. However, all of them were existences that dominated the world and the 8th heaven, but now, in front of Lin Sun, such existences were obviously not enough. For Dong Huang Zhouhui and the others, it was like a basin of ice water was poured over their heads, chilling them to the bone. Lin Sun was too strong, too terrifying. Even 3 people in the same realm couldn't withstand his blow. No one expected Lin Sun's strength to be so terrifying. When the 9-layer killing formation was broken and the treasures were destroyed, they still felt lucky, thinking that Lin Sun used some forbidden secret technique to unleash his strength. However, after killing 3 people with one punch, even the old antiques were completely awakened. The current Lin Sun was not someone these old fellows could fight against. In other words, no one in the all heavens was a match for him at this stage of cultivation. Everyone, if you don't use the eternal realms will avatar now, you won't have the chance anymore. Lin Sun said indifferently. His aura was extremely strong. He stood there like a supreme ruler. Thinking back to when he was still in the transcendent realm initial stage, he could already kill opponents in the transcendent realm great perfection. Even in the 6th heaven, his cultivation had yet to reach the great perfection level, but he already slaughtered all the old antiques in the 10-clan war alliance. Now, he had the cultivation of the transcendent realm great perfection, and he had refined 80% of the nirvana order. Even if he was only using the Greenwood Taoist physique, how could the old antiques in the same realm compare to his prowess? Lin Sun's aura was too strong. At this moment, everyone was shocked. On the other hand, the transcendent realm great perfection old antiques all shifted their gazes towards Donghuang Zhouhui. This was the Donghuang clan's territory. Only Donghuang Zhouhui had the eternal realms will avatar. None of the elders from other immortal clan carried such a trump card. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but among their respective immortal clan, such trump cards were extremely limited. They needed to be kept in the clan for emergencies. Originally, they thought that if they joined forces to deal with Lin Sun alone, they wouldn't encounter too many twists and turns. But now, they suddenly realized that even if they joined forces, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to kill Lin Sun. Lin Sun, you brought this upon yourself. Donghuang Zhouhui's eyes were filled with madness. He crushed a jade talisman without hesitation. Boom, a terrifying eternal realm aura suddenly permeated between heaven and earth. In the midst of the divine radiance, a majestic figure appeared out of nowhere. This person was dressed in a silver robe, holding a feather fan and silk scarf. He looked like a scholar, but when he looked around, he had the aura of a king overlooking the heavens, Yang Jiuzhao. An eternal realm existence of the Yang family of the eternal god clan in the 9th heaven. This is his Dharma idol. Boom, just as Yang Jiuzhao's will avatar appeared, an unbelievable scene appeared. Then, Lin Sun rushed at the first time. While he was still on the way, 4 doppelgangers suddenly appeared and attacked with all their strength. Yang Jiuzhao's will avatar couldn't help but be startled. Was there such an idiot in this world who would bring about his own destruction? A hint of contempt appeared in his eyes, and he waved his palm. Boom! A dazzling crimson divine light burst out from his body, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Endless light and heat were released from his body. The eternal divine chains that resembled crimson clouds could easily kill any transcendent realm existence. This was the power of the eternal realm, using the rules to melt gold and refine the sun. It was omnipotent. However, seeing this scene, Lin Sun's 5 Tao bodies didn't retreat, but directly attacked. Boom, Greenwood. Red fire, Blackwater, and Yellow Earth Tao bodies joined forces and forcefully shattered Yang Jiuzhao's attack. The eternal divine chains in the sky exploded. Yang Jiuzhao's eyes narrowed. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun's platinum Taoist physique charged over. His pair of hands seemed to be made of incomparably sharp divine gold. He thrust them into the void and tore them apart. Ah! An earth-shattering roar resounded and rumbled through the world. Everyone only saw. Yang Jiuzhao's Dharma idol had a ghastly wound on it, nearly splitting it in half. Damn it! Yang Jiuzhao finally realized that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he circulated all of his strength to counterattack. But Lin Sun's other 4 Taoist bodies rushed up together and suppressed it with all their strength. In an instant, bang, Yang Jiuzhao's will and Dharma exploded. Countless beams of scarlet light rained down from the sky. Each drop was like lava, smashing into the ground and burning large holes. Finally, the area within 100 miles was turned into a sea of fire. In just a few blinks of an eye, the Dharma idol of an eternal realm expert was destroyed. Everyone who witnessed this scene turned pale with astonishment, and they were shocked to the point their minds fell into disorder. How supreme was the eternal realm, its Dharma idol could suppress all existences under the eternal realm. This was the iron law of the ages, and no one had ever been able to break it. However, at this moment, the Dharma idol of an eternal realm expert was destroyed by Lin Sun in just a few blinks of an eye. This completely subverted everyone's cognition, and they were all dumbfounded. Who dared to face such a terrible opponent? Those old antiques felt cold hands and feet, and their hair stood on end. They finally understood why Lin Sun dared to come to the 8th heaven alone. If there was no eternal realm expert, the whole world was doomed to be no match for him. Boom, the world was shaking. Without giving them time to think, Lin Sun's 5 doppelgangers attacked together. Just one doppelganger of Tao was so powerful before, let alone 5 at the same time. In just a moment, several old antiques failed to dodge and were killed on the spot. Some were incinerated, some were killed by the sword intent, and some were smashed by the heavy fist energy. At this moment, Lin Sun's 5 Taoist bodies all showed an invincible demeanor in the same realm. They were unimaginably strong, and there was no delay at all. Strong, domineering, unbelievably fast. In the past, those old monsters in the transcendent realm great perfection were all supreme figures that could make the world tremble with a stomp of their feet. They had experienced the ups and downs of the world, and they had rich combat experience. However, in front of Lin Sun, their thousands of techniques and tens of thousands of Taoist bodies seemed powerless. They were completely suppressed, and there was no way for them to resist. In the world, only Lin Sun's doppelgangers could be seen galloping across the battlefield, causing the world to collapse. They were invincible, and set off a storm of blood. In the end, only Dong Huang Jiuhui and the other 5 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection experts were lucky enough to escape into the Longyue Divine Mountain. Quickly activate the Forbidden Array and use the power of order. Dong Huang Jiuhui roared. Boom, countless Forbidden Array's power surged, piercing through the heavens and the earth. Tao patterns flickered like a tide, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Before Dong Huang Jiuhui could heave a sigh of relief, Lin Sun's 5 Taoist bodies rushed straight towards them. The layers of Forbidden Array's power were tyrannical, but in front of Lin Sun, they burst like bubbles, forcefully breaking apart. The Donghuang clan's experts who operated the Forbidden Array suffered a backlash. One by one, their divine souls cracked, and they vomited blood before dying. Too domineering, looking from afar, Lin Sun destroyed the Donghuang clan's mountain gate with a single move. The spectators from afar were completely stunned. They were in a daze, and they were so shocked that they lost their voices. Since the beginning of time, the Donghuang clan had been in the 8th heaven region. When had their mountain gate ever been destroyed like this? Whoosh! However, just as Lin Sun was about to start his massacre, a huge halberd suddenly appeared in the space, slashing towards his 5 Taoist bodies. This halberd was incomparably mystical. It was completely condensed from the power of order. When it slashed out, the surrounding space instantly froze. Lin Sun's 5 Taoist bodies slightly froze. They felt as if there were countless space shackles binding them, wanting to imprison them. Spirit of order, looking at the halberd slashing towards him, a strange look flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. In the next moment, a terrifying might erupted from his 5 Taoist bodies, and the layers of frozen space in the vicinity exploded with a bang. As for the halberd, it was firmly grasped in Lin Sun's hand. At first, it struggled violently, but it gradually became docile. Clang, Lin Sun's greenwood Taoist body shook his wrist, and the space halberd suddenly burst out with a monstrous wave of order, causing the surrounding space to surge violently. No! Dong Huang Jiuhui roared in anger, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the blink of an eye, not only was the mountain gate trampled and the power of restriction destroyed, even the spirit of order that had been guarding the Donghuang clan for countless years was suppressed and subdued by Lin Sun. This made Donghuang Jiuhui completely crazy. He crushed the remaining jade talisman in his hand. Boom, a familiar scene appeared. An eternal realm Dharma idol appeared in the void. However, in the next moment, the Dharma idol of the eternal realm was surrounded by Lin Sun's 5 Taoist bodies in the void before anyone could see it clearly. Rumble and earth-shattering roar sounded. Unsurprisingly, this eternal realm Dharma idol was also destroyed. A rain of light swept out, destroying the mountains near the Moonlight God Mountain, and countless buildings were turned into ashes. This was already the mountain gate of the Donghuang clan. Without the protection of the restriction and the power of order, it could only be destroyed by the raging battle. Many of the Donghuang clan's experts that were hiding didn't even have the time to react before they were turned into ashes. They were erased from the world. It's over. Donghuang Jiuhui's face was ashen, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This time, he had made ample preparations. He gathered the old monsters of the 9 immortal realm powerhouses to assist him, as well as the transcendent realm powerhouses of the various forces under the Donghuang clan. But now, everything was destroyed by Lin Sun's attacks. The Donghuang clan no longer had the strength to resist. Run! Quick, run! The remaining old monsters from the other immortal realm powerhouses were already scared out of their wits. Their legs were trembling, and they were panicking. They didn't dare to hesitate at all, and fled immediately. However, how could Lin Sun allow them to leave alive? Whoosh, the scarlet flame Taoist body teleported and traversed over 100 miles. It appeared behind an old antique, and stepped on it. Kacha! This old antique's Taoist body was instantly crushed into pieces. Countless amounts of blood and bones scattered in the air. The immense power even penetrated through his body and struck the ground, leaving behind a huge footprint. As for his primordial spirit, it was incinerated into ashes by the scarlet flame Taoist body's power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at the same time, the black water, white gold, yellow earth, and green wood Taoist body also made their moves, attacking the other antiques. Lin Sun, you will die a horrible death. Lin Sun, I swear that I will never be your enemy again. How about this? Little thing, you will die sooner or later. All sorts of angry roars resounded. Some were threatening, some were begging for mercy, and some were cursing him with hatred. Lin Sun turned a deaf ear to them and ignored them. Boom, Blackwater Taoist physique's palm strike was like a heavenly blade, and it slashed a Taoist into 2 at the waist. After that, the other Taoists who were fleeing in the other directions weren't able to escape. Lin Sun's great Tao clones caught up to them, and they crushed them one by one like a hot knife through butter. Blood sprayed through the sky. In the end, only the Donghuang clan's patriarch, Donghuang Jiuhui, was left. His physical body was shattered by Lin Sun's punch, and his primordial spirit was caught in Lin Sun's hand. He was powerless to struggle, and could be crushed at any moment. The life and death of a sect leader was in Lin Sun's hands like an ant, from Lin Sun killing Yan Jiuzha's Dharma avatar, to his 5 Taoist bodies attacking together, to destroying the Donghuang clan's mountain gate, subduing the spirit of order, killing the transcendent realm great perfection antiques, and finally capturing Donghuang Jiuhui's primordial spirit. All of this happened and ended in an extremely short period of time. By the time everyone reacted, only Lin Sun's 5 Taoist bodies were left in the sky above Longyue Divine Mountain. He was like a god, standing proudly above the heavens and earth. Yes, I didn't update today. I didn't go back to my hometown for the Mid-Autumn Festival, so I'll go back this weekend. The mountain gate collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the air. Between heaven and earth, only Lin Sun's 5 Tao forms were left standing in the air, like gods. Woo, the wind howled, and the chaos surged. Between the nearby mountains and rivers, it had already turned into withered ruins. Vitality dried up, and everything turned into ashes. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Lin Sun's clones bathed in the divine glory of the immortal law and fear. 19 Transcendent Realm Great Perfection, except for Dong Huang Jiuhui, were all killed by Lin Sun as if he was cutting vegetables, too strong. He was really too strong. In this world, there were peerless existences who dominated the world and crushed their peers. But there was no one like Lin Sun, who killed the same realm as if he was killing chickens and monkeys. You're the only one left. Lin Sun stared at Dong Huang Jiuhui's spirit with no joy or sorrow in his eyes. Lin Sun, the era will come in 1,000 years. No one in this world can escape, and you are no exception. I will wait for you on the road to hell. Dong Huang Jiuhui's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Sun was unmoved. His divine sense pierced into Dong Huang Jiuhui's spirit like a sharp divine sword. The latter let out a painful groan, and his spirit tumbled violently. After a while, with a bang, Dong Huang Jiuhui's spirit exploded and dissipated. No wonder I didn't notice it these days. It turns out that those immortal giants came here through the ancient transmission array. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. He had already found what he wanted to know from Dong Huang Jiuhui's spirit. Next. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he walked towards the depths of Longyue Divine Mountain. Bang bang bang, along the way, there were many hidden experts from the Dong Huang clan. As long as Lin Sun's divine sense sensed that their cultivation bases were above the immortal emperor realm, their cultivation bases would all be crippled. As for those with transcendent cultivation bases, they would all be killed. This time, Lin Sun still didn't kill them all. As he said before, he only beheaded the leader of the evil forces. Just like how he dealt with the enemy forces of the sixth heaven in the past, after destroying their mountain gate and taking away their order power, those characters below the emperor realm are destined to never be able to rise again. In addition, now that the Dong Huang clan has declined, they would surely become the plump prey in the eyes of others. There would definitely be countless people who would throw stones at them when they're down. Lin Sun dared to be sure that after this battle, those powers that were once under the Dong Huang clan would instantly transform into hungry wolves and devour the Dong Huang clan. Senior, spare my life. Senior, spare me. Senior, I'm only an outer sect elder who serves the Dong Huang clan. I'm not a member of their clan, please spare my life. Lin Sun, sooner or later, you will die tragically in this world. In the Longyue Divine Mountain, a chaotic scene could be seen. The members of the Dong Huang clan were either kneeling and begging for mercy, resisting with all their might, fleeing with all their might, or threatening the Dong Huang clan. But Lin Sun was not moved at all. Although he wouldn't willfully kill the innocent, he had his own bottom line and principles. As he moved forward, the Longyue Divine Mountain was filled with rivers of blood. Shrill screams could be heard everywhere. As for those members of the Dong Huang clan that Lin Sun had ignored, they were fleeing in terror, appearing chaotic and unstable. Swish, not long after, Lin Sun's silhouette flashed, and he arrived at the core of the Dong Huang clan. There was a huge mountain that emanated the aura of the Order of Space. Above and below the mountain, the Order of Space was like a waterfall that tumbled about. Lin Sun stretched his hand out and grabbed. Boom, the mountain suddenly crumbled, and a 1,000-foot-long Order Source essence shot out like a flood dragon and was firmly grabbed by Lin Sun. This was a rarely seen 9th-grade heaven-ranked Order Source essence. It was related to the Tao of Space, and its Order Spirit was an extremely tyrannical great halberd. If it was any other Transcendent Realm expert, they would have to face many obstacles if they wanted to subdue this Order Source essence. But to Lin Sun, whose undying law was comparable to a divine-ranked Order Source essence, this rare 9th-grade heaven-ranked Order Source essence was like a bug. It was directly refined into a pigeon egg-sized pearl and swallowed into his body. If such an Order Source essence is lost, how can a clan rise again? Unless I find another similar Order Source essence. Sadly, it's not that easy to obtain such a rare heaven-ranked Order Source essence. As he pondered, Lin Sun turned around and headed in another direction. Very quickly, the Dong Huang clan's countless years of accumulated wealth and cultivation resources were all swept clean by Lin Sun. In the end, Lin Sun's 5 Taoist bodies stopped in front of an ancient teleportation array. With this array, I don't have to worry about the other Undying Realm powerhouses fleeing upon hearing the news. This saves me a lot of time and energy. Through this teleportation array, he could instantly arrive at any Undying Realm powerhouse. This also meant that he could kill his way into the other Undying Realm powerhouses before the news of the Donghuang clan's destruction spread. Not only that, the old monsters sent by the other Undying Realm powerhouses to support the Donghuang clan had all been killed. Currently, among the Undying Realm powerhouses, there was only one Transcendent Realm Perfection Realm powerhouse left. To Lin Sun, there wasn't much of a threat left. The only price he had to pay was the consumption of a heaven-ranked order source essence every time he activated the teleportation array. However, to the wealthy Lin Sun, this wasn't a problem at all. Sending the 4 Taoist bodies to act together is enough. Very quickly, Lin Sun made a decision. He left the Blackwater body here to guard the teleportation array, preventing other cultivators from using the teleportation array to leak information to the other Undying Realm powerhouses. The other 4 Taoist bodies took action and entered the teleportation array together. Buzz, in an instant, the teleportation array fluctuated, and Lin Sun's 4 Taoist bodies disappeared. The black-robed Blackwater body stood in the air, gazing at his surroundings. The mountains and rivers were shattered, and the stench of blood permeated the air. It was a desolate scene. "I didn't expect this trip to be so smooth," the Blackwater Taoist body murmured in his heart. Before coming to the 8th heaven, he only wanted to cause trouble. If he could injure the 10 Undying Realm powerhouses, that would be enough. The reason why he did so was because the 8th heaven and 9th heaven were connected. Each of the 10 Undying Realm powerhouses had an Eternal God clan as their backing. This made Lin Sun vigilant. If he appeared in the 8th heaven, would the 9th heaven attack him? It was also because of this reason that he waited outside the Longyue God Mountain for several days, giving the Donghuang clan enough time to prepare. He wanted to see if the 9th heaven would send people to help the Donghuang clan. Now, Lin Sun already knew that the Eternal God clan behind the Donghuang clan had chosen to abandon the Donghuang clan. Otherwise, the Donghuang clan wouldn't need to ask the other Undying Realm powerhouses for help. What was even more interesting was that the other Undying Realm powerhouses had already suffered great losses and were in a difficult situation. However, under such circumstances, other than the Fu clan, the other Undying Realm powerhouses all sent Transcendent Realm Great Perfection experts. This made Lin Sun guess that the Eternal God clan behind the other Undying Realm powerhouses were also too busy to help the other Undying Realm powerhouses. As a result, the entire situation started to become favorable for Lin Sun. At the very least, without the threat of the Eternal God clan in the 9th heaven, there wouldn't be many powerhouses in the 8th heaven that could threaten him. This was the reason why Lin Sun felt that this trip was very smooth. Outside the Longyue God Mountain. As time passed, more and more figures began to appear, and they approached the area. These were all spectators. They had witnessed the entire process of the bloody battle. They saw Donghuang Zhouhui and the other ancient powerhouses. They saw how Lin Sun easily killed them, and how the Donghuang clan's mountain gate was destroyed. The reason why they approached at this moment was because they wanted to see what the Donghuang clan's nest had become, and whether they could take the opportunity to loot. For example, loot some treasures that were left behind. However, before they could enter the Longyue God Mountain, Lin Sun's indifferent voice already sounded. "When I leave, you will have plenty of opportunities to loot the treasures here. Now, you better obediently stand outside the mountain gate. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." His words caused the spectators to tremble, and their expressions changed drastically. They all thought that Lin Sun had already left, which was why they had the courage to come here. However, the meaning behind Lin Sun's words surprised them, and they also felt a wave of excitement. So it turned out that Senior Lin Sun didn't mind them coming to the Donghuang clan's nest to loot treasures. Naturally, they were also clear in their hearts that the Donghuang clan's wealth that had been accumulated over countless years had probably been taken away by Lin Sun long ago. But even so, they were still filled with incomparable anticipation. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they could at least drink some soup. The Longyue God Mountain was a first-rate land of fortune in the 8th heaven region, and it had been managed by the Donghuang clan for countless years. Not mentioning anything else, anyone who could occupy this Longyue God Mountain could be said to have obtained an unparalleled fortune. Let alone the fact that the Longyue God Mountain covered an area of 100,000 miles, and there were many divine materials and spirit medicines there. The treasures that Lin Sun didn't care about might be considered rare treasures to them. The battle just ended, and it has already attracted so many covetous gazes. When the news spreads out, I wonder how many evil wolves will be attracted, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. There was no need to guess, he knew that the Donghuang clan was completely finished. However, all of this had nothing to do with him. High Death God Mountain. The place where the Wang clan was located. In the eyes of the hundreds of millions of creatures in the 8th Heaven region, High Death God Mountain was like the world's most sacred place. For countless years, the Wang clan was the supreme ruler of this realm. It's just that in the past 100 years, the Wang clan's power had been greatly reduced, their vitality was greatly damaged, and their foundation was shaken. Their situation was no different from the other immortal giants. All of this was naturally caused by Lin Sun. Late at night. In the Wang clan's main hall. Patriarch Wang Zhongtian paced back and forth alone, his brows were tightly furrowed. Although his expression was as calm as before, under the illumination of the resplendent lights, it seemed to flicker. Why is there still no news until now? Wang Zhongtian was deeply worried. A few days ago, Wang Daochuan and Wang Fuping, the two old antiques, brought the clan's supreme treasure, Sword of Judgment, to the Donghuang clan to provide assistance. Since then, Wang Zhongtian had been waiting for news, and his heart was filled with torment. Until now, he was already somewhat unable to remain calm. If it wasn't for the fact that using the ancient teleportation array required him to consume an 8th grade heaven-ranked order, he probably couldn't help but go to the Donghuang clan to investigate. P.S. Yesterday, there were many comments in the comments section saying that the plot was wrong and that it had something to do with the 5 Taoist bodies. Goldfish is really tired and thinks that I wrote it wrong. Please look at the first sentence of chapter 2957. I'm worried that you guys are too lazy to read it, so I'll type it out for you guys. On that day, Lin Sun's 5 Taoist bodies moved together and left the primordial realm. These were the original words. In the current plot, it was always written that the Greenwood Taoist body was moving, but the other 4 Taoist bodies were also there. Alright, with Lin Sun's current cultivation, was there something wrong with keeping the 4 Taoist bodies? In the future, I won't explain this kind of criticism anymore. Finally, the second chapter was slightly later. Literature Hall, did something happen? No, I can't wait like this any longer. After a long time, Wang Zhongtian took a deep breath. He decided to send people to the Donghuang clan immediately. But just as he was about to give the order, a panicked scream sounded outside the hall. Patriarch, it's not good. The immortal soul lamp left by the 2 elders has been extinguished. Boom. Wang Zhongtian felt like he was struck by lightning, and his head felt like it was about to explode. The 2 elders have fallen. Death is like a lamp going out. The extinguishing of the immortal soul lamp means that the souls of the 2 elders Wang Daochuan and Wang Fuping have been completely shattered. In this case, there is no possibility of resurrection. How could this be? Could it be that Yuan Jiao led a group of old guys to attack the 8th heaven with Lin Sun? Wang Zhongtian tried to calm himself down, but his heart was in chaos. He realized that the worst has happened, and the urgent task is to act as soon as possible. Someone, go and close the ancient transmission array leading to the other immortal giants. Immediately. Wang Zhongtian ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Outside the hall, someone took the order and left. Fortunately, I have already placed all the clansmen in the Great Spirit Tower in advance, and they can evacuate at any time, Wang Zhongtian secretly rejoiced. A few days ago, after Wang Daochuan and Wang Fuping left, Wang Zhongtian had already taken action and settled all the members of the Wang family. Currently, there were only a few outsiders who served the Wang family in the Celestial Peak God Mountain. Once the teleportation array closes, I'll leave with the clan's power of order and the Great Spirit Firmament Pagoda. When that time comes, even if the Yuan sect's power comes, they'll only be left with an empty Sky Peak Divine Mountain. Wang Zhongtian took a few deep breaths and decided to go and take away the order source of the clan now. Boom. At this moment, a violent roar sounded, breaking the silence of the night. Wang Zhongtian's pupils shrank, and his face changed drastically. Could it be that Lin Sun and Yuan Jiao have already arrived? He rushed out of the hall as soon as possible. In the distance, a series of shouts sounded, and all kinds of dazzling lights of the way whizzed into the sky, illuminating the night sky. Those were the experts who guarded the Wang clan, and almost all of them were outsiders. However, at this moment, these dazzling streaks of light were like fireworks that vanished in an instant. As soon as they charged out, they vanished into the ink-black night sky. There were no screams, no struggles. Everything happened silently. Wang Zhongtian's heart sank. How could he not discern that as soon as those experts charged out, they didn't even have the time to react before they were annihilated? Whoosh, he teleported through the void and rushed toward the forbidden core area of the clan. The enemies were already here, so he couldn't be bothered about anything else. He just wanted to take the energy of order away as soon as possible and leave Divine Mountain celestial extinction. The power of order was the root of the clan. If it was not taken away, there would be hope for them to take root again. Similarly, as long as the clansmen in the Grand Spirit Firmament Pagoda were alive, the Wang clan would have a chance to live on forever. We're here. Soon, an ancient tree appeared in their field of vision. This tree was no more than 27 m tall. It was completely black and suffused with a metallic sheen, and its branches were like numerous extremely sharp divine chains that hung down from above. A horrifying fluctuation of order swept out from the tree, and it gave others the feeling as if they weren't facing a tree but a heavenly punishment that came from the heavens. The Tree of Tao Judgment. This was a rare 9th grade heaven rank order that had protected and nourished the Wang clan for countless years. The experts of the Wang clan throughout the generations had risen step by step from comprehending the profundities contained within this tree. I'll bring you back with me in the future. A wisp of sorrow suffused Wang Zhongtian's eyes, but it was replaced by calmness in merely an instant. He took a deep breath and was just about to make a move. Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded. This is the energy of order of your Wang clan? It really is extremely extraordinary. The Sword of Tao Judgment was refined from a portion of the quintessence energy of this order, right? Wang Zhongtian was horrified. He intended to crush a flying sword-shaped jade talisman that he'd prepared a long time ago at the first possible moment. His reaction wasn't slow, but there was someone even faster than him. As soon as the indifferent voice resounded, 3 figures appeared out of thin air and attacked him in a triangular formation. Bang! In an instant, Wang Zhongtian's immortal law was torn apart like a piece of paper. His neck was grabbed by a huge hand, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even exert a single ounce of strength. The jade talisman in his palm fell to the ground and made a dull sound. Wang Zhongtian's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes widened in anger. He felt like he was about to collapse. He was subdued with a single strike. As the Wang clan leader, Wang Zhongtian was also an extremely tyrannical transcendent realm great perfection existence. However, he couldn't imagine how he would be suppressed without even realizing it. He was dumbfounded. This jade talisman should contain an eternal realm's Dharma image, right? Unfortunately, it's useless to you now. Lin Sun's scarlet fire Taoist body grabbed Wang Zhongtian's neck tightly, while the yellow earth Taoist body picked up the jade talisman on the ground and played with it in his hand. On the other side, the greenwood Taoist body was looking at the Tree of Judgment not far away. From time to time, the roar of battle could be heard from afar. It was the platinum Taoist body fighting. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhongtian couldn't help but be in disbelief. This time, you came to the 8th heaven alone? That's right. Lin Sun's scarlet fire Taoist body nodded, and the Donghuang clan is finished. Whether it's the reinforcements sent by the Wang family or the old guys sent by other forces, they've all been killed. Wang Zhongtian's eyes widened, and his expression kept changing. It was obvious that he couldn't believe it. This is impossible. How can you do this with your strength? It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Lin Sun's scarlet fire Taoist body said and exerted force in his palm. Whoosh, a rain of flames emerged. In an instant, Wang Zhongtian's indestructible Taoist body was incinerated into ashes, and his spirit was firmly grasped by Lin Sun. What are you doing? Wang Zhongtian roared angrily. Even though he was the head of the Wang family, he still couldn't stay calm in the face of the threat of death. Lin Sun's scarlet fire Taoist body said casually, there should be more than a few clansmen in your Wang family. If I ask you, I think you won't answer honestly. In this case, the most effective way is, of course, to search your soul. Wang Zhongtian felt that the sky was about to collapse. He thought of his clansmen who had been placed in the Grand Heaven Pagoda. No, you can't do this, you can't. He shouted and struggled wildly. But it was of no use. In an instant, Lin Sun's divine sense pierced into his spirit like a sharp sword. After a while, Lin Sun withdrew his divine sense and said, I didn't expect that you had prepared everything in advance. If I came a little later, I'm afraid that your Wang family would have escaped the disaster. Wang Zhongtian was about to say something, but with a bang, his spirit exploded and turned into a rain of light. This treasure should be the Grand Heaven Pagoda. Lin Sun's scarlet fire Taoist body picked up a palm-sized pagoda from the ground. When he killed Wang Zhongtian's Taoist body, all of his treasures fell to the ground. This pagoda was hidden among them. This saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. If he guessed correctly, the cultivation resources and wealth that the Wang family had accumulated over countless years were probably stored in this Grand Heaven Pagoda. After putting the treasure away, he waved his sleeve. Boom, the tree of judgment was uprooted and fell into his palm. It's time to go to the next one. Lin Sun didn't dare to waste any time. His Taoist body came to the teleportation ancient formation. Although the Donghuang clan and Wang clan's bases had been destroyed, there were still 8 Undying Realm powerhouses. If he didn't hurry, it was very likely that these Undying Realm powerhouses would escape in advance. Buzz, a wave of spatial fluctuations rumbled. Lin Sun's 4 Taoist bodies disappeared into thin air. Snow Reflection Divine Mountain. The Qi clan, the Undying Realm powerhouses. Late at night. There were signs of chaos in the Qi clan. Quick, everyone go to the Space Origin Divine Palace. Clan leader will bring us away in 15 minutes. A series of shouts rang out. Why do we have to leave? Many clansmen were confused, they didn't know what was going on. Why are you asking so many questions? Let's leave quickly. In the great hall of the clan, Qi Shuheng was incomparably anxious. He just received news that the undying soul lamp of the old ancestor sent to the Donghuang clan had been extinguished. This grievous news made him feel danger immediately. Hence, he acted immediately. Clan leader, the origin source of order energy has been retrieved. Clan leader, all the core clansmen have been sent to the Space Origin Divine Palace. Now, we're just waiting for the other clansmen to rush over. I believe that in less than 15 minutes, they will all be gathered. Clan leader, news came one after another, causing Qi Shuheng's anxious heart to calm down. We can't wait any longer. We have to leave now. Qi Shuheng gritted his teeth and decided to abandon those unimportant clansmen. He directly brought the Space Origin Divine Palace and the origin source of order away. But at this moment, a terrified shout rang out outside the Great Hall. Clan leader, this is bad. The Space Origin Divine Palace has been snatched away. What? Qi Shuheng was shocked. The Space Origin Divine Palace was a supreme treasure that could store a world. Now, it was used by him to store all the clansmen of the clan. But now, this treasure had been snatched away by someone. Who is it? Qi Shuheng was furious and his face was livid. Outside the Great Hall, a muffled groan was heard. The clansmen who reported the news silently turned into ashes and disappeared. Following that, a figure strolled in. He was dressed in a green robe and looked indifferent. It was Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique. You, Qi Shuheng's heart turned cold. Lin Sun. This fellow had actually come for the kill. Why didn't you use the willpower of the Eternal Realm? Lin Sun asked. Qi Shuheng said sternly, Lin Sun, boom. Just as he spoke, Lin Sun had already made his move. His palm and fingers were like swords, cutting down from the air. Although Qi Shuheng tried his best to resist, he was no match for Lin Sun. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was suppressed and imprisoned on the ground like a prisoner. Until this moment, Lin Sun finally understood and said, it turns out that such a big clan like Qi family can't come up with a Dharma Laksana of the Eternal Realm to help us now. There was undisguised sarcasm in his voice. Qi Shuheng's heart was dead. When he decided to come to the 8th heaven, Lin Sun had already read and understood all the information related to the 10 immortal giants. Although the 10 immortal giants are tied in the 8th heaven, the forces they possess are strong and weak. Among them, the Wang family is the strongest, hence they are called the first immortal giant. The other immortal giants are not as powerful as the Wang family, there is also a gap between them. Among them, the Qi family, Fu family, Donghuang family, and Zhongli family can be ranked in the top 5. Because each of them has a complete and rare 9th-level heaven step order. The Zhong family, Zhu family, Qi family, Mu family, and Jing family are slightly inferior, ranked at the bottom, because the order power of their clans is only at the 9th-level heaven step. Similarly, each of them has an eternal god behind them. In the past, with the support of the eternal god clan, they could naturally stand proudly in the 8th heaven, overlooking all living beings. Even against the 4 ancestral courts, they had great confidence. But the current situation is already different from the past. A few years ago, with the destruction of the 10-clan war alliance in the 6th heaven, the 10 immortal giants also suffered an extremely heavy blow. Now, the eternal god clan in the 9th heaven can't even protect themselves, they can no longer protect the 10 immortal giants. And when the gathered power of the Donghuang family was destroyed by Lin Sun, it was equivalent to a serious blow to the other immortal giants. Under such circumstances, even the first immortal giant Wang family was like a collapsed building. When Lin Sun's 4 Dao bodies arrived, they collapsed with a loud bang, there were no twists and turns at all. And the Qi family was even worse. Such a huge immortal giant didn't even have an eternal realm Dharma image. When the patriarch Qi Shuheng was suppressed, the fate of the clan was already decided. In less than a quarter of an hour. In the snow reflection divine mountain where the Qi family was located, blood flowed like a river. The order power of the clan was also taken away, following the footsteps of the Donghuang family and the Wang family. From the destruction of the Donghuang family to the destruction of the Qi family, only a quarter of an hour passed. And in the following time, Lin Sun didn't stop, he killed the next immortal giant. My Fu family has served your Minamoto clan for countless years, we have never had a trace of disloyalty, why did you not save us? Why? The Fu clan. Before an ancient altar, the patriarch, Fu Chaolan, howled loudly while his eyes were filled with rage, anxiety, and unwillingness. In the distance, miserable screams could be heard. The shockwaves from the battle swept through the world and were rushing over at an astonishing speed. However, the ancient altar did not have any reaction for a long time. Fu Chaolan's eyes were bloodshot as if he was about to go mad. This ancient altar can communicate with the Minamoto clan of the 9th heaven. In the past, whenever the Minamoto clan needed to do something, they would issue orders through this altar. In fact, Yuan Changtian and Yuan Shiliu used the power of this altar to descend from the 9th heaven to the 8th heaven. But now, the Minamoto clan had clearly sealed off this channel of communication. The master of the Heartcore was right. No matter how loyal we are, at the end of the day, we are nothing more than watchdogs in the hands of the eternal gods. Fu Chaolan's eyes gradually turned gloomy, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Is this the passage to the 9th heaven? An indifferent voice rang out. Lin Sun's 4 Taoist forms had arrived. That's right. Fu Chaolan turned around and looked at Lin Sun's Dao avatar. His expression was unusually calm. Didn't your master tell you that he used the path of my Fu family to go to the 9th heaven? Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. Is there such a thing? Fu Chaolan's expression was wooden. Unfortunately, you are still far inferior to your master. Back then, he dared to step into the 9th heaven alone and compete with the eternal gods of the 9th heaven. Although your current combat power is heaven-defying, you still haven't set foot on the path of the eternal Tao. Now, in this 8th heaven, the path to the 9th heaven has been closed, and the calamity of the era will descend in 1,000 years. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to kill your way to the 9th heaven, Lin Sun said indifferently. There is no such thing as an absolute in this world. In the past, which of you 10 immortal giants would have thought that I could kill my way to the 8th heaven alone? Fu Chaolan was silent for a long time. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Lin Sun's 4 Taoist forms. I really hope that one day, you can kill your way to the 9th heaven and destroy the eternal gods one by one. His voice was filled with deep hatred. Bang! Before Lin Sun could react, Fu Chaolan's body suddenly cracked and exploded. His cultivation rapidly faded, and his primordial spirit turned into a fragmented rain of light. I, Fu Chaolan, have achieved the Tao for 190,000 years. When I was young, I was also a peerless genius. Even after taking control of the Fu clan, I have been wandering on the path of Tao, but I have my own unyielding character. I can die, but I will never die in your hands." His calm voice echoed, but Fu Chaolan's body and soul had long been destroyed. The patriarch of a powerful giant calmly chose to end his own life. This was completely beyond Lin Sun's expectations. Unyielding character? If I can't protect my own clan, what kind of unyielding character is that? Lin Sun shook his head and turned to leave. When his 4 Taoist forms left, the Fu clan was destroyed, and the power of order was taken away. Everyone in the clan followed the footsteps of the Donghuang clan, the Wang clan, and the Qi clan. A quarter of an hour after leaving the Fu clan, the Jingyangdao mountain of the undying giant Zhongli clan collapsed. Their patriarch Zhongli Qing and the other major characters of the Zhongli clan were killed. Their clan's rare level 9 heaven-ranked order power, the Samadhi cleansing flame, was taken away. In the following period of time, the undying giants Mu clan, Zhong clan, and Qi clan were destroyed one after another. Their sects collapsed, and blood flowed like rivers. The 2 immortal giants of the Jing clan and the Zhu clan were already gone by the time Lin Sun's 4 great Taoist bodies arrived. However, Lin Sun didn't spare them. In the following period of time, his 4 Taoist forms met up with the Blackwater Taoist form in the Donghuang clan and began a hunt in the 8th heaven region. 10 days later, in the depths of a desolate mountain, they found the Zhu clan's patriarch, Zhu Fatian, and the other major characters. After which, the Zhu clan also followed in the footsteps of destruction. 1 month later, the undying giants Jing clan who were hiding in a secret realm were found and met with a calamity. Under the sky, Lin Sun's greenwood Taoist form's robes fluttered in the wind as he walked in the air. The 10 undying giants have been annihilated one by one. From now on, they have become the dust of history. To Lin Sun, this was undoubtedly equivalent to getting his revenge. These watchdogs have been killed, but the eternal gods of the 9th heaven region are still indifferent. It seems that the threat of the Great Silence lifespan tribulation really made them too busy to care about anything else, Lin Sun murmured. It's time to go back. After a while, Lin Sun abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind and disappeared into the vast horizon. In 1 month, the 10 undying giants were all annihilated. This news was simply earth-shattering. It caused an unprecedented sensation in the 8th heaven. All major forces and billions of creatures were shocked. How is this possible? How is this possible? An old man who had lived for a very long time had a dazed look on his face. The 10 immortal giants have been standing in the 8th heaven for countless years, like the supreme rulers, overlooking the world and deterring the major heavens. In the hearts of the people, they were the 10 unshakable mountains. However, in just a short period of 1 month, these 10 mountains collapsed and were annihilated from the world. The impact of this news was too great. At first, people thought that it was fake news and that it couldn't be true. However, after many cultivators personally went to the ruins of the 10 undying giants and saw it, they couldn't help but believe it. The path of the Immortal Supreme is really so terrifying? It's just one person, but he destroyed the 10 undying giants. This is too tyrannical. The situation of the entire eternal true world has been changed by him alone. All kinds of shocked uproars resounded in every territory of the 8th heaven, and the news continued to spread to other heavens. Legend, this is the true supreme legend. 100 years ago, Lin Sun entered the Yuan sect with the identity of Jing Emperor ancestor. 100 years later, he is now the Yuan sect Yuan Qing Pavilion head, an undying overlord known by the world, the first person to destroy the 10 undying overlords. The power of one person changed the situation of the world. If the eternal gods of the 9th heaven don't come out, who in this world can suppress Pavilion Master Lin? For the people of the world, the impact of the destruction of the 10 undying giants on the world is absolutely immeasurable. This means that from now on, there will be no more giants in the 8th heaven. When such news spread, the forces of the world will inevitably compete for supremacy in the 8th heaven, fighting for and seizing the territories that originally belonged to the 10 undying giants. A vigorous reshuffle will also begin. The old rules and order set by the 10 undying giants in the past have been broken, and new forces will rise, setting off a new chapter. And Lin Sun is undoubtedly an iron curtain that no force or cultivator can ignore. An iron curtain that shrouds all the heavens. It's no exaggeration to say that although Lin Sun hasn't established his own force, his power alone is comparable to a force that can dominate the sky above the 8 heavens. Lin Sun, if this name was said to have shocked the world in the past, then the meaning of this name now is completely different from before. On the path of the immortal supreme, this name represents true invincibility, a supreme existence that has never existed since ancient times. In the entire world, he is the legend who stepped on the corpses of the 10 undying giants. As long as the eternal realm doesn't appear, he is the supreme existence. An older generation figure sighed with emotion and commented, since ancient times, there has never been a lack of peerless experts in this world. There have also been countless legendary giants who appeared out of nowhere, stunning each era. However, Lin Sun alone can suppress the same realm cultivators of an era. Looking at the past and present, there is only one person, no one can compare to him. Yuan sect. Lin Sun's main body was cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes quietly. Then, he sensed a familiar aura fluctuation. The 5 Tao bodies had returned, Lin Sun's main body moved, and in a flash, the 5 Tao bodies that had just entered the primordial realm appeared in the cave abode. A connection was formed between his main body and his doppelgangers, allowing Lin Sun to instantly understand what had happened in the 8th heaven. After a while, a smile appeared on Lin Sun's main body's lips. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The 9th heaven has been holding back all this time, this is really strange. While thinking, Lin Sun's main body put away the 5 Tao bodies. He had a hunch that the eternal gods must have noticed some earth-shattering change, which made them have no time to care about the 8th heaven. And this earth-shattering change was probably related to the calamity of the era. What could it be? Lin Sun couldn't figure it out, but for him, it was already an unexpected harvest to be able to destroy the 10 immortal giants on this trip. The power of the restriction outside the cave abode suddenly fluctuated. When Lin Sun opened the restriction, Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded, "How did it go?" Lin Sun got up and walked out of the cave abode, smiling, "It went well. From now on, there will be no more 10 immortal giants in this world." Xianxia was stunned, his eyes widened, "They were all destroyed?" Lin Sun nodded. Xianxia excitedly slapped Lin Sun's shoulder, "Tell me how you did it." On that day, the news about Lin Sun destroying the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven spread in the primordial realm, causing a great sensation. Pavilion Master Lin destroyed the 10 immortal giants alone? He is too fierce, right? The older generation figures were all dumbfounded and shocked. As for the descendants of the 3 pavilions and 9 peaks, they were all excited, talking about it excitedly. The 10 immortal giants were behemoths that had stood for countless years, but now, they were all erased from the world. Junior sister Tang Jiang, Pavilion Master Lin is your master. Why don't you look happy? In the training field of the 9th peak, many disciples were talking about Lin Sun's great victory and high spirits, but someone noticed that Tang Jiang was sitting there alone with her arms around her knees, lost in thought. "I'm naturally very happy, but I'm only worried that no matter how hard I cultivate, I won't be able to satisfy Master." Tang Jiang sighed. "Don't give yourself any pressure. There's only one person like your master in the entire world. What you should do is to stick to your heart and seek your own path towards the Tao. You shouldn't be arrogant or rash, and you shouldn't be shocked by favor or humiliation." Not far away, the Peak Lord, Mo Lanshan, walked over and said in a gentle voice. Tang Jiang quickly stood up and said, "Peak Master is right." Mo Lanshan asked, "Tang Jiang, how long has it been since you last saw your master?" Tang Jiang answered without hesitation, "More than 8 years. It's been quite some time." Mo Lanshan nodded. "Now that your master has just returned with a complete victory, you can take this opportunity to visit him." Tang Jiang's eyes widened, "Can I?" Mo Lanshan smiled, "You're his last disciple, so it's reasonable for you to visit him." "Why not?" "Okay, I'll go now." With that, Tang Jiang turned and left. On this day, there were many people who went to visit Lin Sun, such as the deputy heads and elders of the 3 pavilions. All of them came to congratulate Lin Sun. When Tang Jiang arrived, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Hey, little Tang Jiang has grown up so much. In just 18 years, she has already stepped into the 3rd step of the quasi-emperor realm." An old monster joked. This girl's root bone is not very good, but her talent and comprehension are extraordinary. Her future achievements are bound to be limitless. Someone commented while stroking his beard. Tang Jiang, when you reach the Emperor realm, I'll be your protector. Someone said with a smile. Thank you, seniors. Tang Jiang appeared very polite, well-behaved and sensible. She naturally knew that the reason why so many old people paid so much attention to her was naturally because of her master. When Tang Jiang saw Lin Sun, he was drinking and chatting with De Guyong, Fang Daoping and others, which made her feel a little restrained and nervous. Tang Jiang, come here. Lin Sun waved his hand with a smile. Tang Jiang hurried over and said, Disciple Tang Jiang pays respect to master. Don't stand on ceremony. Sit down and wait. I'll test your Taoism later. Lin Sun said with a smile. He had never taught this disciple carefully, so he felt a little sorry. Tang Jiang didn't think so much. She sat on the side of Lin Sun with great joy. Until the disciples who came to visit left one by one. Lin Sun first asked some questions about Tang Jiang's cultivation, and finally said, Before I reach the Emperor realm, you can stay with me and cultivate. The Emperor realm was the most critical step on the road of Tao. As Lin Sun's master, he naturally would not hide anything, so he decided to take this opportunity to give Tang Jiang some advice. Okay. Tang Jiang nodded, her face full of surprise. Late at night. The Azurewood Taoist body was preaching to Tang Jiang, answering her doubts. Lin Sun's main body was cooking. Xianxia sat in front of the table and began to seriously enjoy the delicious food that Lin Sun served from time to time. Occasionally seeing this scene, Tang Jiang felt a burst of indescribable envy in her heart. If I want to find a Tao companion in the future, I must find someone like Lin Sun. Tang Jiang, come and eat with us. After a long time, Lin Sun packed up all kinds of food and called Tang Jiang to eat together. Tang Jiang hurriedly trotted over and sat obediently on the side. After eating, Tang Jiang reluctantly said goodbye and returned to her cave residence. Lin Sun brewed a pot of hot tea and drank with Xianxia. After second senior brother and the others come back, I plan to go back to the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Now that the 10 immortal giants have been destroyed, whether it is the Witch sect, Zen sect, or the eternal gods of the ninth heaven, they have all retreated. Lin Sun intends to take advantage of this time to take away Zhao Jingxian and her son, as well as the relatives and friends of the Lin family, and settle them in the Yuan sect. Of course, his parents and the Luo family members living in the Aurora world of the Chaos Demon Sea in the sixth heaven also need to be settled. Take me with you, said Xianxia. Lin Sun agreed with a smile. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Half a month later, second senior brother Xianxia returned to the Yuan sect and told Lin Sun some good news and bad news. The good news was that Lin Sun and the others who were trapped in the great universe true realm had been successfully rescued. The bad news was that in the 1,000 years before the calamity of the era, there will no longer be an opportunity to prove one's eternal Tao in the eternal true world. Lin Sun was caught off guard when he learned of this news. Eldest senior brother originally had a chance to prove one's eternal Tao, but because of this unforeseen event, his cultivation path has stagnated at the transcendent realm great perfection, unable to advance. In the cave residence, Xianxia sighed softly. What about eldest senior brother and the others? Lin Sun could not help but ask. They went to Kunlun ruins, said Xianxia. Xianxia said, according to eldest senior brother, he can't delay any longer. He must make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Otherwise, the drive to prove one's Tao that he has cultivated for many years will be worn out. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed, however, the Kunlun ruins is extremely dangerous now. I don't know how many eternal realm existences are gathering there. It's too dangerous for eldest senior brother and the others to go. Xianxia said, don't forget that senior golden cicada, master's will, dharma form, and martial uncle Kong Ju are all there. With their care, eldest senior brother will be much safer when he proves his Tao. Lin Sun couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Originally, he was looking forward to reuniting with his senior brothers and sisters in Fengsuan Mountain. Now, it seemed that he would miss this opportunity again. The affairs of the world are impermanent, nothing more so than this. So, apart from you, second senior brother, the other senior brothers and sisters have also left with eldest senior brother? Lin Sun asked. Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right. After I see you this time, I will immediately set off for Kunlun ruins." Linson was stunned, then. "Why don't I go with you?" Xianxia refused without thinking. "No, eldest senior brother and third junior sister asked me to come here to tell you not to go to Kunlun ruins before the era calamity arrives." "Why?" Linson frowned. Xianxia said, "I don't know how many Eternal Realm existences have gathered in Kunlun ruins now. They are competing to go to the ruins of Wonderful Tao. There will be unpredictable battles at all times. If you go and let those old guys know that you have the Nirvana Law, what do you think they will do if they can threaten the mastermind behind the era calamity?" Linson said, "As long as we don't say anything, how can they know?" Xianxia said, "Don't underestimate those Eternal Realm old guys. What's more, you're the Yuan Sect's Yuanqing Pavilion Master now. How can you leave everything at this time?" Linson was speechless for a moment. He really couldn't go to Kunlun ruins at all costs. It was not because he couldn't bear to give up the position of Yuanqing Pavilion Master, but because there were still many things he had yet to do. For example, his parents, Master Lu, and the others were still in the Aurora world, the sixth heaven. Zhao Jingxian and her son, and the members of the Lin family were still waiting for him to return. All of these things had to be resolved before the era calamity arrived. "Don't worry, there will come a day when we brothers and sisters can reunite," Xianxia said softly. Xianxia said softly, "You don't have to worry about us. Don't forget that a long time ago, our Fengsuan mountain lived in the Kunlun ruins for a period of time. Our understanding of the Kunlun ruins is far from what others can compare to." Linson smiled bitterly and said, "What else can I say other than agreeing?" After a pause, he asked, "Senior brother, why did you say that before the era calamity arrives, it's impossible for an opportunity to prove eternity to appear in the eternal world?" Xianxia's expression instantly became solemn as he said, "This is a conclusion that eldest senior brother came to personally. According to him, it's very likely that the critical factor to attain eternity has been obstructed by the person that's pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Otherwise, he would have been able to easily break through the barrier and step into the eternal realm over 10 years ago." Linson felt a chill in his heart. "If that's the case, if I stay in the eternal world, won't I be destined to never step onto the eternal path?" "More updates tonight," Xianxia said. "That should be the case, but there are no absolutes in this world. You might not be able to reach a breakthrough in the eternal true world, but that doesn't mean that you won't be able to reach a breakthrough in other places. For example, eldest senior brother had chosen to head to the Kunlun ruins to make a breakthrough. Junior brother, you can do the same in the future." Linson nodded. He was now only one step away from the eternal realm, but the accumulation of his cultivation was far from enough. Only after he completely refined the Nirvana order would he consider seeking an opportunity to prove the eternal realm. On that very day, Xianxia left in a hurry. Linson was lost in thought. If the calamity of an era were to descend, then this era would definitely be obliterated. At that time, the most terrifying five blight tribulation would descend, and no matter how high one's cultivation was, it would be impossible for one to escape being annihilated by this calamity. On the other hand, before the calamity of an era descended, the eternal realm existences in the world were most afraid of the grand silence lifespan tribulation that would descend at any moment. It is precisely because of this that the eternal gods of the ninth heaven have no time to care about anything else. They can only wholeheartedly prepare to resolve this disaster. Similarly, the Kunlun ruins had also become a gathering place. It was because only in the Kunlun ruins would one have the opportunity to head to the ruins of Myriad Tao and avoid the threat of the Great Silence Lifeless Tribulation. Currently, the master of the Heartcore's avatar, Golden Cicada, Kong Ju, and the Yuan Sect's Tai Xian, Yan Ji, Yu Beihai, and the others had all headed to the Kunlun ruins. Before long, the successors of Mount Fengsuan would arrive there as well. If Lin's guess was right, the Voodoo cult and the Zen cult were probably making the same preparations. "We can't delay any longer." After a long time, Lin took a deep breath and made a decision. In the following days, Lin became busy all of a sudden. He was so busy that he had no choice but to mobilize all 5 of his Taoist forms to coordinate with his main body. Only then could he take care of his own cultivation while dealing with various matters. His scarlet flame Taoist body quietly left with the abyssal sword cauldron and headed to the 6th heaven. The Greenwood Taoist physique was teaching Tangjiang cultivation. The platinum gold Tao body headed to the Essential Void Pavilion's Book Mountain. There were many ancient books in the Book Mountain, and among them were records related to the calamity of an era. The Blackwater Taoist body went to visit Feng Daoping. This time, he had destroyed the 10 undying giants, allowing him to take away all the cultivation resources and wealth that the 10 undying giants had accumulated over countless years. After checking, Lin Sun gathered all the cultivation resources that he didn't need and decided to hand them over to Feng Daoping. In this way, it would be enough to benefit the whole Yuan sect. After all, the wealth accumulated by any one of the undying giants was enough to make all the forces in the world go crazy, much less the combined wealth of the 10 undying giants. The Yellow Earth Taoist physique helped the main body and began to refine the collected order power. Among the 10 immortal giants, 5 of them possessed rare Heaven Rank 9 heavenly orders, while the other 5 only possessed Heaven Rank 9 heavenly orders. However, immortal giants like the Wang family and the Fu family possessed many other Heaven Rank 9 heavenly orders in addition to rare ones. Undying giants like the Zhong clan and the Jing clan, who only possessed Heaven Rank 9 sequences, had an extremely large number of Heaven Rank sequences in their clans. Lin Sun had counted. In addition to the 5 rare Heaven Rank orders, there were as many as 89 Heaven Rank orders collected from the 10 immortal magnates. On average, each undying giant would have 8 to 9 Heaven Rank 9 Heaven Rank order sequences. From this, one could see how deep the foundations of the 10 undying giants were. For example, in the 7th heaven, there were also many forces. Immortal Emperor clans with Heaven Rank 9 Heaven Rank orders, but in terms of foundations, they were far from comparable to the immortal giants like the Jing clan and the Zhong clan. The reason was that the immortal giants like the Jing clan and the Zhong clan not only had a large number of Heaven Rank 9 Heaven Rank orders, but they also had an eternal god backing them. This was the reason why they could stand proudly in the 8th heaven and look down on the world. Of the 89 Heaven Rank 9 Heaven Rank orders, Lin Sun kept 20 of them. The rest were taken away by the Blackwater Taoist physique and given to Feng Daoping to deal with. Now, Lin Sun planned to completely refine the 5 rare Heaven Rank 9 Heaven Rank orders. They were the Wang family's Tree of Judgment, the Fu family's 4 Spirits Lake, the Donghuang clan's 9 Changes Space, the Zhongli clan's Samadhi Cleansing Fire, and the Qi clan's True Water of Silence. These 5 rare Heaven Rank 9 Heaven Rank orders had all given birth to order spirits. In the past, Lin Sun would not have been willing to refine these top-notch treasures, but now he couldn't care less. After all, only 20% of Nirvana's power was left, and it was where its core origin was located. It was extremely laborious to refine, and progress was also extremely slow. According to Lin Sun's deduction, even if his main body and the 5 Taoist physiques worked together to refine them, it would probably take them at least 30 to 50 years to completely refine them. Therefore, Lin Sun planned to refine these 5 rare Heaven Rank 9 Heaven Rank orders first. In this way, the power of his immortal rules would definitely increase greatly, and he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when refining Nirvana. Wuxi dazzling fluctuation of order circulated. Lin Sun took out the Wang family's Tree of Judgment and gave it to the Yellow Earth Taoist physique to refine. Meanwhile, his main body took out the Fu family's 4 Spirits Lake to refine. 3 days later, Lin Sun's Scarlet Fire Taoist physique brought Luo Qingshuan, Lin Wenjing, Lu Boya, and all the members of the Luo family back to the Yuan sect. Of course, Peng Tianxiang and the members of the Peng family were also there. On the same day, Lin Sun's main body came out of seclusion and reunited with his parents, Master Lu, and other relatives. They drank and chatted merrily. It was also on this day that the Luo family and the Peng family were settled in the Yuan sect, which solved Lin Sun's worries. After the Scarlet Fire Taoist physique returned, he helped Lin Sun refine the Heaven Rank 9 Taoist physique along with the Yellow Earth Taoist physique. Apart from the Greenwood Taoist physique teaching Tangjiang cultivation every day, the other trivial matters were handled by the Blackwater Taoist physique and the White Gold Taoist physique. Time flew, and half a year passed quickly. In this half a year, many changes happened in the Yuan sect. Among the disciples of the 9 Peaks, those who set foot on the immortal path emerged like mushrooms after the rain, and the heavenly longevity realm powerhouses were also advancing towards the Nirvana realm. What was especially gratifying was that some elders in the Nirvana realm perfected broke through and entered the transcendent realm. The reason was that in this half a year, Feng Daoping distributed the wealth Lin Sun collected from the 10 immortal giants in batches. With enough cultivation resources, it would be difficult for the powerhouses in the Yuan sect not to break through. Such changes made Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, and Feng Daoping very happy. Of course, they all knew that Lin Sun's contribution was indispensable for the Yuan sect to have such changes in just half a year. At the same time, in the cave residence, Lin Sun's body was full of qi, and an immortal halo floated behind him, forming a mysterious lotus-like pattern. When it rotated slowly, it reflected the mysterious scene of the cycle of life and death. It was like the lotus. In the flower pattern, there was a world of samsara, where life and death alternated, destruction and nirvana were deduced, and an obscure and mysterious aura emerged. As Lin Sun withdrew the qi around him, all the strange phenomena suddenly disappeared without a trace. Next, it's time to refine the remaining 20% of the nirvana order power. Lin Sun let out a long breath. In half a year, he completely refined the 5 rare 9th level heaven rank order power and integrated it into his immortal law, which made the law transform and become more powerful than before. If it weren't for the lack of the core power belonging to the Nirvana order, it would be no different from the real Nirvana order. Next, I need to further refine the Abyssal Sword Cauldron. Lin Sun thought. The power of the Abyssal Sword Cauldron was now unparalleled, far beyond the ordinary immortal weapons. But for Lin Sun, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, he had plundered countless divine materials from the 10 immortal giants, which were enough to greatly improve the power of the Abyssal Sword Cauldron. Master! A joyful voice sounded outside the cave residence, and then the beautiful figure of his disciple, Tang Jiang, flew in and said happily, I have reached the Emperor realm. Lin Sun smiled and said, not bad, not bad. After half a year of teaching and guidance, Tang Jiang, who was already at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, had reached the emperor realm today, which didn't surprise Lin Sun. Now that you've stepped foot into this realm, you can only seek your path in the future on your own. All I can teach you are nothing more than some experiences in cultivating in the emperor realm. You can use it as reference, but you absolutely can't copy it completely, otherwise, it would delay your own path towards the Tao. Lin Sun warned. Tang Jiang nodded hard. Go ahead. You've just broken through, consolidate your realm. From now on, you'll go to the Sky Pavilion to practice. Only through experience can you better check and make up for your shortcomings. Lin Sun said. Master, Tang Jiang's heart suddenly surged with reluctance. In the past 6 months, she had been staying with Lin Sun, guided by Greenwood Taoist physique day and night, and tasted the delicious food cooked by Lin Sun in her spare time. She had long regarded Lin Sun as a father in her heart, so she was naturally reluctant to leave. It's not like you can't see me anymore. Why do you have to be like this? Lin Sun laughed, the young eagle spreads its wings and roams the 9th heaven. Although you have the cultivation of the emperor realm, your shortcomings are also very obvious, that is, you lack the tempering of worldly affairs. In the future, you should take more assessment tasks and experience more things. It's good for you. Well, then I'll come to visit you often in the future. Tang Jiang took a deep breath and said seriously. Watching Tang Jiang's figure leave, Lin Sun couldn't help thinking of Su Bai, his disciple when he was in the ancient desolation realm. He didn't know what realm this disciple had reached now. When I completely refine the Nirvana order, I'll immediately set off for the ancient way of starry sky. Lin Sun made a decision. From this day on, Lin Sun retreated again and devoted almost all his attention to refining the Nirvana order, unaware of the passage of time. Xia Ji had been accompanying Lin Sun all the time. Even if she hadn't spoken to Lin Sun for a long time, even if she had been staying in this cavern world, she didn't seem to feel bored. She had always been like this over the years. The world in her heart only contained Lin Sun. More updates. A year passed quickly. On this day, Lin Sun woke up from his meditation and frowned slightly. As early as half a year ago, he had refined the Nirvana order to 90%, but in the next 6 months, he didn't make any progress. No matter how hard he tried to refine the remaining 10% of the core power, he couldn't shake it at all. It seems that this is a bottleneck, far from being solved with time and effort, Lin Sun made an inference. Wu Shuang. With a move of his heart, Wu Shuang's figure appeared out of thin air. Master, what can I do for you? When Lin Sun brought the Luo family back from the sixth heaven, Wu Shuang had also been taken back by him. In your opinion, what is the power of my immortal law now? Lin Sun asked. Wu Shuang was the spirit of the order of heaven in the origin world of the last era. She had survived the calamity of the era and had extremely incredible power. According to her, when she was at her peak, the power she controlled was not weaker than the divine order. The mysteries contained in the divine order and the divine world were all related to the eternal way, and the power of order contained was no different from the power of rules. In other words, when Wu Shuang was at her peak, the power she controlled was no different from the law of heaven. Wu Shuang said in a clear voice, Master's immortal law is not weaker than the divine order, and even stronger than the divine order, but Master's immortal law is the power of the law after all, not the real eternal way. She paused for a moment and said, in my opinion, the reason it's like this is because it's restricted by Master's cultivation. If Master attains the eternal Tao, then the immortal laws are bound to transform into the inconceivable eternal laws, and eternal laws are no different from the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Sun nodded, it seems that my inference is right. No matter how powerful the immortal law is, it is still the power on the path of immortality. It is bound to be impossible to achieve a new transformation due to my own cultivation realm. He completely understood. The remaining 10% of the core power of the Nirvana order was not something he could refine at his current realm, and he needed to prove the eternal way before he could be qualified to refine it completely. Master, your immortal law is already a taboo, even more powerful than the divine order, which means that your current cultivation can fight against the power of the law of heaven and earth. Wu Shuang's voice was clear and sweet. Lin Sun smiled and said, you're such a sweet talker. Don't tell me you're coveting the power of order on me again? Wu Shuang's innocent face revealed a trace of shyness as she said, Master, Wu Shuang is only one step away from recovering to her peak state. Without waiting for him to finish, Lin Sun tossed out 5 ninth-grade heaven-level sequences. Take them. Wu Shuang's beautiful eyes were sparkling as she said excitedly, thank you, Master. I know Master loves Wu Shuang the most. Lin Sun laughed. Although he knew that Wu Shuang had no emotions or intelligence, and that her current actions and expressions were derived from her own order power, it was not artificial at all. It looked very natural and spiritual. Putting away Wu Shuang, Lin Sun was lost in thought. At present, he still had a lot of sequence power on him. However, the only rare 9th-grade heaven-rank sequence power was a pair of purplish-green gourds. Apart from them, there was also Wu Shuang, Little Ming, Little Xian, and the divine-level Grand Prime. Among them, the Grand Prime order was subdued from the 10 devil realms and contained the most primitive way of eternity. According to Wu Shuang, the Grand Prime order at that time was just born, like a young man with a blank sheet of paper, with infinite potential to be excavated. Over the years, the Grand Prime order had been nourished by Lin Sun's Nirvana law. It regarded the Nirvana law as its mother, and it had been constantly reborn and reshaped over the years. However, even Lin Sun himself did not know what it would eventually transform into. But what Lin Sun was sure of was that the power of the Nirvana law could nirvana and reshape the divine level order, just like now, the divine level Grand Prime was constantly being nourished by Lin Sun's immortal law. When Lin Sun proved the way of eternity, he could refine it and condense it into his own eternal law. Of course, he could also leave the divine level order behind. In that case, it would be enough to establish an eternal force in the future. After a long time, Lin Sun woke up from his thoughts. It's time to set off on the journey back to the Starry Sky Ancient Road. He stood up and left the cave residence. A moment later. In the central hall, Lin Sun met with Sky Pavilion Master Xian Failing and Void Pavilion Master De Guyong and talked to them about his decision to head to the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Both of them nodded in agreement. For the current Lin Sun, unless it was his eternal realm true body, there was almost no one in the world who could be his opponent. Moreover, a place like the Starry Sky Ancient Path was just one of the many worlds, and it had long since declined. Over the countless years, it had almost been forgotten by the eternal world. How could there be an opponent who could threaten Lin Sun in such a place? Although the Starry Sky Ancient Path has declined for a long time, it is one of the 4 great Tao ruins, the ultimate. It's adjacent to the Kunlun ruins, so it can be said to be blessed by nature. Xianfeiling came from the Xian family, so he naturally knew the situation of the Starry Sky ancient path like the back of his hand. Unfortunately, although the Kunlun ruins also has opportunities and fortunes, most of them have been taken away long ago. Now, it has become a place of contention during the change of eras. Only the old antiques in the Eternal Realm have the right to compete for it. It's too dangerous. The ultimate is where the orthodoxy of Mount Heart is located. It's known as the origin of the great Tao in the universe. If we trace the source, the eternal world is also related to the ultimate. It's just that a long time ago, the origin power of the ultimate has been exhausted. Otherwise, your orthodoxy of Mount Heart wouldn't have been easily destroyed by the enemy. Hearing this, Lin Sun recalled the core ruins he saw in the ultimate and could not help but sigh. Senior, you also know about the past? Lin Sun asked. Xianfeiling said, of course. However, the destruction of your Mount Heart has nothing to do with the strength of the enemy. Since the beginning of the primordial times, the master of the core had already noticed that the origin power of the ultimate had been exhausted, so he moved the sect to the Kunlun ruins a long time ago. No wonder. Lin Sun nodded. He knew a long time ago that the power that destroyed Mount Heart came from the 6 great Tao courts of the Starry Sky ancient path. However, from the looks of it now, the Fengsuan mountain gate that they had destroyed all those years ago was merely an empty shell. Anyone would be able to do it. By the way, if you leave this time, bring my great-grandson with you. Xianfeiling suddenly said. Lin Sun said, Senior, do you also plan to bring your clansmen to the primordial realm? Xianfeiling nodded and smiled, that's right. I originally planned to go to the Starry Sky ancient path in a few years. However, if you go on my behalf, it will save me a lot of trouble. Lin Sun agreed readily. After bidding farewell to Xianfeiling and De Guyong, he went to look for Xian Jiuyin and Jing Tian Xuanyue. Yuankong Pavilion, Wild Cloud Residence. When he saw Lin Sun, Xian Jiuyin grinned and said, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the world-famous Yuanqing Pavilion Master, Lord Lin. Lin Sun slapped his shoulder, why didn't you bow to the Pavilion Master? Xianfeiling grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. Lin Sun could not help but laugh and said, get ready to go back to the Starry Sky ancient path with me. I'll go too. Not far away, Jing Tian Xuanyue could not help but speak up. Of course I won't leave you alone. Lin Sun looked at Jing Tian Xuanyue with a smile. Her white clothes fluttered with the wind and a golden belt around her waist. She was as beautiful as a painting, and her temperament was as cold as ice. She was becoming more and more beautiful. Like Xian Jiuyin, she had successfully set foot on the immortal path more than 10 years ago and was now in the heavenly longevity realm. Compared to Lin Sun, her progress was not fast. But compared to others, her progress could be said to be lightning fast. Not long after, Lin Sun returned to the cave residence with Xian Jiuyin and Jing Tian Xuanyue. Xia Ji, we should set off. Xia Ji was eating melon seeds when she heard that. She got up and said, let's go. There was no hesitation or thought. It was as natural as if they were just going out for a stroll. Lin Sun left the 5 Taoist bodies behind to guard the Yuan sect and to deal with various matters in the sect at any time. Moreover, Lin Sun also left the Abyssal Sword Cauldron to be refined by the Scarlet Flame Taoist body, the Greenwood Taoist body, and the Platinum Taoist body. With the divine materials and materials obtained from the 10 immortal giants, the power of the Abyssal Sword Cauldron could be increased by a great deal. In short, no matter what Lin Sun did now, as long as he could make use of time, he would not waste a single moment. On that day, Lin Sun, Xia Ji, Xianfeiling, and Jing Tian Xuanyue left the Yuan realm together. Whoosh, in the starry sky of the world beyond the vault of heaven, a skiff carried Lin Sun and the others through the starry sky at an extremely fast speed. In a flash, it crossed a part of the starry sky. It was as if it was sailing through space and time, and it made people feel as if the stars were moving. In just a few hours, a huge golden door that spanned 10,000 feet appeared in their field of vision. It was like a golden rainbow that stretched across the void. This was one of the doors that led to the eternal world from Chaotian City, the 49th immortal pass of the vast 1,000 battle domains. When Lin Sun arrived on the skiff and successfully passed through the golden door, his field of vision changed, and he immediately arrived in Chaotian City. Chaotian City, as the last checkpoint of the vast thousand battle domains, Chaotian City was a hub that connected to the Eternal World. Over the years, many factions from the Eternal World had set up shop in the city. They set up all sorts of shops to purchase all sorts of treasures that could only be found in the vast thousand battle domains. Treasures like the Underworld Pearl and the Skunda Pearl were also highly sought after cultivation resources in the Eternal World. Apart from that, there were also many immortal emperor clans that set up shop in Chaotian City. They were stationed here in order to recruit talents as soon as possible. It should be known that those who could enter the vast thousand battle domains and experience countless bloodshed and slaughter to reach the 49th Immortal Pass were all extremely powerful individuals. In the past, Lin Sun had killed his way from the first Immortal Pass to the 49th Immortal Pass, Chaotian City. At that time, he was in the Juing Emperor realm. When he returned, he was already in the Transcendent Realm Great Perfection. When he arrived in the city, Lin Sun couldn't help but reminisce about the past. He put away the skiff and said, "Everyone, why don't you accompany me for a walk in the city?" P.S. A small modification. Due to the conflict between the two words absolute beginning and absolute beginning bell, the absolute beginning order has been changed to absolute beginning order. Chaotian City was majestic and magnificent, as if it was forged from divine gold. It shone with a cold luster, and there was a faint layer of dark red halo that looked like specks of blood. According to legend, this was the blood of emperors, and even the blood of immortals, that had fallen in the battles of ancient times. Of course, it had long dried up, and its essence had dissipated. Otherwise, this city would be filled with murderous intent and unapproachable. The enormous city gate tower was over 10 kilometers tall, and it was grand and powerful. It emanated a horrifying pressure. This was a pair of gates forged from Star River divine sand mixed with immortal matter, and it was shocking. This was Chaotian City. Since ancient times, countless cultivators in the vast thousand worlds dreamed of reaching this place. As long as they reached this place, they would have the chance to ascend to the eternal true world. The buildings in Chaotian City were all incomparably ancient, and the atmosphere was solemn. The streets crisscrossed, bustling with pedestrians everywhere. Lin Sun and the others restrained their auras as they walked. As they walked, many scenes appeared in Lin Sun's mind. In the past, he had seen Martial Uncle Kong Ju who had lost his mind and seemed to have gone mad in this city. He had participated in the operation of the gods' ruins outside this city, and had become enemies with the 4 Eastern Imperial clans. He had gone through an unparalleled calamity under the primordial tree of Myriad Dao, and reached the Ancestor Realm. He had killed Qi Lingyun, Zhongli Xiao, and Qi Pijuan, the peerless experts from the 8th heaven. It was also outside the gods' ruins that he had encountered a murderous calamity, and was protected by his 4th senior brother Ling Xuanzi and Martial Uncle Kong Ju, which had allowed him to escape by luck. The various events of the past seemed to be vivid in his mind, and Lin Sun was filled with emotion. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the location of the Boundary Battle Steel. The Boundary Battle Steel could measure the battle strength of emperors and their achievements in the vast thousand battles domains. Lin Sun had once ranked first on the Xian ranking, and was unparalleled. Many figures gathered in front of the Boundary Battle Steel. Each of them had a powerful aura, and emitted an extraordinary might. Some were elegant, some were domineering, some were like fairies descending to the mortal world, and some were like rulers patrolling the world. Since ancient times, those who were able to enter the Great Thousand Battle Domain were all martial emperors and above. On the other hand, those who were able to traverse all the way from the first pass of immortality to finally arrive at the 49th pass of immortality were the most extraordinary and peerless figures in the Emperor realm. They were ruthless figures that were 1 in a million. Without a doubt, those near the domain battle steel were all peerless figures. Senior Lin Sun came to this place to test his ranking in the past. At that time, he had yet to verify his Dao and reach the end of Ancestral Emperor realm, but now, it is said that he is the most dazzling giant of Immortal Realm and Eternal True World. Someone sighed. Lin Sun, the peerless Emperor Realm experts nearby narrowed their eyes with different expressions on their faces. There are talents in every generation. The era of Lin Sun is destined to turn over. The world is destined to belong to us in the future. Someone's eyes shone brightly, filled with ambition. That's right. We've gone through countless battles and trials of life and death to reach Chaotian City. In the future, we will definitely shine brilliantly in the eternal true world and create our own legends. Yes, that's how a real man should be. For a time, many voices resounded, and all of them were complacent and heroic. Lin Sun, Xianfei Ling, and the others looked at each other, and they could not help but smile. With their current status, they would naturally not care about these things. Instead, they found it very interesting, because they had also walked through this path in the past. In a great river, the new generation would surpass the old, and the new generation would surpass the old. However, in Xianfei Ling and Jin Tian Xianyu's eyes, if the new generation after generation wanted to break the records Lin Sun had created in the past, it was practically impossible. Shameless boasting. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice rang in the air, causing the great emperors who were filled with heroic spirits to frown. They looked over at the same time. A young man in hemp robes with a sword on his back walked over. May I ask all of you here, how many of you have been in End Emperor realm for less than 500 years? The people looked at each other. They did not quite understand what he meant. Then let me ask one more thing. How many of you have been in End Emperor realm for less than 200 years? The young man in hemp robes with a sword on his back swept his gaze over the people present. In an instant, the atmosphere became even quieter. The people could vaguely guess what the young man in hemp robes with a sword on his back wanted to say. Why is no one saying anything? Said the young man in hemp robes with a sword on his back. Fine, I will tell you directly. When Senior Lin Sun was in End Emperor realm, he had only cultivated for less than 100 years. Until now, he has cultivated for less than 400 years. In terms of age, he might not even be as old as most of you, but he is now an immortal giant whose name shakes the entire eternal true world. Do you know what an immortal giant is? It's someone whose cultivation has reached transcendent realm. Do you know what it means to shake the world? It means that the entire 9 heavens knows his name. The moment he said this, the entire place became silent. Everyone was stunned, and their emotions surged. Reaching End Emperor realm in less than 100 years, reaching transcendent realm in less than 400 years, shaking the entire 9 heavens, every single word was like a huge mountain pressing down on the hearts of the peerless great emperors. Some of them looked ashamed, while others were stunned. Some of them looked unconvinced and said coldly, "Who are you? How do you know about Lin Sun's background?" Just based on what you said, who knows? Whether it's true or not. The young man in hemp robes with a sword on his back said, "Whether you believe me or not, it's up to you." After that, he turned around and left. This guy seems to be very familiar with you. Xianjiuyin, who saw all of this, could not help but be surprised. If my disciple is still not familiar with me, his master, wouldn't that be too outrageous? Lin Sun said and chased after him. Previously, they had concealed their presence, so no one noticed them. But now, when Lin Sun chased after him, the young man in hemp robes with a sword on his back instantly became alert. He said without turning his head, "What? You're not convinced and want to fight? This Chaotian city is covered by the power of order. Why don't we fight outside the city?" His voice was calm, but full of arrogance and confidence. A laugh sounded, "Yo, we haven't seen each other for so many years, and now you dare to challenge me." The young man in hemp robes with a sword on his back shuddered and turned around quickly. When he saw the face of the person who spoke, his previously calm and composed face could not help but show a hint of astonishment, and his eyes widened bit by bit. After a while, he seemed to have reacted and cried out involuntarily, "Master, why are you here?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. I just arrived in this city, but I didn't expect to run into you." The young man in hemp robes with a sword on his back in front of him was Su Bai. After many years, Su Bai had set foot in the emperor realm of Ju Shui and had reached the 8th level, not far from the ancestor realm of Ju Shui emperor. This surprised Lin Sun. Back then, he had returned to the ancient Desolation realm and personally rescued Su Bai, who was fighting in the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. At that time, Su Bai was only in the quasi-emperor realm. Now, in just over 100 years, Su Bai had become a peak existence in the 8th level of the emperor realm. This progress was indeed great. Of course, compared with Tang Jiang, who had been staying in the Yuan church to cultivate, he was a little inferior. After all, one was placed in the starry sky ancient road to be raised, while the other had been carefully cultivated by a group of old monsters in the Yuan Church since childhood. However, Subai's temperament and state of mind, which had been tempered by countless bloody killings, were far from comparable to Tang Jiang. At this time, summer solstice, Xianxia and Xianxia all came over. "Is this the disciple named Subai you mentioned?" Xianxia looked up and down at Subai and could not help but be amazed. "Yes," Lin Sun said and introduced Subai to everyone. Until this moment, Subai still felt like he was dreaming. Over the years, he had crossed the starry sky and killed all the way from the first immortal pass to Chaotian City. No matter where he went, he could hear people talking about his master. He would often fantasize about what it would be like when he met his master in the eternal true world. How could he have imagined that he would meet his master in this Chaotian City? It was too unexpected and very pleasant. "Let's go and find a place to have a good chat." Lin Sun also had a lot of things in his heart to ask Subai. "Master, wait a moment." Subai looked a little uncomfortable and said, "I still have to wait for someone." "Who?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. At this moment, a sweet voice sounded in the distance. "Husband, you're actually here." Accompanied by the voice, a slender figure, fair-skinned, and beautiful woman in a blue dress came over. Lin Sun immediately recognized that this woman was Gu Shi. Back in the ancient Desolation domain, it was Gu Shi who trekked all the way to the Lin family's residence to ask for help from Lin Sun, so that Lin Sun could reach the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass in time and rescue Subai, who was trapped in a helpless place. "It turns out that you've become cultivation companions," Lin Sun said with a smile. At this time, Gu Shi also saw Lin Sun's appearance clearly and could not help but be surprised. "Senior, how come it's you?" Subai quickly explained, but Gu Shi still looked very surprised. Obviously, she never expected to see Lin Sun here. "Let's go. I remember that there's a Baofeng building in this Chaotian city, and the divine wine winding stream scoop sold there is superb. I'll take you there to have a taste," Lin Sun said with a smile. Back then, the insane martial Uncle Kong Ju appeared outside Baofeng building and clamored to drink winding stream scoop. In an elegant room of Baofeng building, jars of winding stream scoop were served one after another, and there were all kinds of delicacies. Lin Sun and the others sat down one by one, drinking and chatting happily. However, just a moment later, there was a knock on the closed door of the room. Bang bang bang, the knock on the door was very rough and heavy, and a cold voice also sounded outside. "Subai, I know you're inside. Come out if you have the guts." Lin Sun and the others looked at each other and then at Subai. Subai frowned. "Master, wait here for a moment, I'll be back soon." As he spoke, he stood up. Gu Shi also got up. "I'll go with you. It's just a small matter." "Ashi, stay and talk to Master, I'll solve it." Subai pushed the door open and went out. "I'll continue to add chapters tonight in the next chapter." Lin Sun would not show off in front of his disciple, so don't scold the plot first. "I'm really scared of being scolded, so I'll give you a warning first." As soon as Subai walked out of the room, he closed the door. The atmosphere in the room was much quieter, and only Xia was eating and drinking by herself. "Child, shall I go and have a look?" Xianxia couldn't help asking. Lin Sun shook his head. "Let him solve it by himself. You've just gotten your butt warm, and now you're being targeted by your enemies. I'm afraid your disciple has caused quite a lot of trouble." Xianxia tooted. Lin Sun smiled and said, "The rise of the strong must be accompanied by a storm of blood." Over the years, Subai must have made a lot of enemies on the way to Chaotian City. "When I came to Chaotian City, I caused more trouble." "It's normal," Gu Shi said softly. "Senior, you're right." Subai often said that all the disputes in the world are whetstones to temper his cultivation. He is never afraid of trouble, but he is afraid that there are not enough whetstones. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel gratified. With such a state of mind, the great Tao is expected. He asked, "When did you leave the ancient Desolation domain?" Gu Shi said, "It was about 60 years ago." At that time, Subai had already reached the Emperor realm. He wholeheartedly wanted to pursue a higher path, so he took me across the starry sky and came to this vast thousand-battle domain. However, we didn't rush. Subai regarded it as a cultivation and stopped along the way. Until now, we just arrived at Chaotian City. 60 years ago, Lin Sun pondered. What was the situation of the Lin family when you left? When he was in seclusion in Yuan Church to prepare for the immortal path, Fu Wenli and other deputy pavilion masters mobilized the power of the immortal giants behind them to go to the ancient desolation domain in order to disturb his state of mind, trying to capture his relatives and friends. Later, Xian Feiling gave a jade slip to Lin Sun, which was handed over by Zhao Jingxian to the Xian family, and then passed on to Yuan Church. There was only one sentence written on the jade slip: our Lin family is hidden in the ultimate land. Don't worry, don't worry. It was signed by Zhao Jingxian. It was also this jade slip that swept away Lin Sun's worries in those years. But it was foreseeable that the force sent by Fu Wenli had indeed entered the lower realm of the ancient desolation domain. Otherwise, the Lin family in Ziyao Empire would not have moved to the ultimate land. Gushi sorted out his thoughts for a moment before he spoke tirelessly. After Lin Sun left, the spirit of heaven and earth in the lower realm had been bursting, attracting the attention of the entire ancient desolation domain. The original Taoist sect, which was established by Lin Sun, also flourished and became the top orthodoxy in the mortal world. Even the demon forces in the Soul Oblivion Sea did not dare to offend it. But 70 years ago, a group of extremely strong people suddenly came to the lower realm to capture Lin. By name. Lin as they were Lin's family, they as possible. At that time, the head of the Xian family, Xianxia, immediately arrived at the primeval Dao sect where the Lin family was located and told them the news. Therefore, they were able to evacuate from the Ziyao Empire before the massacre. In the end, all the people of Lin family and Yuanzhi Taoist sect moved into the secret world of Kor in the ultimate land. Except for losing their original territory, they did not suffer any loss. After about 10 years, Su Bai and Gushi set off and left the ultimate ruins, beginning their cultivation journey to the vast thousand-battle domain. Knowing this, Lin Sun felt a lot more at ease. If I see your father when I go back this time, I'll invite him for a drink. Lin Sun looked at Xianjiuyin. Xianjiuyin smiled and said, invite him, why? Just invite me. Why not? Come on, let's have a drink first. Lin Sun raised his glass with a smile and drank it up. Originally, he planned to ask about the situation of his relatives and friends, but he gave up after thinking about it. Su Bai and Gushi had been away for about 60 years. They were doomed to not know what had happened in these 60 years. It was best to go back and see for himself. It didn't take long for Su Bai to come back, looking calm. Is it settled? Asked Lin Sun. Su Bai nodded and said, yes, thank you for your concern just now. Gushi could not help but glance at him. A small matter? He had made many enemies along the way, and they were all powerhouses from the big forces of the eternal true world. How could it be a small matter? However, seeing that Su Bai was unwilling to mention it in front of Lin Sun, Gushi finally held back. Lin Sun smiled and said, it's a blessing for us master and disciple to reunite here today. Come, let's drink. Su Bai also smiled, picked up his glass, and said, a toast to master. The banquet lasted for several hours before it ended. Finally, Lin Sun asked, do you want to go back to the Starry Sky Ancient Road with me? Su Bai hesitated for a moment and said, Master, I want to follow the path you took back then and kill my way to the eternal God realm in one go. However, I'll still listen to your arrangements. Lin Sun nodded and said, in that case, I won't force you. Let's part ways here. I won't let you down. Su Bai bowed and saluted. As long as you stick to your path, Lin Sun said with a smile. On the same day, he left Chaotian City with Summer Solstice, Xianjiuyin, and Jingtian Xianyue. After watching Lin Sun and the others disappear, Su Bai retracted his gaze and said with emotion, I haven't seen you for many years, master. Your power has become stronger. Before leaving, Lin Sun gave him a jade slip imprinted with his cultivation experience, which was now carefully stored by him. Gushi could not help but ask, husband, why didn't you tell master about the situation you were facing at the banquet? Su Bai smiled and said, if I bother master with these trivial matters, it would seem that I'm too incompetent as a disciple. Don't worry. No matter how dangerous it is, I'll protect you with my life. Gushi sighed softly and said, you just have to be strong. With my current reputation in the eternal true world, I can easily solve the enemies you're facing now. Subai patted Gushi on the shoulder and said, I know you're worried about my safety, but there are some things that are best done by yourself. Gushi nodded in agreement. She did not tell Subai that when Lin Sun left, he had given her a jade talisman and told her that if she encountered a killing tribulation that she could not resolve, she only needed to use her own cultivation to activate the jade talisman. Sure enough, Senior knows my husband's temperament the best. You know that if I give this jade talisman to my husband, he will definitely not accept it. Gushi sighed in her heart. Brother Lin, your disciple is really not simple. On the way, Xianxia could not help but sigh with emotion. In him, I see some similar temperament to yours. Both of you stick to your heart and stick to the path, but he's different from you. His temperament is as sharp as a sword. He seems to be extremely restrained in front of you, but when facing enemies, he won't restrain himself at all. He'd better be different from me, Lin Sun said casually. Those who learn from me will live, and those who imitate me will die. It's the best thing for him to seek his own path. Xianxia thought about it and could not help but ask, are you really not worried that he will encounter trouble in Chaotian City? Lin Sun smiled and said, if my disciple can't even solve these problems, it would seem that I'm too incompetent as his master. Of course, he did not tell Xianxia that when he left, he gave Gushi a jade talisman, which was imprinted with his willpower. Even if he encountered a transcendent realm great perfection, it could easily kill him. Lin Sun did not delay the rest of the journey. He drove a small boat and crossed the boundless 1,000 battle domains 49 immortal passes in just an hour and entered the boundless world. 10 days later. A small boat carried Lin Sun and the others across many starry world plains. According to Lin Sun's estimation, they would arrive at the starry ancient path in another 3 days. Whoosh! 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 From then on, Lin Sun encountered many figures trekking in the starry sky. Almost all of them were figures above the Emperor realm. Occasionally, he even saw figures of immortal figures. This surprised Lin Sun. Of course, among those immortal figures, the strongest was only in the heavenly longevity realm great perfection. They were nothing in Lin Sun's eyes. However, this was the boundless world. It had long surpassed the boundaries of the eternal world. But now, there were so many old fellows heading in the same direction. This was very abnormal. According to Lin Sun's knowledge, only the top 10 starry worlds in the boundless world had immortal figures. Most of them were old monsters who had endured for countless years on the path of cultivation. Could it be that they are going to the starry sky ancient path like us? Xian Failing joked. Maybe, Lin Sun said. Suddenly, he sensed an immortal level aura sweeping over from the distant starry sky. He immediately went forward, fellow Taoist, please wait. It was a black-robed old man. His aura was extremely strong, and he was accompanied by a group of Emperor realm figures. Originally, the black-robed old man frowned, seemingly displeased. However, when he sensed a trace of aura unintentionally leaking from Lin Sun, his body trembled. He immediately cupped his hands and greeted, I'm Wen Tianqi from the Tianqian world. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Lin Sun nodded slightly and said, pardon me for asking, but along the way, I've seen many people passing through the starry sky and heading in one direction. Why? Wen Tianqi was surprised, fellow Taoist, don't you know? Lin Sun said, please enlighten me. Wen Tianqi hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare to teach you. I only know that around 10 years ago, there was news that an unbelievable change had occurred in the ruins of End on the ancient path in the starry sky, and many peerless fortunes were born there. After a pause, he continued, but after all, it was a rumor, and few people took it seriously. But not long ago, there was conclusive news that someone obtained a heaven-defying fortune in the ultimate. It was said that it was a Taoist sword filled with eternal aura. Its origin was amazing. Speaking of this, when Tianqi's eyes also became hot, after such news came out, the whole boundless world knew about it. Those people you saw before should be planning to go to the ultimate to find out, just like me. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 10 years ago, there was a shocking change in the ultimate, more updates. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, thank you. Then, he stepped aside. Wen Tianqi relaxed as if relieved of a heavy burden. He was sure that Lin Sun was really asking about something and not blocking the way. Goodbye. He hurried away with the people around him. When he could no longer see Lin Sun and the others, an emperor beside him asked in confusion, "Supreme Elder, who was that person just now? Why are you so polite?" When Tianqi's eyes flickered as he said, "An extremely terrifying existence. Earlier, he intentionally leaked a trace of his aura to let me know. Otherwise, with my cultivation level, I wouldn't be able to see exactly how high he is. However, what I can be sure of is that as long as he wants to, killing someone like me would be as easy as blowing off dust." Everyone around him gasped and were extremely astounded in their hearts. "Let's go." When Tianqi didn't dare to stay any longer and led the people on their way. At the beginning of the primordial times, the origin energy of the ruin's end had already dried up. Why would such a shocking change occur now? Moreover, a Tao sword that is branded with the aura of eternity has even appeared. Xianxia was puzzled. "I don't care about any shocking change. I'm just worried that all the strong people in the world will be attracted there and my friends and family will be affected." Lin Sun frowned. "Let's go to the ultimate land first, then to the Xian family." Xianxia made a decision. Lin Sun nodded. Next, they hurried with all their might. Along the way, they met more and more figures, all moving across the starry sky like a group of whistling meteors. It was a spectacular scene. However, these figures were soon overtaken by Lin Sun's boat. Before they could see clearly, the boat had already disappeared in the vast starry sky. "We're here." Lin Sun reached the 3-day journey in just 1 day. When he saw the familiar starry sky ancient path, Lin Sun was slightly excited. It had been more than 100 years since he left the starry sky ancient path. "Brother Lin, did you notice that the rules of heaven and earth of the starry sky ancient path seem to have changed?" Xianxia glanced around the starry sky and couldn't help asking. "It's indeed different from before." Lin Sun nodded. The starry sky ancient path had 9 major starfields, and each starfield had numerous worlds. Among them, the central starfield where the Grand Mist world was located was the core of the starry sky ancient path. At this moment, they had only arrived at the outer region of the starry sky ancient path, but they immediately sensed that the laws of heaven and earth covering the starry sky ancient path had changed. In the past, the laws of the heavens and the earth were extremely damaged, and it was what cultivators called that heaven Tao is incomplete. So, it was to the extent that it depended on luck to be able to step foot onto the absolute path towards the Tao throughout the countless years of the past, and the strongest existence in the entire ancient path of the starry sky was merely at the imperial ancestor realm. Furthermore, he wasn't even sovereign ancestor Zhu Shui, he was only a realm 9 ancestor. It wasn't that cultivators didn't want to advance a step further on their path towards the Tao, and it was instead because the Grand Tao was incomplete. It seemed like the path towards the Tao had been broken, and it was impossible to advance a step further. At the same time, due to the incomplete laws of the world, the entire starry sky ancient path could only withstand the power of the 9th stage martial ancestor level. Once an expert that surpassed this realm appeared, it would cause a drastic change in the world. Yet now, Lin Sun sensed that the laws of the heavens and the earth in the starry sky ancient path had actually become complete and powerful a long time ago. Moreover, it surged with a primitive and ancient fluctuation of vitality. The current starry sky ancient path can already support it. Immortal level power. Lin Sun sensed it calmly. He probed it bit by bit, and when the energy he emanated was barely at the perfection stage of the heavenly longevity realm, it just happened to be the limit that the laws of the starry sky could endure. This was merely the outer area of the starry sky ancient path. Moreover, Lin Sun sensed that the deeper he went into the starry sky ancient path, the denser the ancient vitality that suffused the laws of the heavens and the earth was. "Brother Lin, this change is too shocking." Perhaps the 9th stage martial ancestor level was the supreme existence in the starry sky ancient path in the past, but now, it's sufficient to give birth to existences at the immortal realm. Xianxia couldn't help but be visibly moved. Only a few years had passed, yet the starry sky ancient path had actually undergone such a shocking change, and it had completely exceeded their expectations. Over 10 years ago, this starry sky ancient path was an extremely declining starry sky, and it was ranked outside the top 100 in the vast 1,000 worlds. But according to its current trend of transformation, it'll probably become on par with the top 3 starry skies in the vast thousand worlds. A group of figures appeared extremely far away in the sky, and some sighed with emotion. "Ancestor, why is that?" One of them humbly asked for guidance. "Have you noticed the vitality in the laws of the heavens and the earth? It's said that this vitality was born in the ultimate ruin of the 4 great Tao ruins, and the ultimate ruin is the origin of all Taos in the universe. If we trace its source, even the eternal true world's essence power is somewhat related to the ultimate ruin." The ultimate ruin. All of this is related to the shocking change that occurred in the ultimate ruin? That's right. 10 years ago, an unpredictable change occurred in the ultimate ruin. From then on, a primitive and ancient vitality surged out and spread through the starry sky ancient path, causing the broken laws of the heavens and the earth to transform. In just a short 10 years, the starry sky ancient path has become completely different. Isn't the ultimate ruin a little too mystical? Didn't they say that its essence power had been exhausted a long time ago? Even a withered tree will have its spring, and the ultimate ruin is one of the 4 great Tao ruins. It's not surprising that such a shocking change has occurred. Instead, the starry sky ancient path's luck has changed, and it has monopolized the kismet of the heavens. If my guess is correct, the starry sky ancient path's ranking in the vast thousand worlds will continue to rise. As they talked, the group of people had already moved to the starry sky. It turns out that all these changes are related to the ultimate ruin. Xianxia couldn't help but be surprised. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Lin Sun frowned slightly. You've seen it along the way. Strong people from all the major starry sky of the vast thousand worlds are like sharks smelling blood. They're willing to do anything in order to compete for opportunities and good fortune. For the creatures of the starry sky ancient path, this is a great disaster. If the forces in the starry sky ancient path can't resist this invasion, the world is destined to be controlled by those outsiders in the future. They'll take over the place of the magpie's nest. Of course, in the long run, the rise of the starry sky ancient path is unstoppable. This is a blessing for all the cultivators in the world. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. After all, the starry sky ancient path has been declining for too long. In the past, the most powerful people were only the 9th realm ancestors. This shocking change has only lasted for more than 10 years. I'm afraid there can't be many powerful figures emerging. Under such circumstances, how can they resist the invasion of those outsiders? Monopolizing the kismet of the heavens and enjoying the good fortune, we should bear the burden. This is the general trend. Shaking his head, Lin Sun stopped thinking about it and continued on his way. Brother Lin, are you just going to watch the starry sky ancient path being invaded by those outsiders? On the way, Xianxia couldn't help asking. We've just come back. The previous analysis is just speculation. We don't know the current situation of the starry sky ancient path. What we need to do now is to understand the situation. Lin Sun said casually. He didn't have any sense of belonging to the starry sky ancient path. On his way to rise, he was suppressed and hated by the major forces of the ancient wilderness and even the primordial world. What really made Lin Sun feel a sense of belonging was the mortal world, the world where Xiao Empire was located, several hours later. The outline of the primordial world appeared in Lin Sun's vision. This was the first world of the starry sky ancient path, carrying many memories of Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun didn't plan to go there because he was worried about the safety of his relatives and friends. However, just as he was about to continue to teleport to the ultimate ruins, an earth-shattering sound of fighting suddenly came from the distant starry sky. Chase him. We can't let that old thing escape. Hurry up. A thunderous shout echoed in the starry sky. A figure was fleeing in the void, with a group of figures chasing after him. Along the way, Lin Sun had seen many similar scenes, so he wasn't surprised. He didn't intend to pay attention to it, but when he saw the figure being chased, he stopped. The man's body was stained with blood and was seriously injured. His thin cheeks were pale and transparent, and the Taoist sword in his hand was broken. He looked extremely embarrassed. Emperor Greenleaf? Lin Sun was stunned. In his mind, he recalled the scenes when he went to the black-yellow Taoist court to participate in the Battle of Tao. At that time, the Taoist courts held the Battle of Tao in order to select a group of young strongmen to go to the forbidden area of ancient immortals to explore opportunities. It was in the black-yellow Taoist court at that time that Lin Sun met Emperor Greenleaf. He was an old acquaintance of Ruosu world and also the martial uncle of Tai Shu Hong, the headmaster of the black-yellow Taoist court. Lin Sun had almost forgotten these old things. But he didn't expect to see him under such circumstances. Kill. Just when Lin Sun was in a daze, Emperor Greenleaf had been caught up by the enemy and surrounded. Greenleaf, hand over the black-yellow heaven-suppressing token, and I can let you die quickly. Among those enemies, the leader was a man in a grey robe. When he spoke, he waved a bronze halberd in his hand and attacked fiercely. What diffused from his body was the power of Emperor Xianxia. The group of experts around the grey-robed man were either great emperors who had stepped into the peak, or Realm 9 ancestors. In the starry sky ancient path, such a lineup was amazing and could be called the existence at the top of Tao. It's over, Emperor Greenleaf felt bitter in his heart, but his expression was extremely firm. He said in a hoarse voice, even if I destroy the black-yellow heaven-suppressing token, I will never let you succeed. As he said, he took out a golden token from his sleeve and was about to destroy it. How dare you? The man in a grey robe was furious. The halberd in his hand roared and spread out the surging light of Tao. At this critical moment, he completely imprisoned and suppressed Emperor Greenleaf. Give it to me. The man in a grey robe grabbed the golden token in Emperor Greenleaf's hand. At this moment, despair appeared in Emperor Greenleaf's eyes. But also at this moment, a tall figure appeared in front of Emperor Greenleaf and said softly, Senior Greenleaf, long time no see. As the tall figure appeared, bang, the power of the grey-robed man's grab silently turned into bubbles and dissipated. Boom, following that, the attacks of the other people nearby were all blocked and neutralized before they could even get close to him. The grey-robed man's pupils shrank as he realized something was wrong. He shouted, Who are you? How dare you stop the vast floating divine court? The scene quieted down. The grey-robed man and his companions looked gloomy and uncertain. Escaping death, Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf looked incredulously at the figure in front of him. You are Emperor Daoyuan? Lin Sun nodded, so Senior still remembers me. Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf said excitedly, It's really you. I thought it was a dream. Didn't you go to the other side of the starry sky? Lin Sun said, I just came back. Senior, who are these people? Why are they chasing you? Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf suddenly realized how dangerous the situation was. He said with a pale face, Run, they are from the mystical rising star field. There are terrifying existences at the immortal level in their force. Want to leave? Too late. Not far away, the grey-robed man who had been ignored said gloomily, What Emperor Daoyuan? You must die for offending the vast floating divine court. Slap, an invisible palm fiercely slapped the grey-robed man's body. His body instantly exploded into pieces, and even his primordial spirit was reduced to nothingness. Xianxia smiled mockingly. In the past, Emperor Xianxia was an existence we could only look up to. But now, you are just like grass. One slap killed Emperor Xianxia. The expert who came with the grey-robed man shivered and his expression changed completely. Don't waste my master's time. As she spoke, Jing Tian Xianxia waved her fair hand, and a strand of sword energy swept through the starry sky. All the experts that were pursuing Imperial Ancestor Greenleaf were annihilated like pieces of paper. Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf was stunned, completely shaken. They were experts from the vast floating divine court of the mystical rising star field. But Lin Sun and his companions didn't care at all. Senior, we are safe now. Lin Sun said softly, Can you tell me why they are chasing you? Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and told the whole story. 10 years ago, the shocking changes in the endless ruins attracted the attention of the major starry sky planes of the vast thousand worlds. Since then, the top forces of the major starry sky planes have come one after another. The vast sea divine court from the Godrise star domain was one of them. Everyone knew that after this shocking event, the ancient path of stars would undergo a heaven-shaking transformation. If one cultivated here in the future, they would definitely benefit immensely. Thus, these foreign forces made the same. decision almost at the same time, to establish their own forces in the starry sky ancient path. The most direct and effective way to establish a force was undoubtedly to annex the original forces of the starry sky ancient road and replace them. That is, to occupy a magpie's nest. Under such circumstances, the starry sky ancient path's 6 great Tao courts were immediately targeted by the foreign forces. At this point in time, the Universe Tao Court, Demon Court, Panwu Tao Court, and Primordial Tao Court had been successively devoured and collapsed a long time ago, and the forces and territories they controlled were all occupied by foreign powers. Those experts who chose to submit still had a chance to live, while those who chose to resist were slaughtered without exception. The Black-Yellow Tao Court was no exception. It encountered a great disaster and was targeted by the vast Sea Divine Court. The entire sect fell apart overnight. Only a small group of people, including Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf, were lucky enough to survive. And the reason why Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf was hunted down was that he had the Black-Yellow Heaven Suppressing Token in his hand. With this treasure, he could use the power of order that covered the sect. After understanding this, Lin Sun was stunned. Originally, he had returned this time with the intention of seeking revenge on those enemy forces. For example, among the 6 great Tao courts, the Guiyuan Tao court was established by eldest senior brother Dozhan Emperor, the Black-Yellow Tao court had always remained neutral, and the other 4 great Tao courts were all enemies of Lin Sun. But now he knew that these enemy forces had all met with disaster. The impermanence of the world could be seen from this. Moreover, according to Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf, the 10 great war clans in the Starry Sky Ancient Path had also encountered great disasters in these years. Some died, some fled, and their fates were extremely tragic. In other words, in the current Starry Sky Ancient Path, most of the top forces that had survived for countless years had disappeared under the invasion of foreign forces. The key was that although the shocking changes in the ultimate had caused the laws of heaven and earth to change, it had also attracted the covetous eyes of the top forces of the major starry sky planes. As a result, in recent years, everywhere on the Starry Sky Ancient Path had been a bloody scene of slaughter and battle. In particular, the primordial world, which was known as the first world in the starry sky, had become a place that foreign forces fought to seize. It could be said that the current Starry Sky Ancient Path was no longer the place that Lin Sun was familiar with in the past. And the Starry Sky Ancient Path had become so turbulent, it could be imagined how chaotic the situation in the ultimate, the land of origin that had undergone a shocking change, was. This made Lin Sun's heart tighten again. Everyone in the Lin family was in the core world of the ultimate, and it could be said that they were in the teeth of the storm. How could they not be affected by such a storm? Mr. I want to go home. Suddenly, Xianxia Xianxia spoke, a trace of worry on her beautiful face. After understanding the situation, she clearly thought of the Xianxia clan in the White Sovereign Galaxy, and her heart was filled with worry. Xianxia sighed, "Xianxia, let me say something that is critical." Back then, the Xianxia clan was worried that they would be implicated by Brother Lin, so they ordered you to disassociate yourself from Brother Lin, or else you would be expelled from the clan. But you refused to do so, so you are no longer a member of the Xianxia clan. Lin Sun said, "Breaking the bone still connects the tendons." Back then, the Xianxia clan was trying to protect themselves, and although they did go overboard, it was also because of me that Miss Xianxia suffered such treatment. No matter what, there must be relatives in the Xianxia clan that Miss Xianxia cares about, so it is only right for her to go back and visit them. Xianxia Xuanyua's clear eyes were filled with gratitude. "Mister, you understand me the best. On my way to the ultimate, we will pass by the White Sovereign Galaxy, so let's go to the Xianxia clan together." Lin Sun made a decision. Then, he looked at Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf and handed a bottle of medicinal pills to him. "Senior, these are healing pills, please accept them. The world is in chaos now, so please take care." Greenleaf's expression was complicated, and he refused Lin Sun's medicinal pills. "Back then, the Black-Yellow Celestial Court was worried that we would get into trouble, so we have always maintained a neutral attitude, and never gave any help to Mount Mind Heart. Now that you have saved my life, I am already very surprised and grateful. How can I still accept your medicinal pills?" He cupped his hands. "Emperor Daoyuan, I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned and left. The injured and broken figure looked extremely bleak and desolate. Watching him leave, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. Back then, the black-yellow celestial court said that they were neutral, but in fact, they were worried that they would get into trouble, so they had been watching the world from the sidelines. There was nothing wrong with this in itself. But it was obvious that Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf didn't help Lin Sun back then, and now Lin Sun saved his life, which made him feel very ashamed. That was why he refused Lin Sun's elixir and left. This Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf has some strength of character, Xianxia said. In this world, no one can stay out of it. The mistake of the black-yellow celestial court is that they think they can remain neutral in the world situation. This attitude can indeed not offend anyone, but it is impossible to get true friendship. Lin Sun said, in the past, the black-yellow celestial court was one of the 6 major Taoist courts, so there was no need to worry about any disaster, but now, shaking his head, Lin Sun didn't say anything more. Xianxia understood and said with a smile, if the black-yellow celestial court gave you a little help in those days, when you come back today and see them suffering such a disaster, I am afraid that you would have already gone to avenge them instead of being as indifferent as you are now. Lin Sun didn't comment. The ways of the world were like drinking water, and only one knew whether it was warm or cold. Let's go to the White Emperor Star area. Lin Sun drove a boat and took them straight on the road. There were 9 major star areas on the Starry Sky Ancient Road, and the White Emperor Star area was the closest to the Central Star area. And the Jintian clan was the first Emperor clan in the White Bottom Star area. Under the invasion of the foreign forces, a great force like the Jintian clan that controlled a star area was destined to be unable to stay out of it. In fact, it was true. Recently, the Jintian clan had fallen into a precarious situation of internal and external troubles. The Daheng Sword House from the Heaven Capital World had ordered that the Jintian clan only had 2 choices, to surrender or to be exterminated. The deadline for the Jintian clan to make a decision was 3 days. The forces from the Daheng Sword House had already gathered in an area only 10,000 miles away from the Jintian clan. The army was pressing on and would be sent out at any time. At this time, there was also a serious disagreement in the Jintian clan. A group of big shots of the clan were unwilling to surrender and wanted to fight the Daheng Sword House to the end. They believed that as long as they could hold on for a period of time, a large number of powerful figures would emerge from the Jintian clan as the rules of heaven and earth became stronger and stronger, and it was very likely that a real immortal would be born. But another group of big shots opposed this. They believed that in the current situation, in order to preserve the clan's life, they had to swallow the humiliation and choose to surrender to the Daheng Sword House. This disagreement made the Jintian clan become at daggers drawn, and they were incompatible like fire and water. The Daheng Sword House gave the Jintian clan only 3 days to consider. But in just one day, internal strife broke out in the Jintian clan. A group of big shots led by the Great Elder, Jintian Wuhong, suddenly took action and captured the big shots led by the clan master, Jintian Jingyuan, and firmly controlled the power of the clan. On the same day, the Great Elder, Jintian Wuhong, led a group of big shots to surrender to the Daheng Sword House. Thank you, Awatara Guild Master. For your reward, I will continue to update tonight. In addition, on the 30th of the month, Goldfish will make a big profit to celebrate this month's reward. At that time, I will try to make 7 to 10 updates. The Jintian clan. Within the clan's main hall, the Grand Elder, Jintian Wuhong, led a group of great figures and stood solemnly. On the central seat was a white-robed man that was handsome like a youth. Lightning flowed within his eyes as they blinked, and a terrifying aura suffused the air, causing everyone in the hall to tremble with fear. Fang Xiaoyun, the Daheng Sword House's supreme elder, an eternal existence that had stepped foot into the heavenly longevity realm, even though he was just a single person, his aura oppressed all the great figures of the Jintian clan to the point of lowering their heads. If you choose to submit, then you should act like you're submitting. I heard that a group of people in your clan refused to submit and want to fight my Daheng Sword House to the end. May I know where these people are now? Fang Xiaoyun spoke indifferently from the central seat. His words caused the expressions of Jintian Wuhong and the others to change, and they realized that the situation was bad. Senior, those sinners have been captured and imprisoned in the forbidden area of the clan, and it's impossible for them to cause any more trouble. Don't worry, senior. From today onward, my Jingtian clan will definitely follow the lead of the Daheng Sword House and obey its orders. Jingtian Wuhong cupped his hands solemnly. Obey its orders? Well said. Fang Xiaoyun clapped and smiled. Since it's like that, then bring those sinners over right now. Jingtian Wuhong's heart sank as he vaguely sensed what Fang Xiaoyun intended to do. What? You said you'd obey its orders just now, but you're hesitating now? Fang Xiaoyun frowned, and a terrifying pressure spread out, causing Jingtian Wuhong's hairs to stand on end, and he was almost suffocating. He didn't dare hesitate any longer and gritted his teeth. Men, bring those sinners over. Yes. Someone immediately left hastily. In next to no time, the patriarch Jingtian Jingyuan and over 10 great figures that had been imprisoned were brought over and appeared before Fang Xiaoyun. Jingtian Wuhong shouted. All of you quickly kneel down and repent your crimes to Senior Fang. Perhaps your lives will be spared because all of you have turned over a new leaf. Tui. Someone spat in disdain. Jingtian Wuhong, you traitor, you're bound to go down in history as a stink. Someone cursed furiously. If you want to kill us or torture us, do as you please. But if you want us to submit to you, there's no way. Some people had calm expressions, as if they were facing death with equanimity. All of a sudden, Jingtian Wuhong and the others were both anxious and furious. These idiots, what kind of situation was it now, yet they were still clamoring like this? Did they really not want their lives anymore? Sure enough, a bunch of tough bones. On the central seat, Fang Xiaoyun's gaze was like lightning as he spoke indifferently. Since that's the case, there's no point in staying. Jingtian Wuhong. Yes. Jingtian Wuhong lowered his head and said. Fang Xiaoyun's expression was cold as he said, since all of you have chosen to submit, then I'll give all of you a chance to express your loyalty. Step forward one by one and kill a sinner of the clan. Once this matter is accomplished, the lives of your entire Jingtian clan will be protected by my eternal sword house, and your meteoric rise is just around the corner. Jingtian, Wuhong, and the others felt as if they were struck by lightning. They were stupefied. They were to personally take action and kill their own clansmen? This order was undoubtedly too cruel and malicious. If they really did that, they would bear the infamy of harming their own clansmen for eternity, and the Jingtian clan members would mock them from behind. For a time, their expressions changed indeterminately while they struggled in their hearts, and it was extremely torturous. Look, this is the price you have to pay for being a dog. How pitiful and humiliating is this? The patriarch, Jingtian Jingyuan, had a livid expression as he spoke coldly. Shut up. Jingtian Wuhong's eyes were bloodshot as he howled. If it wasn't for you constantly resisting and being unwilling to submit, how could such a thing have occurred? Remember, even if I kill all of you now, it's for the sake of protecting the entire Jingtian clan. Even if I have to bear the infamy of eternity, I'll accept it. Fang Xiaoyun said indifferently, no matter how nice it sounds, it's better to take action. My patience is limited, and I'll only give all of you 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths of time. The breathing of Jingtian Wuhong and the other great figures grew heavy while their eyes turned red, and they faintly carried frenzied killing intent. Everyone, don't blame us. We're doing this for the sake of protecting the entire Jingtian clan. A white-haired old man roared as he charged forward explosively and slapped a clansman. Bang! The clansman's body was instantly incinerated into nothingness. The white-haired old man gasped for breath, and he seemed to be in a daze. How could the feeling of personally killing a clansman that was related to him feel good? Good. Fang Xiaoyun clapped as he roared with laughter. A wise man submits to circumstances. If you want to survive, then this is how it should be. Continue. With the white-haired old man taking the lead, the others didn't hesitate any longer, and they charged forward with ferocious expressions with bloodshot eyes. Even Jingtian Wuhong walked forward with the intention of making a move against the patriarch, Jingtian Jingyuan. Suddenly, a furious and icy cold voice resounded. Stop. Bang! Along with this voice, a terrifying might swept over like a storm, and it collided with Jingtian Wuhong and the others, causing them to be blasted out. Some smashed onto the walls, some collided onto the stone pillars, and they were scattered all over the place. Feng Xiaoyun's eyes squinted as he stood up abruptly. A beautiful figure flashed over from outside the hall. She wore snow-white clothes and a golden belt, and she was beautiful like a celestial maiden that had walked out from a painting. Only her beautiful eyes surged with flames of rage. Xianxia? Jingtian Jingyuan, who thought he would die for sure, couldn't help but cry out involuntarily when he saw who it was, and his expression was filled with disbelief. It was Jingtian Xianxia, the daughter of Jingtian Jingyuan. Father, I've returned. Jingtian Xuanyua's eyes turned red while she felt both agitated and resentful in her heart. If she was a step later this time, then she would probably see her father's corpse. Xianxia, you've actually returned. Jingtian Wuhong, who'd fallen to the ground, crawled up with an astounded expression. He was unable to imagine that Jingtian Xianxia would be able to directly blast all of them flying with just her imposing aura. She's a member of your Jingtian clan as well? Asked Feng Xiaoyun. Yes. Jingtian Wuhong answered instinctively. Jingtian Jingyuan's expression changed as he shouted explosively, Xianxia, leave quickly. You're not a match for the Daheng Sword House, so don't get involved. How could he be unable to discern that Jingtian Xianxia had become extremely formidable now? But he was even more clearly aware of how terrifying the forces of the Daheng Sword House were. As her father, he didn't want to see Jingtian Xianxia fight the Daheng Sword House with her life on the line. As long as she was alive, there would naturally be a chance for her to take revenge in the future. If she fought with her life on the line now, then her life and death would be difficult to predict. Haha, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to leave. Or perhaps, if this woman dares to leave today, then everyone in the Jingtian clan will die for sure. Feng Xiaoyun smiled as if he was staring at an extremely tempting prey. On the contrary, if this woman chooses to submit to my Daheng Sword House today, then everyone in your Jingtian clan will be able to live. Jingtian Wuhong spoke anxiously. Xianxia, did you hear that? So long as you submit, then your father and the others will be able to live. Xianxia, the lives of the entire clan are in your hands. Xianxia, you have to consider the overall situation. Perhaps the Jingtian clan will be under your leadership in the future. The others spoke at once as well. Jingtian Xuanyua's body trembled with rage. The ugliness of these clansmen caused her to almost be unable to control the killing intent in her heart. I'll deal with all of you after I deal with this person. Jingtian Xianxia took a deep breath, and her clear eyes were piercingly cold as her gaze locked onto the distant Feng Xiaoyun. Don't worry, I won't allow you to die so easily. Clang, a Dao sword flashed out and swiftly slashed down towards Feng Xiaoyun. Feng Xiaoyun was originally fearless, and he thought that he could threaten Jingtian Xianxia by controlling the lives of everyone in the Jingtian clan. But he never imagined that Jingtian Xianxia would actually attack directly. Swoosh, when this sword slashed down, even an old senior like Feng Xiaoyun who'd lived for countless years felt his heart palpitate, and he felt a strong sense of danger. His expression turned grim, and he dodged at the first possible moment. Bang, but in the next moment, his body was forcefully pressed to the ground, and he was smashed to the point the ground before him cracked apart while his entire body twitched. The Dao sword was like an eternal divine mountain, and it pressed down upon him to the point his body was on the verge of cracking apart, causing him to be unable to move. How could this be possible? Feng Xiaoyun cried out involuntarily while his pupils opened wide. I've been crushed by a single sword strike. When did such a peerless woman appear in the tiny Jingtian clan? Jingtian, Wuhong, and the others were stunned and dumbstruck. A single sword strike crushed an eternal existence that was terrifying to the point others didn't dare disrespect her at all. The impact this brought to them was too great. Even Jingtian, Jingyuan, and the others were fiercely shocked by this scene, and all of them were speechless. No matter how they racked their brains, they'd never imagined that after just a little over 100 years of time, Jingtian Xianxia, who'd severed all ties with the clan and drawn a clear line between herself and the clan, would actually be formidable to such an extent now. The hall was deathly silent. Feng Xiaoyun held. Doing this will only bring harm to your Jingtian clan. No matter how strong you are, how could you possibly go against the might of my Daheng Sword House? Just these words alone caused the hearts of Jingtian, Jingyuan, and the others to tremble. Right at this moment, a burst of ridicule resounded from outside the hall. What a fucking Dahang sword house. How dare you threaten my younger sister Xianxia? The ignorant are truly fearless. Lin Sun, Xian Jiuyin, and Xia Ji's figures walked in successively, and it was precisely Xian Jiuyin who spoke. He had his hands behind his back as he arrived before Feng Xiaoyun, who was suppressed on the ground, and he said with pity, "I'm not afraid to tell you that everyone from the Dahang sword house that's scattered 5,000 kilometers away has been annihilated, and not a single one of them survived. Now, do you think you still have a chance to live? That's impossible." Feng Xiaoyun's expression changed completely. "Oh, take a look for yourself." Xian Jiuyin stretched out his hand and crushed a jade slip. Light flowed, and then a screen of light appeared. Within the screen of light, a dense expanse of cultivators covered the heavens and the earth as they stood there. There were over 1,000 of them, and their lineup was peerlessly formidable. Shockingly, these were the forces of the Dahang sword house that was far away. However, along with Lin Sun's appearance and a casual flick of his sleeve, all the experts of the Dahang sword house seemed as if they'd suffered a storm of tribulation. No matter if it was the formidable heavenly longevity realm experts or the ordinary ninth realm ancestral ancestors, all of them were instantly obliterated. Even that expanse of heaven and earth seemed to have been erased from the world and collapsed into nothingness. This scene that could be said to be world-shocking was simply like a sledgehammer that smashed the fluke in Feng Xiaoyun's heart into pieces, and he felt as if he was about to collapse. Jing Tian, Wu Hong, and the others were completely dumbfounded. The experts of the Dahang sword house that they thought were impossible to resist had actually been annihilated so easily. On the other hand, at this moment, Jing Tian, Jing Yuan, and the others had recognized Lin Sun, who'd annihilated the army of the Dahang sword house, and their emotions surged while they'd completely lost control of themselves. How could they forget that it was because they were worried about being implicated by Lin Sun that the Jing Tian clan resolutely chose to cut ties with Jing Tian Xianxia? More updates. End of chapter 2985. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.